Alright guys, this video is freaking nuts. It is 8 hours of every single thing we know about Grand Theft Auto 6. And now look, if you are a subscriber and you've watched all of my videos, you've seen all of these. And I've done one of these before. And the reason I like to make these super mega videos is, one, it helps me out a lot being able to kind of double dip. I'm not gonna lie, it does. It helps me out. And two, because a lot of you listen to me at work and don't even watch the screen. And I figured this would be a good way for you to recap every single thing we learned about Grand Theft Auto 6 in 2025, now going into 2026. So this is a massive, huge episode, and I thought it would be appropriate to release it today. With that said, if you watched the other one, the long one that was only 3 hours, I've changed out all of the in-between commentary and stuff like that. I've also added something new for you guys who've already seen everything that I've done, and I'm going to be talking a bit at the end of this video about Grand Theft Auto 6's driving physics, also the map size of Grand Theft Auto 6. And now these topics are the last topics I was supposed to have done before the year was over or whatever, and they still might have their own videos moving into 2026 or Dandy Andy Experience podcast episodes or whatever. But I wanted to go ahead and just offer you guys something extra who've already watched everything. So that's there at the end of the video. There should be timestamps, so if you want to skip to that and that's all you watch, so be it. Anyways, guys, I hope you have a happy new year, or had. I'm still in 2025, so I from the past. Let's get into this absolute massive video. All right, so I thought for this video, it would be kind of cool to start off with some of the newer stuff. So let's talk about why Grand Theft Auto 6 will have more interiors than any game ever. Grand Theft Auto 5 only had like 2 buildings you could go in, and Red Dead Redemption 2 had hundreds. I'm just kidding. Grand Theft Auto 5 did have hundreds, but Red Dead Redemption 2, it just felt like more. Know what I mean? And now, credible leaks suggest that Grand Theft Auto 6 might have over 700 explorable shops alone. Not just interiors, shops. We're not counting apartments, banks, malls, or even skyscrapers. And if this is true, that's not just a freaking upgrade, guys. Like, that is a complete reimagining of anything we thought possible, of what an open world can really be.
Should I wait outside?
No, come in.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the way Rockstar is allegedly pulling this off could change the gaming industry forever. And you've heard me talk about that in a previous video. Man, I always say that. Take a shot every time I say that. But anyways, let's get into this. So in July of 2022, Bloomberg's Jason Schreier, I say that guy's name I feel like every single video, but Jason Schreier, one of the most reliable journalists in gaming, published a report confirming that Grand Theft Auto 6's world would contain more interior locations than any previous Grand Theft Auto game. That was the first official hint. Then, in September of 2022, the massive Rockstar hack, or leak, whatever, exposed 90 clips of development footage. Hidden in that leak was a document stating that Grand Theft Auto 6 would feature at least 157 interiors. And apparently, there was going to be even more than that. But the number that really set the internet on fire came later. In December of 2023, just days before the first official trailer, a 7-second clip leaked online. The person who posted it claimed to be a friend of Aaron Garbett's son. Garbutt being Rockstar North's co-studio head and a 26-year veteran at the company. In the private messages, this leaker stated that Rockstar was aiming for 70% of buildings to be enterable. 70%. To put that in perspective, if Grand Theft Auto 6's map contains even 5,000 buildings, that would mean 3,500 interiors. The claim was so absurd that most people just outright dismissed it. But then, in June of 2025, a different leaker named GameRoll, who had correctly revealed Jason and Lucia's last names 2 weeks before Trailer 2, dropped another bombshell. According to GameRoll, Grand Theft Auto 6 would feature over 700 shops that players could enter and rob, plus functional shopping malls and skyscrapers with working elevators. And suddenly, the impossible started to sound plausible. Now, as I always say, take everything I'm about to say with salt, because the game is, it's been delayed, and nothing is 100% certain until you have a controller in your hand and you are looking at the screen and you are actually seeing this happen. But we're just going off of what we know, so let's talk about that. In fact, let's talk numbers, because, well, they matter. Grand Theft Auto 5 launched in 2013 with what felt like a lack of enterable buildings. And I felt like you could really feel that in the world. There were certain interiors that I was used to going in from Grand Theft Auto 4 that I could no longer go in Grand Theft Auto 5. It was like, hey, what gives? But whatever. Out of the thousands of structures across Los Santos, Blaine County, and the surrounding areas, only a few let you actually walk in the door, even though there's reportedly hundreds of interiors. Most of those interiors were mission specific, like Michael's house, Franklin's house, and a handful of stores you could rob. The rest of the city was really set dressed dressing. Beautiful, meticulously detailed set dressing. But ultimately, it felt kind of hollow. And I think even the fans of Grand Theft Auto 5, you guys know I'm not a huge fan of Grand Theft Auto 5, but I think even the fans of Grand Theft Auto 5 can say that it felt kind of hollow. Red Dead Redemption 2 improved on this significantly, or at least it felt that way, with all sorts of interiors like saloons, general stores, hotels, train stations, homesteads, and even random cabins scattered across the wilderness. And I think it's pretty apparent when you play Red Dead Redemption 2, it feels bigger. Well, it is bigger, but it feels like there's more interiors you can go in. For a game released in 2018, that's pretty freaking impressive. That's only a 5-year difference from Grand Theft Auto 5. And I say only, we live in a time where 5 years between games isn't that much time, unfortunately. But Red Dead Redemption 2's map is also much smaller and less dense than Grand Theft Auto 6's Vice City. It's a frontier, obviously, not a metropolitan area. Now, let's look at what we know about Grand Theft Auto 6. The leaked document from 2022 explicitly states at least 157 interiors and counting. That phrase, and counting, is crucial. It means 157 was the floor, not the ceiling. And the number was from a build that's now 3 years old. Fast forward to 2025, and Game Roll claims there are 700 plus robbable stores. Even if we're conservative and assume that number is exaggerated, we're still looking at a massive leap. But here's the thing. We're not just talking about shops. We're also talking about apartments, like I said earlier, office buildings, nightclubs, restaurants, hotels, banks, gas stations, and malls. Trailer 2 explicitly showed characters inside a functioning bank, a nightclub, and what appears to be a luxury hotel. Leaked footage from 2022 showed the interior of a waffle restaurant during a heist, complete with loot mechanics and NPC interactions. And multiple sources, including Game Roll, have confirmed that some skyscrapers will even have elevators, meaning you can ride up to the 30th floor and look out over Vice City. If all of this is true, Grand Theft Auto 6 won't just have the most interiors of any Rockstar game, it'll have the most interiors of any open world game ever made. And with the supposed now $2.7 billion budget, that's not hard to believe. So how is Rockstar pulling this off? Well, the answer lies in a patent filed by Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar's parent company, titled System and Method for Game Object and Environment Generation. This patent outlines a procedural generation system designed for building interiors. Here's how it works. Instead of handcrafting every single room from scratch, Rockstar's system generates interiors using a library of modular assets. Think of it like Lego. You have floor tiles, wall panels, furniture pieces, lighting fixtures, and decorative objects. Each asset is tagged with descriptors: high-end, rustic, modern, abandoned, luxurious. You get the picture here. The system then uses these tags to procedurally assemble interiors that match a specific style. For example, if the game needs to generate a high-end apartment, the system pulls assets tagged as luxurious. Things like marble floors, leather couches, expensive art, floor-to-ceiling windows. If it needs a dingy motel room, it pulls assets tagged as cheap or worn, stained carpets, flickering lights, broken furniture, that kind of thing. The patent even mentions that interiors can evolve over time. So if you rob a store and come back later, the interior might look slightly different. Like a new inventory of items, rearranged furniture, maybe even some repairs if you did some, destruction the last time you were there. And apparently there's some destruction systems they're working on in the game, so maybe they've made some repairs since then. And this procedural stuff isn't just smart from a design perspective, it's really essential, because building 700 unique interiors by hand would take years alone and require an absolutely absurd amount of labor and storage space. But with procedural generation, Rockstar can create hundreds of believable, varied interiors using a relatively small set of assets. And because the system follows rules, like bathrooms always having sinks, kitchens always having counters, stuff like that, the results will still feel handcrafted. This technology isn't entirely new though. Games like No Man's Sky and Minecraft have used procedural generation for years, and I've had some comments definitely reminding me that this technology isn't new, but the way it's being implemented in a game like this is new. And applying it to urban interiors in a AAA open world game, that's absolutely insane. And it kind of shows you how Rockstar could realistically achieve the numbers we're hearing. It really takes those out of being just like complete bonkers speculation to, what we're actually probably going to see. Now let's talk about what this means for gameplay, because more interiors aren't just about immersion. They fundamentally change how the game works. Let's start with the heists. In Grand Theft Auto 5, heists were linear, they were kind of lame. You'd follow a set path, hit scripted objects, and escape through a predetermined route. It was cool, but come on. But with hundreds of accessible interiors, Grand Theft Auto 6's heists could be much more dynamic. Imagine planning a bank robbery. You scope out the building ahead of time, noting that there are 3 floors maybe, 2 stairwells, and a rooftop access point. You decide to enter through the parking garage, take the elevator to the vault level, and escape via the roof using a helicopter. But when things go wrong, and it's Grand Theft Auto 6, so they will, you improvise. You duck into a nearby office building, ride the elevator to the 15th floor, smash through a window, and parachute onto a moving truck. That kind of emergent gameplay is only possible if the world is truly open. And that is something Rockstar has always wanted, especially since Grand Theft Auto 3. That was the first one they were really trying to go all in on being able to approach missions in any way you want. And if you play some of those older titles, they do feel more sandboxy in their approach to getting the objectives done. Even if they are very, old school, rudimentary, that kind of thing, there was still very much that sandbox energy in how you accomplish things. Okay, let's go. You could do some wacky approach to get what you wanted accomplished, and if it worked, and usually it involved blowing up a car or something like that, but if it worked, you were golden. You had freedom and approach. In these more modern Rockstar titles, we've all joked about it. It feels like maybe if you just try to go off the beaten path, or if you've watched Sav's Roundtable, I might have mentioned it on there about how I tried to flank an enemy, I think in Red Dead Redemption or Grand Theft Auto, and I ended up failing the mission. So there's some really stupid reasons you can fail missions in the more modern ones, just because they have a lot more things going on. But if you have the sandbox gameplay of the older titles and mix it with these new systems, these incredible graphics, and just, tie it all together in a beautiful package, man, chef's kiss, it's going to be incredible. And that's what hundreds of interiors enable. Then there's robbery. The leaked document mentions over 700 robbable stores. In Grand Theft Auto 5, robbing a store was simple and repetitive. You walked in, aimed a gun, grabbed cash, run. But leaked Grand Theft Auto 6 footage shows a much deeper system. You can search containers, loot specific items, use tools like crowbars and Slim Jims to break into locked areas, and even command your partner to control NPCs while you search for valuables. The leak footage in the Waffle Heist shows the Waffle Heist. But yeah, the leak footage from the Waffle Heist shows Jason using the Eagle Vision ability to scan the environment for loot. He opens containers, stuffs items into a duffel bag, and shares the haul with Lucia. Meanwhile, NPCs with yellow icons over their heads try to call the cops, and Jason has to stop them before the police arrive. Now, I don't know if these icons that I remember seeing were in the alpha footage because, there was a bunch of crap on the screen, and I think it was there so that, the person testing the game could see if it was actually working properly or not. I don't know about all the crap that's going to be on the HUD, but anyway, I'm getting off topic. So all of this stuff I'm mentioning, it's not a gameplay gimmick, it's the core loop. And this kind of thing only works if there are hundreds of locations to rob, each with slightly different layouts and challenges. And it might not even add only emergent gameplay with its systems, but maybe even stuff like emergent storytelling, which is why I haven't had a video out on Monday, because I've been playing RimWorld, which is just absolutely outstanding when it comes to emergent storytelling. Anyways, so let's talk about police chases. In Grand Theft Auto 5, losing the cops was, pretty straightforward. You drove fast, you'd break the line of sight, hide, but with enterable buildings everywhere, chases become infinitely more interesting. So imagine you're being chased down on like a main road, and maybe you dip into an alley, just like you would in any other Grand Theft Auto game. You ditch your car, but now you sprint into the shopping mall instead of just running around through alleys. You ride the escalator to the second floor, duck into a clothing store, and hide in the dressing room. Outside, police search the streets, but you're gone. 5 minutes, you walk out the back exit, steal a new car, and disappear. And maybe with some of those clothes from that clothing store. Because apparently there's going to be a disguise system that ties into, the witness system in this game, but that's a whole nother topic. That's the kind of sandbox freedom we need in a Grand Theft Auto game. Man, if they can pull this off, it's going to be outstanding. And it's only possible if the world is truly explorable. Finally, let's talk about just exploring. One of the biggest criticisms I have of Grand Theft Auto 5, and I've already mentioned it, is the world felt hollow. You could admire the architecture, but you couldn't interact with it. And I remember thinking the lighting, especially when they did like one of the first remasters or whatever, it looked so good, and I just wanted to go in places and stuff. I wanted to feel immersed in the world, but I just couldn't. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do that. Every mall, hotel, nightclub, and apartment building you see isn't just set dressing. It's a location you can explore. At least on paper. We'll see how it actually plays out. But again, remember, salt. Lots and lots of salt. But this is looking like what we're actually going to see, guys. So maybe you find a hidden stash in a penthouse. Maybe you stumble into an underground fight club in a warehouse, Maybe you discover a secret meeting in the back room of a pawn shop. Suddenly the map isn't just a place you drive through, it's like just filled with places you discover. Just like in Red Dead Redemption 2, do you remember? Like in the different various stores, there'd be robbery opportunities, weird little things like that you could discover. Players love that in Red Dead Redemption 2. I love that. That's why it is my favorite Rockstar title of all time. But let's slow it down a second, because we need to talk about the 70% claim. So is it real? Well, probably not. That's functionally impossible. If Grand Theft Auto 6's map is twice the size of Grand Theft Auto 5, which multiple leaks have claimed, and if it's as dense as Miami, we're looking at somewhere between 10 to 20,000 individual structures. If 70% of those were enterable, that's 7,000 to 14,000 interiors. Even with procedural generation, that's absurd. You would definitely see duplicates and stuff, and also a PS5, there's no way it could run it. It's just not possible. The game files, can you imagine how massive they would be? Everyone's joking about the install size of Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to install it, man, if you could go into that many different interiors. I mean, just the amount of, I can't even imagine. More importantly, it's unnecessary. Do we really need to enter every single house on a suburban street? Probably not. What matters is that the important buildings, shops, banks, hotels, malls, offices, are accessible. You know, the places that you would actually go in your day-to-day life, or places that would make sense for you to escape to. And based on the leaks, that's exactly what Rockstar is doing. And I know I was saying, you know, we don't need to go in every neighborhood, house and stuff. I think that would be cool. And Grand Theft Auto San Andreas did do that in 2004. At least very close to that. I'm just saying, it is possible. They did something very similar to this back in 2004. The leaked documents mention of 157 confirmed interiors is believable because that's conservative. It's a realistic number for a game still in development. And the procedural generation patent is believable because it explains how Rockstar can scale beyond what's humanly possible to hand build. So here's my educated guess. With a good helping of salt, Grand Theft Auto 6 will likely have somewhere between 500 and 1,000 enterable interiors, depending on how you count them. That includes shops, malls, restaurants, nightclubs, banks, apartments, and mission-specific locations. Smaller buildings, gas stations, convenience stores, pawn shops will likely all be enterable, possibly using procedural generation to create variety. Larger buildings like skyscrapers, motels, malls will probably have like partial interiors. You'll be able to explore like lobbies, certain floors, key areas, places you would actually go, but maybe not every single room, maybe not the changing rooms and stuff, as cool as that would be. Well, maybe if you're buying clothes, I don't know. Residential homes in suburban areas will probably use a mix of procedural generation and copy-pasted layouts. You'll be able to rob them, but they won't all be unique. And, it's not like everyone's house in real life is unique. I remember growing up, I went into a kid across the street's house and it was a carbon copy of my parents' house, just with a whole Catholic vibe to it. But I don't know what I'm even talking about now. So yes, and you'll probably be able to rob them, but they won't all be unique. And yes, some buildings will still be inaccessible. High-rise apartments, random office towers, and background structures won't all open up, but the sheer volume of explorable spaces will still dwarf anything we've seen before. If GTA 6 can successfully deliver hundreds of enterable buildings using procedural generation, even 1,000 buildings, it will set a new standard for open-world games. Right now, most open-world developers face the same trade-off. You can either have a massive map with shallow interiors or a smaller map with deep interiors. Cyberpunk 2077 chose the former. It's Night City. It's visually stunning, but most buildings are locked. Now, the buildings you can go into, though, they went deep and they look great, and I love Cyberpunk 2077. Spider-Man 2 uses kind of a clever trick called parallax occlusion mapping to create the illusion of interiors through windows, but you can't actually enter them, and that's kind of lame. If Rockstar can prove that procedural generation creates believable, varied interiors at scale, other studios will follow. And so far, I think they've been kind of turned off. I mean, you look at Starfield with its 1,000 planets. Terrible use of procedural generation. I mean, it is cool to some extent, but you can't even fly to the freaking planets. And that's a whole nother story. If you can't tell, I'm a Bethesda fanboy, and I was really looking forward to Starfield, and that's another story. You can go listen to Mr. Matty Plays. He talks about it. So if Grand Theft Auto 6 can pull this off, video games are going to start to be judged by a new metric. Not just how big the map is, but how much of it can you actually explore. And to some extent, that is true. To some extent, that is kind of where we already are with games. But this will become another bar that is expected of your game, not something that just impresses people. Because for years, open world games have prioritized breadth over depth. Grand Theft Auto 6 might be the first game to deliver both. So here's the bottom line. Grand Theft Auto 6 will almost certainly have the most enterable buildings of any Rockstar game ever made. Whether that number is 500, 700, or 1,000, it's a massive leap forward. And the technology Rockstar is using, procedural generation, combined with handcrafted assets, could fundamentally change how open world games are built entirely. But more importantly, this isn't just about numbers, it's about gameplay. It's about being chased by the cops and ducking off into a random apartment building to hide. It's about planning a heist and scouting, different entry points. It's about exploration, finding secret underground tunnels and stuff like that, stumbling into a side mission, going off the beaten path. Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't just giving us more interiors, it's giving us a living, breathing world that reacts to everything we do, and that's the feature that will change open worlds forever. Whew, I got excited there at the end. Can you tell? All right, so there you have it. Grand Theft Auto 6, it's going to have a bunch of interiors. How many? It's not 100% certain, but, the video covered it. But what about ecosystems? And what do I mean by that? Well, Grand Theft Auto 6, you'll see in this next video, is going to have a ton in the way of ecosystems, similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. So let's get into that. Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't just building a city. It's building an entire ecosystem. And for the first time in Grand Theft Auto's history, every element of that ecosystem appears to be connected. Weather affects animals. Animals affect NPCs. NPCs react to the world around them. And based on what we've seen in trailers, confirmed patents, and Rockstar's proven track record with Red Dead Redemption 2, this could be the most ambitious environmental simulation they've ever attempted. And I think it's gonna be. I'm not gonna lie. I really think what we're going to see in this game is going to be nuts. And man, given what we're talking about, I feel like I have to talk like a stuffy British guy. So with that said, let's start off with Red Dead Redemption 2, because it's the blueprint for everything Rockstar is building. And if you've seen the leaked footage, the way things move around, the way NPCs move, the way the player character moves, the way the world's kind of happening around you, that seems for sure to be the direction, even with like Jason's head tracking when he's leaving a building. And I know I showed a little bit of the alpha leaks in the last video. I'm not sure how much of that I can get away with, so it may or may not be on the screen. The text will tell you if it is or isn't. The now sentient text, who's also been on its best behavior lately. But also, before we talk about this, I just want to say, if you celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you're having a happy Thanksgiving. It's just a good time to be around a bunch of family in uncomfortable situations and overindulge in food, try to strategically pass gas without anyone noticing, and then blow up the bathroom. It's great. So wherever you are, I hope you're with family or friends, and I hope you're doing all right. All right, I'm done being sappy. Let's talk about this. So Red Dead Redemption 2, the blueprint, right? The blueprint Rockstar is building their kind of ecosystem thing off of. So when Red Dead Redemption 2 launched in 2018, Rockstar officially confirmed it featured over 200 species. And here's what made that revolutionary. Those animals didn't just exist as set dressing. They interacted with each other dynamically. Possums, they play dead when threatened. You've heard me talk about this before, like bears bluff charging before attacking. Eagles, they would like dive down and hunt snakes and stuff. Predators actively stalked prey across the wilderness. It was really freaking cool. And sure, some of this was scripted, like you'd roll up on an area and maybe something would be scripted to happen with the wildlife. And the Rockstar devs have talked about that in the past. They create the illusion that things are happening emergently around you when sometimes they aren't. A lot of the times, other things are happening emergently. So it kind of all blends together seamlessly. And I think that's kind of the combo that takes their open world exploration to the absolute next level. And it's not just good game design, having events trigger, at specific times and all that. There is a genuine ecological simulation happening in Red Dead Redemption 2. Everyone loves studies, so according to a study published in July of 2021 in the journal People in Nature by researchers at the University of Exeter, I think that's how you say that, Exeter, Red Dead Redemption 2's animal behavior was so realistic that players could identify real-world species from photographs after playing the game. Well, that's pretty cool. At least they looked the part, right? But the study showed that Red Dead Redemption 2 players correctly identified 10 out of 15 animals compared to just 7 out of 15 for people who had not played the game. That's pretty cool. Lead researcher Dr. Sarah Crowley even quoted one player who said the game taught them how to spot a ram that was about to charge. And they added that bit, I shared this in a previous video, but the dude literally said that it saved him from having his leg broken. And that's cool because I feel like video games, they've always been educational to some extent. A lot of you probably agree with me if you've grown up playing video games. You've probably learned a lot of things through video games. I'm not even joking. I understood the physics of driving thanks to the Grand Theft Auto games. Even if it's not like perfectly accurate, I understood how to move about the roads and everything like that. But Grand Theft Auto 6 is taking the foundation that Red Dead Redemption 2 laid and expanding it into a completely different biome, Florida or Leonida. So let's talk animals. Based on confirmed sightings from Trailer 1 and Trailer 2 and analysis of the 2022 leak footage, fans have identified approximately 40 to 50 distinct animal species in Grand Theft Auto 6, though Rockstar has not officially confirmed the exact count. And these aren't random animals. They're specifically chosen to reflect Florida's unique ecosystem. You've got alligators dominating the swamps and marshes of the Grass Rivers region, which appears to be Grand Theft Auto 6's version of the Everglades. The first trailer explicitly shows 5 alligators basking in the wetlands. Flamingos, pelicans, and herons, oh man, populate coastal areas. I need to go back to school. Dolphins swim alongside boats. Wild boars appear in forested regions. And yes, there are even invasive species like iguanas, which are a massive real-world problem in Florida, even if they are kind of cute. But here's what could make this different from every other open-world game. If Rockstar follows the same design philosophy they used in Red Dead Redemption 2, these animals won't be scripted. And like I said earlier, all all these little critters and everything running around, they're going to be interacting with each other. They'll be part of a living food chain where predators hunt prey, scavengers follow carnivores, and ecosystems function whether you're watching or not. And then sometimes trigger when you're around for, cool things, like a hawk killing a snake or something. And that brings us to alligators, naturally, because they're clearly Grand Theft Auto 6's signature animal. And they had some fun with them too in Red Dead Redemption 2. In Trailer 1, we see them in their natural habitat, the Everglades. But we also see them in completely different unnatural places. There's that viral social media clip of someone dragging an alligator out of a swimming pool. There's another scene that shows what appears to be an alligator crawling on into a convenience store while people run away. And that's not just Rockstar, being silly. It's based on real Florida behavior, things that actually happen there. A lot of the stuff in their trailers they were using to kind of show off this new Vice City are things that have actually happened in Miami, Florida. According to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, alligators regularly wander into populated areas, especially during mating season or droughts when water sources shrink. So if Rockstar is simulating this, and the trailers strongly suggest that they are, it means these animals have territories, migration patterns, and, needs. If food is scarce in the swamps, maybe they'll move into a human zone. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be quite like that. I think it's going to be more that things just happen. Like an alligator shows up in a store and it's a triggered event like I talked about earlier. But who knows? It could go that deep. If water levels drop because of weather changes, maybe they'll migrate. And that would be kind of where the ecosystem would obviously start to connect. Maybe not even start to connect, that sounds a little bit more advanced, but I think you're getting what I'm saying here. We're going to not only have these triggered events where things will happen that create the illusion of this stuff happening with wildlife, but they're going to be eating each other. And they could move around based on the weather conditions in the game, because weather is really big in this game. It's not just going to be a visual effect in Grand Theft Auto 6, it appears to be an actual driving force in what's happening in the world around you. And we know this because Rockstar has filed patents proving it. Patent US 11684855B2, titled System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment, describes how NPCs react to external conditions including weather, traffic, and environmental hazards. And I love bringing up this patent, and the reason for that is this patent specifically states that NPCs will avoid dangerous roads in rain, slow down in fog, and reroute during storms. And based on what we've seen in the trailers, Rockstar is going all in on weather as a core gameplay system. Trailer 2 shows heavy rainstorms with realistic water physics. It shows wet pavement reflecting neon lights, and most tellingly, it shows environmental clues that extreme weather events might be part of the game. Because I've seen some naysayers being like, dude, we didn't see a hurricane in the trailers. Look at the world around you. I mean, there's plenty of context clues to figure out, oh, a big storm just came through here, like a big one. We even see Jason making repairs to his roof and stuff. So let's talk hurricanes, because this is where things get truly ambitious. There's multiple visual hints. There's a flood gauge to measure rising water levels during storms. There's that wall sign referencing Hurricane Roxy. There's a news headline in Trailer 1 about a waterspout. Palm trees and some screenshots appear to be staked into the ground, something Floridians do to protect against high winds. Anyway, hurricanes. Will they be random events that spawn constantly? Probably not. Almost certainly not. Miami does get hit by major hurricanes every 6 to 8 years, so having them occur too frequently would just be annoying and unrealistic. This isn't like some sort of hardcore survival game where you're going to have to survive the weather. At that point, it would just get annoying. Most likely, hurricanes will be scripted story events, or really just a scripted story event, or a special Grand Theft Auto Online seasonal thing, similar to snow at Christmas in Grand Theft Auto 5. But here's why that matters. A hurricane doesn't just change the weather, it changes everything about the world you are inhabiting. Well, when one's happening. Like the roads, they flood. Escape routes get cut off, so you have to get on those evac routes and get out while you can. Power goes out, which means there's no traffic lights. Debris flies through the air, and animals, they go nuts. During real hurricanes in Florida, alligators are frequently found in parking lots, swimming pools, and even inside buildings. Birds disappear, deer flee to elevated areas, and all of that animal migration creates encounters players have never experienced before. Which is why I don't think it'll be like random scenarios, but more like you have a yes hurricane, no hurricane kind of state, and maybe some sort of cool cinematic in between when the hurricane's actually hitting, or maybe a third state where the hurricane is actually hitting and there's just not a lot, there's no wildlife or anything out because it's trying to simulate the high winds and palm trees and stuff like that. That's all speculation. But it would be cool if they were random or, had some randomness to it. Because imagine like you're trying to plan a heist or something and a tropical storm maybe hits mid-mission, and the streets flood, you abandon your car, commandeer a jet ski. It could change up how these things kind of play out, which is why I see that kind of stuff being more for maybe their more advanced Grand Theft Auto Online, where the story, it sounds like, at some point you can have too many things to where something's going to inevitably break in a game. And this is a video game created by humans, assisted with AI on a processing level, but still made by humans. So it's not going to be super crazy to where we're getting hurricanes every 5 minutes. But weather conditions in general could add to the emergent gameplay. In fact, they will. Like when it rains, things are going to get muddy. And it doesn't mean we're not going to get some big old tropical storms and everything rolling through. And, NPCs, they'll slip and fall in the mud and stuff like that. Red Dead Redemption 2 is just a great game to look at, or kind of where we're going to be going next with Grand Theft Auto 6, because in Red Dead Redemption 2, they did so much with the environment and so much with like the physics of like the mud and the snow. And for Grand Theft Auto 6, I feel like they want to take the big sprawling world they had in Grand Theft Auto 5, the immersion they had in Grand Theft Auto 4, and then the absolutely incredible features of Red Dead Redemption 2 that made it immersive through its environment, and bring them all together and see what that looks like. And that is just logically the next step, and appears to be what we are going to get. So let's talk about water, because it's the connective tissue of this entire ecosystem. You like that? I mean, we're in Miami or Vice City. There's a lot of water, different kinds of water. And we know that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be the first game ever to have truly simulated water running in real time. But how can water change up gameplay? During low tide, sandbars and shallow areas could become accessible, revealing maybe even some hidden paths or something. During high tide, those same areas flood, blocking routes. So I think we are going to see some sort of flood mechanic just based on these flood meters and stuff we're seeing. Now, it could just be them putting these objects in the world to look like the place you're at, but the fact that they've now hinted at it through the trailers and the screenshots, either there's just flood gauges absolutely everywhere, and there very well could be, or they're trying to hint that this is a possible thing that we're going to be interacting with in the game, is flooding. And of course, animals are going to be reacting to all of this, those poor little critters. Alligators, they prefer shallow water, so they'd move to flooded streets during storms. Fish, they could migrate based on conditions, and NPCs would avoid flooded areas entirely, rerouting traffic and changing their schedules. Which brings us to NPC routines, because this is where Rockstar's ecosystem philosophy could get truly ambitious. Based on Rockstar's patent filings and what we've observed in Trailer 2, Grand Theft Auto 6 NPCs appear to have variable density and behavior based on time, weather, and location. Beaches look more crowded in some shots than others, for example, suggesting time of day or day of week variations. NPCs are shown wearing different clothing styles depending on context, beachwear near the coast, business attire in the city. And if you read through the patents, it seems NPCs are going to be responding to weather, which is not uncommon in a Rockstar game, but all of this together creates something interesting. This creates what game designers call emergent encounters, moments that aren't scripted but arise naturally from the sum of the game's parts. So something crazy could happen. For example, you could be like driving through a suburban neighborhood during a storm, traffic backs up because of flooding, maybe an NPC swerves to avoid an alligator crossing the road of all things, and they crash into a parked car. Then maybe the alarm goes off, another NPC calls the police, and then suddenly you're caught in escalating chaos because multiple systems collided at that exact moment to screw you. Sounds like Red Dead Redemption 2, doesn't it? Just a little bit. And that's the promise of an interconnected ecosystem. And this is where we really need to look at Rockstar's NPC navigation patent. The patent describes a system where NPCs no longer react only to immediate obstacles. Instead, they plan routes based on predicted conditions. If a road ahead is flooded, NPCs reroute before reaching it. If weather makes certain areas dangerous, they avoid them entirely. The patent also describes individual driving profiles, meaning different NPCs react differently. Skilled drivers might speed through rain. Cautious drivers might slow down. Aggressive drivers weave through traffic. All of this creates a dynamic traffic system that feels alive. And here's the ecosystem layer. If animals also use navigation nodes, which they did in Red Dead Redemption 2, then their migration paths will intersect with human infrastructure. So like a deer could sprint across a highway and, you gotta swerve to avoid them. Or maybe that happens to an NPC and they swerve to avoid it, and then boom, car pile up. And it happens just while you're driving. And then, the police show up. So let's bring this back to the player. How does all of this actually affect you as the player? Well, it seems quite obvious. It means Grand Theft Auto 6 could be unpredictable in ways previous games simply weren't. In Grand Theft Auto 5, if you replayed a mission, the world responded the same way every time. In Grand Theft Auto 6, if you replay a heist and the weather is different, the entire experience could change. And that's assuming we get a bunch of heists. I mean, it's looking like we're gonna have some heists in this game. Rain makes roads slick, right? This is a Sherlock moment, right? But anyways, rain, it does make the roads slick, and it's been like that since San Andreas, and that's gonna affect your getaway. Fog, it's going to hide you from police helicopters and stuff like that. A storm floods your escape route, maybe it forces you to improv. It also means exploration could be constantly rewarding. In Grand Theft Auto 5, once you saw part of the map, there really wasn't any reason to revisit it unless you wanted to fall to your death in some crazy dramatic way. In Grand Theft Auto 6, because animals migrate, NPCs follow schedules, and weather changes conditions, the same location could feel completely different depending on when you visit. A swamp that's peaceful at noon might be dangerous at dusk when predators hunt. A beach that's crowded on Saturday could be empty empty on Monday. A highway that's clear in sunshine could be treacherous in rain. And most ambitiously, it means Grand Theft Auto 6 could create a feedback loop between player, environment, and AI. Your actions affect the ecosystem. If you hunt too many alligators in one area, predator populations might drop and prey species might increase. If you cause a massive pileup during rush hour, traffic reroutes and NPCs avoid that road temporarily. If you start a wildfire, animals will flee. Every action has a consequence. Every consequence creates a new opportunity, and every opportunity feeds back into the ecosystem. This is what next-gen games should look like. Not just better graphics or bigger maps, but systems that interact so deeply that the game world feels genuinely alive. That's what I'm expecting to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. It's not just bringing back Vice City and how they did it in the original Vice City. I mean, it's obviously very much has its own thing going on these days. And so yeah, there's that. I'm really excited to see how all of these systems play with each other and interact. But what do you think? Do you think these systems are going to lead to some really crazy stuff? What's one of the first things you're going to do involving an alligator? Please let me know down in the comments. I'm curious to know what your diabolical mind is cooking up with those alligators. All right, at this point, you're probably ecosystemed out. But yeah, Grand Theft Auto 6, it's going to be off the charts with just how immersive and incredible the world is. But you know, something else that we saw in the 2022 leaks and all that kind of stuff were some really interesting things going on with Grand Theft Auto 6's weapon systems. And this is something I don't see talked about a lot. So let's talk about Grand Theft Auto 6's weapon systems. In Grand Theft Auto 5, you could carry a minigun and 5 rocket launchers and a sniper rifle in your butt, all while you're wearing your swimming trunks. It was fun. Let's be honest. It's fun being able to run around and whip out whatever weapon you want at any moment. But in Grand Theft Auto 6, it's looking like they're going to take a different direction. Based on the massive 2022 development leaks and official Rockstar patents, we are looking at an inventory system that forces you to choose. Do you want maybe a shotgun? Do you want a pistol? You know, you would have your sidearm, but do you want a shotgun, or do you want maybe an M4? Your primary is going to be your primary and your sidearm is going to be your sidearm. Now, it's not quite that restrictive, but here, I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get into it here in just a second. So here is every confirmed thing that we know about the weapon systems, weapon mechanics, and all that coming to Grand Theft Auto 6, what it's going to be like. So guys, it's good to see you back again. I know I don't post nearly as often as I used to. I had to slow it down for my mental health. I'm not gonna lie, I was burning myself out, but I have recently started doing a little podcast kind of thing. So if you enjoy these speculation and news talks about Grand Theft Auto 6 or Rockstar games, I am now doing those, and it's looking like I might be able to get one long form version of that out a week while doing videos. And for those of you who want me to talk about other stuff other than Grand Theft Auto 6, seeing your comments, now's the time. Tell me in the comments what else you would like me to talk about. I've got a million games I'd like to cover, so I would see if there's something that we share an interest in. But anyways, let's get into these weapon systems here. All right, so in tonight's video, we're going to be looking at physics, animation patents, and raw development footage to figure out exactly how shooting, reloading, and moving should feel like in Leonida. There's apparently going to be a new recoil system, a Red Dead Redemption 2 style inventory, and massive changes to how you actually carry your gear. Let's start with what we know to be pretty much 100% certain. And you got to remember, when I say 100% certain, it's not until there's a controller in your hand. So take it all with salt, as I like to say. So in the 2022 leaks, these are confirmed, verifiable mechanics seen in the debug footage. The first and biggest change is obviously the limited inventory system. And if you've watched a lot of like Grand Theft Auto 6 speculation or coverage channels, they've probably talked about this. We saw clear footage of Lucia having a rifle over her back in this leaked footage. This is kind of like a recreation of it because I've been slapped on the wrist by Rockstar already. So this should kind of give you an idea. But she has the rifle slung over her back in this footage, and she also has a pistol out in Red Dead Redemption 2, running around as Arthur Morgan. That's what we saw in Red Dead Redemption. So just based off this and what we've seen of the weapon wheel, it's looking like we're going to be able to carry 2 long guns and 2 sidearms, maybe like a grenade throwable, something like that. And then maybe these 2 little things here in the weapon wheel or some sort of inventory thing, a healing item, something like that. I don't know. But what I do know is it looks like the whole Grand Theft Auto 5 style of pull a rocket launcher out of your butt, those days are over. Maybe. Also, something big in Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be the duffel bag. We've seen it a lot. You can see it here in this little GIF or video thing that Rockstar has on their website. It's also visible in screenshots. So we know duffel bags are going to be a big thing. Now, based off of some of the things I've seen, such as like when the plane's flying over, dropping a package here, and we can assume Cal's out on a fishing boat or something like that, and him and Jason are going to go get it. There's also all of these shots of Jason and Lucia taking what appears to be drug packages, so there's going to be some sort of smuggling element in the game. So the duffel bags could primarily play into that, but also we know that it's going to be a loot bag or something like that, because in the scene where Jason, Lucia, and Raul are looking to be robbing a bank and it all has gone wrong, we can assume there's money there in their duffel bags. But duffel bags are something we see pop up quite a bit. And we do know, based off of leaks about how the trunk system and stuff like that would work, you might need to carry extra firepower in them. So the duffel bag could serve multiple purposes. So maybe like rockets, extra ammo, body armor, stuff like that. You need a physical bag. And if you drop the bag, you drop the gear, so you could maybe even stash it somewhere, kind of like how you could in Hitman Blood Money with the sniper rifle. And I'd mentioned the trunk, so let's talk a little bit about vehicle weapon stashing. Because you can't carry everything, your car is now your locker. Now, there are mods in Grand Theft Auto 5 that have done this, and we have seen Rockstar kind of look at everything they've done in Grand Theft Auto 5 with things like 5M and stuff like that. And they're kind of taking a lot of those elements, and it looks like they want to put them into Grand Theft Auto 6. So this seems to be like one of the things they might be taking from those Grand Theft Auto 5 mods, to where you actually use the trunk of your car to store weapons, which is really cool. Because another mod that I've been looking at getting for Grand Theft Auto 5, I've told you guys I'm going to play Grand Theft Auto 5, but as soon as I try, of course, they updated it the day I try, and it broke Alexander Blade's script hook. I digress. It was very annoying though. But one of the mods I was looking at was vehicle persistence. So like wherever you drive your vehicle, it stays there, exactly there. It doesn't spawn or move around. I would assume that kind of comes with Grand Theft Auto 6 if the trunk system is a big thing, because it's looking like the car is going to be kind of like your horse, to where you need to be able to get into the trunk to get to all of your stuff, or just the car in general. The leaks confirm the ability to open vehicles' trunks and store items, so this kind of is pointing at a gameplay loop where you pull up to a mission, pop the trunk, gear up, and then you go in there, which would also save time. As tedious as that sounds to some of you who are like really into Grand Theft Auto 5 or whatever, that is actually going to save you time, because remember in Grand Theft Auto 4, if you died or something like that, you lose all your guns, all that kind of crap. You'd have to go find an ammunition, maybe hail a cab, get there, and then go to the mission objective and then start from there. So there was a little bit of tedium with that, but if you have backup weapons and stuff like that stored in your trunk, maybe that would be kind of a way to speed that up, is to have some backup loadouts. I'm not sure, I'm just speculating here, but that is something I thought might be kind of interesting. It really does kind of change the pace though, the perceived pace, from the whole run and gun kind of thing to more of a plan and execute style, which I think would really serve what we're expecting the narrative of Grand Theft Auto 6 to be. So let's move on to this next thing here. We've got shoulder swapping. So a huge quality of life feature that we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2 is the ability to kind of shoulder swap which way the camera is looking. So when you hit left on the D-pad or right, it would actually shift which way the camera is. That looks like it's going to be returning, which is great. Also, if you look closely in that leaked footage in the Hank's Waffle Heist, if you look in it and you look at the way Lucia or like Jason are moving around with their weapons and everything, there seems to be sort of kind of a little bit extra to the animation. So it seems like there's going to be some sort of weapon familiarity that your character has. Each character looks like they might have a style in how they go about holding and presenting their weapons. Now that could be skill based, or more likely that could just be tied to the character's background. So Jason with his military background might hold his rifle more like a soldier, while Lucia might hold a pistol more like a street robber, like a gangbanger, which I think would really serve the game well, giving you kind of like these two identities that you could rock in this game. So you could be like a soldier, or you could be like a gangbanger. I don't know. But let's get technical. So Take-Two Interactive filed a patent, and you already know what it is: system and method for virtual character locomotion. Well, I don't bring this one up nearly as often as I do the others. So in previous games, animations were canned. If you reloaded, the game played the reload animation. If you were shot, it played stumble, C, B, whatever. There were predetermined animations, and then it was kind of handed off to like Euphoria Physics to go from there and figure it out, right? So in this patent, it describes some building blocks, and it means that this game is not going to just play animations, but it's going to actually kind of build off of ones that you are doing in real time based on the context, which is a little bit more than an animation playing and then switching over to Euphoria, or both of them running simultaneously. So this is an advancement on that, if you will, at least to my very limited, dumb understanding of it. So all that to say, there also might be some effects like you've seen before in Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption, small little immersive things. Fatigue, for example. So if you've been running, you remember even back in Vice City, Tommy would stop and catch his breath. I think even Claude did that in Grand Theft Auto 3. Well, now imagine you're running, and then you stop, and then maybe your reload animation will be slower or sloppier. They'll kind of trip over it. Maybe they'll drop the mag and be like, damn it, and then have to pick it back up. Stuff like that. Also injuries, if you're shot maybe in the shoulder, something like that, the recoil might blow your aim off center because your character can't brace the weapon properly. Stuff like that. Also, if you're cramped in a hallway, your character will probably pull the gun up, maybe go to high ready instead of low ready, and then adjust it from there to avoid clipping through the walls. We did see this actually in the leaks where Jason was prone, and while he was prone, the way his body adjusted to the uneven ground while aiming wasn't really static, it seemed procedural. So this means recoil isn't just going to be your camera shaking around. It also means there's actually going to be recoil this time, and not like Grand Theft Auto 5 where everything's a laser beam. It looks like your character's arms, Jason and Lucia's arms, are actually physically going to be reacting to the kick of the weapon. I'm really curious to see how they do this, and if there's kind of a point shooting mechanic like how they do it in Squad. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the game Squad. No! No! The humanity. I play so much Squad. I love it. It is my favorite shooter of all time. 50 versus 50 battles. This sounds like I'm going into an ad read. I'm not. But really, if you haven't played Squad, check it out. It's really freaking cool. And I love it. And it's really cool because how they have it is in this game, whenever you hip fire, it doesn't just get all inaccurate like it does in Call of Duty. You can actually just hip fire in this game. But depending on where the barrel of your rifle is, that's where the projectile is actually going to shoot out from. So I'm curious how in-depth the projectile systems are going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. So like I said, in the leaks, we saw the weapon wheel, and it looked like it had dedicated slots not only for weapons, but for gear, very similar to Red Dead Redemption. And it's looking like some of the stuff we're possibly going to have are like flashlights, cutting tools, slim gems, lockpicks, that kind of stuff. There could potentially be a lot more ways of stealing a car than just smashing a window and then spamming left trigger and right trigger over and over and over again to get Niko to cut it as quickly as possible. It's looking like there's also going to be some sort of hacking mechanics, something like that, which it doesn't really blow me away because in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, there's a lot of that with their heists and stuff like that, especially the Perico heist that comes to mind. So Jason and Lucia aren't only going to be able to carry weapons, they're also going to be able to carry consumables, which that's a whole nother topic, but consumables that you pick up at stores and stuff like that, and also items to actually complete their missions. And you can see how the advancements in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online over the years have kind of led to some of Rockstar's approach, their thinking in this next game. Because a lot of this kind of stuff is stuff you do in Grand Theft Auto Online, like the consumables, for example. In trailer 1, we got that sweet POV shot of SWAT, like that body cam shot. They're like breaching a door, and it looks really cool. It looks really cinematic, but I don't think it's just that. I talked about this extensively in the last video I did, but the leak showed police AI using cover more effectively and moving more as a unit, doing more of like a room clearing approach, as you would expect SWAT 2 or Noose in the Grand Theft Auto universe. And like I said in that video, they should be able to whoop your butt this time around. So I would expect personally weapons to do more damage, very realistic damage, which Rockstar's never been too bad about that. They've never really had bullet sponges in their game, but I'm talking about to you, the player. It's looking like bullets are going to hurt, which I think is going to be more interesting because I felt like in Grand Theft Auto 5, everyone who shot you had just like pinpoint accuracy on you at all times, but you also had a lot of health. So it really just got really annoying to where you're swatting mosquitoes off of you constantly, getting shot over and over again. I don't know. I didn't like Grand Theft Auto 5's combat, but I think it would be really cool if NPCs were a little bit more shaky and stuff with their weapons and maybe missed you a lot more, but when they hit you, it hurts. That's what gets your adrenaline up. If you're running from cover to cover, you're like, oh no, I could get hit. I hope I don't get hit. No, they got me. Oh no, I'm one shot or I'm half health now. Stuff like that. I know I've been bringing up like so many other games. One of those games is a game some of you older guys might know, and that's Brothers in Arms Hell's Highway, which was the last real Brothers in Arms game that came out. And basically, there's not really the whole spray and pray thing, kind of like in Grand Theft Auto, but there's the whole fire and maneuver tactics. So you would have to suppress an enemy position and then maneuver your guys to flank them. I don't think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be as intense as that, but it's looking like Jason and Lucia are going to be able to work in tandem very well. So maybe Jason lays down suppressing fire and Lucia flanks him, stuff like that. And if you haven't played Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway, or any of the Brothers in Arms games, this is an opportunity. They're really fun, awesome World War II games. Really good. Take me! Wish they finished the series instead of trying to reboot it. Okay, so let's get into my favorite thing, speculation. So again, these are features that are not confirmed. Duh, it's speculation, right? But highly likely based on the tech we've seen. So dual wielding, we gonna have it? Probably cut. What do you think? This is kind of controversial. Some early rumors claim dual wielding was in. However, more recent analysis of the leaked inventory code suggests it might be absent, but that's too early to tell, to be honest. Who knows? That's kind of where we're at. I don't know. I would be surprised, honestly, if it wasn't in there because people kind of expected after Red Dead Redemption 2, also with Max Payne, but like real real life, I would expect it to be a lot more inaccurate and chaotic, because recoil control with 2 pistols, you can do it. You can shoot things that are right in front of you, but getting shots off over just a few yards that are accurate while you're doing dual wielding, it is a challenge. It's not that easy. What about weapon degradation though? In Red Dead Redemption 2, you had to clean your guns. That was a really cool mechanic. I really liked it. I like small maintenance mechanics like that aren't really eating up too much of your time, but give you just enough where it feels like you actively have to keep up with your character and get them refreshed before another mission. So will that be in Grand Theft Auto 6? There's no code that got leaked that confirms that, at least not to my knowledge. But given the focus of realism we're seeing here, like sand on feet and sweat systems and stuff like that, I mean, look at the bubbles in the beer. It is possible that dragging your M4 through the swamps of Leonida might cause a jam. So it's looking like if you play Jason in the swamps with that M4, you might get that Vietnam experience. What about dropping stuff though? In the leaks, there was a prompt to drop a weapon. In Grand Theft Auto 5, you're glued to your guns. In almost every Rockstar game, you're glued to your guns. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you originally were, and then they did add the little storage box or whatever by your bed. That was kind of a new thing that I thought was kind of clunky when I got back into playing Red Dead Redemption 2, how they did it. Like, dude, just give me the ability to drop the gun or store it in something or to sell my guns. That's a mod for Red Dead Redemption 2 I've used. But the ability to drop your weapon, that kind of leads me to believe, especially with this being Grand Theft Auto, that this might be kind of a ditch your evidence kind of mechanic. So maybe you get a cheap gun. Think of Michael Corleone in The Godfather, how he drops the gun after he takes out the cop and the mafia guy, that kind of thing. Now, how in depth that goes, who knows? I'm not sure if police is going to be like doing forensics and ballistics and stuff like that. We'll see. That would be cool, but I don't know if there's going to be a hot gun mechanic or not. But just the ability to drop your gun in general, maybe because the wanted system is going to be more advanced this time. So if you're in that not really quite wanted stage yet, but you're suspicious, maybe a cop will search you, and if you have a gun on you, bam, busted. So maybe that would be more how that works. So what does this all mean for you? Well, it means that when you play Grand Theft Auto 6, you're probably not going to be a walking armory anymore unless they've dramatically changed that creative vision from 2022. And they might literally last second before this game ships, they could put something back in if it's ready to go. So nothing's 100% confirmed, but that looks to be kind of like what we're going to be getting with the weapon systems this time. Expect more guns than you've seen in any Grand Theft Auto game ever before. At least on launch, I'm sure there's going to be a bunch added, an M4, maybe an AR-15, maybe different AK platforms, 1911. That's all I got for you about the weapon mechanics. That's everything we currently know. Did I miss something? If I did, let me know down in the comments. Let me know what you think about this. What guns would you like to see in Grand Theft Auto 6? I'm really curious. It's looking like we're going to have more than ever. So you can see the weapon systems in Grand Theft Auto 6 are going to be bonkers. It's going to be really cool. I'm really excited to see how they integrate these systems at launch. I was really excited about that one. I really like that video. I don't know if you can tell or not by, I don't know. I get kind of excited in some of these videos and a little less excited in some. I wonder if you're able to pick up on that. But a game that got me really excited when it was announced was Red Dead Redemption 2. And when it came out, it absolutely blew me away. I was not prepared for how incredible Red Dead Redemption 2 was going to be. So Grand Theft Auto 6 obviously is going to borrow a lot of features from Red Dead Redemption 2. So let's talk about every Red Dead Redemption 2 feature coming to Grand Theft Auto 6. When Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, it was one of the most mind-blowing games as far as immersion goes.
Come on. Let's go blow this thing up.
I mean, everything you did in that world felt like it had a consequence, even if it really didn't. The illusion was there to create something absolutely spectacular. And even to this day, Red Dead Redemption 2 is being compared to other open world games because it set a bar that is just simply unattainable for everyone else. Red Dead Redemption 2 was a freaking masterpiece when it came to immersion and the features it offered the player. But that was 7 years ago. Can you believe it, guys? 2018. And now here we are in 2025 with Grand Theft Auto 6 on the horizon. So today, let's talk about every confirmed and speculated feature from Red Dead Redemption 2 that will be in Grand Theft Auto 6. And I'll make sure to tell you if this is like a highly speculated thing or 100% confirmed thing. Again, guys, remember, nothing is 100% confirmed until you have a controller in your hands and you are playing the game, okay? But with these things, I can talk about them with confidence and you can expect them. All right, but real quick before we get started, it is shout out time. So shout out to 2-Inch Destroyer, which incredible name, and YGB32. What am I giving them a shout out for? Well, because they asked. So if you'd like a shout out on my channel, comment and I'll shout you out in my video. And if I missed you, I'm sorry, comment again and I'll make sure and get you in the next one. So thank you 2-Inch Destroyer and YGB32. All right, back to the video. Let's talk about NPC interactions. So Red Dead Redemption 2 gave us one of the most interesting features that I think I've ever seen in a Rockstar game ever, and I absolutely love it, and every other Rockstar game feels naked without it. except for Bully because it had a version of this. But what am I talking about? Well, that's the greet and antagonize system. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, players could interact with every NPC using contextual greet and antagonize options, creating dynamic responses and affecting reputation.
Out of the damn way!
It was really cool being able to walk around, people would say hi to you, and you could respond back.
How are you, ladies?
I'd like to be alone with you, honey.
But you could also lock onto them and say, hey buddy, how you doing? Or you could just say something totally mean and escalate the situation. And once you started to escalate a situation, there would be a diffuse option that would pop up and you could then choose to diffuse the situation. I absolutely loved it. It was really cool and it just made me feel like I could reach out and touch the world of Red Dead Redemption 2. Well, that is coming in Grand Theft Auto 6. And that comes from multiple leaks. Leaks indicate NPCs react when you aim at them, and the greet and antagonize feature from Red Dead Redemption 2 is back, giving us more interaction options. And I mean, come on, this feels like an obvious feature to bring into Grand Theft Auto 6. How could you not? It was so cool being able to mess around with NPCs in Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar, they're smart. They know this. It's coming back. Now, something else that was in Red Dead Redemption 2 that most players I think really enjoyed, I've only seen some people who didn't, was the honor system. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, Arthur's actions affected his honor meter, influencing NPC reactions, shop prices, and story outcomes. Well, you could get one of two endings, and it was pretty cool.
I gave you all I had. I did.
And personally, when I started the game, I like to play as a bad Arthur and then just kind of slowly have him start to do nice things and be a better person by the end of it. You know, give him a cool character arc that really played into the themes of redemption in the game. Well, Red Dead Redemption 2. Anyways, I digress. You can expect something very similar in Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, what is that? Well, it's not quite an honor system because you're a freaking criminal. No, I'm just kidding. You're a criminal in Red Dead Redemption 2. You're an outlaw. But a relationship meter, a relationship system. Leaks indicate that Red Dead Redemption 2's honor meter has been transformed into a relationship meter that shows the strength or fragility of Jason and Lucia's relationship, and it's impacted by player choice. So this system would track the protagonist relationship dynamics rather than traditional morality. And I think that's a good idea because the people who did criticize the honor system of Red Dead Redemption 2 disagreed with some of the decisions that the game said were immoral. And I think that's kind of interesting in a philosophical sense because I guess it's subjective, right? But there are some collective agreed upon things that I think we can say are good and bad. But anyways, I'm getting off topic here. You can expect a relationship meter, and you can expect it to change how the game ends with multiple endings. We're not talking 2 anymore. We're talking like 3, maybe even 4. And what endings do you think that's going to be? I've already talked about it in a previous video, and I already have an idea of what the endings are, but what do you think they'll be? Let's talk about combat and law enforcement. So this is probably going to be one of the biggest noticeable changes going from Grand Theft Auto 5 to Grand Theft Auto 6. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, you had a Deadeye mechanic. And now you did have this in Grand Theft Auto 5, but in Grand Theft Auto 5, it kind of felt like the Temu version of Deadeye. You know, it felt off-brand. I don't know, just something about it. It didn't feel right with Michael using the Deadeye mechanic or bullet time or whatever, but it just freaking rocked in Red Dead Redemption 2. Other than the orange tint that takes up the whole screen, I kind of wish that wasn't there. Even though it is cool, it would be nice to just slow down time. It felt punchy in Red Dead Redemption 2. It felt like it just had some serious weight and you just felt like a total badass when you were completely surrounded and would use it and just watched everybody collapse at once. It was freaking awesome. Well, there has been some leaks and they state that Jason has Deadeye very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. It's going to slow down time, reveal weak spots, stuff like that. If you can remember the weak spots in Red Dead Redemption 2 that were revealed to you in Deadeye. And apparently Lucia is going to have the same ability, but hers will only be limited to one shot. And that's going to kind of, reflect Jason's military background. But something that I've seen from the trailers, and this is speculation here, is I think that Lucia is going to be better at like driving fast, all that kind of stuff. And she'll have some sort of system there, kind of like how Franklin had it in Grand Theft Auto 5. But let's talk about this new witness system, and this is something I'm so excited to see. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, every now and again you'd get a little eyeball on your HUD if you were doing something naughty, and you'd have a little tattletale running off to tell on you. Well, you'd have to track them down, either just convince them to stop, or, the other option. Well, you can expect something very similar to that in Grand Theft Auto 6, except it's looking like it's going to be expanded on. So there have been leaks saying the witness system will be very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2's, except now clothing and security cameras will play a role as well. So you'll actually have to change clothes, avoid cameras, stuff like that. And I think that's going to make doing stuff just way more immersive and cool. You'll have to really plan out how you navigate the world around you. Law enforcement will be able to recognize you, catch you on the CCTV cameras like I just said, and of course you'll still have your eyewitness reports who can call the police on you or film you and put you on social media. Police will even be able to interrogate witnesses and suspects at a crime scene. So imagine you do something, you leave, and a crime scene pops up after you're gone. You can come back and kind of see, oh, what's going on here? That last one I'm a little less certain about, but it is a leak that I found, so take that with a grain of salt. Here's something I really loved about Red Dead Redemption 2 that we are going to see in Grand Theft Auto 6, and that's a limited weapon carry system. Now, in Red Dead Redemption 2, it kind of flirted with the idea of it. You could carry pretty much a whole arsenal on you, but you also stored your stuff on horses, put it in trunks, stuff like that. In Grand Theft Auto 6, leaks have said that players are going to only be able to carry 2 rifles and 2 pistols at once, while other weapons are stored in the vehicle's trunk. And I hope that leak is true because I love it. I love choosing a loadout and going to do something. It is so much fun because you have to plan, and games are no fun when they're too easy. And Grand Theft Auto 5 was way too easy. And Grand Theft Auto 4 I felt like was a little bit more challenging, and even that was a little too easy for my taste. So I'm looking for more of a challenge here. I think having a limited arsenal on you, maybe taking more damage, that's the way to go. Make combat have consequences. Make it feel real. You can fight less NPCs, and that will feel more realistic if the consequences of getting shot by those NPCs are really severe, similar to how The Last of Us kind of handles it. So I'm hoping we see combat like that. But at the very least, you can expect a limited carry system in Grand Theft Auto 6, with your vehicle kind of acting as like your horse, or your central hub. You know, you're going to want to have your car on you everywhere you go. I think it'll be very similar to like how Cyberpunk worked, where you could basically be attached to a car, and Grand Theft Auto 5 had this too, but you always had that one car. Well, imagine being able to switch that out and call that car to you whenever you need it, or at the very least being able to know where it is, very similar to your horse in Red Dead Redemption 2. And in it, you can actually store things. So your car will have more of a purpose, which is cool because in real life, our cars, we have a connection with them because we drive them. We put our personal belongings in them. We don't want them to get broken into. So having that connection with the car in Grand Theft Auto 6, especially when you're able to like trick it out and do all sorts of cool stuff to it, it's going to feel really good. And you're going to be really mad if you get in a fender bender. But let's talk about some world systems here, you know, stuff that adds to the immersion. Dynamic weather systems. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, it had some beautiful weather. Now, it didn't last as long as I would have liked it. Like a nice, beautiful storm would roll through and then just be gone. And so, you know, the weather was freaking awesome. So according to leaks, natural disasters like hurricanes and tornadoes are going to make an appearance in Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, we didn't have hurricanes and tornadoes in Red Dead Redemption 2. Well, that's not entirely true. We did have a hurricane or a tropical storm or something like that on the way to Guarma, but, you know, that was like a story thing in a cutscene. I'm talking, we're going to have actual storms and weather that affect the world while we're in it, playing and interacting with it. And you know, think about the mud physics from Red Dead Redemption 2. You can expect all of those physics with the environment to be back and weather to affect it. Now, they're not exactly hiding this because you can see it in the trailer. Mud is going to be making a very big appearance in this game. It's going to be really cool. And water, you know, so the way water interacts with the actual environment, the ground underneath your feet, it's going to play a big part in how we interact with the world. So think about roads getting slick, making car chases riskier, or fog messing with your visibility. There's going to be so many different weather scenarios, including flooding mechanics, and I am so excited to see this in Grand Theft Auto 6. Maybe you'll be able to feel humidity from the game too on your skin. I'm just kidding. But also think about how NPCs will be reacting to the weather systems in this game. So if there's a hurricane, you're going to see them preparing for it, stuff like that, maybe boarding up locations. The possibilities are really endless here. If a hurricane's coming through, you might hear about it on the radio or something like that. And, you know, the trailers start off with Jason literally fixing the roof of his place. So I think that there might be some sort of repair mechanic or something like that after a storm rolls through. Maybe that's just a story bit right there, but at the very least, expect some crazy weather. Rockstar knows we love it. It's coming. Let's talk about gore and dismemberment. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, it had kind of like a Django Unchained thing going on with like the shooting. There'd be big bloody gushes and it was just absolutely insane. I absolutely love the gore and dismemberment in Red Dead Redemption 2, and there's all sorts of mods out there and stuff like that that make it feel even more realistic because we're all a bunch of sick freaks, but you can expect something like that in Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, maybe not as intense as Red Dead Redemption 2 because, you know, Grand Theft Auto 6 takes place in the modern world. And unfortunately, well, if you've been paying attention to the news, you know that there's a very widespread thing going on in the United States, and Rockstar might not want to, you know, get mixed up with that. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. There's a difference between being the bad boy like Rockstar's always been and being tasteless. We'll see what they do. Personally, I think we're all adults and we could take Red Dead Redemption 2's gore and dismemberment and put it in Grand Theft Auto 6 and everyone would be just fine, but we'll see what happens. I hope it is as detailed as Red Dead Redemption 2's. It's going to be more detailed though than it's ever been in a Grand Theft Auto game before. Another thing from Red Dead Redemption 2 that's coming in Grand Theft Auto 6 is a chapter-based story structure. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, the story was divided into distinct chapters with clear progression. according to leaks, again, all of this comes from leaks because I don't have the game, but according to leaks, the game is going to be split into chapters just like Red Dead Redemption 2, with 5 total chapters, apparently. Again, take this with salt. And apparently all of the alpha footage that we saw that was leaked were seen between chapters 1 through 3, which makes sense. So imagine as you move into a new chapter, stuff like that, time's going to progress, and it kind of makes sense if they're doing like a Bonnie and Clyde on the run story. You're gonna have locations physically change around you with time as things are built. And you know, that was another system that was in Red Dead Redemption 2 that you can expect to see in Grand Theft Auto 6, and that's buildings actually physically be built over time. And that system really depended on the chapter system, so you could definitely expect to see that. But what about wildlife and environmental features? Well, there's the hunting system, right? It's pretty obvious based off the trailers there's going to be hunting in Grand Theft Auto 6. There was hunting in Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, it was pretty lackluster, and that's for 3 reasons. One, the animals, they weren't as smart as they were in Red Dead Redemption 2, and really even Red Dead Redemption 1. Another thing is the shooting was really basic in Grand Theft Auto 5. It was like laser pinpoint accuracy. There was nothing fun about it. It was just point and click, and that's not fun because challenges are fun. Removing the challenge makes things kind of meaningless. Oh man, there's a lot you could unpack about life from that. But anyways, moving on. The third thing is the lack of foliage. The original Grand Theft Auto 5, it was like walking on the moon in some places because we just didn't have the hardware at the time to run a bunch of foliage everywhere. Now, even to this day, after all of the remakes and remasters and all that stuff, Grand Theft Auto 5 still feels a little naked when you go out in the wilderness. It's just how the game was designed. But in Grand Theft Auto 6, you can expect dense foliage like Red Dead Redemption 2. I mean, you could see it in the trailers and fur systems, all that kind of stuff. I think we're going to see some really cool, elaborate hunting stuff in Grand Theft Auto 6. And according to leaks, that's absolutely the case. We're going to see a hunting feature very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2's, it possibly even expanded on, and more in line with maybe some traps, tips, and tricks and stuff like that that modern hunters would use. Creature design and animal models are going to be next level, next gen, absolutely incredible. And yes, that does include tracking, skinning, and even trading. But again, that is more speculative than pretty much everything else I've talked about, the last 3 things I said there. That and the weather. But it's looking very likely, and that's why it made the list. Let's talk about the artificial intelligence and physics a little bit though. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have realistic NPCs with like realistic schedules, stuff like that, working jobs, building houses, maintaining relationships even. And I'm sure you can remember the videos that came out around the time of Red Dead Redemption 2's release of people following NPCs around, seeing what they were doing, looking at their routines, all that kind of stuff. Well, you can expect that to be back, except amped up to the next level. So pattern analysis, as I've discussed in a previous video, shows that Rockstar has developed, and I hate saying this word, hierarchical course graph navigation and real-time decision-making neural networks. So basically, NPCs can now make contextual driving decisions based on environmental data. Well, you've heard me talk about that. And Grand Theft Auto 6's NPC AI is looking way smarter than ever. Shopkeepers react differently depending on how you approach them, all that kind of stuff. You can expect like dynamic robberies, all that kind of stuff. It's going to be insane, the level of immersion that we're going to have with interactions with the NPCs. Yes, it will be very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2, just better. And that is the only thing on here that I could pretty much say is 100% confirmed. Also, the enhanced Euphoria physics, because in Red Dead Redemption 2, the physics were absolutely outstanding. I think Grand Theft Auto 4 had the best. It was a little janky sometimes, but Red Dead Redemption 2's were absolutely incredible as well. And I think Red Dead Redemption 2 with the live leak mod on PC makes them the absolute best physics in any Rockstar game ever. Well, in Grand Theft Auto 6, multiple sources have confirmed Euphoria's return with enhancements. If you were to look at the alpha footage from 2022, you could see the physics system. It was, they're still working on it. It was in the alpha state, and they were still using the old assets from Grand Theft Auto 5 to actually just run the game and interact with the world. But it was pretty cool. And yes, Euphoria physics are making a return. So the leaks have said that you can pretty much expect more realistic character reactions and interactions. So I'm really excited to go around and just start bumping into NPCs, and I'm sure you are too. It's going to be really cool. That is pretty much also 100% confirmed. But again, I can't really see that. Let's say 99% confirmed. Does that work better for you? 99% confirmed with salt. Oh guys, also real quick, I wanted to tell you about the Grand Theft Auto 6 Roundtable. So if you're hyped for Grand Theft Auto 6 as much as me and you just can't get enough of it, the GTA 6 Roundtable has you covered. It's some of the best YouTube creators currently covering Grand Theft Auto 6 getting together and talking about the game, speculating, and sharing information. It's really cool, and I think you would enjoy it. Recently, I was invited to do the last one, so it was me, Bogan Bav, GTA Infinity, and Fishy with Sav hosting it. So if you want to check this bad boy out, you can go over to Sav's channel. The first episode is already out, and you can subscribe to him, hit that notification bell, or you can just keep a lookout at my community post, because I'll let you know when this next episode's out. So anyways, guys, there you have it. Those are features that are confirmed, or pretty much nearly confirmed, to come from Red Dead Redemption 2 and be put into Grand Theft Auto 6. All right, so we've compared Red Dead Redemption 2 to Grand Theft Auto 6, and that's pretty freaking cool, seeing a lot of the features that will potentially be coming to Grand Theft Auto 6. But let's talk about features. features. Everybody likes features, baby. So let's talk about 10 insane features coming in Grand Theft Auto 6. In this long wait that we've all been going through for GTA 6, there's been all of these speculation videos and news videos and a bunch of clickbait. And for me, that personally kind of sucks because it's like, as fun as it is to watch some of that stuff, I kind of like the more grounded videos and maybe even just straight up speculation videos that go into potential features that a game might have when I'm looking forward to it. But the hype is just so real for GTA 6 that people can't help themselves with some pretty outlandish stuff, especially around the map. But you know what? I think the community has done a pretty dang good job coming up with an idea of what the map is really going to be. But with that said, today I'm going to bring you 10 insane things we are nearly guaranteed to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. So I'm going to start off with a bit of a weird one that I haven't seen anyone talk about, and that is tactical gameplay. So what do I mean by tactical gameplay? Well, if you look at this clip right here in the GTA 6 trailers, you'll see we're in first person here. It looks like we've got kind of a body cam thing going on. It almost feels like Ready or Not. And I'm 99% certain that Grand Theft Auto 6, there's a big thing that they have not yet revealed to us. Like, yes, we know we have two characters. We have Jason and Laura.
Laura, dame la fuerza para luchar.
Yes, Lucia. But I think that there's maybe even a third character or just something big that we haven't seen. And we know Rockstar likes to do that, kind of like how they dropped the 3 protagonist thing on us in Grand Theft Auto 5 shortly before release. So I'm curious, and it's looking like there's going to be a way to maybe play from the police perspective in maybe sort of like a tactical Ready or Not style way. I'm not sure how that's going to pan out or look, but I think that would be really interesting to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. We know you're going to be able to go into first person, so maybe those first person controls are going to handle much more like a tactical shooter. I think they are going all out with the features on this game, guys, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that in first person, the game handles much, much better and maybe even has some of those aspects and mechanics of a tactical shooter. And first person handles better than we've ever seen it in a Rockstar title and maybe even in most first person titles. And with the $2 billion budget, again, nothing is off the table here. I think it's safe to speculate pretty wildly at this point with the budget and hours that have gone into this game. So I know that's kind of a weird one, but this next one, we're guaranteed to see something. So we are going to see some elements involving outer space. That we know. So in Florida, there's the Kennedy Space Center and the rockets launch from there. Sure, ground controls in Houston, but the actual rockets launch from Florida. Well, the game takes place in Leonida, Rockstar's version of Florida. So there's going to be a space program in the game. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to be like launching into space with rockets or something like that. Maybe that'll come in Grand Theft Auto Online, but based on stuff found in the code and some keywords, which I have a video covering, there is something space related in this game. And there's even some bits in the source code that point to how bodies react in unnatural environments, such as zero gravity. Now, what I really think this is you could see Jason playing video games and stuff during the trailer. I think we're going to have a Republican Space Rangers game, and then it's going to be kind of like a Halo knockoff or something. I think that that's really what that's going to be. But I could be wrong. There could be a legitimate mission to where you are in outer space. I don't know what it is, but maybe Jason takes something or Lucia takes something and we end up in some sort of altered no gravity environment. But we do know based off of the keywords found in the data that there is going to be something space related. So whatever that is, I don't know. If you have some ideas of what that is, let me know. But I think we've covered that enough. Let's move on to this next one. And this one, I'm 100% certain we're going to see. We're going to see time jumps like Red Dead Redemption 2 and map changes over time. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, as time goes on, Arthur's writing in his journal and, as the campsite moves, time goes on. There's almost different seasons, even though it's kind of illustrated by the biome that you're in. As you move around the map and you're experiencing these new biomes, it's supposed to be like the seasons are changing, And as you play the game, buildings will be completed. There's a group who's, working on chopping down a bunch of wood and stuff like that, and you can help them out, save a guy who has a tree fall on him, yada yada. But eventually they clear on out. There's places in Valentine that get built up. We're going to see buildings be built and completed over the time in Grand Theft Auto 6, and not a freaking tower that never gets completed like Grand Theft Auto 5. That drove me nuts. So yeah, I think that's really cool, because what we're going to see in this game is we're probably going to see Jason and Lucy on the run, or at least moving around for some reason. They're going to be moving, going to different locations, and that is going to allow the map to kind of change over time. And when you revisit locations later in the game, they might not be exactly the way you remember them because time will have gone on. That's something Rockstar has been trying to do for a while, and it's really cool to see how they implement it in Red Dead Redemption 2. And that game came out in 2018, and here we are in 2025. So just be prepared for something absolutely crazy. And something else that's really cool I think we're going to see is this next thing, emergent storytelling through encounters. So what do I mean by that? Well, in Red Dead Redemption 2, when you're walking around, you'll have strangers, random people come up to you, and just all hell kind of breaks loose, or just something weird happens, and you kind of go off the beaten path, and before you know it, you haven't actually played any of the story missions. You haven't done anything story related, but you've lived in this world and you've gone on an adventure and stuff's happened. Todd Howard was really big on this with the release of Skyrim, with stuff like Radiant Quests and all that. That ultimately turned into glorified fetch quests in Skyrim, go get my ring from this cave and we'll spawn some bandits there. But Rockstar, through these random encounters, kind of pushes the player around like a ping pong ball throughout their map and their world, and you kind of get to experience your own story. I remember in Red Dead Redemption 2, I got wanted and I had no money to pay off my bounty, and it turned into a multi-day long manhunt and having to find treasure in a cave to then pay off my bounty. That is an example of emergent storytelling, when unpredictable things happen to you and you have to deal with it and you kind of have your own little personal story. So based off technology and the money and the resources and everything going into this game and what we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2, and it being almost 10 years after Red Dead Redemption 2 that this game is going to come out, I really think we're going to see some absolutely insane stuff pop up that's going to take us off the beaten path for hours and hours and hours. And it takes place in Florida, Leonida. Get ready for the Leonida Man, Florida Man, stranger missions, random encounters. It's going to be nuts. And I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing here in these trailers with these random Florida people, is some of those events. And speaking of story, this next thing I think we'll see are decisions that shape the story. So Grand Theft Auto 4 kind of had some cool moments to where you could decide the fate of a few characters. Now, it didn't really change the story, except for one big decision at the very end of the game that decided who lived and who died. I think in Grand Theft Auto 6, we're going to see a lot more of these kinds of choices that maybe ultimately end up changing the plot by the end of it. It's possible that we're going to have decisions we make early on in the game that impact the very end of the game. Kind of like Mass Effect, if you've ever played it. And that might result in one of our two leads that we've seen either live or die. So be prepared for that, because while Rockstar has always been kind of limited on how they handle this or what they do, like in Red Dead Redemption, you could go high honor Arthur or low honor Arthur. This game is very much going to be its own thing, with two characters on the run, with things changing over time. So it's almost guaranteed that we're going to see some form of this. Something else, moving on to our next feature, something else that we are guaranteed to pretty much see that we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2 is a weight mechanic. So in Red Dead Redemption 2, Arthur can eat a bunch of food and gain a bunch of weight. It's hard to do. I mean, you really have to focus on having him gain weight, but he can gain a bunch of weight or he can get really skinny. Based on the little bit we've seen and based on what players miss from San Andreas, I am almost 100% certain that we are going to see a weight mechanic for Jason. He looks like he's heavier and then skinnier in some different shots of the trailers, and there appears to be a weightlifting mechanic. So I think that is coming back. I think we're going to be able to have skinny, bony Jason, super shredded Jason. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to get chubby, all that stuff. And I think Lucia is going to have those same mechanics. So, which will be very interesting since she will be the first woman protagonist in a Grand Theft Auto game. It'll be interesting to see how that works. Maybe there will be like fitness classes or something that she likes to do that Jason doesn't. We do know that she likes to box. That'll be something in the game that we'll be doing as Lucia. Boxing, maybe doing these boxing matches, going to a gym, which even opens up the possibility of learning different fighting styles. Or at the very least, Jason having some sort of military style, fighting style, and Lucia having a boxing fighting style. Next is pretty obvious to everyone, but supernatural elements. I mean, come on, it's a Rockstar game. If you played Red Dead Redemption 2, you know how it is. I mean, you've got UFOs, you've got ghost trains, you got vampires, you got the serial killer house. In Red Dead Redemption 1, you got the strange man, and there's other stuff in that one too. And Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, we had the ghost car, and then there was the whole Bigfoot thing, and Grand Theft Auto 5 had some grand conspiracy thing on Mount Chiliad that ultimately led to nothing, or at least no one has cracked the code of what it is yet. Personally, I think it was DLC that they were intending to add into the single player game, but they ultimately dropped it to support online. So whatever that thing was, no one's figured it out. It hasn't happened. But we're in Florida, Leonida. We're going to see some crazy, witchy maybe stuff out in the boonies. So be prepared to see some really creepy stuff and be excited. Rockstar's always been really good about making their worlds big and creepy and mysterious. So I'm really excited to see what they do. I mean, they've done the pretty obvious one, like aliens and ghosts and all that. They're going to probably do something pretty damn creepy though. So just be prepared for that. Moving on to this next one. This one is the one I'm the least certain about on this list, but I think it's very likely we're going to finally see this because people have been asking Rockstar to do this for freaking ever, and that is a fuel system. So it's looking like you're going to be able to pull up to a convenience store, top off your gas tank, whatever, and I think this might be a toggleable option that you're able to turn off and on, similar to how Mafia allows you to turn on simulation driving and turn it off. I think we're going to see something like that with maybe a fuel system. At the very least, I think we're going to see something like a fuel system that is baked into the game, and maybe you can't turn it off or on, but it's not really a nuisance because the fuel lasts forever. But it just gives you the the opportunity to pull over and get gas every now and again. And with that, I think you're also going to be able to go into the convenience store. Imagine pulling over, you're getting gas. You can go into the convenience store, very similar to how it works in Red Dead Redemption 2, where you can go in and pick up the items and purchase them. You can go into the convenience store and do that as well. So maybe we'll see Jason doing a beer run late at night and some sort of stranger mission happens and chaos ensues. And before you know it, you've played for many hours and haven't done a single story mission. That's the kind of stuff I'm pretty certain we're going to see in this game. You're going to get sucked in and wrapped up in the world that they've created, and a bunch of crazy nonsense is going to happen. For this next one, I think you're going to be able to play this entire game as one character and one character only. So yeah, we know we're going to be able to play as Lucia. I'm pretty certain you're going to be able to play every single mission as Jason and every single mission, if you want, as Lucia, and probably go back and forth between the two whenever you want, or maybe even choose at the very start which one you're going to play. Because it's looking like at the very end there's going to be some sort of betrayal decision. One of them rats on each other, one of them dies. And I think the best way that you could possibly do that is having the character lock one of the other players, but allowing them to still see the perspective of the other. So it'll probably shape up to be, you could play the entire game as Jason if you want, or you could play the entire game as Lucia if you want, or you can ping pong back and forth between the two, which will be incredibly cool, because one of the biggest weaknesses of Grand Theft Auto 5 was forcing you to switch between 3 different characters, and it didn't really give you the time to be in their shoes long enough to really get to know these people. And maybe there's a character you didn't like and you were stuck playing as them and you hated it. Well, I think they've learned from their mistakes. I don't think we're going to see that. Next is multiple cities. So I don't know why people seem so like, oh my gosh, is there going to be multiple cities? Is there not? Of course there is. It's Grand Theft Auto 6. We're going to have Vice City. We're going to have a bunch of other stuff. We're going to have small towns. As far as a full-blown city, I'm not quite sure about that, but I think we are going to have a smaller city. I think Vice City for sure is going to be massive, absolutely huge. And then the other cities will be, maybe half the size, maybe a quarter the size, but still another city to go and explore. There will be airports and you'll be able to fly to these different cities. A lot of this game is going to be a road trip, I think, where you're moving around the map, very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. And I think that's when Rockstar is at its strongest, because that's how they did it for San Andreas as well, and made the map feel freaking huge. You're constantly being pushed around it. And the big weakness with Grand Theft Auto 5 is, as big as the map is, people say it feels empty. And the reason they say it's empty is because, well, a lot of it's wilderness and nothing. No, I hard disagree. Grand Theft Auto 5 had a giant map that was totally capable of delivering that same experience. The reason it didn't is you're just ping-ponging around everywhere. You're all over the place. The story didn't stay contained to one location and move to another and move to another and move to another. There's a city at the very top left corner of Grand Theft Auto 5's map, and you'll never go there. Maybe you go there for one mission and that's about it. But something it should have done that San Andreas did is have you go and stay in that location for, a set amount of time. You're doing some missions around there and then you move on. Grand Theft Auto 4 did the same thing. So that's why 5 felt so small and didn't feel very immersive. You're all over the place. Rockstar is at its best when part of the map's locked off and it opens up to you and you move there. That's what creates the adventure, the journey. You are moving locations physically, and then you are there for a while before you progress to the next. And not only were you going to see that with how the map opens up to you in this game, but we are also going to see that with how time jumps. So, you move to a new location and new things are happening. You're in this location, you're doing missions, you move to the next, you move to the next. And by the time you go back and revisit the old one, well, time's changed and new buildings have been built, new things are going on, which will be really cool. It'll be kind of similar to like at the very end of San Andreas, where you go back to Los Santos. All right, I know this is a top 10 list, but I went on ahead and did an 11th. It's just 11's not as sexy as a number as 10, but let's just state the obvious. We're going to have hurricanes in this game. They're coming. So be prepared for that. It's going to be really cool. Hurricanes are something I've always wanted to see in the original Vice City, and I'm super excited to see it. We're going to have weather events. Now, whether it's a part of the world itself or if it's narratively tied, I'm not sure. I do think it is going to be both. I think we're going to have some big hurricane event in the story, that's happening during the action and all that kind of stuff. So something really cool like that. But I do think we are also going to see hurricanes come and go, or at least very violent tropical storms as the game goes on. So be prepared for some crazy weather elements, because we are definitely going to see them in this game. And I cannot wait to get on a boat, go out in the middle of the ocean in a hurricane, and just let all hell break loose. This game is going to allow for so many cool things that you've never been able to do in a previous Rockstar game, Grand Theft Auto game, Red Dead Redemption. So just be ready to do some absolute crazy nonsense. All right, so that was 10 insane features coming to Grand Theft Auto 6, but let's now talk about 20 features Grand Theft Auto 6 will not only have, but refine from previous titles. So let's get into that. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have all sorts of features, all sorts of crazy features from previous Rockstar games. And today in this video, I'm going to talk about those features and what we can expect from the older Rockstar games titles in Grand Theft Auto 6. So this video is kind of inspired by a previous video I did about 10 features that you could expect to see in Grand Theft Auto 6. If you haven't watched that yet, now's your chance, or you could watch it after this one, whatever. But anyways, let's get into it, guys. This video is based off like leaks, insider reports, trailer analysis, and even community research. And hey, everyone is an internet sleuth when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6. This is based off all of that combined together. So let's get into some of this stuff and start off with the first one, which is the most obvious, and that is a massive vehicle roster. So in Grand Theft Auto 6, you're going to see more vehicles than you've ever seen in any other Grand Theft Auto game, and maybe even all of them combined. I'm talking like sedans, sports cars, jet skis, fishing boats, river boats, all sorts of boats, yachts, realistic traffic density as well across regions. In Grand Theft Auto 4, for example, the traffic was kind of pretty much the same everywhere you would go, and I think even in Grand Theft Auto 5 it was like that. But this time, in this game, in Grand Theft Auto 6, depending on where you're at, there's going to be different traffic density. So if you go out in the sticks, expect nothing. If you go in cities, it's going to be crowded. And I mean, if you go play San Andreas, yeah, you'll see different vehicles out there in the sticks, but you'll see relatively the same traffic density that you would see inside the city. So this time, expect there to be kind of a really immersive and realistic amount of traffic density depending on where you're going. Urban areas are going to be dense and crowded. Rural areas are going to be sparse. All right, so this next thing, expect a crap ton of vehicle customization, obviously, right? I feel like that's really all I need to say about that, but there's going to be a ton of vehicle customization in this game. Really, that could be an entire video of its own. Maybe I'll save that for later, and we'll go ahead and move on to this next thing, which is evolving police and wanted system. So law enforcement is now going to kind of like hunt you. So they're going to be smarter, more intelligent. They're not going to pursue you the way that they kind of mindlessly did in older titles like Zombies. They're going to recognize repeat offenders. There's going to be witness descriptions. So in Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5, people had to call the police on you and they would pop up, but now you're going to have witnesses like Red Dead Redemption 2. And not only that, but there's going to be witness descriptions. So you're going to have to change how you look. There's going to be security cameras even, maybe facial recognition. So there's also going to be disguises. And this will really give you a reason to change how your character looks other than just doing it to do it. You're also going to be able to surrender like you can in Red Dead Redemption 2. And there's going to be an authentic police response time. So in Grand Theft Auto 5, if you step out of line just a little bit, all of Los Santos Police Department is on you. And that might have kind of been them spoofing on LAPD a little bit. And if so, they did an excellent job because it was very annoying. But this time you can expect realistic police response times, maybe even fewer police after you at a given time until you get up in those later stars. But expect the police that do come after you to be more well equipped, scarier, and very capable of taking you down. Moving on to this next one, we're going to have dynamic stores and malls. So you're going to see stores pop up and disappear as time goes on. There's going to be a bunch of different interiors. That's something I loved about Grand Theft Auto 4 was all the interiors. They didn't have too many, but they had a lot. And then 5, I feel like they kind of took a step backwards. Like I couldn't go into Burger Shot and stuff like that. And I know that sounds small. Grand Theft Auto 5 did have a lot of interiors, but I don't think it had nearly as many as Grand Theft Auto 4. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. But there's also going to be stuff like functional malls with maybe stores that come and go as time goes on. But that kind of ties into something that I'm going to mention here in a little bit. But expect there to be a bunch of cool stores that are very dense and a lot of places to go into, very similar to Cyberpunk. So a lot of people over the years have always been like, man, when are we going to get to go into every single building and every single room? Well, let me tell you right now, you don't want to. That's incredibly boring. You want quality, not quantity. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to deliver both quality and quantity with so many different stores and places to enter that are also going to be rich in detail while not allowing you to go everywhere. Next, we're going to have a weapon inventory overhaul. So in the alpha footage of this game, I was actually watching it recently, and I'm not going to share it here for obvious reasons, but imagine a circle, a weapon wheel, very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2 or Grand Theft Auto 5. At the top half of that circle, you're going to have 5 slots, and at the bottom of the circle, you're going to have 1. That 1 on the bottom, I presume, is like your inventory for small little objects, stuff like that. The top is going to allow you to choose a melee weapon, a sidearm, possibly 2 primaries, and a throwable weapon. And whatever weapons you're not using, you'll be able to store in your car and your trunk and swap out as time goes on, or maybe keep in your apartment, and you can only keep a certain amount in your car. I'm really excited to see what they do. They're going to make your car kind of your central hub, kind of like your horses in Red Dead Redemption 2. So I'm very excited to see how they do that. Moving on now, we're going to have a dual protagonist system. So that's very obvious, duh, right? But the reason I bring this up is because in Grand Theft Auto 5, one of the main criticisms people have with it is when you have those 3 protagonists, their different motivations and stuff can kind of start to feel lost on you, or you might not feel the connection with those characters that you do in, say, a previous Grand Theft Auto game. Well, this time, Jason and Lucia are a couple. They're together. So that is going to be an interesting way of experiencing 2 protagonists. We're going to get to learn about them through each other's eyes and in their own shoes. And I think that that is an excellent way of having multiple protagonists, is having them in a relationship because, they love each other. So you're going to get to learn a lot about the 2 together. And I think that is quite a refinement from Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, look, there could still be a 3rd protagonist. There is kind of a mystery about who that could potentially be and if they're in the trailers already and we don't know about it. But also expect something like Grand Theft Auto 5's character switching, to where you could switch to another character and they would end up doing something crazy or wacky. I talk a lot of smack about Grand Theft Auto 5 on this channel, but that is something I absolutely loved about Grand Theft Auto 5 was all the different wacky stuff they would do when you would switch to them. So expect that in this game and to be fleshed out a bit more. Next, we have a chapter-based story structure, very much like Red Dead Redemption 2, where we have chapters. So expect like 5, 6, 7 chapters. Each one is going to feel a bit different, maybe even kind of echoing a different season, kind of like Red Dead Redemption 2. Every new place you went to was like a new season as well as a new location. So expect that progression too, something that's big in Grand Theft Auto games that gives you the sense of really going on an an adventure is going to a new place, staying there for a while, and then moving on to the next. Grand Theft Auto 5, they didn't do that, and that made the map feel really small, even though it was huge. So expect to see that return in this game. And not only that, but let's go ahead and get into this next mechanic. Other than just having chapters, you're also going to have buildings that are built and maybe even torn down over time. So long gone are the days of Grand Theft Auto 5's skyscraper never getting built, even though it's been 12 years now. Expect it to be like Red Dead Redemption 2, where you have buildings being built over time and they have maybe 4 or 5 different states that they're in over time until you finally see them finished based on a certain point of the story that you're in. So that will be tied to chapters, which is why I bring this up after the chapter-based story structure. But expect there to be different buildings that you're going to see brought up and maybe even torn down over time. And stuff like stores opening and closing during your time. Little shops and malls being there and being gone over time. It's going to be cool. Next, based off everything I've seen, we're going to have a Deadeye mechanic. Jason, expect him to have like a Deadeye mechanic and Lucia to have something else. Or maybe flip. One will probably be good at driving, one at shooting, yada yada, Starsky and Hutch style stuff. But you can for sure pretty much 100% expect there to be Deadeye / bullet time like in Max Payne. Next, expect a relationship meter. So if you watched my previous video, you know that Rockstar loves betrayal, and I think a relationship meter is the perfect way to incorporate that into this game. What do I mean by that? Well, in Red Dead Redemption 2, we had the honor meter, so player choices would directly affect that honor meter. You'd go low honor, high honor, all that kind of stuff, you get it, and it would shape the ending you got. Well, in this game, expect player choices to affect your relationship meter between Jason and Lucia. So by the end of the game, based on your choices, you may either end up needing to betray one another, so one character lives, one character dies, so that's 2 possible endings already. That or they both go out together, or they both live. So that's 4 possible endings that could happen based off of this relationship meter. So that's a really cool idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they implement that. Moving on to this next feature, this is something that every Rockstar game feels naked without, and that is a greet and antagonize system, and even a diffuse system. So that's also in Red Dead Redemption 2. Greet, antagonize, and diffuse. I cannot wait to go up to NPCs and just mess with them. There's nothing like going around holding down left trigger or L2 and just antagonizing NPCs or saying thank you or being like, hey bud, how's your day going? You know, it's really fun and really cool. And I can't wait to see how they do that in Grand Theft Auto 6. You can pretty much guarantee it's going to be in there. If they were to just copy and paste Red Dead Redemption 2's greet and antagonize system, I would absolutely love it. Maybe with some more options on like dialogue, but let's see how they expand upon it. I'm very excited about that. Next on this list, based off the leaks and stuff, you can expect more gore and dismemberment. This one I'm a little bit more iffy on because I know in Grand Theft Auto games, they do try and dial back the violence compared to stuff like Red Dead Redemption, just based on the stuff that's going on out there in the world and unwanted media attention. I mean, you got to remember, as much as Rockstar Games acts like a Rockstar, they're also the biggest video game company when it comes to how much money they put into their games and how much they make on their investments. So, you know, I think though that we're adults and we can handle it. So I'm hoping this one is true because frankly, I think that when you shoot someone, you should see the consequences of what that looks like in a game. And that might even kind of talk some people out of doing the sick stuff that they do in the world. I don't know. I'm getting a little off my rocker here, but I think that having those elements in the game, even if it is sickening to some extent, it is good to see that your actions do indeed have consequences. Even if you're, you know, shooting in like defense or something like that in a video game, it gives weight to that decision. So that's all I'll say about that. Let's move on. Next, you can expect wildlife and hunting, very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. Grand Theft Auto 5, it was kind of lacking, but look, they went really big in Grand Theft Auto 5, and so I can kind of forgive them on that. But if they were to copy and paste Red Dead Redemption 2's hunting system and wildlife system, I would be totally happy with that. But you can expect stuff like predators and unique details like wet animal fur like in Red Dead Redemption 2. The possibilities are kind of endless with Florida or Leonida. There's even talks of underwater fishing. Personally, I want to wrestle an alligator, so we'll see how that goes. Next is jumping between vehicles. So this is kind of like jumping between a horse to a horse or horse to wagon or wagon to horse or yada yada like you do in Red Dead Redemption 2. You can kind of see something like this in the trailers. Expect to be able to jump from a car to another car or a bike to a car and, you know, being able to jump to other vehicles from a vehicle while driving, which is really cool. And I'm really looking forward to colliding with a pole mid-jump with the physics system. That's going to be really fun. Next, this is something we all love, random encounters. So Red Dead Redemption 2 has so many freaking random encounters. I must have put 500, 600, 700 hours into that game and I still have not seen every random encounter. I feel like there's a random encounter someone out there in the world has seen that the rest of us haven't. And that's incredible because it truly makes those encounters feel special and randomized. Now, sure, there's some that we all see, like the guy throwing rocks across the water. We see him grown up and Arthur gives him some relationship advice, but expect there to be so many random encounters in this game, more than we've ever seen before. All sorts of stuff and creepy stuff too. I'm really excited for this. The possibilities with the Florida Man stuff is just absolutely endless. Moving on, expect refined gunplay. So like slower, weightier third-person aiming and shooting, heavily influenced by maybe Max Payne a little bit, mixed with Red Dead Redemption 2, maybe even as snappy as Grand Theft Auto 5. So the weight of Red Dead Redemption 2, the impact of Red Dead Redemption 2, but the snappy responsiveness of Grand Theft Auto 5. Expect those things. I think the gunplay is going to be the best it has ever been in Grand Theft Auto 6, especially with how the police and everything are going to interact with you. I feel like if we're going to ever see tactical elements, this is going to be the time. So get excited about that. Next, expect interactive objects and environments. So being able to trigger interactions with small little trinkets and things and weird wacky doodads in the environment, where, you know, being able to pick up bricks and stuff like that and maybe throw them through a window like Grand Theft Auto 4. Just be prepared to reach out and touch your environment. Very similar to how in Red Dead Redemption 2 you can go in a store and pick up a can of beans and buy it. Well, now you can do that in Grand Theft Auto 6. So if you go to the convenience store and buy a pack of smokes, you can buy the pack of smokes, hold it in your hands, walk out the store with it, or you can go buy a 6-pack of beer and walk out the store with it, which will be really cool if they do implement the feature I mentioned in that previous video, which is a fuel system, which we haven't seen a previous one, so not talking about that in this one. But let's go ahead and move on to something very much like a fuel system, and that's just mundane immersive activities in general. So expect all sorts of stuff, like a workout routine maybe, like CJ did in San Andreas, you know, to stay in shape. I think we're going to see skinny, fat, in shape, all sorts of that kind of stuff. Lucia, you know, it'll be funny to see if there's a playthrough where someone lets Jason and Lucia just absolutely let themselves go, and you know, it could happen. So who knows? It would be really funny. Or maybe they're just both like super freaking skinny. I don't know. It's going to be fun. People are going to have all sorts of fun with that, with the weight system in this game. But also something I thought was kind of interesting was Red Dead Redemption 2, they had the farm tasks and stuff like that, which kind of more tied into 1899 style living. But I did see Jason fixing his roof after what I think is either a tropical storm or a hurricane or something like that. So I'm almost curious if there's going to be kind of like a building maintenance thing in this game based off of what's going on with the weather. I'm a little curious to see what they do with that. And next, expect a bunch of stealth and psychological tension. Maybe nothing as crazy as Manhunt as far as the psychological tension goes, but as far as the stealth, you know, one of you guys left a comment on a previous video talking about how they need to bring going prone into this game, and I agree with you completely. If there's a Grand Theft Auto to do it, this is that Grand Theft Auto, especially because you know out there in the world, there's a Florida doomsday prepper guy who's got a ghillie suit. So let us get our hands on a ghillie suit and a sniper rifle and go prone out there in the middle of the woods, and let us give orders to Lucia or Jason if you're playing as Lucia, and kind of have a tactical approach to every single mission we do, where we're maybe even issuing commands and having like Lucia do crowd control while Jason robs the place, you know, all sorts of stuff. Expect really cool features like that, and maybe even stuff like Metal Gear Solid 5, how you can approach each and every little mission or operation that you choose to do. Expect that in this, because Grand Theft Auto has always been about giving you a buttload of tools to accomplish your objective or your mission. And sometimes it's a little too on the rails, but I think in Grand Theft Auto 6, we're going to see some really interesting ways, more sandboxy ways of approaching things, which I know is kind of its own other thing, but I don't know, stealth kind of sent me down the rabbit hole and got me talking about that. You could see how just having a couple of systems like that together, they start to play off each other and really create something unique and special. So expect that, because this is, again, the most expensive game ever created, and it's been in development for 100 years. So it's going to be absolutely incredible, guys, when this game comes out. But what's a feature that you want to see in Grand Theft Auto 6? I know that there's something I definitely missed because there's just so many features in the older games. Let me know what you would like to see down in the comments below. All right, at this point, you're all featured out. We've just been talking so much about features and stuff like that. But you know, something that's going to be huge in Grand Theft Auto 6, probably the biggest change, is going to be in the way of AI. And you'll see what I mean. Not only are we talking about how the world is operated by artificial intelligence, but how the actual systems running the game are optimized themselves so that this game can run on a PlayStation 5, for example. So let's now talk about the AI in Grand Theft Auto 6 and how it is just absolutely insane. Every single day that passes, we get closer to Grand Theft Auto 6. And today, we're talking about the insane, revolutionary AI that is promised to us in Grand Theft Auto 6. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is set to revolutionize open world gaming with the most advanced NPC artificial intelligence system ever implemented in a video game. Rockstar Games has been quietly developing groundbreaking artificial intelligence technology that will fundamentally transform how non-playable characters behave, interact, and exist within the game world of Leonida. Unlike traditional NPCs that follow like predetermined scripts and predictable patterns, Grand Theft Auto 6's characters will possess dynamic intelligence systems powered by advanced AI algorithms that enable real-time decision-making, adaptive behaviors, and persistent memory systems. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of technical jargon, but just stick with me here because this stuff's really exciting. Basically, what you really need to know is that means we're going from static, run-of-the-mill, non-responsive, repetitive NPCs to something that is truly lifelike. We're talking digital citizens here. So Take-Two Interactive has filed multiple patents that reveal the sophisticated AI systems powering GTA x86's NPCs. The most significant patent is patent, and I'm sorry, this is a mouthful, US 11684855B2. It's like a cheat code, titled System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment. So this introduces hierarchical coarse graph navigation and real-time decision-making neural networks. This patented system replaces simple pathfinding with a dual-layer approach that processes navigation at two distinct levels. So NPCs can now make contextual driving decisions based on environmental data, including traffic density, weather conditions, road types, vehicle characteristics, personality traits, and even urgency levels. So let's say you have an NPC. Let's call him Tom. And Tom works a 9 to 5. Well, used to, Tom would just drive however that NPC was defined to drive. Well, now let's put him in a working man pool, and maybe his marriage is on the rocks, so he's programmed with a few variables, and maybe his marriage is on the rocks because he got caught playing poker with the Christmas money again. So anyways, Tom's in a big hurry to get home to get Timmy to soccer practice. Now, something like this could be added as like a soft passive that acts on Tom's urgency levels. So let's say Tom is at a 20% urgency to get home already. Just Tom, and a few other NPCs will put him at 20% as well. Whatever connects through this tree of this kind of story. Well, now if Tom runs into, let's say, a traffic backup, he's going to be more likely to do something illegal to get around it, or just to act like a douchebag on the road than, say, another NPC. Or maybe you have an NPC who is partaking in the devil's lettuce while driving around. They might drive the speed limit, which is very strange, especially here in Texas, or lower than the speed limit, and it's based solely on that. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but these are the kinds of different things you're going to be seeing on the road. It's always been interesting traveling on Grand Theft Auto's roads, but expect to see some really out there stuff, just like when you're driving in real life. And that's because rather than following fixed waypoints, NPCs are going to exhibit spatial and contextual thinking, choosing safer exits during emergencies, for example, or detours during traffic incidents. And in Tom's case, maybe he's going to hop a median and then get T-boned by an oncoming truck. Oh man, this is getting morbid. Anyways, let's move on. So let's talk a bit about an advanced procedural animation system. This is really exciting. So Rockstar has developed a revolutionary procedural motion system that breaks character movement into modular, reusable building blocks that can be dynamically reassembled in real time. That is freaking cool. So basically, instead of like having an NPC and being like, you will do this if this, that's how that would normally happen. Now you're like, okay, you will do one of these few things if this, and that. And it's up to you to decide when you would do one of those things. Oh, you chose that. Well, now you will do this next thing based on not only choosing that, but these several other things as well. Oh, you did that thing? Well, now here's another list of things that you could possibly do based off the previous decision that this NPC has made and external factors. So you can imagine how complicated it gets. So under patent, forgive me guys, US 11620781, it outlines this system and method for virtual character locomotion, which uses data-driven animation blending instead of massive preset animation libraries, like we just talked about. This means NPCs no longer play static animations, but adapt their movements based on context. And that's very important to making a game immersive. Context. A character walking in the rain while injured and carrying groceries will have their animation dynamically generated from individual motion components, like a limp animation plus a weather reaction plus object carrying equals unique, believable behavior. Now you can get a bunch of these different variables, sprinkle them in with a bunch of different NPCs, and you can just imagine how colorful the world will look around you, not in actual color, but in the movement of the NPCs around you, especially with these new muscle systems, but that's another story. The system can modify animations based on character state, weather conditions, fatigue levels, and environmental factors. So if you're like me and you went and bumped into NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 4 as soon as the game came out to play with the Euphoria physics, or if you just do that in any Rockstar title with Euphoria physics, if that's one of the first things you start playing with, then you're going to love this, because not only are the physics going to be top notch in this game, but now you're going to be able to see how they react, and it's going to be very interesting. And I know a lot of people have fun with this in Red Dead Redemption 2. Now you're really going to be able to throw a wrench in an NPC's day, which is kind of cool, because in a way, instead of everyone going on massive killing sprees, maybe we'll just all be going around mildly inconveniencing NPCs and seeing how they react. Now let's talk about memory systems and persistent relationships. This is freaking awesome. One of the most groundbreaking features is the persistent memory system that allows NPCs to remember player actions and modify their behavior accordingly. If you frequently cause chaos in a specific neighborhood, for example, residents will begin to recognize and avoid you, or even become hostile based on past interactions. This memory system extends beyond simple reputation tracking. So NPCs can remember specific encounters, develop grudges, and even seek revenge on you. This system creates a living ecosystem where your actions have lasting consequences that persist throughout the game world. Can you imagine what that's going to look like? You know, you go into a neighborhood, you bump into a guy, and maybe you're doing it to test out the game like we just talked about, but you keep coming back and you bump into that guy and only that guy. Well, eventually that guy might have a baseball bat ready for you. I'm just saying, don't bully NPCs in this game, man. They're not going to put up with it. And while that is absolutely mind-blowing, these NPCs are also going to have a dynamic daily routine and schedule system like we haven't quite seen before. You see, Grand Theft Auto 6's NPCs will follow complex daily routines that go far beyond the simple patterns seen in previous games like Red Dead Redemption 2. So yes, NPCs are going to still have jobs, but now they're going to have relationships and personal schedules that change based on the day of the week, time of day, and current events. Beach areas will be crowded on weekends, but relatively empty during weekdays, with the same NPCs appearing in different attire, swimwear on Saturday, for example, business clothes on Monday. Traffic patterns are going to shift, like with rush hour traffic, there's going to be heavier congestion during the morning and evening commutes, and this is going to create an authentic sense of living in a city with a realistic population. Something else that's really cool that I'm really happy to see them bringing back is weather responsive behavior. Now, it is going to be more advanced in this, but in Grand Theft Auto 4, if it started to rain, you would see NPCs put on raincoats if they were the police, or, just if they're walking around your standard NPCs, they might have an umbrella out, or they might put a newspaper over their head and run to avoid the rain. Well, now, the advanced AI system includes sophisticated environmental awareness, particularly regarding the dynamic weather system. So NPCs will seek shelter during rainstorms, dress appropriately for weather conditions, and modify their activities based on temperature and atmospheric conditions. So during hot weather, NPCs might move more sluggishly, wear lighter clothing, and spend more time in shaded areas or air-conditioned buildings. When storms approach, they'll rush indoors, pull out umbrellas, or cancel outdoor activities. This level of environmental responsiveness has never been achieved in open-world gaming. And it's interesting too, because you'll be playing the game, you'll be like, why does this feel so immersive? And it's things like this, things you can't quite put your finger on, but it's literally because the NPCs around you are making the decisions that the people in the world and real life around you make every day. So I don't know if you hated the witness system in Red Dead Redemption 2, but even if you did, now it's going to get a total overhaul because we have real-time crime reporting and witness systems. Perhaps the most game-changing feature is going to be this real-time crime reporting system where NPCs call 911 to report witness crimes. I mean, they did do that in Grand Theft Auto 4, but this is going to move beyond scripted police responses to dynamic law enforcement based on actual eyewitness accounts, like Red Dead Redemption 2, Grand Theft Auto 4, but NPCs will react differently to crimes based on their personality and situation. So now, if you accidentally kick a horse in the shin, or if you just bumped into an NPC, you're not going to get the cops called on you or the lawman called on you. It's going to be dependent on the NPC's personality and the situation you're in. Like in older titles, some will flee, others will record incidents with their phones. I think we saw a little bit of that in Grand Theft Auto 5, and a few might even attempt to intervene. But what makes this more advanced than previous titles is it will be heavily influenced by the context of what you're doing. So these interactions, while they were immersive and cool in previous titles, they're going to feel more realistic now. The police response will vary also based on the severity of the witness crimes and the quality of witness descriptions, which is pretty freaking awesome. So if you go over and slap someone, you're not going to have the entire police force show up and immediately gun you down like they do in Grand Theft Auto 5. It might be a little similar to Grand Theft Auto 4, where you have one cop get out of the car and be like, hey, what are you doing, man? And the witness description bit also plays into this new disguise system, but that is covered in a previous video. The police are going to have a working memory of who you are, so you're going to have to change how you look, or maybe just get out of there. The whole idea of witness descriptions and everything is going to give you a reason to keep a low profile, and also completely change the way you approach doing what you're doing. It's really freaking cool, because now you're not going to be able to go somewhere, gun down a bunch of people, and, walk around a corner and someone be like, oh, hey, how's it going? You're going to have to really think ahead before you do things, like in real life. Speaking of police, let's talk about advanced police AI and tactical responses. So the law enforcement AI represents a massive upgrade from previous Grand Theft Auto games. Police NPCs will use advanced tactics and coordination based on threat assessment, available units, and surveillance data. Instead of the omniscient tracking of Grand Theft Auto 5, which I absolutely hated, police will conduct realistic searches, losing track of players who break line of sight or change appearance. This new system includes dispatch timers that give players time to plan before police arrive. And officers will attempt negotiation before resorting to violence. And that's kind of similar to how it worked in Grand Theft Auto 4. A little bit. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 4's was much simpler than that, but it'll be nice to see that again, is what I'm getting at. Police can identify suspects based on vehicle descriptions and witness accounts rather than supernatural awareness. But, we were talking about NPCs whipping out their phones, and social media is going to play a big part of this game. So it's looking like NPCs will record player actions and potentially share them on in-game social media platforms. So causing public incidents could lead to viral videos that affect how NPCs throughout the city recognize and react to you. So some of the stuff you're seeing in the trailers could just be straight up gameplay that has been captured by an NPC and posted on social media. So if you go on a huge killing spree, I mean, you might have like a live leak style video pop up in the game. This creates a dynamic reputation system where your notoriety spreads organically through social networks. So some NPCs may act as influencers with substantial followings, and interactions with these characters could trigger city-wide reactions or unlock exclusive content. Your actions could become trending topics that influence NPC behavior across the entire game world. And maybe you'll have to pay certain influencers a visit if they're posting a little too much about you. So we talked a little bit about how NPCs are going to navigate traffic, but how about how they walk around the world? There's now going to be enhanced pathfinding and spatial intelligence. So this is an AI system that features revolutionary pathfinding that allows NPCs to navigate complex environments with human-like intelligence. Instead of getting stuck on obstacles or following rigid paths, NPCs can now problem-solve navigation challenges in real time. So you're not going to catch some dude staring at you going, "Hey, how's it going?" and bumping into a wall over and over again, which, while it's funny, is not immersive. NPCs will exhibit different movement behaviors based on their roles and personalities. Police officers, for example, will move differently than gang members, and they'll hold themselves differently. You know, how they walk around, their posture will be different. Tourists will behave distinctly from locals, and each character type will have appropriate spatial awareness and decision-making patterns. Now, something people have been talking about since Grand Theft Auto 3, when the world was 3D and we were able to go into certain interiors, has been, hey man, one day I want to go into all the buildings. Well, guess what? We're going to get pretty dang close, it looks like, because there is procedural interior generation in Grand Theft Auto 6. Well, that's what the patent says anyway. So Take-Two's patent for procedural interior generation allows the creation of unique indoor spaces using AI-driven asset placement. So instead of manually crafting every interior, the system uses tags and style parameters to generate diverse living spaces automatically. So you could see how great this would be for stuff like office buildings. High-end apartments will feature expensive, clean decor, while rundown homes will have cheap or broken items. This technology enables far more iterable buildings without the massive development overhead of handcrafted interiors. This kind of reminds me of the projects buildings in Grand Theft Auto 4. They all kind of looked the same, but they still had to be handcrafted. Well, buildings like that don't need to be handcrafted. Buildings like that can literally just fall within a certain set of parameters and they'll get the job done, allowing for you to go into more interiors. And really, guys, I think this is cool because it doesn't really matter if a dev works on it and actually physically puts a bed somewhere. It doesn't matter. This will be good for buildings that follow a repetitive nature, because nothing is more annoying when you're running away from police and you can't open a door to a building to get away from them. But not only are we going to have all of those improvements, we're also going to have engine improvements. So let's talk about these Rage 9 engine improvements. Grand Theft Auto 6 runs on Rage 9, the latest iteration of Rockstar's advanced game engine, which features significant improvements to AI processing, physics simulation, and character intelligence. The engine supports more sophisticated NPC behaviors, improved animation systems, and enhanced environmental interactions. The graphics gap between Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 6 will be substantial, driven not just by visual fidelity, but by the intelligence and realism of character behaviors. Like I said, the world's not going to be more colorful just because of the actual colors, but because of how people react and act in the world. Rage 9 enables thousands of NPCs to operate with individual AI systems simultaneously without performance degradation. And I think that is what is taking Grand Theft Auto 6 so long. That's my big crackpot conspiracy. You see, all of this processing that the game has to do would be heavy on, guess what? Your processor and your computer and stuff like that. And frankly, this level of processing power is just unheard of, especially in a Grand Theft Auto game. This kind of processing power is something you would see in like a city building game with all of the people walking around, or like some overhead war game, just any game where there's a bunch of NPCs out and about doing things. But this kind of takes it to a whole new level. It's kind of a shame that a lot of this is patented, because games in general could improve significantly with this type of technology. But maybe it'll be licensed out, because basically it allows for very complex decision making without performance degradation. And this is not related to this, but I'd love to see that in games like Total War, for example. Let's talk about Euphoria physics integration. I love Euphoria physics. Oh my god, I love Euphoria physics. I think it's the best damn thing to ever happen to video games. And the Euphoria physics in this game is going to be insane. So the advanced Euphoria physics engine returns, of course, in Grand Theft Auto 6 with significant improvements and enhancements that create more realistic character reactions and interactions. NPCs will react naturally to physical impacts, stumble when shot, and display dynamic balance recovery rather than scripted falling animations. I don't have to tell you that though. If you've played any Rockstar game, you know that. Duh. But now it's going to be much more complex looking. Think about Red Dead Redemption 2's use incredible euphoria physics. Now think about mods like the Live Leak mod and how insane that looks. You know, you've probably seen a kill montage for Red Dead Redemption 2 and they use these really cool euphoria physics plugins. Well, this is going to be something that's better than even that. This integration with AI systems means NPCs don't just think more realistically, they move and react physically in believable ways that enhance the overall sense of interacting with real people rather than programmed entities. So Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick has emphasized Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick has emphasized that while digital tools have always been part of game development, the creative genius is human. The company is leveraging artificial intelligence to enhance rather than replace human creativity. And that is something I absolutely love to hear. And that should be humanity's relationship with AI. I could get on my soapbox right now about how it's replacing art instead of making our lives easier, but yada yada, you get it. Anyways, AI is supposed to get the obnoxious stuff out of the way, and it feels like that's what it's doing this time. It's getting all of the number crunching and data efficiencies out of the way so that Rockstar Games can see their vision for Grand Theft Auto 6 through to fruition. Because yes, they're using machine learning, but it's to create more interesting and diverse NPC behaviors rather than manually scripting them. By doing this, you allow for virtually infinite possibilities. And that's what we want out of our NPCs. That's the thing that should be able to make decisions based off the context of a given situation, independent of being told what to do by a developer. Rockstar's approach represents the most ambitious implementation of artificial intelligence in gaming history, moving beyond simple behavior trees to create truly intelligent digital characters capable of learning, remembering, and evolving their responses based on player interactions. And what's nuts about this is just the beginning of all of this. Guys, in the future, we're going to see a shift towards interactive environments that feel genuinely alive, like in Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, it's going to become more and more common. NPCs that remember, learn, and adapt and respond like real people, creating unprecedented levels of immersion that blur the lines between digital and reality. In a way, it's kind of scary, but that's another conversation. This technology positions Grand Theft Auto 6 not just as another video game, but as a breakthrough in interactive simulation that will influence the entire entertainment industry. NPCs won't just populate the world, they'll inhabit it as believable digital citizens with their own lives, memories, and relationships. The revolutionary AI in Grand Theft Auto 6 represents the biggest leap forward in NPC intelligence since the inception of open world gaming, promising to deliver the most realistic and immersive virtual world ever created. So what do you think? Are you excited about this? Are you ready for this? Have we gone too far? So you can see the AI in this game is going to be nuts just based off like the patents and the leaks and all that stuff. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But what else is going to be incredible? What about the physics? We haven't touched too much on the physics, maybe a little bit, but now let's look at the physics in Grand Theft Auto 6 and see how the physics systems are going to compare to previous entries in the series and previous Rockstar games. What are the physics going to be like in Grand Theft Auto 6? Let's talk about that. Grand Theft Auto 6's physics will be the most realistic physics we've ever seen in a video game ever. Now, if you watch my video on the AI of Grand Theft Auto 6, you know just how crazy and nutty all this stuff gets. And yes, the artificial intelligence enhancements are absolutely insane, but will the physics systems in Grand Theft Auto 6 live up to that same bold scale? You know what I'm saying? Will it live up to that? And while Rockstar Games has been doing a bunch of stuff with physics in the past, they are going to go bigger and better than ever before. We're talking groundbreaking systems that will make this the most physically realistic open world game ever created. So after extensive research and after staying up way too long, multiple nights in a row, looking at leaked footage, technical patents, and industry reports, I have put together this video about the scope of Rockstar's physics innovations for Grand Theft Auto 6, and I can tell you it is nothing short of extraordinary. So at the heart of Grand Theft Auto 6's physics breakthrough is the new Rage 9 engine. You heard me talk about it in the AI video, and it's a huge leap from its predecessors. The latest iteration brings revolutionary improvements across multiple areas. Game physics with water physically simulated in real time and enhanced vehicle deformations, more realistic time management systems, superior rendering quality, including advanced texture and volumetric lighting, and dramatically improved artificial intelligence for NPCs and police interactions. The graphics gap between Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 6 will be greater than the difference between Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. too. Let that sink in. In fact, one of you guys told me that, and I looked that up and found that online. So yeah, you were right. This represents the most significant technological advancement in Rockstar's history, with Rage 9 featuring physically simulated lighting for the first time in the Grand Theft Auto series, made possible through physics-based rendering. So let's talk about these $300 million water physics. Perhaps the most ambitious physics system in Grand Theft Auto 6 is its revolutionary water technology. And duh, it takes place in Florida or Leonida, right? There's a lot of water, different types of water. There's ocean water, there's going to be rivers, there's going to be lakes, there's going to be swamps. Well, Rockstar has reportedly allocated between $200 to $300 million specifically for water physics development, with a dedicated team of 20 engineers from the Rage Technology Group working exclusively on this system. These guys know all things water. So unlike traditional games that use mesh-based water systems for performance efficiency, Grand Theft Auto 6 introduces real-time physically simulated water. Now, how are they doing this? Well, if you watched my video on the artificial intelligence of NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 6, you know that Rockstar is using AI to basically make the most efficient systems possible to handle this for processing power. I mean, this thing's got to run on a PS5, so it's going to have to, which that is a whole nother video, because honestly, if you know what that means, you know how big of a freaking deal that's going to be for all video games in the future. Basically, games have kind of hit a ceiling in what they can do. And yes, we've maxed out what we can do with graphics, but now it's time to explore what we can do with the processor. Well, artificial intelligence has come up with all of these efficient systems to make that just infinitely better. But anyways, that's another video. I think I just gave myself a new video idea. Let's talk more about this $300 million water. This technology has existed before, okay? So it's been used in film and in 3D applications for years, but it's never been achievable in real time, like in video games, until now. This system calculates water behavior dynamically, including high and low tides, realistic wave physics, and even bird interactions that create authentic water splashing effects. The ocean is going to play a crucial role in Grand Theft Auto 6's universe, obviously, with new activities like surfing potentially becoming available. Water is going to respond realistically to environmental factors like wind, helicopter downwash, and vehicle interactions, creating an unprecedented level of aquatic realism. Ooh. You like that? Aquatic realism? I should patent that. Aquatic realism coming May 26, 2026. But you know, it's not all just about $300 million water, which I think is really impressive. There's also advanced vehicle physics. Duh, right? But just how realistic we talking? Well, in my previous videos, I saw how divisive it was. Some people prefer Grand Theft Auto 4's more realistic approach to driving, and other people like Grand Theft Auto 5, and I'm not going to beat up on it any more than I already have, but it's basically an arcade driving game. But anyways, I will say that for some people, Grand Theft Auto 4's realistic and super giga chad amazing incredible driving can maybe feel a little bit cumbersome. You know, maybe. And in Grand Theft Auto 5's arcade style mechanics, they could feel too cartoony and boring and make everything drive exactly the same. Well, this new system that is coming in Grand Theft Auto 6 features meticulously calibrated body roll where weight transitions fluidly during cornering, compressing outer suspension while subtly lifting the inner side. If you know anything about cars, this is very similar to how it works in the real world, which is cool because it's going to have cars handled the way they do around sharp turns and stuff like that in real life without the overly emphasized suspension characteristics that made Grand Theft Auto 4's feel a little like a boat to some people. To some people, not me, I love it. For the first time in a Rockstar title, tires visibly deform under pressure. Sharp turns and acceleration reveal tire compression as they contact the road, creating authentic grip simulation. Independent suspension movement means wheels operate independently when traversing through rough terrain. So this is going to give the impression of multi-link suspension systems rather than rigid models. The damage modeling has been completely overhauled, thank God, with advanced deformation systems. So far, the best Grand Theft Auto for deformation systems, in my opinion, has been Grand Theft Auto 4, and actually, I don't even think that's opinion, that's just a straight up fact. Grand Theft Auto 5 did dumb it down a lot, but this is going to blow anything we've ever seen out of the water. This is going to blow away even Grand Theft Auto 4, which I'll glaze all day for eternity. So expect absolutely ridiculous levels of deformation with vehicles, maybe even better than BeamNG. We'll see. Flip vehicles are also going to be able to show leaking fluid from underneath, so like indicating simulated oil and fuel reservoirs. Wheels are going to be able to bend at various angles, demonstrating independent damage to both suspension and axles. And this new physics system is going to use significant increase in polygon count compared to Grand Theft Auto 5. So this is going to enable, of course, more precise deformations and realistic accident representation. But let's get into those sweet, sexy euphoria physics. One of the most anticipated returns in Grand Theft Auto 6 is the enhanced euphoria physics system. This revolutionary animation technology, first introduced in Grand Theft Auto 4, creates unscripted character reactions where NPCs grab walls, stumble when shot, and collapse unpredictably. While Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 used more scripted animations, Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to bring back dynamic physics-driven behavior in an even more advanced form. Thank God, because that was so freaking cool to see in Grand Theft Auto 4. But as one commenter pointed out in one of my previous videos, it also made certain things kind of look goofy sometimes. Well, now in this game, with basically the new context pool and that these systems are going to be able to draw from, you're going to have reactions that not only look realistic, like, they would be if they were predefined with animations, but you're going to have them be dynamic and interesting like they were in Grand Theft Auto 4. Also, Take-Two now completely owns the Euphoria engine through their acquisition of Zynga, I think that's how you say it, which is great because that's going to enable unlimited development of this technology. Now let's talk about those cloth and fluid physics. Grand Theft Auto 6 introduces revolutionary cloth physics systems that simulate fabric behavior with extraordinary realism. The game features complex hair physics simulations, body part movement with realistic deformation, and clothing that responds dynamically to environmental factors like wind and character movement. The fluid physics system represents another breakthrough, handling everything from sweat and blood to tears and raindrops. This system uses 2D simulation with 3D visualization. Man, I can't talk tonight. 3D visualization. Visualization. Ugh. Calculating fluid movement based on gravity, surface properties, and animation data. The technology accounts for multiple dynamic properties, including wind effects, liftoff where fluids drop naturally, roll-off where fluids move to adjacent areas, evaporation even, and production where fluids are emitted and begin flowing. So if you want to walk around as shirtless Jason, you can get to know him down to his pores, which is, you do you, man. One commenter, though, asked me about destructible environments, so I did want to kind of look at that and touch on this a little bit. So Grand Theft Auto 6 will feature the most advanced destructible environment system in the franchise's history. Now, we're not going to have skyscrapers tumbling and falling into each other or anything like that, but according to insider reports, approximately 40% of the buildings will be enterable, while 60% of the structures can be destroyed to varying degrees. I don't know what that really means, but it sounds like the system's going to go a little bit further beyond window breaking. So there's going to be some destructible walls, there's going to be interiors that can be shot out, roofs can be destroyed and bent depending on what's occurring. Now this stuff is very processor heavy, and a lot of the stuff Grand Theft Auto 6 is doing is already very processor heavy. So I would assume if they're making cuts anywhere right now to make sure the other things flow great, it's going to be from here. But the destruction physics is going to ensure that debris scatters realistically throughout the map, with every object having a physical presence. So roads can be damaged by rockets, and the environments are going to retain lasting damage from player actions. So basically longer timers on the decals. And like I said, it's not going to offer complete destruction like some specialized games. I mean, your game really has to be completely focused around that in order for that to be what's going to happen. But this system is going to provide significant environmental impact without compromising the core gameplay experience. How about that weather though? The weather system in Grand Theft Auto 6 represents a massive leap forward in environmental physics. The dynamic weather affects not only visuals, but actual gameplay mechanics, with storms and hurricanes feeling genuinely impactful. Wind moves poles and road signs, and can cause NPCs to even lose their balance and seek shelter. And it's going to directly affect vehicle handling. This system includes realistic storm physics where NPCs rush for cover, they'll use umbrellas during rain like they did in Grand Theft Auto 4, and they'll change their routines based on temperature and weather conditions. Traffic patterns change during bad weather, puddles form dynamically, and extreme weather events like hurricanes can knock down trees and buildings, adding layers of unpredictability and strategy to gameplay. Oh boy, I can't wait for that. There's probably not going to be like tornadoes, but someone's going to make a tornado mod eventually, and oh man, it's going to be crazy to see, especially if they do retain a lot of that destructible environment stuff. Although I'm sure if they're trimming fat anywhere, they're going to probably be trimming it from there. That's just what I think though. There's nothing that says that anywhere, at least nothing that I found. But what about character animations? So Grand Theft Auto 6's character animation system is going to use procedural motion technology that breaks movement into reusable building blocks. We've heard me talk about this building block stuff in my previous video. Instead of relying on massive animation libraries, the system dynamically assembles character behavior in real time. So a pedestrian might bend over their phone trying to shield it from the rain, and maybe they were shot so they're limping while still doing all of that. And you can see how that kind of paints a picture of what this person would be doing. That's a seamless combination of multiple animation elements. In this case, limp animation plus item holding plus weather reactive movement. And in a lot of games, when you do stuff, no matter how realistic the animations look, if you do anything to trigger an NPC out of that animation, it can be jarring because they'll just snap to it. Well, now you're going to have these different states kind of flow in and out of what the NPC is doing. And so you're going to have very fluid fluid reactions and movements, like you see in real life with how the human brain processes information. So these AI systems enable NPCs to exhibit incredibly lifelike behaviors with complex daily routines that go beyond simple patterns. NPCs react to player actions with nuanced memory systems, and this is going to encourage players to consider their impact on the game world. Basically, FAFO, the game, which everyone loves to say that these days. Sorry, I'm really tired. I record these at like 2 in the morning. What do you want from me? But now let's talk about lighting in visual physics. So Grand Theft Auto 6 will be the first Grand Theft Auto game to feature physically simulated lighting. Using physics-based rendering materials, surfaces exhibit realistic optical characteristics, including proper reflection and roughness, which is dope. The lighting system utilizes ray tracing and ray trace global illumination, creating natural-looking shadows and reflections that bounce realistically off surfaces. The visual improvements extend to incredibly detailed environmental effects. Individual blades of grass, for example, are modeled separately. Beer forms realistic bubbles and foam. Sweat drips and glistens on character bodies, and car mirrors show detailed reflections with light passing through the glass to produce accurate refractions. These minute details combine to create an unprecedented level of photorealism. And I remember when I found this part, I just can't wrap my mind around how a PS5 is going to run this without exploding, or how it's even going to run it at 30 frames per second if I'm being real. Because yeah, games, they look pretty. They're beautiful these days. That's your graphics processing power. That's your GPU. All of this stuff is super CPU intensive, man. So whatever they've been coming up with their artificial intelligence to make things more efficient on the processing side is astounding, to say the least, because this stuff sounds too good to be true. But this is Rockstar Games, so if it sounds too good to be true, it is, but they're going to do it anyway. So what's going to make Grand Theft Auto 6's physics truly revolutionary is not really any single one of these systems, although they're absolutely mind-blowing, but imagine all of this crap working together in a cohesive, realistic experience. The combination of advanced water simulation, enhanced vehicle dynamics, returning euphoria physics that are dialed up to 11 and similar to Grand Theft Auto 4's, destructible to some extent environments, dynamic weather, and procedural generation creates a level of physical realism never seen before in a video game. Not ever. Guys, we're living in biblical times. I'm telling you, when it comes to video games, I don't know how a PS5 is going to run this. Is Grand Theft Auto 6 going to shift with a box and you just press the on button and boom, Grand Theft Auto 6 turns on? I don't know how anything could run this short of a really expensive computer. So I don't know. But anyways, what do you think? If they're going to trim the fat from any of these areas, where do you think they're going to trim it? Do you think they'll trim it from the destructible environments like I do? Because this processing power just sounds like way too much in my opinion. So you can see the physics going to be off the charts. They're going to be crazy, incredible. And finally, we have the hardware to run it, so we don't have to dumb it down like Grand Theft Auto 5. I can't imagine a physics system better than Grand Theft Auto 4 or Red Dead Redemption 2, but hey, we'll see. Now, let's talk about how Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have some of the most realistic NPCs of all time. Grand Theft Auto 6 should have the most immersive NPCs of all time. So sit back, relax, and just enjoy yourself in this holiday season. And we are about to look into everything we know about NPC behavior and schedules in Grand Theft Auto 6. And when I say everything, I mean everything that's been confirmed, either strongly indicated by like official sources. We're going to cover everything from that over to wild speculation, because you know how much I love that stuff. But here's the thing. This might be the most ambitious NPC system we've ever seen before, ever created for a video game. So before we get into the meat of it, let's establish what we actually know for certain. Rockstar Games and Take-Two Interactive have filed multiple patents, yada yada. You guys always hear me talk about patents, but we have patents and trailers and leaks to go off of. And there's a lot that we can extrapolate from that information. These things give us real insight into what they're building. I'm talking about patent US 11684855B2, titled, of course, System and Method for Virtual Navigation in a Gaming Environment, filed by David Hind and Simon Parr from Rockstar North. There's also patent US 11620781B1 for System and Method for Virtual Character Locomotion, which I just recently talked about. And that one was created by Tobias, I think, Cleanhouse. I don't know how to say his last name, but he's Rockstar's lead AI and gameplay programmer. So what I'm about to tell you, it's not all just rumors and stuff. This is stuff actually coming from official technical documents that outline revolutionary systems for how NPCs will behave in Grand Theft Auto 6. So let's start with what Rockstar has shown us in their official trailer. trailers. The first trailer dropped on December 4th, 2023, I think, and the second on May 6th, 2025. Both trailers were captured entirely in-game, meaning what we saw was supposed to be, at least, actual gameplay, and of course it was mixed with cutscenes, and apparently all of this was running on a PlayStation 5. I've started zooming in on these frames and stuff as I've been making these videos, and it is kind of obvious that it is running on a PlayStation 5. You start to see the magic of how they're doing it. Like if you zoom in, it looks like a PlayStation 5. I don't know the technical know-how, but how the pixels look. So look, I'm zooming in right now, showing you what I'm talking about, but the full picture when it comes together sure is beautiful though. So what did we see in these trailers? We saw massive crowds of NPCs at beaches and city centers, NPCs with their phones out, actively filming and photographing what's happening around them. We saw NPCs dancing together, walking in groups, having conversations, exercising, naturally getting in and out of cars. The variety was just ridiculous. Different body types, clothing styles, tattoos, skin tones. And I know you're like, dude, this is in almost every game ever with NPCs, but no, I mean, really, look, you can really see the detail with their NPCs with this screenshot of this guy who reminds me of that meme where the guy's turning around and looking at that lady and his wife's giving him that stare. Just look at these old people. They look old and everyone's like sunburned and stuff. It's legit, man. At least texturing wise and how they look, there's so much detail there. But there should be even more detail with how we go about interacting with these NPCs. Think about Red Dead Redemption 2 and the way we interacted with them in that. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's just, when you watch the trailers, every frame felt like it was just packed with life. Think about that beach shot, that first time you saw it. I saw one comment somewhere and they're like, the first thing I'm gonna do is throw a grenade right there. And I mean, that's how it goes with Grand Theft Auto games, right? But Grand Theft Auto 6, man, just looks ridiculous with the trailers. I don't have to tell you that, you've seen it yourself. But here's where it gets really interesting. According to those patents, NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 6 are getting a complete overhaul in how they navigate and exist in the world. So in previous Grand Theft Auto games, NPCs would basically follow invisible waypoints. They drive in predetermined patterns, and when something unexpected happened, they'd react in a limited, often ridiculous way. Remember slamming into an NPC in Grand Theft Auto 5 and you just kind of watch them immediately forget you exist 5 seconds later? Because that's how the system's created. It's basic, and it had to be for the hardware for the time, and that's why Grand Theft Auto 5 in a lot of ways felt like a step backward from Grand Theft Auto 4. That navigation pattern though really does change a lot, because it suggests that instead of NPCs blindly following waypoints, they're going to use hierarchical course graph navigation. And over the course of creating these videos, I swear I've gotten better at saying hierarchical. But anyways, in simple terms, NPCs will understand the road network at a high level. They'll know which roads lead where, which routes are faster, which areas to avoid. Each NPC will have its own driving profile with unique characteristics, different acceleration and braking distances, different top speeds, different cornering abilities. Some NPCs will be cautious drivers who obey every traffic law. Others, they're going to be aggressive, weaving through traffic, speeding, taking risks. And it gets even crazier. NPCs will make real-time decisions based on what's actually happening around them. If there's a traffic jam, and you've heard me talk about this before, but if there's a traffic jam, they can reroute to side streets. If there's a car accident blocking the road, they'll detect it and navigate around it. If it's raining, they'll slow down and adjust their driving. The patent explicitly states that NPCs will drive slower on residential streets and perform specific maneuvers to avoid oncoming traffic on single-lane roads. The system also uses significantly less processing power than conventional NPC systems. This is what I was primarily talking about in the AI video, about how they're using AI for optimization strategies as well with the Rage 9 engine. So all of this means Rockstar can have way more NPCs on screen without tanking performance. Oh man, I'm sorry guys, I just keep tripping over my words, and that's because I need more sleep. So you might be asking me, Dandy Andy, what's that incredibly comfortable looking thing on your face? Well, today's video is sponsored by Manta Sleep, the people behind the best sleep masks I've ever used in my life. And look, I'm not kidding here. I run this channel, now I've got a little podcast, I'm editing nonstop, and I work on top of all of that. So sleep, it's very rare, and oh man, I have so much trouble falling asleep. The Manta Sleep mask is a freaking lifesaver. Manta Sleep's masks are fully adjustable, they fit literally any face, and they give you 100% blackout. The eye cups are also super soft, breathable, which means you don't have to worry about your face getting all sweaty, and there's zero pressure on your eyelids. These guys are on the cutting edge of sleep mask technology. And they don't just have this one mask. You've got options. They've got the original mask, which is 100% blackout. They've got a silk mask. They've got the pro mask for side sleeping. They've got a steam mask if you need heat. They've got a cool mask if you need cool. They've got a weighted mask if you need some calming pressure. They have a kid's mask, and they even have a sound mask with Bluetooth so that you can listen to your favorite audiobook or whatever while you're sleeping. I could put put this sleep mask on and instantly feel like I'm somewhere quiet, I'm in my happy place. That's why Manta is all about the pro nap movement, because sometimes the only way to survive is a freaking nap. So when you're at work, after you finish watching your favorite Dandy Andy video, put this bad boy on, get a 20-minute nap, and then go back to work. So if you want to upgrade your sleep, your naps, and your sanity, check out Manta Sleep. There's a link in the description, and use code DANDY for 10% off your order. Again, that code is DANDY. All right, back to the video. Now, let's talk about the animation system, because this is where things are just, I mean, it's bonkers, man. They're going next level with everything they do for this game, it seems. The character locomotion patent that I brought up earlier outlines a data-driven animation system that's completely different from traditional animation trees. Instead of having separate pre-made animations for every possible scenario, Grand Theft Auto 6 uses modular animation building blocks that can then be combined dynamically. Think of it kind of like Lego pieces for movement. Here's how it works. Every NPC has what's called a blackboard, a virtual representation of their current state that stores information about their condition, location, the weather, temperature, and, everything else, a bunch more stuff. The game's code reads this blackboard and dynamically selects appropriate animations based on all these factors. So if an NPC is walking in the rain while tired, the system blends together building blocks for wet weather movement, fatigue, and their base walking skill. If they're injured, that gets factored in too. So what's the result of all of these systems working together? Well, NPCs that move in ways that actually match their current situation and emotional state. This means you could see the same NPC move completely differently depending on the context of what's happened to them. Relaxed and confident on a sunny day beach, or hunched and hurried during a rainstorm. These are things that you've seen before, but we're seeing a bit of an advancement here in how all of these systems work together and how natural it will be that these NPCs react to the world around them. And you've seen, like, when you shoot an NPC in the leg, they'll limp and stuff in the past, so stuff like that, of course, is going to be in this game. But the variety of possible animations becomes nearly endless because the way the system is designed, it's generating them on the fly by combining these building blocks. So instead of just playing an animation and then, Euphoria kind of plays after, or however the Euphoria physics system worked into it, we're going to see a lot more on-the-spot kind of animations that should look a little different every time you see them. And that's the biggest thing here, is when you see an animation in another game, in another Grand Theft Auto game or a Rockstar game, you've seen the animations before. Once you've seen them enough, you've seen them. Even with the Euphoria physics and the randomness that adds, this should add another level of complexity when it comes to what you see NPCs actually do around you. And subconsciously, at least, this will make the world around you feel just so much more alive. And you might not be able to pinpoint why. Well, it's because you're not seeing the same exact animations over and over and over again. And all evidence suggests this system is going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6, but evolved for the modern setting. As I've said previously, Red Dead Redemption 2 has some of this, but in Grand Theft Auto 6, it's going to be next level. There's really no other way to put it. NPCs are going to remember past interactions with you to some extent. Now, how far? We're not sure. I don't think it's going to be an NPC per NPC kind of thing where every NPC has a soul and remembers every single thing you ever did and what you ate for breakfast that morning. I think it's probably going to be more region-based, kind of like New Vegas. And it already kind of was in Red Dead Redemption 2. If you shot up Valentine or something and you come back, they'd be like, hey, don't come back here. So stuff like that, just expect that, but more expanded on. And if you threatened a shopkeeper 3 days ago in this game, they'll recognize you when you come back. Think about those systems in Red Dead Redemption 2 that were there with the NPCs, and now advance those a little bit in your mind and then put them into Grand Theft Auto 6. That's basically kind of what we're going to see. Because Red Dead Redemption 2 made massive advancements in the way NPCs just work in the world. And Grand Theft Auto 5 was severely lacking that. In Grand Theft Auto 4, as much as I praise it, I mean, it is a product of its time, even though those physics are still incredible. And the world does feel alive, but it's not as alive as Red Dead Redemption 2. So Grand Theft Auto 6 is just going to be nuts. But the reaction of the NPCs, they're going to be informed by the history of what's happened to them. Fear, aggression. They might immediately call the cops if they see you again, be like, oh no, you robbed me last time, that's the guy, stuff like that. And the leaked development footage from 2022 showed UI elements that support this, including witness prompts and police dispatch timers. And of course, speaking of witnesses, I've talked about this a lot recently, but it does seem that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to modernize Red Dead 2's witness system. In Red Dead 2, if you committed a crime and someone witnessed it, they physically run to find a lawman and report it. You could chase them down and stop them, of course, or talk to them, but in Grand Theft Auto 6, witnesses, they're going to have smartphones. So you're not going to be getting away with the stuff you're getting away with. No tying up nuns and putting them on railroad tracks with no one noticing anymore, guys. The 2022 leak footage showed a yellow indicator system. When a witness sees basically you commit a crime, this yellow icon appears. If it's flickering, you still have time to threaten them or flee before they report it. If it turns red, they're actively calling the police or escaping, and the information is already being relayed. Now, this was all alpha footage, so how it is implemented in the final game, who knows? But what makes this really cool and interesting is the potential social media element too. Multiple scenes in the official trailers, of course, show NPCs recording events on their phones. The entire aesthetic of trailer 1 was structured like a social media feed. And a lot of it was flavor, but also it's pointing out the social media integration that's going to be in the game. And think about how the witness system will work with people whipping out their phones, putting you on whatever the game's equivalent of Instagram is, or like Life Invader. NPCs are going to film your crimes, and that footage could go viral in the game. And maybe then there's a notoriety system, and your notoriety starts to spread. Police responses could become more aggressive. Other NPCs might recognize you from viral videos. And I should have said this earlier because right now we're getting into speculation based off of the things that we've seen. Take a lot of this with salt. Now, am I pretty much 100% confident this is what we're going to see? Yeah, but I can't predict the future. So I just want to be 100% transparent with you on that. But let's get into traffic and driving AI, because that is where you're going to probably see the biggest improvement, just given how much time you spend driving in Grand Theft Auto games. And this should be a massive improvement. The navigation patent describes how NPC vehicles will behave in ways that actually make sense. Current games struggle with traffic because NPCs only check each individual frame for obstacles in their immediate vicinity. They don't really have a memory of previous areas they've been and an understanding. They have no context of what's happening around their immediate space, which is why you get some wacky traffic stuff in older Grand Theft Auto titles, or even games like Cyberpunk. And that's why you see NPCs in GTA 5 drive directly into you, even though I swear that is intentional. A lot of that stuff that causes car pileups that wasn't meant to happen, as funny as it is and as awesome as it is, you can still expect all of that stuff, just expect it to be believable and to look more realistic and to happen more naturally. Grand Theft Auto 6's system gives NPCs spatial awareness and memory to some extent, at least enough to make context-based decisions on what is going on around them. They'll consider multiple factors simultaneously. And you've heard me talk specifically about this before, because this is going to be a huge improvement. Just, I don't know, it's so cool to me thinking about NPCs being on the road, making all these decisions and stuff like that. I cannot wait to drive and see how that plays out. And there's this frame here in the trailer in first person in the car where you see, there's a plane going overhead, there's these guys in the bed of a truck. And I think this is it, guys. I think this is the gameplay. I think we're seeing it right here in real time. This is the kind of stuff you're going to be seeing on the roads. Traffic jams will create authentic behavior. NPCs taking detours while others wait it out. Accidents will cause realistic slowdowns and congestion. Imagine getting stuck in like gridlock traffic and people start getting out of their vehicles and saying like, hey, what's the holdup? Stuff like that. I don't know how deep it's going to go, guys, but the road should be a lot more interesting, because think about it. They know how much time you spend on the road in a Grand Theft Auto game, and they know how repetitive it gets driving places. And the old ways of doing things where NPCs are wacky and run into streetlights and cause car pileups completely randomly, that was a product of its time. It was fun and cool then. Now there's going to be a lot more almost kind of emergent storytelling, emergent gameplay that comes just from how the NPCs interact with the environment, with just this little bit of context, just this little bit of memory that they have working. Even if it's not like a permanent memory, don't think of it like that, but more just a temporary memory to make realistic context-based situations in a given amount of time that you would realistically spend around someone out in the open world, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? And here's something really cool. The game can now apparently handle way more NPCs compared to previous games that topped out at around 50 to 100 intelligent NPCs before performance degraded. So now let's move into strongly speculated territory. And man, this is always my favorite. Speculation based on credible technical analysis and the leaked 2022 developmental footage. So it's speculation, but it's based in reality. It's not my space video, just saying. But anyways, apparently, according to the leaked 2022 footage that Rockstar definitely confirmed was real, especially taking it down and stuff, apparently it showed 1,300 unique world events in the game files compared to about 60 in Grand Theft Auto 5. World events are those random encounters where people kind of come up to you, maybe get bit by a snake, or like, hey, mister, that kind of stuff. Maybe even just people performing on the streets, or arguments between NPCs you can overhear, car accidents, crimes, and sometimes they turn into missions, full-blown missions. 1,300? I don't know. We'll see. But with the budget, I don't know. Anything's possible. The footage also showed extensive NPC interaction options. Now, this is some of the stuff I did see. You'll be able to threaten NPCs, rob them, zip tie them, melee them, and interact with them in multiple ways, depending on the context. just like in Red Dead Redemption 2, just expanded on. There were weapon wheels split into different sections for weapons, equipment, and gear. I talked about this recently in my weapon system video. There were systems for reviving yourself after taking heavy damage, similar to how you could revive your horse in Red Dead Redemption 2. How I imagine that is basically Jason or Lucia could be downed and the other one could pick the other up. In Grand Theft Auto 5, yeah, there were 3 different protagonists or whatever, but there wasn't really that teamwork feeling in most of the missions. It was just kind of like they're there as set dressing and you can switch over to one. And really there is only a couple of linear paths you could take with them. So there wasn't a lot of choice. It seems this time they're going really hard on the whole teamwork aspect between Jason and Lucia, kind of an army of 2 approach. And the police system is of course getting a complete overhaul as well. Instead of constantly spawning cops who just throw themselves at you and magically know where you are, Grand Theft Auto 6 seems to implement response times and investigation mechanics. Now, I did have to put this in the heavy speculated stuff because this is stuff we saw in the leaks, but there's a lot of conclusions being drawn from it based on what we saw on how the police systems will work. If you watch the Hank's Waffle Heist stuff, like in the leaked footage, you know what I'm talking about though. Witnesses will provide descriptions of your clothes, your vehicle, your direction of travel. Police are going to have to piece together information before they can effectively hunt you. The speculation is that you'll be able to evade them by breaking line of sight, changing vehicles, switching outfits, or laying low in crowds or interiors. Kind of sounds like Assassin's Creed, except I don't think you're going to be praying. But changing your car won't work if witnesses have a good description of you personally. The leaked footage also showed CCTV cameras with detection cones, and that reminds me of Cyberpunk. So there's kind of a digital witness system element here going on with security cameras in certain areas, recording crimes. And this just adds another layer of complexity on how you could get caught, on how you need to plan your escapes, because it's fun planning out how you're going to accomplish whatever goal it is that you're trying to accomplish in these games. And now it sounds like you're gonna have to really plan out how you're gonna rob something or complete an objective. And that's really freaking cool. Okay, so let's get into just complete bonkers territory. Tinfoil hat time. Let's do it. This is where we need to be really clear about sources because this is Reddit stuff, okay? So there was a Reddit post from a user named BreadfruitIC5141 who claimed to have worked on Grand Theft Auto 6, and their account has since been deleted, but according to that post from them, NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 6 will have actual schedules. The same NPC you see at the beach in a bathing suit on Saturday afternoon will be spotted in a suit and tie during the weekdays. I don't know about all that, but we'll see. City traffic will be heavier during morning rush hour around 5 p.m. on weekdays. The post also claimed that major events like concerts, sporting events even, and conventions will dynamically change NPC population density around Vice City. When there's a big concert downtown, for example, that area is supposed to get flooded with NPCs wearing branded merchandise for that event. And think like Love Fist, like them coming in, who knows, maybe Love Fist is doing a reunion tour. Tourists are going to have appropriate gear for whatever's happening in the city. So I want to be crystal clear. This came from a deleted Reddit account and there's no way to verify those claims. It could be real insider info. It could just be educated speculation based on patents and trailers, kind of like what we do here. It could just be complete fiction and gobbledygook. Who knows? We don't know. But it's been widely discussed in the community because it fits with everything else we're seeing about Rockstar's ambition for this game. There's also speculation that social media will be a core mechanic beyond just that witness system. Beyond the whole notoriety thing, the idea is that you could engage with the game in social media platforms, maybe even post your own clips, edit highlights. So kind of like the Rockstar editor might even be built into this. And maybe not only could you share these kinds of clips online with people and stuff like that, and then that'll kind of go more into the Grand Theft Auto Online element, but maybe in the game itself, you could build a following within the game world. Your criminal activity could make you infamous, with NPCs recognizing you as that guy who robbed the stadium on live stream. And while that might sound ridiculous, this is the world of Grand Theft Auto, so hey, everything's on the table. Rival gangs might taunt you in the comment section, like an in-game post. Can you imagine that? It's a fascinating concept, and I think it would tie together the satire that Rockstar is known for with actual gameplay consequences, so that could be a really cool, clever blend of tying everything together, I think. And some analysts believe we'll see live events in the game inspired by Fortnite's success with virtual concerts. So imagine like you're attending an in-game concert in a Vice City venue, maybe Love Fist or something like that, but maybe real artists as well. Think about what they did with Dr. Dre in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. Rockstar's not scared to make business deals with musicians. Think about it. They have all these songs and licenses in their game, and it could be extremely lucrative for them to stay relevant, bringing modern artists in to do performances on stage in-game. This kind of reminds me of Grand Theft Auto 4, where you had like Ricky Gervais and Cat Williams and stuff like that come and actually do live stand-up. It was really freaking cool. Imagine thousands of NPCs in attendance functioning as both a social space and potentially a setting for missions or anything, maybe throwing a hand grenade into their concert. Who knows? Musicians like Drake, DJ Khaled, whatever. Him. I know he's really popular, but others. And they've been speculated to be connected to Grand Theft Auto 6's soundtrack and music scene, though nothing is confirmed beyond a few licensed tracks in the trailers and the fact that Drake texted Millie Bobby Brown before she turned 18. Just saying. Okay, anyways, moving on. The police system speculation gets even wilder. People are talking about 6-star wanted levels potentially returning, and man, I sure hope they do because they were really fun. But at the same time, I don't know. It's looking like Noose is going to whoop our butts. So do we really want the military on us in this game? Of course we do, right? The more the better. If you got what it takes to get there, why not, right? Steal a Rhino tank, blow stuff up. Who knows, man? Who knows? But again, this kind of stuff, we're in the theoretical territory now, just based off of stuff. Just little crumbs here, rubbing them together, trying to make cake out of them, you know. But K9 units, drones for surveillance, armored vehicles for high wanted levels, riot shields, tear gas for crowd control, tactical perimeters and flanking maneuvers. I mean, why not? With the budget and how much money this freaking game's gonna make. If it ain't there at launch, I think we're gonna see stuff like this eventually in Grand Theft Auto Online and then bleed into single player. Again, we'll see. This is just what people are thinking. And with all the stuff I just said, it's basically like police will act more like actual tactical units instead of mindlessly rushing at you. And I don't even know why I put that in this wildly speculated thing. I guess because it bleeds so much into so many different areas of what's confirmed to just absolute bonkers ideas. I mean, the police are a huge part of the game. Weather is another big part of the game. The patents mention NPCs responding to weather conditions, and people are speculating this goes beyond just driving slower in rain or sliding around, like that stupid racing mission in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas I kept failing over and over and over again. Good God, that mission drove me nuts. And the toy RC mission stuff, oh my God. It was fun, but good God, it was hard with those controls. Anyways, I digress. So in this game, I would expect NPCs to be seeking shelter during storms. That's been speculated. NPCs, we're going to see them with umbrellas. Maybe they change their clothing choice based on the forecast. I mean, that does not surprise me. The Florida setting, Vice City, makes weather particularly relevant with tropical storms, heat waves, and humidity all playing a part of the environment. And if you look at these screenshots and just see the way people look and how the environment has impacted their bodies, well, and alcohol consumption, it does kind of give us a good idea on just how far in depth they're going with these systems. NPCs are probably going to be reacting to your appearance. You're covered in blood or wearing dirty, torn clothes. NPCs are going to comment on it, avoid you. Well, I wonder if they'll call the police too. Like if you're covered in blood, if you're dressed well, you might get compliments or different treatment in certain establishments. It kind of reminds me of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas' sex appeal system. And this game does seem to hint at those RPG systems that we saw in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas returning to some extent. And this was hinted at in some job listings Rockstar posted for dialogue writers mentioning contextual NPC reactions. Here's what we can say with confidence. Rockstar is definitely building something they've never built before with their NPC systems. They are, okay? That we know for sure. The official patents prove they've developed new technology specifically to make NPCs smarter. And to the people who are like, well, those are just patents, bro. Why do you think they're doing these patents and spending all this time and money with them if they're not going to use them in their games? I mean, it's silly to just say that. What are you on about? But anyways, yes, of course, they're just patents, bro, because they're going to use those patents, the information, the technology that they're patenting to implement this stuff into their game. Duh. Behaviors, they're going to be more diverse, more believable. These NPCs are going to be actual inhabitants of what feels like a true living world. The trailers show the visual results, man. I mean, look at it. The crowds look genuinely alive. NPCs engaged in activities, it all makes sense. Everything you look at, it's dense, and there's so much variety like we've never seen before. And Red Dead Redemption 2 was the rocket that got us here on the moon, and now we're going to Mars, you know? So think about how the NPCs were in that game. They felt real. They felt like real people with routines, memories, and personalities. And now Grand Theft Auto 6 is taking those lessons and building on them with modern technology in a contemporary setting with smartphones and social media everywhere and patents that describe AI systems more sophisticated than anything currently in gaming. Will every speculation pan out? Probably not. Game development rolls like that. You have a bunch of stuff in the game and you just start stripping away what doesn't work right up until launch. So there are things that we've mentioned that might be in the game now, but won't be on launch. That sucks, but that's just how it rolls. Like in Skyrim, the ability to ride around on a dragon, I think was originally in the vanilla game, and if not, other stuff like that, and eventually they added it back in via DLC. Now, I know that game is old enough to be in high school now, which is, good Lord, man, where does the time go? But it's just crazy, guys. What you're going to see is going to completely blow you away. away. And it's even more crazy to think that 2026 is 8 years after Red Dead Redemption 2. And Red Dead Redemption 2 still feels brand new and leaps and bounds ahead of every game ever. And Rockstar, they have 8 years, almost 10 years. Good Lord, just think about it. It's going to be bigger and badder than anything you've ever seen before. And you know this, okay? You know this. And I think a lot of us try to temper our expectations and be like, oh, I'm not even going to get hyped about it anymore. Maybe that's healthy. Maybe it's healthy to take a step back. But if you want this information, if you want to get excited about it, that's what I'm here to do. So if you want more videos like this, feel free to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. I would love to have you here. It's a good time. I have been kind of stepping away for a little bit just to kind of recoup, but I'm about to come back bigger and badder than ever. And I am going to start talking about some other stuff. So at this point now, you can see that Grand Theft Auto 6 is really trying to build a world to inhabit, a world to live in, and really just feel totally immersed. And there's a thing in the gaming community about the size of maps to where it's like, I would rather have a smaller map that's more dense and has more depth in it than a map that is big and empty. I'm looking at you, Just Cause 2, even though Just Cause is fun, you know, if you like those games, I'm not trying to beat you up, but let's talk about now, how accurate are these Grand Theft Auto 6 map predictions? Now, some of this info in this next video is a little dated at this point. Mainly the northern part of the map has been scaled back by these guys who do these official estimates and stuff like that for, well, unofficial estimates for Grand Theft Auto 6's map and stuff like that. But there is still a ton that you can learn here, and a lot of this information is still true, if not all of it, except for the northern part. And I think even that's a small part of this video. I mainly say we don't know much about the northern part yet. So they've stripped that back from what I've seen. And in the future, I'll probably cover the map project again and see where they're at. But for now, going ahead, sit back, relax, and enjoy just the incredible work these guys do on predicting Grand Theft Auto 6's maps, or really all Grand Theft Auto games maps. And you'll see what I mean. These guys are top tier when it comes to map predictions. It gets really crazy. Check this out. The Grand Theft Auto 6 unofficial mapping community represents one of the most ambitious and sophisticated fan projects in gaming history, with over 3 years of meticulous work producing maps that may be 95 to 98% accurate to the final game. This is an extraordinary achievement, and it stems from a perfect storm of leaked data, advanced analytical techniques, and unprecedented community coordination. And man, I'm not joking about these techniques. You'll see what I mean. They are insane. So how do these mappers go about creating this map for Grand Theft Auto 6 when they've seen nothing? Well, they have seen something. You see, the entire mapping project hinges on crucial details from the September 2022 leak. Every piece of leak footage contained Rage Engine coordinates displayed in the bottom black bar of the screen. Now, I'm not going to show that for obvious reasons, but just trust me, bro. These coordinates use the International System of Units, where positions are measured in meters, providing mappers with exact spatial data to work with. Now, Doopzer, and forgive me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm going to put the name up here, but Doopzer, the original project leader, leveraged these coordinates to establish a foundational grid system. By placing white dots representing specific leak locations and using triangulation methods, the community created accurate border outlines of the entire map. So this coordinate-based approach is really what gives this weight and separates this mapping project for Grand Theft Auto 6 from just full-blown fan speculation. And that's why they've been accurate in the past for games like Grand Theft Auto 5. The mapping project's accuracy has evolved dramatically over its 3-year development cycle, of course. So September 2022 started at, an estimated 30 to 40% accuracy with basic outlines from leak coordinates. December 2023, we're talking 70 to 80% accuracy after Trailer 1 provided Vice City details. Now, May 2025, we're talking 85 to 90% accuracy following Trailer 2's release. And in September 2025, the estimated accuracy is somewhere between 95 and 98%. This progression is very similar to the Grand Theft Auto 5 mapping project, which achieved roughly 95% accuracy and proved remarkably faithful to the final game. Now, this unofficial mapping project is no small feat. We're talking 16,600 Discord members with dozens of daily active contributors. Major contributors include Yanis, currently leads the most accurate map version, incorporating all Trailer 2 data and maintaining the most up-to-date version. His map includes elevation markers, refined coastlines, and detailed Vice City layouts. Then there's Rick, who specializes in extremely detailed Vice City area mapping, placing roads, buildings, and infrastructure as accurately as possible. His work focuses primarily primarily on street-level precision. Then there's oUtErSpAcE, who created a playable 1-to-1 scale implementation in GTA 5's engine before being shut down by Take-Two. His work proved the map's scale accuracy by demonstrating that it takes roughly 6 minutes and 10 seconds to cross the Grand Theft Auto 6 map versus 3 minutes and 30 seconds for Grand Theft Auto 5. Then there's Fresh War 5908, who invested over 200 hours recreating Jason's house and surrounding areas in Far Cry 5 Arcade with pretty insane accuracy. In fact, his recreations are so precise that some viewers initially mistook his work for official Grand Theft Auto 6 screenshots. And like I said earlier, this is a lot more in-depth than just simple speculation. Mappers also extensively use Google Earth data to match Grand Theft Auto 6 locations with their real Florida counterparts. This approach leverages Rockstar's historical accuracy in recreating real-world locations, with Grand Theft Auto 6 showing unprecedented fidelity to actual Miami geography. Then, of course, there's frame-by-frame analysis. The community created 4K renders of all 2,276 frames from Trailer 1 and continues this meticulous analysis with subsequent releases. Every screenshot, road sign, and coordinate system gets scrutinized for mapping data. I'm telling you, this stuff is nuts. Before Take-Two's Takedown, which that's catchy, that sounds like a video game, Take-Two's Takedown, oUtErSpACE's Grand Theft Auto 5 implementation provided a playable proof of concept showing accurate scale relationships between locations. Players could drive the same routes seen in trailers and experience realistic travel times. Current maps detail numerous confirmed areas based on official reveals and leaked analysis. Vice City, the most detailed area, featuring street-level accuracy with individual buildings mapped. The layout matches Miami's actual geography while incorporating Rockstar's creative liberties. Then there's the Leonida Keys. Bridges and Jason's safe house location are also precisely positioned. There's some new areas that came from Trailer 2, which revealed Ambrosia, Watson Bay, Port Gellhorn, and Mount Calaga. The community rapidly integrated these locations using triangulation methods and screenshot analysis as well. So you're starting to see kind of a trend here on how they go about doing this stuff. So where do these guys operate? Well, this project operates through multiple sophisticated platforms. There's the ViMap website. It's an interactive platform allowing users to explore maps, toggle different versions, and access over 100 points of interest. The site includes trailer scene locations and real-world landmark markers. Then, of course, there's that massive Discord community I talked about earlier, with over 16,600 members actively analyzing and mapping daily. This server includes specialized channels for different regions, with everyone kind of segmented out, broken up, doing their own individual tasks. Yanis maintains live updates showing mapping progress in real time, allowing community members to follow developments as they happen. Now, of course, there are some challenges and limitations. Despite impressive accuracy, several factors limit absolute precision. There's, of course, speculative analysis, like the northern regions, they remain largely unknown, with orange outlines on maps indicating speculative borders versus confirmed black outlines. The Panhandle region is particularly uncertain. And, of course, there's development changes. As Rockstar continues active development, potentially altering locations shown in early footage, the mapping community acknowledges that their work represents a snapshot rather than the final geography. And then, annoyingly, there's Take-Two's interference. The company has aggressively targeted mapping projects, shutting down oUtErSpACE's playable mod and threatening Fortnite recreations. This legal pressure limits the community's ability to create fully playable demonstrations, unfortunately. But it's pretty crazy because the project's mathematical foundation provides unprecedented accuracy. Using Rage Engine coordinates, mappers can determine exact distances between locations. For example, recent analysis shows the distance from the southern Keys to northern Vice City measures approximately 14.54 kilometers, or 9.03 miles, with the total map potentially being 70% larger than Grand Theft Auto 5. Wow. Mappers measure building shadows as well to determine heights and orientations. This technique helps establish three-dimensional accuracy beyond simple ground-level positioning. Then there's coordinate cross-referencing. Every new piece of official media gets analyzed for coordinate data, with positions cross-referenced against existing map locations to maintain spatial consistency. And if you look back at the Grand Theft Auto 5 mapping project, it provides validation to their methods. The earlier effort, completed with significantly less source material, achieved 95% accuracy, with only minor landmark and road placement errors. The Grand Theft Auto 6 project benefits from substantially more data thanks to the leaks, plus the trailers and screenshots. Also, the community's conservative approach to accuracy claims reflects lessons learned from previous projects. Areas are clearly marked as speculative versus confirmed, with accuracy percentages representing realistic estimates rather than numbers to just get you hyped. So as you can see, these unofficial maps are really only technically unofficial. So much goes into these things that what you're looking at is pretty much what you're going to get in the final game. I thought it was absolutely nuts how much time and effort went into creating these maps, and I thought I would share that with you. All right, so we've talked a lot about what to expect in the single-player aspect of the game, but what about Grand Theft Auto 6 Online? Do we know anything about that? Well, let's talk about how Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, now that it knows what it can become after the success of Grand Theft Auto 5, there's a lot going into the foundation. So let's talk about the core features. Let's talk about things that we know about Grand Theft Auto 6, and let's speculate a little bit. Hello guys, today is Friday, and I've got some very exciting stuff to cover with you. A little while back, someone commented, hey man, you should talk about Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, and I'll tell you, in making this video, I got myself hyped for Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, so I know you're about to be hyped as well. Speaking of hype, if you enjoy this video, hype me up. Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is going to be absolutely insane, but unfortunately, it's not going to launch with the base game. Probably not. It's going to, most likely, just like in Grand Theft Auto 5, launch sometime after the game's main release, which is scheduled for May 26, 2026. And hopefully it doesn't get pushed back to something like October, but you know, Rockstar does that. We'll see how it goes. We are getting closer, guys. So anyways, I made this video to kind of look at Grand Theft Auto 6 Online and just see what this next iteration is going to look like based on leaks, speculation, all sorts of nonsense, and just common sense. So anyways, we'll start with the more concrete stuff and we'll get into my loony conspiracy at the very end, which I really think we are going to see because I believe Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is going to be here to stay much longer than we saw Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. But you'll see what I'm talking about later in this video. So real quick, let's talk about that launch timing. It's looking like the standalone Grand Theft Auto 6 Online mode is expected to release shortly after the main story launches. I'm sure they're going to want to get that going as quickly as possible, considering it is their cash cow, and they're going to throw as many shark cards at us as possible. So it may be separated probably by a few weeks to months. I just wanted to let you know, expect that. Nothing is confirmed at this time though, as far as its actual launch. Now let's look at the core features and some innovations in the next iteration of Grand Theft Auto Online. So of course, there's going to be clean slate progression. What do I mean by that? Well, it doesn't matter how big and bad you were in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, you are going to have to start all over. And you know what? It is what it is. So players are going to begin anew. Grand Theft Auto Online progress, characters, properties, vehicles, and in-game money from Grand Theft Auto 5 are not going to transfer to Grand Theft Auto 6 Online. This is intended, of course, to balance the game world and eliminate the inflation and overpowered items found in the older online world. Also, Grand Theft Auto Online is kind of held together with duct tape and bubblegum at this point because they didn't know how big of a deal it was going to be, and they've just kind of added new pieces and chunks and modules to it. And as it's grown over time, it's kind of this weird, inflated Frankenstein's monster, just a hodgepodge of a bunch of different things slapped together. Not saying it's not fun, but if you play it, you know what I'm talking about. So that's another thing. Don't only expect to start over from square one with a clean slate, but expect a much more streamlined, put together experience because they've learned so much from Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. So in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, it makes sense that they've got a huge roadmap for this baby because they know that this is going to make them a ton of money, which also means that the experience is probably going to be a lot more grounded. Well, in some cases, but it's going to be a lot more fun and probably make a lot more sense. And when I say it's going to be grounded, expect like role play and stuff like that. But hey, I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Let's go ahead and talk about returning player bonuses. So yes, you have to start from square one if you're a returning player who's got years and you're a Grand Theft Auto Online veteran, but loyalty rewards such as exclusive clothing, decals, or startup bonuses will probably be offered based on prior achievements, but not a full progress transfer. But you'll have something to show, hey, I did this in the previous thing. So it's kind of like when you prestige in Call of Duty, right? Except in a totally different game. Now here's something really exciting. Grand Theft Auto Online and Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have an expanded player count. So GTA 6 Online aims to have much larger lobbies. Leaks point to 64 player lobbies and Rockstar targeting up to even 96 player sessions for a much denser online experience. Also, this map is going to be freaking huge, so it makes sense that they're going to want to do that, or you might never run into anyone. Even in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, sometimes you don't run into anybody unless they're coming after you on their flying bike of death, which hopefully we don't see any of those in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, at least for 10 years.
Hey, Andy, don't forget to close up.
What? Huh? Yeah, don't worry, I will.
Yeah?
I mean, yes, sir. Yes, I will, Frank.
That's better. Don't let this stuff go to your head.
Okay.
I'm serious. You should be very thankful your Uncle Jeff lets you use this place.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. No disrespect. I'm sorry, man.
You mean sir?
Yes, sir. Sorry, Frank. Sir. Okay, back to the video. So if you play Grand Theft Auto Online, you probably know that the loading can really suck sometimes, like when you're trying to jump to other things. I feel like it's the biggest hang up in that and really pulls you out of the immersion of what you're doing. So in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, let's talk about fluid access technology. New session management tech will enable seamless activity transitions with players interacting across sessions and free roam without loading screens, thanks to upgraded backend tech. That is freaking awesome. And of course, they want you to not have any distractions distractions and things that break your immersion while playing the game, because they want you to play it as long as possible and buy their shark cards or whatever the next iteration of that is. So in a way, it works to your favor. They want to make sure the game is as addicting as possible and also make sure there's no distractions while you are exploring Vice City and the surrounding area of Leonida with your buddies. So earlier I mentioned roleplay features, so let's talk about that a little bit. Rockstar recently acquired FiveM, and that signals deeper roleplay support, including native tools for role-playing servers, advanced trading systems, and player-driven economies. So I'm sure we're going to have crazy, wacky servers like in Grand Theft Auto 5 where everyone's blowing each other up, but also expect immersive roleplay experiences reminiscent of the popular Grand Theft Auto online roleplay communities. So we're going to see servers where people are just living their lives in this world, and I think that's pretty freaking sweet. You might go fishing with your buddies, someone might be a cop, someone might be a robber, some dude might just own a gas station. Who knows? The possibilities are endless, and I think that this is going to be absolutely nuts to see the future, because I think these roleplay servers in Grand Theft Auto 6 online are going to kind of be the biggest MMO of all time. That's just what I think. But let's talk about user-generated content. So creation of custom maps, missions, game modes, and all that kind of stuff. Very similar to back in the day. If you played Halo 3, you remember how big it was to have the Forge mode come out and being able to create all sorts of wacky stuff like jumping around on obstacle courses and racetracks and stuff like that. And I know that it's been expanded upon in later games and that this exists in other games, but that's what I remember because I remember how revolutionary that was. Well, I can't even begin to comprehend how insane that tech is going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6 online. So expect there to be a bunch of user-created content and custom servers, custom maps, stuff like that, and missions and game modes. So the possibilities are really endless. Remember, guys, the budget is $2 billion. And I'd say a good half of that budget is probably going to single player, and the other half is going to the foundations of what is going to be the biggest Grand Theft Auto online experience of all time. So expect all sorts of stuff like this user-generated content, roleplay features, no loading screens, the expanded player count, just all sorts of crazy stuff. Balancing the systems of Grand Theft Auto Online to give you the best possible experience, very much like a dynamic economy in trading. So the online marketplace and trading mechanics will allow peer-to-peer transactions for vehicles, weapons, properties, and more, moving players towards a player-driven economy. And isn't that what we've always wanted? It's going to be absolutely awesome. And you know, that's why people still play RuneScape to this day, because people love capitalism, the game. So also expect mission improvements, enhanced mission variety, more interactive gameplay, moving past the repetitive objectives that Grand Theft Auto Online had, because Grand Theft Auto 5 Online kind of turned into just a massive grind of go here, go there, go here, go there, to move money around and grind and build your money, only to buy something and do it all again. And yes, it is an addicting gameplay loop, but man, it sure was infuriating to be driving around and get blown up by one of those flying bikes. But with these improved missions and everything like that, expect better solo play while you are in multiplayer, with reduced griefing and being able to really immerse yourself in the world. I'm telling you guys, they're really going to double down on this roleplay stuff. So not only are we going to have all that, but we're going to have the actual gameplay advancements from the single player of Grand Theft Auto 6 itself in GTA 6 Online. So just remember, that alone is already going to be a huge leap and change in how you experience and play it. And that might sound obvious to you, but really think about it. Refined aiming, driving, interior exploration, mini games, and of course those sexy next-gen graphical improvements. It's going to be awesome, guys. So there's also some anticipated stuff like balanced vehicles and weapons, so a little bit more grounded and realistic of a selection, and cutting back on the futuristic and overpowered items. And I really think that they had to add those items later on in Grand Theft Auto 5 to give players a reason to keep coming back. Remember, Grand Theft Auto Online was basically Frankenstein's monster with a bunch of stuff held together by duct tape and bubblegum, so there was a bunch of things that they couldn't do in that game that they're now going to be able to do, things that need to be established at the core. So if they're already establishing roleplay style gameplay from the get-go, players are going to have a much more immersive experience, and that will allow for longevity in the core gameplay itself, rather than having to constantly throw crazy stuff at you like laser guns and flying bikes with missiles. Although I'm sure we are still going to see that in the future. So there's also going to be improved session security most likely. So Rockstar intends to reduce hacking and exploits. And man, if you know, you know. I've seen them in Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, and I didn't play that much of it compared to other people. So you probably know what I'm talking about. Expect there to be less hackers and stuff like that, although there's probably still going to be some. And of course, expect regular content updates, all sorts of stuff, themed updates, very much like Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, but this time I think they're going to go bigger and better, with focus on depth and immersion in Vice City and Leonida It's going to be incredible. Who knows? We might finally get Undead Nightmare, but in Grand Theft Auto Online, and that would be freaking awesome to have an online zombies mode in GTA Online. Done very, very well, that is. So with all of these features and the roleplay elements and stuff, you might even have full-blown DayZ-style survival servers set in Leonida or Vice City. Again, remember, we're starting with a clean slate. There's going to be more players in lobbies. The economy's not going to be inflated and broken. It's going to actually start over and be player-driven and probably regulated by Rockstar. There's going to be deep roleplay tools integrated into the game, custom maps, modes, an advanced editor. Loading screens are going to be virtually non-existent. Things are going to be fluid and amazing. You're going to be able to ping-pong back and forth between single player and online like a breeze. Tighten controls, reduced griefing. Man, just making this video, I'm making myself excited for GTA 6 Online, and I'm not even really that much of a GTA Online fan. But earlier, I mentioned kind of a crackpot theory, and I'm going to share it with you guys right now.
Are you still not done?
What? Frank, what's the matter tonight, man? You seem like you're really charged up about something.
Well, you come in here and you act like a king, and this isn't your place, so...
Dude, what are you talking about? Literally every single time I come in here, I take excellent care of the place. I don't even smoke in here anymore, man. I always leave on time. I close up on time. What is the deal?
Just hurry it up.
Fine. Yes, sir. Okay. God damn, what's this freaking problem tonight, man? So there's absolutely no official confirmation of what I'm about to tell you, but there's been rumors of a Grand Theft Auto 4 remaster, right? And Grand Theft Auto 5 Online has already done its thing and the map works and everything, and it wouldn't take much of a graphical upgrade, especially with all the iterations of the Grand Theft Auto 5 map that they've been doing. So eventually, I think it's fair to say, expect every single Grand Theft Auto city and location to be in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, to where you can go to the airport, fly to Liberty City, fly to Los Santos, and maybe eventually the addition of Las Venturas and San Fierro, and maybe even other places. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is going to be where this game ends, and it's going to constantly evolve from there and change over time. It's going to be an MMO. It's going to be the ultimate online crime roleplay MMO that people have been trying to create for decades. And their ideas have always been so ambitious, but they haven't had the resources for the follow-through. Well, guess who does? Rockstar Games. So I think in time, we're eventually going to be able to fly over to Liberty City, do our stuff there, fly to Los Santos, and it just makes sense. Think about it. With all the years and time and everything that people have put into Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, they're going to want to revisit that place. It's going to be really cool going back there with all this new stuff. I don't know. I could just see a huge event around it. But what do you think? Do you think they're going to do that, or am I just absolutely out of my mind? My name's Dandy Andy. Thank you so much for watching. I've been on a Grand Theft Auto 6 kick lately, so if you want more Grand Theft Auto 6 videos, maybe go watch some of my other videos, but if you do want more Grand Theft Auto 6 videos, this is the place to be. And hey guys, if this video got you hyped up for Grand Theft Auto 6, I would really appreciate it if you hype me up by spending a hype point on this video. It would help me out a lot. I'm a small creator, and I am busting my butt to get these videos out. So I'm hyped for Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, especially after making that video. I remember it got me really excited about the idea of playing it. But what are we going to actually be doing in this world other than just the story missions and stuff and bumping into NPCs and interacting with the world? There's got to be activities, right? So let's talk about all confirmed activities coming in Grand Theft Auto 6 and even look at some speculated but highly likely activities. Check this out. So every day that passes, Grand Theft Auto 6 is getting closer. Every day you wake up, every day you breathe, every day you go back to sleep. Don't worry, we are getting closer to Grand Theft Auto 6. And that is good news for a lot of us considering everything going on in the world. You know, I keep seeing this running joke on, oh man, I hope I live to see Grand Theft Auto 6. And don't worry, I felt that way about Skyrim back in 2010, and I made it to 2011, believe it or not. So don't worry, you're gonna make it to see Grand Theft Auto 6. But today, since we're all excited about Grand Theft Auto 6, I had a comment saying to cover some of the activities that are gonna be in Grand Theft Auto 6. So I kind of went down the rabbit hole, and I have put together a massive list of activities that are confirmed, speculated, and some wild theories on activities that are going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. So we're gonna start out with the confirmed activities, loosely confirmed. Nothing's really confirmed until the game is in our hands. Then we're gonna get into the highly speculated activities, and then we are going to get into the outlandish stuff, which you know I love, and I'm trying to structure these videos in a way now where I'm very clear on when I'm getting into that kind of stuff. But as always, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because again, we don't have the game in our hands. But let's get excited. So let's start out with these confirmed activities. So these kinds of activities have either been confirmed officially through like trailers, screenshots. So let's start out with some of the obvious ones. We're going to have fishing. And this has been confirmed in official screenshots showing Jason and Cal fishing from boats. I don't think Rockstar is going to show something like that and then have it not be a feature, especially after how incredible it was in Red Dead Redemption 2. Definitely expect we're going to Vice City, we're going to Florida, Leonida, whatever. There is going to be fishing in this game. So between all of the crazy robberies and all the crazy nonsense, you can stop, take in the smell of the salt from the the ocean and all of that stuff. Feel the humidity on your skin while doing some fishing with your buddies. And you know what? It looks like we're going to be able to hang out with buddies too, because, you know, Jason and Cal, it'd be cool to call them up instead of, hey, Niko, let's go bowling. It'll be, hey, Jason, let's go fishing. Moving on, we've got jet skiing. So jet skiing is going to be in the game. Now, to what extent, I'm not certain. I mean, really, to jet ski, all you need to do is get on one and go jet skiing. And it's going to be really cool getting on a jet ski and just playing with kind of how the water physics work in the game. I'm really excited to do that. Next, we have kayaking, and that has been confirmed in an official Rockstar screenshot. Over here, you can see this guy kayaking over at Mount Calaga. So kayak to your heart's content. It seems like this game's going to have some slower paced activities, which is really cool because it'll be a nice contrast from the chaos and violence and all that kind of stuff that we're going to see in story missions and side missions and stuff like that. Very similar to how Red Dead Redemption 2 kind of balanced it. And of course, I mean, if you play Grand Theft Auto 5, I mean, come on, all of you have, there's going to be scuba diving. If you remember back when Grand Theft Auto 5 was coming out, they were talking so much about exploring underwater, how cool it's going to be. There's going to be a submarine, and it was cool. They did a lot of, you know, cool stuff. You can go underwater and you could look around, and that was pretty dang new for a Grand Theft Auto game. You know, we hadn't really seen anything like that before, I think, in a Rockstar game. Well, now you're going to have scuba diving, and expect it to be Subnautica levels of beautiful. There's going to be a lot of underwater exploration in this game, which makes sense because we've got the ocean, there's going to be lakes, there's going to be rivers, there's going to be all sorts of stuff. There's going to be a big presence of water in Grand Theft Auto 6. Now let's move on to like fitness and sports kind of stuff. We're going to have bodybuilding and working out. So if you look between a few of the screenshots, it seems like Jason is either getting stronger or skinnier or maybe a little chubbier. So I think we are going to see a weight loss mechanic and weight gain mechanic like we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2. And now you're going to be able to lift weights and maybe get stronger. So expect it to be kind of like San Andreas and really just very similar to Red Dead Redemption 2. Maybe a little bit expanded on, maybe a little bit more dumbed down, maybe just the same as it was in Red Dead Redemption 2, but we are going to see some sort of workout mechanic in this game. Next, we're going to have mini golf, which is shown in official Rockstar screenshots, and that's going to be really freaking cool. I myself have traveled to the coastal areas of Texas, stuff like Corpus Christi and all that kind of stuff, and they have mini golfing areas out there that are really freaking cool. I don't know what it is about being on the coast and mini golf, but it seems like anytime you're out the coast and there's a tourist trap and there's a lot of tourist stuff, there's mini golf. So of course in Vice City in 2026, we're going to have mini golf. And I'm really excited to see the interactions between like Jason and Cal or Lucia and the stuff they say to each other while playing the mini golf games. It's going to be really cool and really fun time to see some character development. But, you know, moving on a little bit from sports, let's talk about like fighting and combat sports. It seems like there's going to be some sort of underground MMA, maybe cage fighting kind of thing. Lucia is shown fighting in an MMA style ring. We also have that shot of her like jumping off of like a plane onto like the landing gear or some sort of door that's open. And so it seems like Lucia has a lot of experience with MMA, and I'm assuming Jason does too. And like we've seen these pictures of like boxing training, so maybe there's going to be boxing, which is a little bit different than your MMA, which is, you know, mixed martial arts. It's looking like there might even be straight up boxing, which would be neat and kind of opens up the idea that there might be multiple fighting styles in this game similar to San Andreas. That is not confirmed. We'll see on the multiple fighting style stuff, but there's going to be some form of boxing MMA in this game. Now let's move on to like gaming and entertainment stuff. There's of course going to be pool like there was in Grand Theft Auto 4, and I am so glad because I loved playing pool with Roman in Grand Theft Auto 4. I love playing pool with little Jacob in Grand Theft Auto 4. I don't know, there was just something about it. Grand Theft Auto 4 feels so cold and everything, and when you go into that little bar and you play pool with them, it just feels so cozy, and I'm excited to do that again. And it's really fun listening to the characters talk smack to each other while they're playing against each other. So that's going to be really fun. There is going to be video games. We see Jason has like a PlayStation 5 or something like that. If you've watched my video on space elements being in Grand Theft Auto 6, you'll know that there's probably going to be a Republican Space Rangers game or something like that. If not, there's going to be some sort of video games that we can play and interact with, which isn't a big surprise. Rockstar's always had that. If you remember in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, there was that little spaceship game you could play as CJ at his home. There's going to be stuff like that, just more thought out, and maybe some pretty intricate games within a game. You know, we've been seeing more and more of that as time's gone on, like in Fallout 4, how you could find little game holotapes and put them in your Pip-Boy and play it. So expect something pretty cool from the game consoles within Grand Theft Auto 6. I've got a feeling that they're going to go a little extra with the games in Grand Theft Auto 6 that you can play within the game, and why not? Rockstar likes to flex. And of course, there's going to be watching TV, which has been a feature since Grand Theft Auto 4. Now in Grand Theft Auto 5, I felt like they might have dumbed it down just a little bit, or maybe just had less channels or just less stuff on. I could be wrong about that, but I do remember in Grand Theft Auto 4 sitting down at Roman's apartment at the very beginning of the game, as soon as Niko gets off the boat, and, you know, he's tired and he's watching some TV, you know, before he goes and sees Roman for the first time.
Okay, who's in charge now, huh? So suddenly this guy comes out and he attacks me. I grab a beer bottle, break it on the table, stab it in his face. It's bleeding everywhere, and
And I loved the TV channels in Grand Theft Auto 4. They were hysterical. Some of the best stuff I've ever seen in a video game for comedy.
Imagine that, okay? Get your mind around that. Flipping shrimp like on a cruise ship forever.
So I'm really excited to see what they do with Grand Theft Auto 6 and to see their commentary on our world these days, because my God, it has been since 2008 now since Grand Theft Auto 4 came out. So man, it's weird. That's not relevant commentary anymore. If anything, Grand Theft Auto 4 is kind of becoming a period piece, kind of like, Vice City or something. I don't know. It's weird. Moving on, we're going to have dancing, which is, obvious based off of the trailers and stuff. It seems like we can go dancing with Lucia. You can expect some more like date night kind of activities and stuff since, our protagonists are going to be a couple, and that's going to be really freaking cool. But as you know, they're going all out on outdoor activities this time around, especially coming hot off of Red Dead Redemption 2. They're going to be bringing a lot of that kind of stuff into the game. So you can expect stuff like hunting, and you can expect it to be just as good as it was in Red Dead Redemption 2, and not as lackluster as it was in Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, I do have to give it to them. They did add that feature in Grand Theft Auto 5, and that was impressive, and it was cool. They went really big with Grand Theft Auto 5, but I feel like Red Dead Redemption 2 not only went big, but it had depth to back it up that the hardware at the time of Grand Theft Auto 5's release just couldn't quite cope with. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do the hunting in Grand Theft Auto 6, especially with all this modern day tactical, COOL, tactical, with all of that kind of equipment out and about. I don't know if you keep up with guns or hunting and stuff like that, but there's a bunch of fancy equipment that you can go hunting with. So I'm really curious if they're going to kind of explore that world a little bit since we're going to be in Florida or Leonida, and really excited to see it. Next, there's going to be dirt bike racing, which is cool. It's nothing we haven't seen before, but it seems like they're really going all out with it. Ever since we've seen the mud physics from Red Dead Redemption 2 and just kind of how it looks, and I don't know, it's fun to play with the mud in Red Dead Redemption 2 as well as the snow and stuff like that. It seems like we're going to be having some activities in the dirt and mud in Vice City. So like dirt bike racing, ATVs, stuff like that. Seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. But now let's get into criminal activities. So there is going to be bank robberies, whether it's part of just story missions or we can do it independently of story missions. I don't know, but there are going to be bank robberies. So 100% for certain you can count on it because it's featured prominently in trailers as story missions, and I think it will probably remain in story missions given that robbing a bank is a big freaking deal that would change a lot of the stuff around the characters narratively. But for more like small scale robberies that you could do on your own, expect store robberies. I mean, we get a little bit here with Jason hitting the cash register and smacking this guy. So I would expect store robberies. You can kind of do this in other Rockstar games, and they had like little interesting areas you could discover in Red Dead Redemption 2, and then you could do a full-blown scripted robbery, and that was really cool. So there's going to be some sort of robbery system in this game for stores. Now, we don't currently know if it's all the stores or like select stores, kind of like how they did in Red Dead Redemption 2 with their more like scripted stuff. We have yet to see that, but I think it's going to be the most in-depth we've ever seen it. So I would expect something pretty interesting and big, unless they have to cut back for the hardware towards the end on the amount of stuff they have to do, which hopefully they don't have to do. And of course, it's Grand Theft Auto, so there's going to be a return of strip clubs, and they were very front and center with this in the trailers. So adult entertainment venues are confirmed. And it's a good thing I'm not 12 anymore because that's what these games were all about when I was 12. But anyways, it also looks like there's going to be boat meets, which you can see in the screenshot right here. And I'm not all sure if this is like a story event or something like that, where you go to a boat meet or something like that. But we do know there's going to be some sort of marine vehicle gatherings. So boom, there you go. There's boats, there's people, they're partying, they're drinking. It's like a Where's Waldo painting. Can you find Jason?
Hey, Andy, what are you doing back here in the studio?
Oh, Uncle Jeff said I could come back.
Jeff said you could come back here?
Oh, yeah, man. I thought he would have told you.
It's just you've been in here a lot, and I got to stay late for you.
Yeah, I know, man. And I'm real sorry, and I really appreciate it. It's just, this is a much cooler venue than the bedroom.
What about that ad revenue you promised me? When am I getting a cut of that?
Oh, soon, man. I mean, I haven't really made much, but
soon. What about that NordVPN thing?
Oh, dude, no one's going to buy NordVPN on this. If someone wants NordVPN, they know they want NordVPN already.
So you're not even going to try to promote it?
Well, it's not that I'm not going to try to promote it, but it's like, I don't like to bog down each and every video of it. I did do an ad for NordVPN in one of the previous videos.
What about this one?
No. Well, yeah, I mean, there is a link in the description, and they can go click on it, sign up for NordVPN, and it would help us out a lot.
There you go. That's better. Start selling.
I hear you. It's kind of weird. It's kind of touchy. I don't really like doing that.
Just make sure your viewers know that they can click the link in the description and that they can watch movies in other countries and protect themselves online.
Yeah, dude, they understand.
What?
Come on, Frank. I'm sorry, man. Please let me get back to this video.
Just close up behind you. I'm out of here.
All right, thanks, Frank. God, man, some people, I love Frank. I do. I love Frank, but I don't know. It's like he's always got to stick up his butt or something. Anyways, I am so sorry, guys. Let's get back to this video. All right, now let's get into some of my favorite stuff, the highly speculated activities. These are going to be activities that have strong evidence, but a little bit less on the official confirmation front. So let's go ahead and start off with sports, recreation, that kind of thing. Let's talk about golf. So we know that there's going to be like mini golf, but there could also be, beyond mini golf, traditional golf courses, which would be really freaking cool. And honestly, I don't see why not. This map is supposed to be freaking huge, so they're definitely going to have the real estate for it. And while golfing is incredibly boring to watch, it is really fun to play. So I'm very excited to see how they implement golf into Grand Theft Auto 6. Also, I'd keep a lookout for beach football or soccer, something like that. Just some sort of beach sports. It seems like in this big shot right here with everyone on the beach that there's going to be all sorts of little activities, and it could just be stuff the NPCs do. But, you might be able to get in on some sort of beach game, like volleyball, for example. Show up as shirtless Jason, play some volleyball, get a big old sunburn, the coastal life. But more activities, let's talk about water activities, like swimming competitions. There's enhanced swimming mechanics and stuff like that, so why not? Underwater exploration we've already talked about, but what about underwater explorable areas with treasure and secrets? It is Rockstar Games, they love their secrets, and Red Dead Redemption love their treasure hunts, and I think underwater exploration is a great way to add pirate treasure and funny stuff like that, so who knows? And maybe even some spearfishing. I've seen that speculated, so there could be some spearfishing as well. Next, and this one is like loosely confirmed, but we see a presence of basketball courts and stuff like that and screenshots, and I think it's pretty safe to assume we're going to see some basketball stuff in this game. Something kind of light, maybe like how it was with Big Smoke, where you could play basketball in San Andreas, stuff like that. We're going to have tennis, which is no surprise considering that we had tennis in Grand Theft Auto 5. Tennis in Vice City just works, so we're going to see tennis. Next, there appears that there's going to be drug smuggling, which, it's Grand Theft Auto 6, checks out. But you can look at this screenshot right here, this lady handing some stuff off, and it appears we're going to be smuggling drugs in this game. So I don't know how good you feel about that, but it's nothing you haven't done in a Grand Theft Auto game. But it's looking like there might be some sort of like side activity for drug smuggling, which really ties into the whole like Vice City thing. Maybe you'll be flying a plane back and forth between some location we don't know of yet. That'll be kind of small, but like representative of like South America, but not quite, kind of like how Guarma was in Red Dead Redemption 2, and maybe you're flying it back and forth, boating it back and forth. Who knows? Maybe it'll be completely up to you. Who knows how deep that'll go? So apparently there's going to be some form of drinking games in the bar scenes and a lot of social drinking kind of stuff, very similar to how you saw it in Red Dead Redemption 2. Just expect that to be a little bit more fleshed out. It seems like there's going to be amusement parks, stuff like, maybe some sort of like spin on Disney World, something like that, some sort of amusement park to go in whatever the game's version of Orlando is, or just something. Rockstar loves adding amusement parks into their games when it's doable. They did it really well in Bully with the Carnival, and I loved it. They were going to have it in Grand Theft Auto 4, and then for whatever reason decided not to, so it's closed, and that kind of sucks, but it's still there. Also, it's looking like there's going to be car meets, and not just like the Grand Theft Auto Online stuff, but an actual in-game car meetup thing. So there's probably going to be street racing, and you meet up, and you have all these fancy, awesome cars, stuff like that. I don't really know how car meets go in real life. I've seen them happening around me, but I don't really know what you do with it other than just like, hey man, here's my car, check it out. I don't know. Let's talk about bow and arrows. There's going to be hunting in this game, and we're not sure how primal we can go with it, but maybe you're going to be able to get your hands on some like compound bows, stuff like that. And with the people Jason surrounds himself with, and with him being potentially, I think he's ex-military, I would expect some form of like combat training, whether that's like tied up in the story or if it's like a side activity or a skill you can go and improve, like driving school or flying school in San Andreas. There might be some sort of combat training courses and stuff like that. Again, this is the more speculative stuff, so we'll see, but let's move on to car customization. Now, look, I know that this is almost a freaking given, but I had to put it on the highly speculated list because it is not officially confirmed. It might as well be because in the alpha footage, I remember seeing them take the dash and all of that apart, so it seems like vehicles are incredibly modular, so we'll see. But I would expect a very deep vehicle modification system. It's Grand Theft Auto. Come on, they've got to, especially after San Andreas. I think they have yet to top that. Maybe in Grand Theft Auto 5, but I don't know. That would be more like Grand Theft Auto Online. And then expect racing competitions. This is almost a given, but expect like street racing and organized events, to go along with those car meets and stuff like that. And then boat racing, and then even air races. It also seems like community service is going to be making its way into this game, so that's going to be interesting. I know the game is probably going to start out with Lucia in prison, so I'm curious to see if we're going to actually be doing community service with her, because it is shown in the trailers. Now let's get into those traditional old school Grand Theft Auto activities. I'm really hoping we see a return of taxi driving, police work with like the vigilante kind of police work stuff. Not the good citizen bonus when you punch him, but when you get into the police car itself and you start hunting down bounties, I kind of hope we see that again. Another one, firefighting, and then ambulance services. So those are the big four if you've played any of the OG Grand Theft Auto games. When I say OG, I mean the OG 3D era. So I'm really hoping we see a return of those in Grand Theft Auto 6. But now it is time to get into the wild theories and extreme speculation. So you know me and you know that I love wild theories and extreme speculation. So don't just take everything I say here with salt. Take it with the whole thing. Take it with a bunch of salt. Let's get outlandish. Let's get crazy here. We're entering clickbait territory here. But you know what? Some of this stuff could be in the game. So let's see what people have cooked up. I put this part together based on just a bunch of crazy crap I found online. So let's see. All right, let's talk about space. I just won't let it go. So I'm not going to tell you to expect space missions. If I say expect something from this point out, I don't actually mean it. I'm just talking and I'm, going through my list here. But space missions, baby. So realistically, it's going to be in some sort of form of like video game stuff like Republican Space Rangers. I don't know, maybe in Grand Theft Auto Online, but space missions, man. We're not going to Tahiti. We're going to freaking Mars. We're going to Pluto. It's going to be great. Dutch has a plan. We just got to get enough money together and get to Pluto. But yes, there's some speculation that there's going to be space missions with like astronaut suits and crap like that. I don't know. We'll see. But also like NASA facility missions. Now this is more likely in the game's made up version of NASA doing some sort of missions for them. Space light. I don't think we're going to like space unless it's like in the video games in the in-game universe or some Grand Theft Auto line craziness. But expect, oh, there you go. I said expect, don't expect, but it's possible there's going to be some sort of NASA facility missions, or the game's version of NASA. Next is UFO encounters, and I would honestly definitely expect some weird alien UFO encounters, and I'm really curious to see what creepy Easter eggs they cook up for Grand Theft Auto 6. They went all out with Red Dead Redemption 2. We gotta give props where props are due. Red Dead Redemption 2 had some incredible Easter eggs, so I'm really curious to see how they go about doing UFOs this time around. There have been talks and speculation of like cryptocurrency heists. That doesn't sound as sexy, but I don't know. I don't even know how that stuff really works, but maybe some sort of digital currency-based criminal activities. I don't know. Let me know what you think about that, because that's something I've been seeing a lot of for some reason. Next is the gas station management. So you've heard me talk about this, like refueling vehicles and stuff like that. I had to put this on extreme speculation because it really is just kind of the sum of a bunch of parts that I came to the conclusion that there's probably going to be some sort of gas station or gas management in the game. I think this is not as wild as some of the other stuff on this list. I think we might see something like this in the game. But again, everything I'm talking about right now, lots of salt. Except for maybe the dynamic weather disasters, because I'm almost 100% certain we're going to see hurricanes, but I can't like give you an article and be like, hurricanes 100% confirmed. This is a huge trust me, bro. I really believe we're going to see hurricanes, floods, natural disasters, stuff like that in the game. It seems that the game starts when we get our day in the life with Jason. When we meet the character, it seems like, he's repairing his roof after some sort of tropical storm or hurricane. This has been talked about and widely circulated. I would definitely expect there to be dynamic weather disasters in the game, but it has to fall in this category for now, unfortunately. But you know what? While we're on the crazy speculative like tinfoil hat stuff, what about like character conspiracies and character theories? Like Jason is an undercover cop with a major plot twist involving like law enforcement. And then, there's even talk of like a third protagonist, like this Raul guy who is super cool. And I mean, he looks so cool to where you're like, how could he not be the third protagonist? And honestly, after seeing the screenshots of this guy, I kind of want to just throw Jason and Lucia aside, and I just want to play as this guy. This guy looks so freaking sick. I want to play as this guy. We know that there's going to be surfing. In fact, if I didn't throw this on an activity earlier, I don't know why I didn't, there is going to be surfing. So let's take surfing real quick. Let's pick that up and let's drag that all the way over to the confirmed activities, if I didn't already mention it. But yes, it's looking like there's going to be surfing in Grand Theft Auto 6. But what about surfing with sharks? Are there going to be sharks in this game? Can I go out in the ocean and mess around with the marine life and get attacked by sharks? We know there's going to be social media influencers in the game and that they're going to have a heavy presence on how people perceive us and stuff in the world. But are we going to be able to be social media influencers ourselves? Is that going to be an activity that we can engage with? I don't know. What about real estate? Grand Theft Auto games have had some really cool real estate options, buying things up as you go. Vice City Stories had an incredible system. What are we going to see in Grand Theft Auto 6? I'm really hoping we see a lot of property ownership and like a real estate empire kind of thing, passive income. We for sure are in Grand Theft Auto Online, but that doesn't count. I'm talking single player here. Let me know if you think that's going to be in the game. I think that's pretty much a given and a little less wild, but again, I'm going off of what I have. So let me know what you think. And this last one, I'm just going to throw it on here because I think it's funny. I saw somewhere online someone was saying, hey, you could even run in politics and do like a political campaign. I think that's not going to happen, but you know what? Why not? Let's end the wild theory with like the most wild thing ever. What about you could become God or something like that? Whatever. We can just, at this point, that would be a whole nother category. Just make up whatever nonsense you want, and that's what you could do. But anyways, there we go, guys. I started with confirmed activities, or mostly confirmed activities. We got into the highly speculated activities, and then we just got into the complete bonkers tinfoil hat off the rails activity list with things that could potentially be in the game. Anyways, if you thought this was enjoyable, guys, please leave this video a like. These videos take a lot of time to make, and it would mean the world to me. If you're new here and you haven't seen any of my other Grand Theft Auto 6 videos, now is an excellent time to go and check them out because I put just as much work into those as I did this one. And if you enjoyed this, I think you're going to like them too. Otherwise, thank you guys so much for your support. I have been growing really fast, and I am super appreciative to each and every one of you. You guys are freaking awesome. I know I used to respond to every single comment, but I just can't anymore. But I'm trying to get to you guys. All right, so we've really been just going crazy on diving into all of the features that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have, activities, physics, all that kind of crazy stuff. But let's get a little funky here. Let's talk about one of our favorite Grand Theft Auto characters. Let's talk about Niko, baby. Is Niko going to be returning to Grand Theft Auto 6? There have been people out there speculating he will. So I'm going to give you the answer on if he's going to return in Grand Theft Auto 6 or not. Check this out. Will Michael Hollick, Niko Bellic from Grand Theft Auto 4, be returning in Grand Theft Auto 6? Now look, a lot of you are going, no, why would he? Absolutely not. What are you talking about? Well, the answer might surprise you. Well, sorta. You'll see what I mean in a little bit. Now, why am I even making this video? Well, I'm making this video because I've gotten multiple comments now asking me to. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really freaking tired after the last video. I mean, it took it out of me. I put my heart and soul into this massive video covering AI and the future of video games. And I wanted something for a Friday release. And you know what? This was on the list, so I'm covering it. That's what I'm doing. But don't think I got lazy. I did do my due diligence on this. So I'm going to answer to the best of my abilities. I'm going to give you a concrete answer by the end of this video if Niko is going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. And at the very least, the value you're going to get out of this, if there's any value at all, is understanding why people think he's going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. So since it's my goal to cover pretty much everything regarding Grand Theft Auto 6, I can't leave this one on the table. So let's do it. Real quick, before I forget, shout out to Wahib Comrie. And I'm so sorry, I'm having trouble pronouncing this, but dude, shout out to you. He asked for a shout out. If you want shout outs on the channel, ask for him and I will edit you into the video. Anyways, big shout out, homie. Hope you're doing all right. So will Niko Bellic be returning in Grand Theft Auto 6? Let me just tell you, there is officially no confirmation that he will appear in Grand Theft Auto 6. And now look, I went deep, guys. I went deep. I went through everything I possibly could to try and find just a crumb, a speck of information that confirms that he would be in Grand Theft Auto 6. But the only breadcrumbs that we do have lead to nothing more than speculation. I'm just going to be totally honest with you about that. So why do people think this? Well, it's because of Michael Hollick's recent activity. See, now we're getting a little spicy, but not too spicy because the most significant development really came recently, back in July, when Michael Hollick, the voice actor of Niko, he made a surprising return to social media after 17 years of absence. 17 years. Some of you watching this are 17 years old, maybe even younger. Oh my gosh, you guys are making me feel old, but whatever. So anyways, he joined Cameo, and he stated, when he joined, I avoided social media for a long time, but you fans are relentless. So here I am. So people kind of took this as a sign, some people, of, him returning as Niko Bellic in Grand Theft Auto 6. Like, well, why else would he get on Cameo and start engaging with us unless he was going to be on Grand Theft Auto 6? That's not how it works. You want my 2 cents? I think the reason he's choosing to now is because really, and I mean this in the most polite way possible, I think Niko Bellic was the biggest thing in his career, at least in the United States. Now, I don't know that for certain, but that's all I know him in. But also, social media is a thing. I imagine he's starting to see how the voice actors from Grand Theft Auto 5, with the exception of Stephen Ogg, and Red Dead Redemption, how they've been going about engaging with the community and, the opportunities it's opened up for them and stuff like that. So I think that is the reason he is choosing to get back on now of all times. Also, it's been a very long time now since Rockstar's burned him. It wasn't even really Rockstar. We'll talk about that in a minute. But anyways, he got on Cameo. People start speculating. So that's one of the reasons why people think that Michael Hollick is returning as Niko in Grand Theft Auto 6. Hollick is also expanding his public presence, though, beyond Cameo. As reported in September of 2025, Michael Hollick will be joining Ned Luke at Comic-Con Saratoga 2025, marking his first appearance at such events alongside other Grand Theft Auto voice actors. And that's really freaking cool because I love Niko Bellic. I want him in Grand Theft Auto 6. I loved Michael Hollick's work. And at the very least, I think it's going to be really cool for him to engage with the fans and for people to, maybe he'll give him some famous quotes or something from the game series. Who knows?
How about we go bowling? Niko, this is a great American activity. We bowl together. You pick me up in next hour. I see you soon then, Roman.
But anyways, people see that also leading to the fact like, oh, well, he's trying to get a buzz going. He's going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, look, I'm not saying he's not. He could be. I'm just saying there's no concrete evidence. I mean, back when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, there was a lot of speculation about him returning. He popped up in a Life Invader account, which was really cool. I think it was literally just copy-paste from Grand Theft Auto 4, except it had some epilogue kind of stuff, and we could see that he did, in fact, end up with Roman running the taxi business still after the events of Grand Theft Auto 4. So maybe they did get that happy ending, and it's canon that Roman lived, which is really cool. But I digress. We didn't see Niko in Grand Theft Auto 5, and that was because of a payment controversy. Now, this happened a very long time ago now, and I don't think it's going to affect whether he comes back now or not. But let's talk about that payment controversy. And most of you already know this, so I'm just going to look at it very briefly. So if we want to understand Michael Hollick's relationship with Rockstar Games, we got to look at the 2008 payment controversy. According to a New York Times article from May of 2008, Hollick was paid roughly $100,000 over 15 months for his voice acting and motion capture work on Grand Theft Auto 4. Now, some of you might be like, wow, Niko Bellic was only paid $100,000 over 15 months, like only $100K. But look, to contextualize this, we got to look at it. Hollick said that he was actually paid about 50% more than the standard rate, roughly $1,050 a day. And that's a lot of money for a day rate. But the game's commercial success made this payment controversial. According to Take-Two Interactive's official announcement, Grand Theft Auto 4 earned $310 million in its first day and $500 million in its first week. Now, I know Grand Theft Auto 5 like trumps that, but back then these were some serious numbers. Despite the financial disparity, Hollick has consistently stated he does not blame Rockstar. To some of you who know about this controversy, you might think, oh, he doesn't like Rockstar, you know, Rockstar burned him. It's not quite that Rockstar burned him, because there was a middleman. In a New York Times interview, Hollick said, obviously, I'm incredibly thankful to Rockstar for the opportunity to be in this game when I was just a nobody, an unknown quantity. But it's tough when you see Grand Theft Auto 4 out there is the biggest thing going right now, when they're making hundreds of millions of dollars and we don't see any of it. I don't blame Rockstar. I blame our union for not having the agreements in place to protect the creative people who drive the sales of these games. Now, I'm sure he was a little bit upset at Rockstar about all of this, but you know, if you're talking publicly, you have to be like, oh, I don't blame Rockstar. I blame the unions that don't work hard enough, you know, that kind of thing. But whatever, because I don't think he wanted to burn any bridges with the biggest video game company in the world. I think he wanted to leave that door open. Not like Stephen Ogg, who's very much against the idea of being Trevor in Grand Theft Auto 5, it seems. I don't know. It's like, dude, get over yourself. I don't know. He's acting like Kurt Cobain, hating his fans for liking his stuff. And to some extent, I get it, because that's not what you want to be known for. But you know what? If you have a roof over your head, if you got meals, you got a place to sleep, you got people who love you, you're doing all right. Chill out, man. Sorry, I'm getting preachy. But let's talk about, you know, Rockstar and Hollick potentially reconciling. So whether or not they've quote unquote mended their relationship, there's not really any direct evidence of, you know, some sort of formal reconciliation. And I don't think Rockstar would ever play it like that. However, Ned Luke, voice actor for Michael DeSanta, I'm sure a lot of you guys have watched his stuff, he's reached out to Hollick. During a May 2025 interview, when asked about Hollick, Luke stated, I don't know him. I've never met Michael. I wouldn't mind reaching out to him. I'd like to get him to a Comic-Con or two. And I think, I don't know, it's kind of funny, the idea of Michael reaching out to Michael. But anyways, I found a Reddit post from September of 2025, and it was talking about how Ned Luke, Michael's voice actor, that's the one who reached out to him. They're all going to be together at an event, and even CJ's voice actor was going to be there. Now, there is no confirmed information about whether Rockstar Games has directly contacted or compensated Hollick beyond the original payment. And if they did, it would be under the table. Now, I seriously doubt it, because I'm sure you know how they did it with Ray Liotta in Vice City. If you don't know about that, that's a whole nother thing. But basically, if Rockstar is not going to fold for Ray Liotta, I mean, Goodfellas and everything else he's done, you know, but Goodfellas, if they're not going to fold for him, they're not going to fold for anybody. And they've always kind of treated their voice actors the way they do, but that's a whole nother story. That's an entirely different thing. And I'm sure there's millions of videos on YouTube about that exact topic. All right, so let's talk about these leaks and rumors of Niko being in Grand Theft Auto 6. So all claims about Niko Bellic appearing in Grand Theft Auto 6 are, let's just be honest here, unverified speculation. Back in February of 2024, there was a rumor claiming that he could return for a cameo. However, with no named source behind this alleged leak, it is hard to judge how reliable it is. And there you go. There's no evidence, there's no concrete proof, none of that. And there's been social media posts and stuff online, you know, people claiming to be leakers and stuff like that, or just people spreading misinformation. But I don't know if this is that, but there's been stuff said like, according to leaks from an inside source, Niko Bellic is returning in Grand Theft Auto 6 for a brief cameo. And that is what's been stirring up all of this kind of stuff. People just saying stuff online and kind of getting circulated, which, you know, I get it. Even this video, it's a little clickbaity, not gonna lie. I mean, it's not the most clickbaity thing I've done, but you know, I get it. Well, maybe I don't. I don't understand really just saying nonsense online just on a random post. I don't know. Maybe there is some truth to this, but I'm trying really hard now to put everything under a microscope to make sure that I can filter out all the noise and give you guys what's real and what's not. So let's revisit Grand Theft Auto 5 real quick. Remember, Niko didn't physically appear in Grand Theft Auto 5 because of that controversy. I'm sure he would have if it wasn't for the whole payment thing, whatever, with him and Rockstar. Or maybe still he wouldn't have, but who knows. His existence, though, is of course acknowledged through references. I mean, even Michelle, or whatever her real name is, she's in Grand Theft Auto 5. And during story missions, Lester, he said something like, oh, there was an Eastern European guy making moves in Liberty City, but he went quiet. You know, I remember that line and I thought that was really cool. And then also, like I said earlier, Niko has a life invader in Grand Theft Auto 5's universe, which is like their version of Facebook, if you're not familiar for some reason, which I'd be surprised because you're watching this. If you were to view his profile on Jimmy DeSanta's laptop, it shows that Niko is now living in Broker and is working for his cousin Roman's taxi service. So like I told you, it's now canon that they did have kind of a happy ending. And that's really cool. And it kind of leaves it open-ended for, you know, us to see him again. It's not like they did what they did to Johnny, to Niko. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh, if that was Niko instead of Johnny, oh, the backlash would have been insane. I would have just burned the game then and there. I mean, when Trevor did kill Johnny, that pretty much took me out of the game almost entirely, but Niko, man, nah. And that's cool. So there's some little lore stuff with Grand Theft Auto 5, but again, nothing that says, hey, Michael Bellic, Niko, he's in Grand Theft Auto 6. So why not? Well, in Grand Theft Auto 5's case, it was everything that happened between Michael Bellic and Rockstar and, you know, him feeling like he wasn't paid fairly. And that took any possibility of a cameo of him out of Grand Theft Auto 5. And it's been so long now that I think Rockstar has maybe even moved away from the idea of doing something like that. Now, if you watched my previous video about AI in video games and how it's going to affect the future, there's a part where I talked about voice actors. They come in, they record a few lines, and then basically they sell away their digital likeness, and people can then just use their voices however they want using AI and put characters and stuff in games. And I have seen people speculate that maybe they'll do some sort of AI Niko and stuff like that, but let's be real here, that's probably not going to happen, and there's two reasons for that. One, I don't think Rockstar would do that just because on principle, like an AI voice actor, I really don't think Rockstar would do that. Two, whatever contract Michael Bellic signed or whatever happened back in like 2008, even before that, like 2006. So yeah, I'm sure there wasn't some AI digital likeness clause or anything like that back then. Now, there could have been something like, you know, if we discover some sort of technology, you know, some sort of legalese to be like, we basically own your voice, you know, but I don't think so. If we do get a cameo in Grand Theft Auto 6, I don't think it's going to be Niko, unfortunately. I would love for him to be in there, okay? He is my favorite Grand Theft Auto 4 character. Well, protagonist. I don't think we're gonna see him. I think if we do see a cameo, it might be Trevor, you know, and maybe we'll see him getting beat brutally or something like that. That's if he didn't kill him at the end of Grand Theft Auto 5. But I think it'd be really funny if they brought him into Grand Theft Auto 6 and he's in Johnny's shoes, especially after all the crap Stephen Ogg talks about, you know, Trevor and trying to distance himself from it. I think it'd be funny, but that's just me. And if Niko was in Grand Theft Auto 6, I mean, think of all the time that's passed. Apparently he was only 30. Okay, whatever. The guy went through a lot of trauma and strife and stuff, so I guess it's plausible. But he would be 47 in Grand Theft Auto 6, which I think would be cool. So just to recap, the reason you're hearing these rumors about Niko potentially returning in Grand Theft Auto 6 is literally just because the dude's coming back on cameo. He's going to show up at Comic-Con Saratoga, and because of a rumor. That's it. Those are the three things we have to go off of if Niko Bellic will be returning to Grand Theft Auto 6. And I did promise you a concrete answer, so here it is. Maybe. No, I'm just kidding. No, you heard me say it earlier. No, he's not going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6. I put money on him not being in Grand Theft Auto 6, but at the same time, I don't know. Anything could happen. What do you think? Do you think he's going to return to Grand Theft Auto 6? I doubt you do, but if there is a character you think will be returning in Grand Theft Auto 6, what character is that? All right, so there you have it. That's my answer. Well, more or less. But while we're getting a little crazy here and we're just talking about random stuff, let's look at the most clickbaity video I ever did. But believe me, there's some truth here. There's some truth in this video. Let's talk about space in Grand Theft Auto 6. Believe it or not, there were space keywords in the leaks, stuff that hints at space elements being in the game. To what degree? We don't know, but you can check this part out. You could skip over it, but I think it's pretty interesting. Just give it a watch. What if I told you that Grand Theft Auto 6 might literally take the player to outer space? I'm not talking about some crazy mod or fan theory. Well, you'll see. But there's actually evidence that's buried in the leaked code that suggests Rockstar is planning something absolutely wild for this game. So look, the leaked files don't lie. Data miners have been digging through Grand Theft Auto 6's files, and what they found is absolutely insane. We're talking about references, keywords like low gravity, astronaut suits, space station, shuttle, orbit, and space landscape. So this isn't just some random code. I mean, code doesn't just exist randomly in games, it's there for a reason. So this is something that Rockstar is putting in their game. Now, in what way? Well, more on that in a minute, but I just want to lay it home that this is a $2 billion game, the most expensive piece of media ever created. So I don't think it's a reach already, just based off that alone, to think that we might see some space elements. And I know that sounds ridiculous, especially because Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be a relatively grounded game. But here's where it gets really interesting. Rockstar has been hiring some seriously specialized people. We're talking gravity experts, physics specialists, and people who work on anatomical motion and altered environments. Why would you need that for a crime game set in Florida? Unless it's not just set in Florida. Now, we know Rockstar is all about being really quiet and tight-lipped right up until release and then just dropping an absolute nuclear warhead on us with something crazy. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be the next Starfield or next space exploration game, but I do think that we're going to see space in some sort of capacity in this game. So the leaks mention SERA, SERA, that stands for Space Exploration Research Agency. Basically, it's their version of NASA. So this makes perfect sense when you remember that Grand Theft Auto 6 is set in Florida, or Leonida, their version of Florida. And what's Florida famous for? The Kennedy Space Center. Mapping projects for the game actually shows a Space Center location that looks NASA-inspired. So long gone are the days of running to the airport and trying to steal a plane. Now we might see players running into space stations and taking off in rockets. But also there's something in this universe that I think would make sense for space travel. Remember, Republican Space Rangers is a funny TV program that you've seen in the games. What if they take these Republican Space Rangers and make them playable? The leaked space files could be tied to an expanded, interactive version of Republican Space Rangers. So Jason might be able to sit down in his apartment. Well, I mean, we've seen shots of him playing video games on what looks to be a PS5, and maybe he's playing the Republican Space Rangers game. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a game within a game with how big Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be, so there might be a full-fledged, thought-out Republican Space Rangers game to enjoy in this game, which would make for a nice break from, all of the heavyweight, serious crime drama going on around us. Now you can take part in these absurd, ridiculous space missions, put yourself in the satire, instead of just watching them on the in-game TV. And that sounds very much like the Rockstar we know. Because usually with game companies, if it sounds too good to be true, it is. With Rockstar, if it sounds too good to be true, it's going to happen, at least most of the time. So what could this actually look like in-game? There are a few theories floating around. We could get a single wild side mission, maybe drug-induced, maybe not, where you are actually launched into orbit or experience low gravity at a defunct space center in Leonida. Just something crazy like that, a one-off. And I think that would be the perfect opportunity for Rockstar to satirize the current state of America's space program. Or maybe it's bigger than that. What if there's an entire criminal conspiracy storyline involving like a space agency? Think about it. I mean, it's Grand Theft Auto. Of course, there's going to be corruption and crime at even the highest levels. Now, I know that sounds insane, but again, everything we've been shown about the game, I'm telling you, they're hiding something. We have not seen all there is to see in this game. So why does this crackpot theory make sense? Well, look, the main story of Grand Theft Auto 6 is probably going to stay grounded in reality, like I said earlier. But Rockstar has always pushed boundaries with their side content. They've given us everything from alien encounters to time travel references. So space missions, that's just the next logical step. Plus, with all the technical expertise that they've been hiring and the space-related code that was uncovered, something is definitely happening in the game that involves outer space to some extent. Whether it's a full storyline or just an elaborate mini-game or something in between, we have yet to see that. But no matter what it is, we're in for something special. But that also brings me to this next point. What about Grand Theft Auto 6 Online? So Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, it's crazy, it's wild, it's totally out of touch with how grounded the core game feels. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5 doesn't really feel grounded, but I mean, you're not flying around on motorcycles that can shoot missiles in Grand Theft Auto 5 story mode. In Grand Theft Auto Online, I mean, you have freaking submarines, there's hover bikes that shoot missiles. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. So where I realistically see this being is, I think in Grand Theft Auto Online, the new iteration of it, I think we're probably going to eventually see something absolutely stupid and crazy like space missions in some sort of crime capacity, where players who like to fly around on bikes could now shoot each other in space with laser guns. I'm not kidding. I do think we're going to see something that ridiculous with Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, but I hope it just stays in Grand Theft Auto 6 Online and doesn't come to the main story, because I really do prefer a much more grounded experience like Grand Theft Auto 4. So, of course, nothing's officially confirmed yet, but when you connect all these dots, the leak files, the specialized hirings, and, its Florida setting with its real-world space connections and Rockstar's history for exploring their locations and doing their due diligence to present the culture of the places that they're exploring and the customs and then parody them. I think it's pretty clear that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to take us to places we've never been before. Literally. So I'm super hyped to learn more about this. I'm not saying there's going to be like spaceship customization and we're going to be going around, flying around in space and stuff like that, but there is going to be some sort of space element. What do you think that's going to be? You know what? Screw it. I left this video out of the last one because I'm not at my best in this video, I'm not going to lie, and it is a short one. But let's talk about the beer physics in Grand Theft Auto 6 because no super massive mega video could be complete without it. So I'm sorry again, I was off my rocker, but I think it was appropriate given the topic. Anyways, just you'll see what I mean. Enjoy this next video or skip it. Here we go. I am so sorry for this video. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be the most immersive game we've ever played. So tonight, for no particular reason, I thought it might be interesting to look at how drinking is going to play a role in Grand Theft Auto 6. And you might be asking me, Andy, what's the occasion? Well, in the trailers, you can see a bunch of alcohol. You can see a bunch of beer and bubbles and all sorts of stuff. And we know they're going to be using these liquid particle systems, or not that, but simulated water. And that's going to apply to the beverages in the game as well, primarily beer. And it looks so tasty. You can see Jason purchasing a 6-pack of beer. You can see Jason and Lucia drinking together, saying, "To new beginnings must be nice. Enjoy it while it lasts, Bubba. Enjoy it while it lasts." You can also see Jason drinking at the Rusty Anchor Bar with his friend Cal Hampton, and they're doing shots together. And that looks like a ton of fun. It must be nice. There's multiple beer brands. I mean, they got all sorts of beer brands. Pisswasser, Stronzo, Pendejo, Patriot, Lager Beer, and Lavazza's. So it sounds like we're going to have a good old boring beers. I think Pisswasser's thing is for export only, it's as a joke. And then we're going to have our, Mexican cervezas, and it's going to be a good time. So the trailer shows detailed bottle physics with visible bubbles. And I like bubbles. There's condensation, realistic reflections off TV screens off the bottles, and lighting on glass surfaces. So one of these leaks here, see, I wrote it down somewhere. Let's see. Okay, not only do you see the bubbles and the condensation on those glass bottles, but you also see the reflection of the TV and the light pouring in from the outside. And I think that guy's a freaking genius. Dude deserves a raise for being able to have eyes like a hawk and spot something like that. We should put him on the case for the crimes in this country because that guy doesn't miss a beat. So there's going to be side activities with lots of drinking. Rockstar said there's going to be fishing, and I talked about that in one of my videos. Not that you care, but it's in there. And there's going to be all sorts of stuff. There's going to be just lots of drinking and stuff. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be a good time. Everyone's going to have a good time, and they're all going to be together, and no one is going to leave anyone alone. But let's talk about this fluid system in Grand Theft Auto 6. So apparently there's a fluid system. I've talked about it too many times. And, there's like sweat, tears, blood, and all that stuff. But beer too, And while not explicitly mentioning alcohol, it doesn't take a genius. You and I know. I'm looking at you. You're looking at me. We know. It's going to be in the game. And gravity and surface angle calculations, what does that even mean? Hold on. Gravity and surface angle calculations, roll off, lift off, evaporation mechanics, production rates for different surface areas, real-time dynamic fluid movement on character models. So that's all to say that the liquid systems in this game are going to be the bee's knees. Even the patent for the games have different animations that are confirmed to be for when NPCs are intoxicated. So I personally don't like to drink myself, but if that's something you're into, you're going to be able to do it in this game. And the NPCs are going to be able to do it too. And you're probably going to be able to do it with Lucia, to drink together. You're going to be able to drink with Lucia. It's going to be cool.
So let's talk about this 88-page patent filed by Take-Two in April 2025. It described technology for automatically generating character animations regardless of body type, height, or weight. This patent supports adaptive animations that could adjust drunk walking based on character physical attributes. Since it was in Grand Theft Auto 5, you could totally expect to see it in Grand Theft Auto 6 is what I'm trying to say. In Grand Theft Auto 5, you could drink a beer at Franco's apartment and, it'd make your screen all, you know what I'm talking about? It would do that wow thing. Well, now you're going to have it back. This time, it's going to be more immersive than ever. There's also option to hang out at bars, and then you're drunk and you crash your car and lose everything. I wouldn't know anything about that. There's screen blur effects, which is, I gotta say, they get it right for when you've had too much. From what I've heard. We saw it in Red Dead Redemption 2 with Lenny, looking for Lenny, and I miss Lenny, and it was cool. Arthur just poured his heart out to Lenny. I don't know if Lenny heard him, but he should have been, he told him. So you can expect that. Why am I even doing any of this? Oh, my head hurts. I'm curious to see how these alcohol systems play in with the relationship meter. If one partner drinks too much, will the other partner get angry about it? Something like that. Will there be other substances in this game? Say of the injectable quantity or the smokable quantity. What kind of things will those be? Will one partner get addicted to something and the other partner try to stop that person from being addicted to something and then be punished for it because the other partner thought it would be cool to go off with the guy who had that something? What if Lucia could leave Jason to go live with a drug dealer or something? And then maybe that drug dealer's a foot taller than Jason and has really nice abs and could beat up Jason. I'm just saying, it could happen. But it doesn't matter. Now let's move into the thing that kicked off Grand Theft Auto 6 being something I primarily cover on this channel, the video that did it all. And that's me saying that Grand Theft Auto 6 should slow it down and be more immersive like Red Dead Redemption 2. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, I think this video is still worth watching. Check it out and let me know what you think in the comments. Grand Theft Auto 6 should slow it down. Now, I've seen a lot of people online and they're like, you know what? I don't want to see Grand Theft Auto 6 have the same speed or whatever as Red Dead Redemption 2, where we got to slow it down to pick up a can of beans, or man, it feels like I'm controlling a tank walking around. I disagree with them completely. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 hit it right on the mark with at least how I enjoy experiencing those worlds. And I think it kind of was influenced by Grand Theft Auto 4, which to this day, in my opinion, is the best Grand Theft Auto. And I'm not saying that as some Zoomer who came in at Grand Theft Auto 5 and that's the game I've grown up with. I started with the very first Grand Theft Auto and have played every single one as they've been released. And each one, in my opinion, was better than the previous. Grand Theft Auto 2 was better than 1. I know that's controversial for some people. I even enjoyed London. And of course, when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, I was absolutely blown away that we could now experience this world in a 3D universe. And then Vice City. And now our protagonist is voiced, and it's freaking Ray Liotta. And you have this amazing Miami drug story. It was absolutely awesome. And then, of course, San Andreas. Oh my God, that blew me away back in the day. And still to this day, I want to see some of those smaller kind of RPG elements coming back. The ability to gain weight and lose it. If you played it, you know. But then Grand Theft Auto 4. Oh man, I remember being so hyped for this, watching all of the trailers and everything. They even had like a cop recruitment video that they put out. I remember that was funny.
My name is Brian O'Toole. I wanted to fight the war on terror, but I don't read so good. Most careers were closed to me. That's why I joined the LCPD.
They had that funny ad of banging on trash can lids for an hour.
It's the new performance rhythm sensation, banging trash can lids for an hour. Critics say it's astonishing. Astonishing what people from out of town will pay to see. It's a story told by men and women fighting with brooms, tap dancing with sanitation materials, and a lot of heart. Hear them make music out of trash can lids.
They had a whole website. It was awesome. I was so excited. The very first thing that actually caught my attention about Grand Theft Auto 4 was seeing the fact that bullet holes could now show up on cars and that you could crack windows. That had me sold, just that alone. And then the Euphoria physics. Oh my gosh. I remember just going down the rabbit hole, learning everything I could, watching the Euphoria physics showcase video back in 2007, 2008. And then when I finally got my hands on this game,
game, the first thing I did was hop in a car and just start bumping into people to play with the physics. But then I played the game and I realized it was so much different from other Grand Theft Auto games. One of the earliest missions has you throwing a brick through a window and you're slowly getting sucked into this world of crime, and it was immersive. I felt for Niko. I was so attached to that character, and the driving was top notch. I loved it. People say it's like a boat on wheels, but it's like, dude, try and do some of the driving you do in Grand Theft Auto 5 and you're gonna see that stuff's impossible in real life, or at the very least you're gonna get yourself in a horrible accident. And Grand Theft Auto 4's driving isn't hard. It's actually pretty dang easy to get down if you take into the account the weight of the car that you are driving. Every car handled differently, and it was amazing. The shooting was amazing. I remember there's these blood spurts that would pop out of people when you would shoot, the way they would fall. The physics were top notch and like nothing we'd ever seen before in video games. The story was dark and depressing, but also had this great sense of humor. It felt very real. And the crime world was dark and gritty, and they had this post-processing on the screen that, you know, like a movie would have. It was color graded. So the way they had presented this world was a very dark and bleak experience, and I loved it. And I could not wait when Grand Theft Auto 5 was announced. I remember I printed out an entire PDF, all of the pages of everything we knew about Grand Theft Auto 5 that I found online. It was like 20 or 30 pages. I would take that with me everywhere, and I would just read through it, look at all of the cool features that were going to be in the game, and I was so excited. It looked like it was based heavily off the movie Heat, so I watched that a million times. But then the game came out, and I was devastated by how freaking boring it was. I hate Grand Theft Auto 5. I do. I've tried so hard to love it. I've tried to play it over and over and over again. And the characters suck. Everything's so nihilistic and it's about making money. I don't care about anyone. Trevor killed Johnny. That was it for me, man. And then I was like, you know what? Let's try the gameplay. But the shooting was boring. Like everything is like laser accurate, pinpoint accuracy. The physics felt dumbed down. I hated how the screen flashed when you killed something. I didn't like the hit markers. I didn't like how the police would just throw 100 people at you. The cars exploded too fast. Everything became over the top very quickly. And in doing that, it lost what Grand Theft Auto 4 had, which is kind of that steady ramp up to just absolute chaos. And then on top of that, that unpredictability in what's going to be happening in an event, like in a shootout or a chase, because the physics were dumbed down to work on the Xbox 360. And the story was just, from what I played, not very good. I know how it ends. I've had it spoiled for me, yada yada. It's been years. It's been over a decade. And that's another thing. It's been 12 years now, and 12 years of me waiting for the next Grand Theft Auto, because I was just like, you know what, this one isn't for me. But man, they sure made all of us wait on that next one, milking Grand Theft Auto Online. And I've played Grand Theft Auto Online, and honestly, I think that's where the real experience of the game is at. And that kind of sucks, because if you love Grand Theft Auto 4 as much as I do, man, you know that's what we want. We want more of that. And Red Dead Redemption, when that came out, oh man. So, you know, after Grand Theft Auto 4 and Red Dead Redemption, I thought for sure 5 was going to knock it out of the park, and it didn't. But Rockstar saved me in 2018 with Red Dead Redemption 2. And that absolutely blew me away in every single way possible. From the physics, to the way the guns handle, to the way that you interact with the world. Being able to walk around in first person just right off the bat, and all the different customization options to fine-tune the way that you control your character. Yes, it's true, Arthur does handle like a boat at first, but if you mess around with the settings, you'll find that things get much snappier. I loved the fishing, I loved hanging out with friends, and that was in Grand Theft Auto 4 too. I miss that. People say they didn't like that. I loved it. I loved living in that world. You know, it's one thing to go on a mission and do all this shooting and killing and, you know, robbing and stuff and see the crime and all that, but violence without context is just boring. So if the player is put in a world that they can live in, when those violent, terrible things happen, they feel like they have real weight. And also, just in Grand Theft Auto 5, like one of the first missions is like you're in a hood shootout and you're shooting like 100 people. Oh, I hated it. And look, I know that's not very popular. I know a lot of people love Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't. But I think Grand Theft Auto 6 should basically just be the baby of Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 4. I think those are the two strongest games that Rockstar has ever made. Yeah, I know there's a lot of love for San Andreas. Look, it blew us all out of the water when it came out. And there's still some things in San Andreas that they should bring back, such as the ability to work out, learning different fighting styles, going to different cities, you know, just having that whole adventure. But Red Dead Redemption 2 kind of brought something to Rockstar games that we hadn't seen before, with their strangers and random events and things that you might not see in 1,000 hours of playing the game, but your buddy saw. And that is what Skyrim had.
had, the ability to discover things if you go off out on your own. It's kind of interesting because as Bethesda has kind of continued to decline, I feel like Rockstar Games has just been on top of it with Red Dead Redemption 2. You don't need Skyrim anymore. You have Red Dead Redemption 2. You can go out and get the same adventure out of it. Now, sure, you can't create your character down to what their fingernails look like and their name and everything. You are Arthur Morgan and then John Marston in the game, but that makes the narrative weight heavier because these are fully realized, fleshed out characters. So with this next game, I hope they don't Gen Z the shit out of it. Just an endless onslaught of stimuli like Grand Theft Auto 5 was. I don't want that. I want something like Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 4. You know, I saw some stuff online about how you're gonna have to keep your weapons in a trunk. I love the idea of having a primary and a secondary, and you can only take those with you. You don't have a whole weapon wheel. I'd love the idea of like maybe a hardcore mode. You're not able to take but 1 or 2 shots. Maybe even a survival mode, like in Red Dead Redemption, how they kind of did it with the core stuff. Like you need to eat and bathe and all of that. Live in the world so that when you go out and you do all of the things you're doing, you feel fresh and ready. And not only that, but those small mundane things that you do in Red Dead Redemption 2 allow you to live in the world and look around at what's going on around you. And it is true. After playing Red Dead Redemption 2, I went back to 1. And yeah, there was a bit of an arcadey mix to it that I liked. 1 was faster, snappier, more straightforward, just more self-contained. Where Red Dead Redemption 1 feels like an epic movie, Red Dead Redemption 2 feels like an epic TV series, like some sort of HBO show or something. But Grand Theft Auto 6, given that it's taken all of this time and resources to make, I think it should be a lot like Red Dead Redemption 2 in that big epic HBO-style TV show way. Slow it down, let us live in that world. This isn't something you're gonna wanna watch and scroll through like a freaking TikTok video. This is something you're going to want to immerse yourself in and enjoy. Because I'll tell you what, after Grand Theft Auto 6, we're not getting something like this for a very, very, very long time. Some of us might be in our 40s or 50s the next time we see something like that. So yes, I think they should slow it down. I want Jason to take his time and hang out with, what's her name, Louisa? I want there to be a lot of gameplay around taking it slow, getting to know these two characters, especially because it looks like it's going to be a Romeo and Juliet style story. And the map is going to be huge. There's going to be different locations. Rockstar has always wanted to go really big, and then they always have to dial it back for the hardware. But I think this time we're going to see something absolutely insane. So people say they take 200 or 300 hours to absolutely do everything in Red Dead Redemption 2, and then they still haven't seen everything. I want this game personally to be a 500 to 700 hour game, maybe even longer. And I think that that is what it's going to be, guys. I think that's what they're going to deliver. I don't think it's going to be the nonsense we got with Grand Theft Auto 5. I think it is going to be a lot more like Grand Theft Auto 4 and Red Dead Redemption 2, and man, I sure hope so. So that is my rant. I didn't really come at this with like a list of bullet points or anything to go down. It's just, this is something I've been thinking about. I do think this game should be slow to be immersive. I don't know. What do you think? You could totally disagree with me, downvote the video, talk crap in the comments. I don't care, but I would like to know your thoughts and opinions on the subject because I'm genuinely curious. So at this point, the hype for Grand Theft Auto 6 is off the charts, and we've talked a lot about how it's going to look and speculated and covered information from leaks and all that kind of stuff. But now let's talk about Grand Theft Auto 6's launch. Is it going to launch as bad as a game like, let's say, Cyberpunk 2077? Believe it or not, people are out there speculate that it will. So let's talk about that a little bit. I've put out a lot of Grand Theft Auto 6 videos on my channel now, and a comment I see over and over again is people saying, you know, all sad, oh, Grand Theft Auto 6, don't trust anything, it's going to release like Cyberpunk 2077. Or just a general, oh, I sure hope Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't release like Cyberpunk 2077. And it kind of baffles me because I'm like, why do you think that at all? So today I made a video that will hopefully cheer you guys up a little bit and show you why Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to release in a much better state than Cyberpunk 2077. I mean, with the way everything is set up for Grand Theft Auto 6, it really is positioned to avoid a catastrophic launch with issues, you know, the kind of stuff that plagued Cyberpunk 2077 when it was released back in 2020. I mean, Rockstar is a completely different company than CD Projekt Red. They have fundamental differences in development philosophy, their technical approach, corporate structure, quality assurance processes. They're completely different. So let's start with kind of the obvious thing here. Grand Theft Auto 6 has received adequate development time without rushed deadlines. So according to Take-Two's financial report, development on Grand Theft Auto 6 began in earnest back in 2020, following Red Dead Redemption 2's success. Now, it was in pre-production before this, but actual production was 2020. There was even some work and talks going on for Grand Theft Auto 6, tracing back to 2014. This means by the time the game has come out, it will have approximately 8 years of development time. Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick explained the 2026 delay decision. He said, as we get closer to completion of a title that's seeking perfection, the needs, or lack thereof, for continued polish become clear. In this case, there was an opportunity with a small amount of incremental time, we thought, to make sure Rockstar Games achieves its creative vision with no limitations. Industry expert Jason Schreier said this: "Nobody I've talked to at Rockstar has believed fall 2025 was a real window for a very long time now. Too much work, not enough time, and what appears to be a real desire from management to avoid brutal crunch." So hopefully those quotes kind of help get you in their head a little bit, because that's different than how Cyberpunk 2077 went down. You see, Cyberpunk 2077, while delayed, it was still rushed. It didn't have long enough in the oven. Cyberpunk had 3 full delays leading up to its release in an effort to elevate the quality of the title. However, these delays were insufficient. The problem with Cyberpunk 2077's delays in late 2020 is that they were actually pretty minor delays, meant to give CD Projekt Red a little extra time to rush the final things that needed doing. CD Projekt Red mandated 6-day work weeks with crunch leading up to launch, breaking earlier promises to avoid mandatory overtime. So yes, you could be like, well, Cyberpunk also had delays, but it seems like they were really struggling. It seems like they needed 3 or 4, maybe even 5 more delays, and it just came down to, you know what, we just got to get this puppy out the door. We'll fix it later. And that's a whole nother topic. We know that design philosophy has plagued the gaming industry for well over a decade now, which sucks to see because back in the day when I was growing up, you bought a game, you put it in, it worked. It didn't connect to the internet. There were no patches, nothing like that. The game you got was the game you got, bugs and all, if there were any bugs. And usually there were only minor ones, if any. But I digress. So let's talk about the elephant in the room here. It's no secret that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be brutal on the PlayStation 5. And if you remember what Cyberpunk 2077 was like on the PlayStation 4, maybe you were a little worried that all this stuff that you see in the trailers and all that kind of stuff, it's going to not look anything remotely close to that and look more like mud in a big, buggy, clunky disaster. Don't worry about that though. Grand Theft Auto 6 is built from the ground up for current generation consoles. The game is being developed exclusively for PlayStation 5, PlayStation 5 Pro, and Xbox Series X and S. Cyberpunk 2077 came out in a time where, oh, it's going to come out on the PlayStation 5, but oh, hey, we need to make sure it runs on the PlayStation 4 too. And they never should have released it on the PlayStation 4, ever. And so with Grand Theft Auto 6 having this design philosophy for being totally optimized for these current gen consoles and then worrying about PC maybe a year or 2 down the road, you should feel a little bit more confident that, it's gonna work when you get it. Cyberpunk 2077 kind of set itself up for failure. According to leaks, and take this with a grain of salt, Grand Theft Auto 6 has been and continues to hit 60 frames per second while being optimized for the PS5 Pro on multiple graphics settings. PlayStation engineers are assisting with the optimization due to the new tech being implemented. Now, if you watch my video on AI, this might be something to do with the new Rage 9 engine and how it's going to take advantage of the processing power of current gen consoles. Basically, AI efficiencies in the engine itself to take a lot of the burden off of the processor. Now, whether Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to actually hit 60 FPS, I don't know. It is something that they are going to aspire to do. It is Rockstar. They did have to settle for 30 frames per second with the launch of Red Dead Redemption 2, but I'll talk a little bit more about Red Dead Redemption 2's release in a moment. Cyberpunk 2077 was designed for last generation hardware and poorly optimized. CD Projekt Red admitted in their investor call, quote, "We made it even more difficult for ourselves by first wanting to make the game look epic on PCs and then adjusting it to consoles, especially old gens. So that result was disastrous performance on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, obviously, with the PlayStation 4 version receiving a Metacritic score of just 50 and Xbox One scoring 51. Forbes warned that playing Cyberpunk on base consoles showed some of the most hilariously bad performance I've ever seen for a AAA game." And yeah, I mean, it was really bad. I remember all the meme videos and everything like that. But there you go right there. I mean, they were designing Cyberpunk 2077 with the PC in mind. Oh, how far can we take it? And then trying to reverse engineer it and figure out, okay, how can we make it work on consoles? While Grand Theft Auto 6, and Rockstar has kind of always done this, and I think they're smart to do this, they create their games with the consoles in mind and then add toys, bells and whistles and graphical settings and stuff like that to the PC version a year later after it has been developed. Cyberpunk's lead engine programmer, Charles Tremblay? How do you say that? Anyways, he later revealed the game suffered from memory leaks. He said, in theory, the game could run infinitely, and at some
point, we'd get some fragmentation issues or memory problems. And we now have no more memory to tackle some of the animations or something. And then you have a choice. Either you have to show a T-pose or you hard crash. Oh man, I imagine that's a really tough mindset to be in for a developer. But CD Projekt Red, they got a little too big for their britches. Because if you play Cyberpunk 2077 now, thank God it works. I mean, the redemption arc was crazy. It's a great game. Cyberpunk 2077 in its current state is phenomenal, and I love it. I have no idea while I'm playing it on my current system how in the world they ever thought this thing was going to run on a PlayStation 4. But that might have something to do with their corporate structure and creative independence. You see, Rockstar operates with significant creative autonomy under Take-Two. The corporate structure allows Rockstar Games and its studios a higher degree of autonomy, and each with their own infrastructure and resources, management, and profit and loss strategies. Take-Two's approach emphasizes creativity first, placing immense value on artistic freedom and boundary-pushing game concepts, allowing studios like Rockstar Games and 2K significant autonomy and uncompromising quality. Basically, Take-Two knows, look, if we want these guys to make us a lot of money, we gotta let them cook, and that's all there is to it. And man, that's something Electronic Arts could learn from. Or a lot of developers, not even just them. Yes, we get it. You want your money, you want your yacht, you want your new private jet, you want all of this stuff. You want your business to be the best it's ever been, but you've got to allow the time for the creatives and the technical minds behind these massive games to work. And sure, artificial intelligence is playing a role in helping move those things along, but you can't rush it. CD Projekt Red faced intense investor pressure to release Cyberpunk 2077 in December 2020 to capture holiday sales. And we know how that worked out. As one analysis stated, they released the game because their shareholders said, time's up. We've been waiting 8 years and through 3 delays. It's time to cash in, and we want it on shelves for the holiday season. By September of 2020, delays had increased the planned cost by 77%, and the company had spent over $121 million in development. That's another thing. Cyberpunk had a completely different budget than Grand Theft Auto 6. Hell, I've got a video about it. Go check out my video on Grand Theft Auto 6 potentially costing $2 billion or more to create. And now we're over here talking about a $121 million budget. I even referenced this budget in that video. And I can already hear you. You out there and you're saying, well, hey, Andy, why didn't they have someone just sit down and play the game? Or one of these suits sit down and play the game and just see how abysmal it was and be like, hey man, it's not ready to release. Well, let's talk about that. You see, Rockstar has consistently prioritized quality over marketing pressure. The company's delay history, I think, shows this commitment. As IGN documented, Rockstar has a history of delaying games with quality as the stated reason. For Red Dead Redemption 2, the second delay came in February 2018, pushing Red Dead Redemption 2 to late October. The statement from Rockstar explained that, again, this was a quality issue. And guess what? Delays or not, doesn't really matter. The game went on to receive universal critical acclaim. But real quick, another thing I've noticed about Rockstar, because I see a lot of you people making jokes and saying stuff in the comments, being like, oh, well, hey, I can't wait for them to delay it again. Well, Rockstar, I've only really noticed that they delay release windows. Now, it could have happened, but as of now, I don't remember a time where Rockstar has ever said, we're coming out on this specific date and then pushed it back. I've seen, hey, here's our new release window. We're going to be coming out around then. Oh, wait, didn't work out. We're going to go on ahead and delay our release window back, but not a concrete date. But anyways, like I said, we're talking about quality assurance. CD Projekt Red deliberately misled consumers about console performance. The BBC reported that CD Projekt Red was accused of deliberately attempting to misrepresent its product by only allowing reviewers to play the PC version before launch. That's pretty dirty. They knew that if they were sitting on a steaming pile of crap on the consoles. The company did later apologize and said, we should have paid more attention to making it play better on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. But I mean, they already knew that. The damage is done. Crocodile tears at this point. And again, we're in 2025 at this point. They have done their redemption arc. I'm not beating up on them. I love Cyberpunk 2077 as it currently is, but they messed up, and we all know that. But 2 weeks before launch, CD Projekt joint CEO Adam Kaczynski, oh my lord, these names, Adam, told investors that the base PS4 and Xbox One performance was surprisingly good. I would say for such a huge world, it's pretty good, bro. This obviously proved to be false, and the game was removed from the PlayStation Store entirely. Can you imagine a world where Rockstar releases Grand Theft Auto and the quality is just so terrible that they have to pull it from like the PlayStation Store? I can't imagine that world. Then again, I've played every single Grand Theft Auto since Grand Theft Auto 1, and they have never, ever messed up like that. You see, Rockstar, they got a proven track record, baby, of successful, amazing launches. I've been to their midnight releases. Everyone's hyped. They get their hands on the game, they go home, they play it, and you know what? That hype only increases. It's an event.
when a Rockstar game comes out. And man, I miss midnight releases. Now that everything's moving digital, less of that, whatever. Rockstar's recent major releases launched in excellent condition. Grand Theft Auto 5 received a Metacritic score of 97 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions at launch. And I remember the 360 version. It had multiple discs, and I was like, what is this crap? Multiple discs. So no, I put it in. It played great. It ran. And you see, this is something that I've seen time and time again. I see the trailer for a Rockstar game, and I'm like, there's no way that this could run on current gen hardware. And the first time I thought that was Grand Theft Auto 4. Well, guess what? It ran. And it looked great. Then I thought that again for Red Dead Redemption. Guess what? It ran freaking amazing. Still looks beautiful to this day. Well, specifically the Xbox 360 version, not the PS3 version. That's a whole nother story. Then Grand Theft Auto 5, I thought the same thing, and they pulled it off. Red Dead Redemption 2, I for sure was certain that there was just no way that what we saw in the trailers was going to run on a PlayStation 4. And guess what? It did. Remember, guys, Red Dead Redemption 2 ran on a freaking PS4, and it looked amazing. And it had its elaborate, intricate world, everything, and it ran great. You could play the game. Didn't break. Cyberpunk 2077 was a broken piece of crap on the PlayStation 4. And that's why they get these scores. Like Red Dead Redemption 2 scored a 97 on Metacritic for both PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, with IGN calling it, at the time, a meticulously crafted game that feels alive. The Independent wrote, Rockstar's latest title is alive like no other game before it. It remembers. Your actions have consequences. Cyberpunk 2077's console versions were among the worst rated games of 2020. While the PC version scored 86 on Metacritic at launch, the console versions were catastrophic. As Forbes reported, Cyberpunk 2077 on console has one of the lowest Metacritic scores this year, with PS4 at 50 and Xbox One at 51. The game required 2 years and multiple major patches to achieve redemption, a redemption that we now know as Phantom Liberty. I almost said Phantom Pain. I love the Phantom Pain. If you haven't played Metal Gear, go play Metal Gear. It's an incredible video game series. Crazy too. But let's talk about crunch culture. So Rockstar management is actively avoiding brutal crunch for Grand Theft Auto 6. Jason Schreier reported that there is what appears to be a real desire for management to avoid brutal crunch with Grand Theft Auto 6. They got in a little bit of trouble for that with Red Dead Redemption 2, with developers losing their minds, and it was basically the Russian sleep experiment going on down there, but whatever. They got the game out the door, boxed it, shipped it, and it ran great. It was amazing. So it sounds like they're trying not to abuse their devs as much, which is good. We should not abuse game devs. We should take good care of them and cherish them because they create works of art that we all love and enjoy. And, the 2026 delay kind of reflects this new approach to getting rid of crunch culture. You've seen the art that they've put out. I think that is despite the crunch culture. Okay. I don't think crunch culture makes a better game. That just gets it polished in a timely fashion to get it out the door. Imagine if they had more time to breathe. Think about it. You are a more creative person if you don't have a gun to your head. You just are. If you're not stressed out, you're naturally going to think of things differently and be more creative. So I think removing crunch culture entirely, now there might still be some for Grand Theft Auto 6 to some extent, but minimizing it as much as possible, I think is going to result in an even stronger game than you would have if you had crunch culture. Thank you. Moving on. Cyberpunk 2077 suffered from severe crunch culture. Bloomberg reported that CD Projekt Red mandated 6-day work weeks will be mandatory, leading up to the November release of the highly anticipated Cyberpunk 2077, which sucks. Also, when they did this, they went back on their earlier promises to not force overtime on the project. And you kind of know your project is FUBAR at that point, because if you make a promise confidently, like, hey, we will not make you guys work overtime. Don't worry about that. That's not us. This game, it's going to be amazing, and we're not going to do that to you. But then, things start falling apart. And never mind, we need you guys in the office 24/7. That's not a good sign for your game. That kind of shows your game's going to potentially suck. And I mean, guys, it gets pretty crazy. Reports indicated developers were working up to 100 hours a week to finish this game. 100+ hour weeks even for several months. And guys, that sucks. And yeah, while I might work 100 hours a week, I'm not even kidding. That is my choice. I choose to do YouTube on top of working a full-time job and on top of doing a side job. I'm nuts, okay? And it's going to lead to burnout eventually if I don't find a way to manage this properly. But my core job, the job I do for a living, the job that puts bread on the table, has never made me work a 100-hour+ work week. You can't expect that of your employees, man. That's terrible. You can work as much as you want, but anything over 40 hours, you're asking a lot. Unless you're like emergency responders or stuff like that, then that's your duty. But man, for a video game, they should have figured something else out. That's terrible, man. But let's put a pretty bow on this. The evidence overwhelmingly suggests that Grand Theft Auto 6 will launch in a far superior state than Cyberpunk 2077. Rockstar has provided adequate development time without artificial deadline pressure, built the game exclusively for current generation hardware, maintained creative independence from corporate interference, prioritized transparency and quality assurance, has demonstrated a proven track record of polished launches, and actively worked to avoid developer crunch. Okay? I feel like Rockstar could drop the mic after that. Cyberpunk 2077, on the other hand, suffered from rushed development, last-generation console optimization failures, investor pressure for premature release, deceptive marketing practices, and severe crunch culture. So, there you have it. Everything that made Cyberpunk 2077 go wrong, those are all factors Rockstar is systematically avoiding with Grand Theft Auto 6. So I hope that cheered you up a bit if you were worried about Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out in a state like Cyberpunk 2077. It's just not going to happen. It's not. But tell me I'm wrong or agree with me. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. I'm really curious to know what you think. I am going to try and start moving away from Grand Theft Auto 6 content. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop making it, so don't go anywhere. But I have to come to terms with the fact that this channel is operating on borrowed time. The second Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, flatline. And I don't want that to happen. This channel was never supposed to even be about Grand Theft Auto 6. It happened to be what caught on, and I love Grand Theft Auto, so, it's working out for us. It's a mutually beneficial relationship between us two. But if you have ideas on stuff you want covered and all that kind of stuff, I don't know if it'll ever be possible, but I would love to do this full time for you guys. So let me know what you want covered on the channel. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. All right, so I hope you enjoyed that one. Now, this next one is kind of like a response to what we just did about Grand Theft Auto 6 launching in the state that something like Cyberpunk 2077 launched in. Let's now talk about, will Grand Theft Auto 6, and unfortunately, this is a running thing that's out there in the world, is will Grand Theft Auto 6 be woke because there's pride parades in Miami where pride parades happen. Just ridiculous stuff like that. I think my response to this is going to be kind of obvious, but I do my best to keep it weighed in and keep it as neutral as possible. So you can tell me if I did a poor job or not. So will Grand Theft Auto 6 be woke or not? Let's roll that video. So people keep asking me if Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be quote unquote woke. And honestly, I've never wanted to touch this topic with a 10-foot pole, but I've been asked it enough times now that I figured I owe you my actual thoughts on it. So here's the thing. That word means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think we're actually worried about something way more specific than politics. And when I say we, I mean the people who ask me this question. What people are really asking me is, will this game feel preachy? Will it feel out of touch? Will it feel like Rockstar is trying to force feed me an ideology I don't quite agree with? That's the actual question. And honestly, that's a question worth answering. But before we get there, let me quickly explain why this word has become such a freaking lightning rod in the first place. You see, the term woke originally came from African American English dating back to the 1930s. It meant to stay aware of racial prejudice and discrimination. Stay woke was a legitimate warning. Keep your eyes open. Know what's going on around you, man. That kind of thing. I mean, times were a little different then. And that word, phrase, whatever, has been in the United States since. But by the late 2000s, early 2010s, that phrase came back into more common use with the Stay Woke hashtag. And then from 2014 to 2015, BLM, or the Black Lives Matter movement, used it extensively. And the phrase exploded. It went mainstream, it went viral. People across all political lines then started to use it. And what it meant was stay aware of injustice. But after 2019, something shifted. That word got weaponized. People on the right started using it as an insult against people on the left. Like you're a snowflake and all that kind of stuff. Now, I'm not a rich political commentator, so take this for what it's worth. I think the average person who leans right feels like quote unquote woke describes people who don't really understand how good they have it compared to other countries and, maybe feel like they're constantly being force-fed an extreme ideology that they oppose. Meanwhile, people on the left still use it to mean what it originally meant, staying aware of injustice. So even the definition of woke has split based on your political affiliation. Of course, it's much more nuanced than that, but that's the gist. So here's what matters. If we use the left-leaning definition of woke, then Rockstar Games has always been woke. They've constantly mocked and ridiculed hypocrisy, injustice, and American culture. That's their entire thing. That's their shtick. What's funny is, until recently, I think both left and right could laugh with the games as they poked fun at everyone. No one was safe. And personally, I don't think anything should be off the table for humor. Humor is one of the few ways people actually change their minds on something that they might not originally agree with. You are way more receptive to an opposing view if that view doesn't come at you with contempt. That's why yelling at each other online never works, and why no Facebook war is ever going to be truly won. It takes true civil discussion, something I think we've genuinely lost for the most part. But that's another conversation entirely, and this is not a political channel. So let's get back on track here. Let me reframe this. When someone asks me if Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be woke, they're not usually a left-leaning person worried about the game being too conservative. They're someone who leans right, worried that Rockstar is going to betray what made their games great by becoming a preachy, sanctimonious mess. Let's call that what it actually is: a fear of an out-of-touch, preachy game. That is the real conversation. So, let me see. Let me look into my magic box here. Is there a game that fits this definition? Surely there is. Oh, there is. Let's talk about the most recent Saints Row. Let's compare Grand Theft Auto 6 to that. So, how do we know if a game is doing satire well versus doing it poorly? I think the newest Saints Row game is the perfect example of exactly what not to do. So if you weren't aware of this game, you had a crew of college kids basically committing crimes to pay off student loan debt.
How do we make a statement?
On paper, that's fine. I mean, if you did like a dead serious game and it made sense, like with how the characters did it, and you showed how extreme they got, it could have been done right.
My name is Carlos. My story is simple. I needed money. I had many debts. I took from others to pay them. Now I must pay a greater debt. You see,
I think you could have made something there, and we wouldn't have rooted for the characters because this is a ridiculous thing, but people do crazy stuff. I think you could have made a game out of that, but the execution would have to be rock solid. And even then, I don't really think it's a good idea.
Yeah, point taken.
So All Saints Row games are inherently silly, but this one felt different. It felt wrong. And I figured out why. It lost the spirit of character representation. So what do I mean by character representation? The original Saints Row had cool gang members doing cool gang member things. The character archetypes made sense, doing all of the illegal activities they were doing. But a bunch of college kids whining about student loans while they're out doing heists, that doesn't feel authentic. When your character is refusing to work for like a corrupt corporation on moral grounds while simultaneously committing murder for money, that's not principle, that's hypocrisy. And players, well, they feel that disconnect. They noticed when characters' motivations don't match their actions. And here's the thing. The crew dresses like college students specifically because the narrative wanted them to be college students fighting systematic unfairness. It's message-first design, and it shows. The visual language fights against the story instead of supporting it. It does not feel immersive. It does not feel true to reality. It feels unrelatable. That's where Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be building it differently. With Jason and Lucia, we're looking at characters born from circumstance, not ideology. Lucia grew up in Liberty City. She fought for her family. She ended up in prison through those actions, not through some manufactured struggle designed to make a political point. Jason grew up around grifters and drug dealers in the Florida Keys. These aren't characters designed to critique capitalism. They're characters trying to survive within a system that doesn't care about them. And that's fundamentally different. The Bonnie and Clyde parallel is important here too. That archetype works because it's about the relationship, the desperation, the loyalty, the romance mixed with danger. It's not some commentary on inequality. Players buy into that story because it's human, not because they're being asked to sympathize with a political message. Here's the crucial distinction that people miss. Rockstar has never stopped mocking society. They've just always done it through earned action rather than dialogue. In Grand Theft Auto 3, for example, did characters stand around debating the ethics of capitalism? No. Instead, you heard radio commercials from corporations talking about outsourcing and child labor. The satire was woven into the world. You witnessed hypocrisy and greed through what you saw, not through what NPCs told you to feel about it. That's the foundational difference between good satire and preachy satire. One lets you discover the message, the other explains the message to you. Now, look at Grand Theft Auto 6. It's set in Leonida, essentially Miami or Florida, and here's the beautiful part. Florida kind of writes the jokes itself. I see a lot of you in the comments from Florida, and you're excited to see the whole Florida man trope. So the Florida man phenomenon, wealth disparity, environmental destruction, political extremism, all of that is baked into the geography. Players will experience it. Show, don't tell. You could show someone twerking on a road during rush hour, which is an actual thing that happened in Florida. And that's infinitely funnier and more effective than a character stopping the action to say, isn't this society ridiculous? Because that kind of also comes off as whiny. So the setting does the heavy lifting. The world is the satire. Grand Theft Auto 6's characters wear clothing that reflects their actual circumstances and roles in the criminal underworld. The visual language matches the narrative logic. Visual design serves the story, not the other way around. That's the key difference. Saints Row asks you to accept unrealistic character decisions because they serve the message. Grand Theft Auto 6 appears designed so the message, if there is one, emerges naturally from who these people are and what they are doing. When a character steals money to survive, that hits different than a character stealing money to make a point about systematic unfairness. So the real preachy problem isn't about content, it's about narrative control. When developers prioritize the message over the character, they sacrifice player agency and immersion. Players can feel when they're being lectured, and no one likes that. They can sense when a game cares more about being relevant than being true to its own world. Rockstar built its legacy on the opposite approach. Make the world so sharp, so real, so absurdly hypocritical that players discover the satire themselves. You don't need to explain that corruption is bad. Just show a cop protecting another cop, doing something corrupt instead of the people. Like, remember the corrupt cops in San Andreas? Show that. Show the gap between promised opportunity and brutal reality. We're all mature here. We're adults. We don't need to be preached to. We can make our own decisions. And if a game wants to prove a point, all it has to do is put us in that world, make it feel realistic, relatable, and explore those topics by having us, the player, experience them ourselves. And here's what matters. That approach does not alienate audiences, both the left and the right. I mean, that's so reductive. There's all sorts of people in between, but you know what I'm saying here. Both political parties can laugh at it because they're laughing at the world, not being lectured about what to think. That's the foundation Grand Theft Auto 6 appears to be building on. And that's probably why concerns about it being preachy might be misreading what Rockstar is actually doing, letting Florida and the character circumstance do the heavy lifting instead of the dialogue. At the end of the day, in Grand Theft Auto games, we're all laughing at the absurdity of the world around us because it is quite absurd. And so, yes, this is where a lot of these questions I think come from. Yes, in Grand Theft Auto 6, you're going to be playing as a chick. You're going to be playing as Lucia. There's a woman protagonist. Oh my God. Is that woke? No, that's necessary for the story Rockstar is trying to tell. The Bonnie and Clyde dynamic thing that they're kind of seeming to do, I mean, that would be impossible without it. It also gives players another lens to see the world through. And here's the thing, if the world just exists without force-feeding you politics, then it doesn't really matter if you're the most giga-chad, dude bro, whatever in the world. There's still value in witnessing the world through her perspective, and you probably wouldn't even mind it. Will I probably play as Jason most of the time because I'm a dude? Yeah. Probably. If I can talk Willow into playing the game, she'll probably play as Lucia more. And that's completely okay. Both perspectives matter. Both are valid. And if the game's good, you'll probably want to experience both anyway. At the end of the day, I think most people want the same things. We just disagree on how to get there. We get entrenched in our viewpoints and fight over things that don't really matter, usually because we're afraid of feeling irrelevant or misunderstood, or sometimes we genuinely believe there's a real threat to our society. And I'm not here to tell you you're right or wrong about any of that. I'm just here to answer if this game's going to be woke or not. But look, we are all human beings. We all deserve the right to express ourselves, to love, to work hard, to provide for our families, to practice our beliefs as long as they don't hurt others. And most importantly, we all have the right to laugh at ourselves. We're all on this rock for a limited time. The story ends the same for every single one of us. So chill, homie. It's gonna be all right. So will the game be woke? No, it's Rockstar, dude, come on. I just don't see Grand Theft Auto 6 being a big preachy mess. I just don't see it happening. Also, have you seen the jiggle physics? That's just what I think. And look, I'm just some dude on the internet, just like you, and your opinion matters just as much as mine. So please share that in the comments below. Tell me what you think. Do you agree with me? Do you think I skipped over something or some sort of critical insight? Is there something that you have to offer to the conversation? All right, so let's get out of the culture war stuff because I'm sure we're all burnt out on that. And a lot of us come to games and game channels and stuff like that and turn this stuff on to get away from all of that kind of stuff. But hey, we had to talk about it because that's what people are talking about out there. And that's my 2 cents on it. So let's now talk about Grand Theft Auto 6's ending. A lot of people are saying it can only end one way. And it's looking like, based on everything we've seen, it kind of has an inevitable conclusion. Let's talk about that in this next video. So we pretty much already know the ending of Grand Theft Auto 6, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. I mean, just go back one game to the end of Grand Theft Auto 5, and you've got that decision where you really got to choose between Trevor or Michael.
You want a piece of me? You want to kill me?
You go back once more to Grand Theft Auto 4, and Niko is left with the choice basically between his cousin Roman's life or his girlfriend Kate. Not that he really knew it, but there's that bitter sting at the end, no matter who you choose, really. Hopefully in your playthrough, Roman survived. But then you can look over at Red Dead Redemption. The end of Red Dead Redemption 1, John, after going around trying to track down his old friends, the members of his gang, brothers, really his family, in a sense he's betraying them, even though John says he left the gang after the gang left him, but whatever, he has to track them down and get rid of them. And then what happens at the very end of Red Dead Redemption? Well, the government comes in and betrays John. And then you look at Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's a little bit more complex in that game, but the gang crumbles and falls apart, and really it's Micah who betrayed the whole gang and Arthur.
You're not better than me, Morgan.
Whatever you say, you fool.
But you even look back into the 3D era of Grand Theft Auto, and there were still those themes of betrayal. As far back as Grand Theft Auto 3, the game starts out with Claude being betrayed by his girlfriend, Catalina. In Vice City, Tommy is betrayed by Sonny. In San Andreas, CJ is betrayed by Big Smoke, but more painfully, by Ryder. So you get it. Grand Theft Auto, or really just Rockstar in general, is no stranger to betrayal in games. Even in Bully, the main antagonist betrays Jimmy Hopkins.
I know you hate me, Jimmy boy. I know you said all that stuff about me behind my back.
What are you talking about?
Don't play innocent with me.
Betrayal is something we see time and time again in Rockstar games. So when you see these two trailers, these beautiful trailers of Jason and Lucia running around Vice City doing all this crazy stuff together, looking each other in the eyes, dancing around, having a great time together, it's kind of already painful because it looks like they're gonna break our hearts. We know we're gonna fall in love with these characters. We know that we're going to root for them, but we know that ultimately the curtains are gonna have to come down at the end and one of them's gonna have to go. Or maybe even both of them. So I'm really curious how they're going to do this. And I'm making this video to kind of open up a discussion because after reading all of your comments and trying to respond to as many of them as possible, I do make it my goal to respond to every single comment, by the way. I started thinking about how this is going to shake out and how Rockstar could maybe sidestep some of the expectations that I already have in place for the game. For example, the most obvious idea would be, you have to shoot Lucy at the end of Grand Theft Auto 6. Maybe she betrays you or something like that. Or maybe as Lucia, you have to shoot Jason. One comment I read shared something pretty interesting. The idea that Jason is an undercover cop. And then I thought, well, based off the trailers, it looks like you start off day in the life with Jason and you go and pick up Lucia from prison. What if during that time, while she's away, Jason becomes an undercover cop or something along those lines? Maybe he flipped. Maybe he becomes a confidential informant. Maybe his relationship with Lucia is very much like Michael and Trevor's, just not as extreme. And of course, somehow narratively, it could be flipped the other way, but then you would be dealing with something pretty dang interesting. You'd have Jason basically the whole time keeping Lucy in the dark while he's working on cracking down whatever criminal empire he's working on, and they do a bunch of robberies and stuff together, and I don't know, I think that would make for a very interesting, weird story, but at the same time, I'm not sure that that's quite how it's gonna go. But what if this game has a rare ending for Rockstar, a happy ending, where both of them end up together and live happily ever after? I don't really see that happening. But there's also another idea that would sting, less than betrayal, but would still break our hearts. What if they go out together? Well, how do you play the game after they're gone? Did they have a son or a daughter we don't know about, and we're gonna be running around as basically Jack Marston at the end of the game? No, I think one of them is going to have to live and one of them is going to have to die. The question is, how? We know that the police are going to have some sort of presence in the story of this game, just based off of what we've seen in the trailers. They're in the cutscenes. We see police raids, so it's not like our leads are just talking to police in a headquarters or something. So because we're seeing the police through these perspectives in this cutscene format, we know that it could be a couple of things. Either there's a third protagonist we don't know about who is possibly an undercover cop or something like that, or maybe this is going to be kind of weird and take us away from the main cast and have cutscenes independent of them. I really hope that's not the case. I think that would break the immersion a lot. In Rockstar games, you typically are always focused around the characters that you're playing and seeing the world through their perspective, getting the information as they get it. It would kind of cheapen the game or ruin it, I think, a little bit to know something that maybe Lucy or Jason doesn't know because we're going to be in their shoes. What if both of them, Lucia and Jason, work together as undercover police officers or something like that? I think it is an interesting thing to think about. Are Lucia and Jason going to drive off a cliff together at the very end, go out in a blaze of glory? Are they going to be able to make it out together? Well, we know with like 99% accuracy that there's probably going to be multiple endings. So I could see one where they both go out together in a hail of bullets or choosing to take their own lives rather than deal with the cops. I could also see another ending to where one has to betray the other, and then maybe there's a happy ending where they can get away and live happily ever after. And in thinking about all of this, I remembered something about the first Red Dead Redemption. I remember the first time I beat the game, and John walks out of the barn, and I tried to take as many of the soldiers down as possible. And I thought I was doing something wrong. I thought if I kept playing it over and over and over again, John Marston could eventually survive the encounter and live happily ever after. Unfortunately, we know that's not the case. No matter what you do, he's gone. And I remember that stung and hurt so bad. Because this whole game, I was rooting for this guy. I wanted him to succeed, to get his family back. And for a little bit, you do, and you get to know them. And, you might even think that you've beaten the game because you're like, well, I did everything I'm supposed to do. Some people have said they even thought that and didn't even know how the game ended back in 2010. I remember that. But unfortunately, you play through the story missions and it doesn't take long for it to go the way it does. So all that to say, it broke my freaking heart. And I was so upset that John had to go at the end of Red Dead Redemption 1. And the first thing I did as Jack was go to Blackwater and unalive every single person there before discovering that I could then track down Edgar Ross. And the ending there even sucks because it's sweet, sweet revenge, but Jack became the very thing that John was trying to prevent him from becoming. And that ending stings even more after you play Red Dead Redemption 2 and go back and play the first one. Red Dead Redemption 2 is incredible. It just makes the first one even better. But what I'm trying to say here is I hated the ending of Red Dead Redemption 1, but it's also one of my favorite endings of all time. And that is the ultimate way to subvert viewers' expectations or a player's expectations. Oh, we hear that all the time. We're going to subvert your expectations, you know, stuff like that. And then you get like, what, Game of Thrones Season 8, and it's terrible. And most of the time when you hear people say stuff like that, it's awful. But in the case of Red Dead Redemption, it worked because sometimes the pain you feel at the very end of a game, the pain you feel from a loss, leaves you remembering the times when they were alive. Very much like if you lose someone you love in real life. I mean, when you lose someone, there's nothing else you can do with them. All you have left after that are the memories that you made together. And I think they doubled down on that in Red Dead Redemption 2, because when you play Red Dead Redemption 2, you already know Arthur's not in the first one. You know he's not going to make it. Like, come on. You know that the game can realistically only end one way, if you've played the first one, that is. So the whole game, I knew Arthur was eventually going to be gone. But the game still managed to break my freaking heart because I loved Arthur. He is one of the greatest video game protagonists of all time, if not the greatest video game protagonist of all time. But how was that pain earned? Well, in Red Dead Redemption 2, they earn that pain through the small moments, like fishing with Dutch, or, you know, teaching Jack how to fish, or get fishing out of the equation, just hanging out with your gang, taking Lenny out to drink. Lenny has to go too, unfortunately. But all of those losses in that game hurt because you get to know these characters and do the most mundane stuff with them, and also go through life or death situations with them. So when you lose those characters, and eventually when you lose Arthur, oh my gosh, it hurts. So I'm really hoping that they can do something like that with Grand Theft Auto 6. Just from the trailers alone, it looks like Lucia and Jason are going to have a really good time together and go through all sorts of stuff together. I'm curious how they're going to do it. Is this going to be some weird, twisted, toxic relationship, or are they going to be strong and true to each other in their bond? You know, there's that one part of the trailer where Lucia looks in Jason's eyes and says, "Trust," and he looks back at her and he repeats it. But he does repeat it after a little bit of a delay. And that has me thinking there might be some sort of rift going on, something going on in the back of his mind maybe this entire time. Something he knows that maybe she doesn't. And I think that plays into the whole undercover cop idea. But maybe not. That could also be wild speculation, much like them going to space, but that's another video entirely. But anyways, I'm really curious to see how these two characters are together. Are they going to grow together? Or are they going to be stagnant, kind of like the characters from Grand Theft Auto 5? And look, if you're a Grand Theft Auto 5 fan, that was just a fun, cheap shot. I don't really think that. Yes, there's a hero's journey in all of the games, including Grand Theft Auto 5. But I think I've gotten the discussion going. So I'm really curious to know what you think. How's this game going to end? And you might be saying, dude, why are you making this video? The game is not even out. We don't know if it's going to get delayed again. Look, people have dissected every bit of information they can from the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailers, and this is going to be the biggest video game of all time, the biggest media release of all time, with like a $2 billion budget to make it. I mean, come on. Don't you at least want to speculate a little bit about how the greatest, biggest video game media thing of all time is going to end? I'm curious, because a lot is riding on this game's story. Too much, in fact. And I really hope the story doesn't crumple under the weight of that pressure, the financial obligations that Rockstar may face with such a massive budget to create it, especially after knowing some of the main creatives left before the game even began proper production. So I just think it's something interesting to think about. And I'm sure you have your own thoughts and opinions on maybe how the game's going to end, or maybe you're busy thinking about other things like how you're going to trick out your car, or multiple cities, cool stuff like that. But I'm a nerd. I like stories. I love movies. So I'm really curious how this game's going to end. Anyways, share your thoughts down below. So geez, I hope I didn't bum you out or spoil the story. I mean, there's no way. Again, nothing is confirmed until you have a controller in your hand. You've probably heard that a million times by now in these videos. But now let's talk about the budget of Grand Theft Auto 6, a game that is going to have the biggest budget for a video game, or I think any entertainment thing ever of all time. So let's talk about Grand Theft Auto 6's projected $2 billion budget and how it's being allocated and where it's going. So Grand Theft Auto 6 apparently is going to cost $2 billion, which is just absolutely absurd to think about. $2 billion? Are you kidding me? Think about it. You could build the world's tallest skyscraper, launch 10 space missions, or fund 5 Hollywood blockbusters, and you'd still have change left over from Grand Theft Auto 6's astronomical development budget. $2 billion. I can't comprehend that number, unless you can help get this video to 2 billion views. But when you reach numbers like $2 billion, we're not talking video games anymore. This is the most expensive piece of entertainment ever created, and every single dollar is about to revolutionize the industry forever. And if you watch my video about Grand Theft Auto 6 being the last Rockstar game as we know it, you know what I mean by that. So the gaming world has never witnessed anything like Grand Theft Auto 6's production scale. While the exact figures remain unconfirmed by Rockstar, industry insiders consistently point to development costs between $1 to $2 billion. And let's face it, us YouTubers, we like to favor the 2 billion figure because it's bigger, louder, bolder, you know, but whatever. 1 to 2 billion is still ridiculous because that makes it approximately 4 times more expensive expensive than its predecessor Grand Theft Auto 5, which cost only $265 million in 2013. I say only. I can't even comprehend $265 million either. I'm sure you guys can't either. These are big boy numbers here, grown-up numbers. This is beyond us. But to put this into perspective, Grand Theft Auto 6's budget exceeds the construction cost of Dubai's Burj Khalifa, which was $1.5 billion. So if that $2 billion figure is true, it dwarfs it. And it definitely dwarfs most Hollywood productions. But there's an army behind this budget. The most significant portion of Grand Theft Auto 6's budget, unsurprisingly, flows directly into human capital. Rockstar Games has operated across all 10 of its global studios for this project. Rockstar India, for example, leads with 1,615 developers. Then there's Rockstar North with 1,285. Then there's Rockstar Lincoln, which I'd never heard of before making this video, which is 910 developers. Let me know down in the comments if you've heard of Rockstar Lincoln. Industry estimates suggest the total development team reaches approximately 3,000 to 6,000 people, compared to Red Dead Redemption 2's already massive team of around 1,600. That is 1,600 abused, overworked people. But that's another video, and I'm sure that's been covered extensively. So, with average game developer salaries ranging in the ballpark from $100,000 to $120,000 annually in the United States at least, and considering the project's 8 to 10 year development timeline, personnel costs alone could account for $800 million to $1.2 billion of the total budget. This includes not just programmers, but specialized roles like the 500 animators, similar to Red Dead Redemption 2's team structure, with 80 to 85 gameplay animators, 80 cinematic specialists, and over 100 facial animation experts. Now, not everyone's getting paid $100,000 to $120,000 annually, and that's probably a pretty liberal estimate. I mean, the guy who voiced Niko Bellic only got paid, I think it was $100,000. So we know that Rockstar can be kind of chintzy, and I seriously doubt everyone working at Rockstar India is making $100,000. But Grand Theft Auto 6 represents a massive leap in gaming technology. I mean, it's powered by Rage 9, the latest iteration of Rockstar's proprietary engine. This technological advancement alone requires a massive investment across multiple fronts. Honestly, this is probably where the majority of the money's going. I don't think the majority is going to those salaries. I mean, a lot is, but this stuff's crazy. And if you watch my video on what the AI in Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be like, you'll know what I'm talking about. Because this game incorporates revolutionary artificial intelligence throughout every aspect of gameplay. According to a former Rockstar developer, AI is everywhere in this game, from lifelike conversations with NPCs to sophisticated NPC behavior. These AI systems required collaboration with specialists, high processing power, and custom-built training datasets, with millions invested in proprietary AI tools. So like advanced physics and a new way of rendering things and taking a lot of work off of the CPU. Rage 9 is introducing physically simulated water in real time, for example. I mean, that's absolutely unheard of. A technology like this has never existed, not for games anyway. It has for film, but nothing like this has ever existed operating in real time. The engine also features procedural object generation, meaning the game can create objects differently each time, which is going to add so much variety and realism to the world around you. And then let's talk about motion capture and performance technology, which is another money sink. The game utilizes cutting-edge motion capture studios, high-end recording facilities for voice work, and sophisticated development tools, many of which Rockstar created in-house. The technical infrastructure, though, required to support this production pipeline is incredibly complex and expensive to maintain. Now let's talk about marketing, which is kind of funny because you think Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't really need much marketing. All it has to do is exist. But a lot of money gets put into marketing, believe it or not. You got to know that it exists, right? So while Grand Theft Auto 6's development costs are staggering, marketing represents another massive expense category. Take-Two Interactive has allocated $74.5 million for advertising in fiscal year 2026. But this likely represents only a fraction of the total marketing spend. For comparison, Grand Theft Auto 5 had a marketing budget of approximately $150 million in 2013, which would be significantly higher in today's dollars. Industry analysts predict Grand Theft Auto 6's marketing campaign could exceed $500 million when considering global reach requirements. The game needs to penetrate every corner of the world market, as even the massive US market alone ain't gonna recoup that $2 billion investment. And other than those cinematic trailers, this could include things like influencer campaigns, paid advertisements across all platforms, and, well, global launch events. But here's something you probably don't think about: security. Speaking of cybersecurity, there's an affiliate link to NordVPN down below in the description box. Yada yada, you've heard the freaking sales pitches. I'm not going to do that to you. But if you were going to get it, there is a link down in the description box, and yes, it would help me out. Anyways, back to the video. So in 2022, all of that Grand Theft Auto 6 footage got leaked, and it cost Rockstar Games roughly $5 million to recover from, plus thousands of staff hours. This incident has likely driven additional security investments throughout the development process, mainly through comprehensive network security upgrades. But beyond security, the game requires requires massive cloud computing and server infrastructure to support its online components. So they're getting ready for the biggest online release of all time. I mean, this isn't really a AAA game, this is a quadruple A game. And with a game of this scale, you're talking at least $100,000 to $250,000 monthly for server hosting, with years of development and testing to make sure that this thing is going to run. These costs compound significantly. So to really understand the magnitude of Grand Theft Auto 6's $2 billion budget, let's compare it to a few other games. Red Dead Redemption 2, like we said before, $540 million, and that's including marketing. Then there's Cyberpunk 2077. That had a $316 million budget, $174 million during development, and $142 million with marketing. And you saw how that game got launched. But that's another story and another video. I think I just gave myself another video idea. Then there's Call of Duty. Just pick one of the recent titles, $300 million. Hollywood blockbusters? Well, Avengers Age of Ultron cost $495 million. Avengers Endgame was $400 million. Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides was $379 million. So Grand Theft Auto 6's estimated $2 billion budget represents a 400% increase over Grand Theft Auto 5's inflation-adjusted cost. So we're talking a complete transformation in entertainment production scale. But despite the astronomical costs, industry analysts remain confident about Grand Theft Auto 6's profitability. The game is projected to generate $3.2 to $3.5 billion in revenue within its first year, with some predictions reaching $10 billion lifetime revenue and an additional $500 million annually from Grand Theft Auto Online. And Grand Theft Auto 5 kind of inspires the confidence for this. Grand Theft Auto 5 in 2013 earned $1 billion in just 3 days and has generated over $7.7 billion since. So with Grand Theft Auto 6's significantly larger scope and modern monetization strategies, revenue potential justifies a $2 billion investment. So modern AAA games that shot for a 2024 to 2025 launch window typically cost about $200 million. Grand Theft Auto 6 pushes the ceiling just to ridiculous levels. This creates a new tier, like I said earlier, not AAA. This is a quadruple A game. Rockstar has not only created some beast of a game that's going to blow everything else out of the water, they've created an entirely new type of game, an entirely new type of media and way that we engage with it. But we're still at the interesting part, because the project's success or failure will determine whether other studios follow this ultra-high budget model or seek alternative approaches. One industry analyst noted, "You just cannot justify the financial risk unless you're a company with the resources and global reach of Rockstar." So Grand Theft Auto 6 represents more than just a video game. It's a glimpse into the future of the entertainment industry and how freaking scary it is, and where the line between movies and games and interactive experiences and stuff like the metaverse, I mean, it's all just about to blur together into one soup. But what do you think? Do you think the budget goes more towards the $1 billion side or the $2 billion side? Let me know down in the comments. What do you see for the future? Let's all be future analysts here. So man, with a budget as big as Grand Theft Auto 6 and just how long it's taken to come out, it's kind of hard not to feel like Grand Theft Auto 6 could be the last real Grand Theft Auto Rockstar ever makes, or the last Rockstar game. And it kind of becomes an infinite game that is just constantly getting updates to online and that, trickle into single player and stuff like that. So let's talk about, will Grand Theft Auto 6 be Rockstar's last game? Will Grand Theft Auto 6 be the last Rockstar game, or the last Rockstar game as we know it? Grand Theft Auto 6 may indeed represent the final chapter of Rockstar games as the industry comes to understand it. Multiple converging factors suggest that Grand Theft Auto 6's launch, the studio's approach to game development, release schedules, and business model will fundamentally transform in ways that could make traditional single-player story-driven blockbusters a relic of the past. And yes, that sucks, but that also opens up a brave new world in the future. But one of the most significant indicators that Grand Theft Auto 6 kind of marks the end of an era is the dramatic departure of key creative figures who shaped Rockstar's identity. I mean, Dan Houser, co-founder and lead writer behind Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, left the company in March of 2020. At the time of recording, that's 5 years ago. His departure followed an extended sabbatical that began in spring of 2019, suggesting there was possibly creative differences, or he was just burnt out from the increased demands of the development cycles. And perhaps he was just ready to do something else. Then there's Leslie Benzies, former president of Rockstar North and producer on every 3D Grand Theft Auto game since Grand Theft Auto 3. And Leslie was effectively fired in 2016 after attempting to return from a sabbatical. Now, Leslie did later sue for $150 million in unpaid royalties, claiming he was deliberately frozen out through lengthy deception. His fingerprints were on virtually every major Rockstar project, including Red Dead Redemption, LA Noire, and Max Payne 3. These weren't ordinary personnel changes. I mean, we're talking the creative architects of these games who defined Rockstar's storytelling approach, gameplay philosophy, and cultural voice. And now it's just Sam Houser remaining as the sole original founder founder in the executive role. The creative DNA that produced the satirical, narrative-driven experiences fans expect has been fundamentally altered, and there's no denying that. And Grand Theft Auto 6's development represents a budget escalation that may have broken the traditional game development model entirely. Industry analysts estimate the total budget to be between $1 and $2 billion, making it potentially the most expensive entertainment product ever created. For context, this dwarfs Red Dead Redemption 2's $540 million budget and makes Grand Theft Auto 5's $265 million budget seem modest in comparison. Wrap your head around that. If the figure really is $2 billion, that's almost 4 Red Dead Redemption 2s. The game has been in development for roughly 8 years, with work beginning in 2018 after Red Dead Redemption 2's completion. Former Rockstar environment artist David O'Reilly confirmed he worked on Grand Theft Auto 6 from 2018 to 2023, representing the longest development cycle in Rockstar's history. This timeline suggests future projects of similar scope would require decade-plus development periods, which means traditional sequels are just financially unstable. And the most telling sign of Rockstar's future direction lies in Grand Theft Auto Online's unprecedented success. Grand Theft Auto 5 has generated over $1.4 billion in digital revenue, with 78% coming from microtransactions through shark cards. This represents nearly $1.1 billion in post-launch monetization, demonstrating that live service models can generate more revenue than initial game sales. Rockstar's recent Grand Theft Auto Online updates, including the Money Fronts expansion, focus entirely on passive income generation and money laundering businesses. These updates prioritize ongoing player engagement over narrative content, kinda hints at the company's strategic pivot towards games as a service.
It will be bad for business. Well, what are we gonna do, Sonny?
The games as a service model market is projected to reach $159.24 billion by 2032, up from $9.32 billion in 2025. This growth trajectory makes traditional single-purchase games increasingly obsolete from a business perspective, particularly for publishers like Take-Two Interactive that prioritize shareholder returns. And you can bet after they invest $2 billion into a game, they're gonna wanna see those returns. But now, artificial intelligence has entered the chat. So artificial intelligence, I mean, when I was a kid, when you said AI, you were just talking about how the AI in games work, but it's taken a whole new meaning. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally reshaping game development in ways that could eliminate the need for massive human development teams. AI-driven procedural generation now enables dynamic world creation, intelligent NPC behavior, like we're going to see in Grand Theft Auto 6, and personalized gameplay experiences. That last one is big, personalized gameplay experiences, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. These technologies can potentially replace the army of artists, level designers, and content creators that traditionally drove up development costs. Advanced AI systems can now generate realistic character animations, dialogue, and even entire game environments. This means future Rockstar titles could be created with significantly smaller teams, focusing on AI oversight rather than manual content creation. This would also help them get around stuff like crunching, which they got in trouble for with Red Dead Redemption 2. And the implications of this are insane. We're talking fewer jobs, but shorter development cycles, and potentially infinite content generation. And not to get philosophical on you, but if you can have infinite content generation, doesn't that content kind of lose its value? Then there's machine learning algorithms already being used in games like MotoGP and Rocket League to create adaptive AI that learns from player behavior. This technology could eventually create NPCs and gameplay scenarios that feel unique to each player, reducing the need for carefully crafted universal narrative experiences.
It's been too long. You should have come out earlier. Think of all the girls you've been missing out on.
Our country has women too.
And AI is also being used to get around a lot of the thinking or number crunching that processors used to do. It's taking a lot of the burden off the processor. In a way, in that alone, AI is removing a massive barrier for games, and it's going to open up a whole new world of possibilities. But at what cost? And let's talk about the consolidation crisis going on right now. The broader gaming industry is experiencing unprecedented consolidation and studio closures that suggest traditional development models are failing. Over 25,000 gaming jobs were lost in 2023 and 2024 alone, with major studios like Arcane Austin, Tango Gameworks, and Volition shutting down entirely. Even successful games no longer guarantee studio survival, as companies prioritize live service revenues over creative achievement. Microsoft's closure of Arcane Austin and Tango Gameworks, despite their games being well received, demonstrates that critical acclaim and sales success no longer ensure job security. This industry-wide consolidation suggests that only the largest, most profitable franchises like Grand Theft Auto will survive the transition to new business models. And despite Grand Theft Auto 6's delay to May 2026, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick has confirmed that Rockstar is working on a lot of other things beyond Grand Theft Auto 6. However, these projects likely represent a fundamentally different approach to game development. The Max Payne remake, being developed in collaboration with Remedy Entertainment, suggests Rockstar may focus on remasters and collaborations rather than original AAA development. Red Dead Redemption 3 remains in conceptual planning phases only, with anonymous sources suggesting it won't enter active development until after Grand Theft Auto 6's launch and post-release support. And given that timeline, this could mean a 2035 or later release window. So let's talk about the future of Rockstar games here. Several factors suggest Grand Theft Auto 6 represents the end of Rockstar as fans know it, as they shift to platform as a service. Grand Theft Auto 6 will likely function more as a persistent online platform than a traditional game. It's going to be an MMO with continuous updates, live events, and evolving content that never truly ends. And like I speculated in one of my previous videos, we're going to eventually be able to go back and forth between Liberty City, Los Santos, and maybe even have stuff like Las Venturas and San Fierro added to it. I don't see the next iteration of Grand Theft Auto Online closing down anytime soon. I mean, if you look at the previous Grand Theft Auto Online, the one that's still currently running, that started as kind of a wacky experiment. And think about how long that went. It's a Frankenstein's monster held together with duct tape and bubblegum, and things didn't flow quite right. Well, they've had all this time to learn from their mistakes, and now they're developing something truly new. And with the budget behind it, you can guarantee they're going to want to future-proof this product. And with AI-generated content, future content updates may rely heavily on procedural generation and AI-created missions, reducing the need for human storytelling and design expertise. And then there's subscription models. The gaming industry is rapidly moving towards subscription-based access. And you know that Rockstar and Take-Two, they're open to all this kind of stuff, with talk of the game even being $100 freaking. So rather than individual purchases, you're looking at seeing games move more towards stuff like Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Now. But there's also reduced development times, with AI automation dramatically reducing team sizes needed for future projects and fundamentally changing Rockstar's structure and creative process. So, based on everything going on, here's what Rockstar's future likely looks like. Grand Theft Auto 6 Online will become Rockstar's primary focus over at least the next decade, with continuous content updates and expansions. I mean, their team is big enough to be cooking a single, but I think that's going to be their primary focus. Grand Theft Auto 6's single-player campaign might be the last narrative-driven experience Rockstar creates at this scale. Red Dead Redemption 3 may never really materialize in its traditional form. Instead, expect something like Red Dead Online expansions, or AI-generated content that extends the existing world without requiring massive development investment. And they've already kind of laid the groundwork for this. In Red Dead Redemption 2, they already have New Austin and bits of Mexico. I think eventually, with the assistance of AI in development, we're going to see a full seamless transition from Red Dead Redemption 2's plot into John Marston's shoes, into Red Dead Redemption 1 in the same game world and the same engine, and maybe into a sequel to that. Maybe the World War I Jack story that everybody and nobody wants at the same time, all happening within Red Dead Redemption 2. So new IP development will likely cease as Rockstar focuses resources on maintaining and expanding their proven franchises through live service models. What was that game back in the day? You remember it was Spy or something like that? I mean, they didn't even do that. I think they've been kind of planning this stuff for a long time, guys. I mean, think, they're the industry leaders. They're going to be on top of this stuff well before we even have an idea of what's happening. So the next Rockstar game after Grand Theft Auto 6 might be unrecognizable to all of us. Think of it. It's going to be an AI-assisted, procedurally generated experience that adapts to individual players rather than telling a universal story. And earlier, when I was talking about adapting to individual players, we've already seen concepts of AI games to where a player is dropped in and the world is just kind of built around them and shapes around them. Grand Theft Auto 6 represents not just the culmination of Rockstar's traditional approach, but potentially its swan song. So with economic pressures, industry consolidation, and leadership changes, when you mix all that together, it suggests that the Rockstar games that created Vice City, San Andreas, and Red Dead Redemption may not survive the transition to whatever comes next. And that's just how it works in life, right? Things are born, things live, and things die. And in that sense, Grand Theft Auto 6 truly could be the last Rockstar game as we know it. But what do you think? Do you think this is the end? Do you think that Grand Theft Auto 6 is the last real Rockstar game as we know it? Let me know down in the comments. I'm Dandy Andy. I'm really bummed after making this video. So maybe, if you don't mind, you could cheer me up by hitting that like button. This video took a lot of work to make. All right, so let's get out of the doom and gloom, okay, about this being Rockstar's last game. The future is going to be different, right? I mean, I just covered all this, so I digress. So now let's do something exciting. Let's cover the most recent leak that Grand Theft Auto 6 has had and see what we can extrapolate from that. If anything, it was a small one, but let's check it out. Ooh boy, Rockstar is really going crazy with the banhammer on this latest round of leaks. It is absolutely insane. So thank you so much to GTA Infinity for letting me know what's up and giving me a warning so that I could get ahead of this. And RIP to Cyberboy's video, because he put out a great video covering these leaks and it's not there anymore. So Rockstar is really not playing around with the banhammer showing these leaks. So this is a re-release. I took all of the leaked footage out. I can't even show blurred images apparently. So I'm sorry, it is what it is. So anyways, if you're still interested in watching this, go ahead and give it a watch. I just did so many shout outs in the last video that I was not going to let Rockstar get in the way of that. So if you're here to see if I shouted you out, those should still be here at the end of the video. So sorry about the re-edit, guys, but I really appreciate you. All right, here we go. Man, after the delay of Grand Theft Auto 6, I feel like the whole community has just gotten so hungry, so desperate for just any crumb, any shred of information, leaks of Grand Theft Auto 6. And given that this channel now mainly covers Grand Theft Auto 6, I feel you. So yes, a leak did recently happen. And you know, I feel like this wouldn't be a proper coverage channel if we didn't talk about it a little bit. It was what appears to be a real Grand Theft Auto 6 leak, and it had slipped under the radar for almost 2 months. And if you don't know what we're talking about, we're not talking about like one of those deepfake or AI generated gameplay footage things. Like there's a million like Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer 3, you know, I'm sure you've seen all of the AI slop out there. But no, we're talking about a legit leak here, and it's actually early Grand Theft Auto 6 animation work, and it was quietly sitting on Vimeo in a former Rockstar animator's demo reel, and it's been there since September. So it was recently spotted here in late November, and of course, Rockstar rushed to get it taken down. From what I saw, it's about 19 seconds of like rough, you know, gray box kind of footage, test stuff, nothing really beautiful looking, but still a leak, a legitimate leak. We got confirmation of a bicycle rental system and perhaps some new vehicle interaction animations and a rare, you know, kind of unfiltered look at how Rockstar is building Grand Theft Auto 6 behind the scenes. I think Rockstar's reaction, scrubbing the original upload, practically acts as an indirect stamp of authenticity. So I want to take a look at this with you. I'm going to explain exactly what leaked, who it came from, why it's credible, and what it actually tells us about Grand Theft Auto 6's development, without us getting too crazy. So first, let's talk about the source, because that's what makes this different from the recent flood of fakes. So this footage comes from a demo reel by Benjamin Chu. And if we look at reports from PC Quest and Eurogamer, Chu is a longtime Rockstar Games character animator whose resume includes work on massive titles like Red Dead Redemption 2, Max Payne 3, and Grand Theft Auto 5. So this isn't just some anonymous leaker with some blurry screenshot, you know, that kind of thing. This is an actual credited professional whose public portfolio matches the work shown. And that distinction is important because now we know it's legit. Just days before this broke, we saw a wave of AI-generated gameplay clips kind of going viral. But with Chu, it's legit. He's an actual developer, he's known, he had a public Vimeo reel showcasing his career, and a segment clearly recognized by outlets like Video Games Chronicle and Notebook Check as early Grand Theft Auto 6 work. So what exactly did we see in this thing? So I can't play it for you because Rockstar will get rid of this video, but I'll put up a couple of screenshots here. The leaked portion is incredibly short. Like I said, it's about 19 seconds, but it is dense with information. According to IGN and various gaming news outlets who analyzed the footage before it was pulled, there are two main scenarios here. The first is a bicycle rental system. The footage shows a male character walking up to a bike rack, removing a yellow bicycle, mounting it, riding it briefly, and then returning it. On the bike frame, you can clearly see the logo Lawn Bike. And from what I can tell, this is kind of like Rockstar's parody version of something like Lime Bike. And I think we've seen stuff like Lawn Bank in previous titles. And it's not just the bike and all of that that's interesting, it's the detail that's going on here, you know? Reports from sites like GamerRant and Push Square describe the character walking the bike backward to free it from the rack, shifting his weight as he mounts it, and the pedals adjusting as his feet land. It suggests that Rockstar is building a dedicated, physically grounded animation set for bike sharing. The second clip is arguably even more interesting. It shows a female character, can you guess who it is, interacting with a pickup truck. In one sequence, she's sitting in the truck bed, swinging her legs, and jumping down. In another, she stands on the roof, jumps into the bed, and then hops off to the road. Now, many outlets, including Screen Rant, have noted that this character model strongly resembles Lucia, the confirmed protagonist from the official trailer. Well, one of them. What is going on with this damn text? I am so sorry, guys. Text, behave yourself. Okay, back to the video. To be clear, the reel didn't explicitly label her as Lucia, so we should treat that identification as just a very strong trust me bro rather than a confirmed fact. But visually, the resemblance was undeniable. Both of those clips share the same, that gray box 3D program kind of look. You see like a grid floor, the objects are untextured and the lighting is simple. This is standard industry practice for animation cleanup and motion capture processing. I don't think there's anyone out there saying it's bad graphics like they were saying with the alpha footage, and I don't think anyone really needs that explanation here like they did with that, but obviously it's just an earlier stage of the pipeline where developers are focusing entirely on the movement before adding the pretty textures and the lighting and all the stuff that comes at the very end. Now let's look at the timeline, because this is where the leak aspects get confirmed. According to Notebook Check and Gaming Bolt, Benjamin Chu uploaded this reel to Vimeo way back in September of 2025. Way back. But it sat there, public and unnoticed for 2 months. Then, around November 29th and the 30th, Reddit users on the Gaming Leaks and Rumor subreddit, well, they found it. And once that story hit the mainstream gaming press, you know how hungry and desperate we all are, you know that reaction was swift. The original Vimeo link, like I said, went dead, replaced with a "sorry, we couldn't find this page" message, which sucks. While Rockstar hasn't issued a press release saying, yes, this is ours, nothing like that, their history here kind of tells the story and their actions. As noted by Eurogamer, Rockstar and Take-Two are incredibly aggressive about protecting their IP. When real development footage leaks, they take it down. When it's fake, they usually ignore it, like all this AI slop that you see out there. The fact that this reel was scrubbed so quickly after being discovered is widely viewed by analysts as an indirect confirmation of its legitimacy. So a lot of you were like, cool, another Grand Theft Auto 6 leak. And a lot of you were like, dude, who cares? This isn't really much to go off on. And I'm sure a lot of you, when you initially heard and saw this, you're like, oh man, everyone's going to be covering this. I can't wait for the 45-minute videos that go frame by frame and break it all down, that kind of thing. It is worth mentioning though. It matters because small, boring leaks often tell you the truth about a game's design. You don't build a complex animation system for renting, riding, and returning a bike unless you plan to have a rental economy in your open world. You don't spend expensive motion capture time on specific animations for sitting in and jumping out of a pickup truck, like the bed, unless you expect players to interact with vehicles in these ways. That, or, it could be for a cutscene, let's be honest here. But it does look like Grand Theft Auto 6 based off of this, and, just everything else we've seen is going to have some of the most immersive and interesting animations ever. With Grand Theft Auto 6 scheduled for release in late 2026, seeing this kind of foundational work from 2025 makes perfect sense. It confirms that Rockstar is doing what they do best, obsessing over the physical interactions that make their worlds feel heavy and real. And of course, we have to be careful not to overhype stuff like this. This is not polished gameplay. We don't know if these specific moves will be in the final game or if they're just tests. But for a game this big, the biggest game of all time, shrouded in this much secrecy, getting a verifiable peek behind the curtain from a veteran developer, no less, is a big deal. It shows us that systems we hope for are actually being built, one frame of animation at a time. So if you saw this leak and you were like, hey, is Dandy Andy going to cover it? Well, boom, I just did. There you go. I'm not going to go all nitty gritty and be like, oh, this means aliens are confirmed, nothing like that. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward leak. All right, so let's address the elephant in the room real quick. There's been layoffs and stuff like that at Rockstar Games. So let's look a little bit at these layoffs and what it means for the future of Rockstar Games and how it might affect Grand Theft Auto 6. And this video might be a little heavy-handed, but I was all vibes at the time, all vibes. All right, let's do this. In the months since Rockstar promised Grand Theft Auto 6 for May 2026, the company fired 30 to 40 developers, faced accusations of union busting, and just announced another massive delay. And it's let all of us down, especially the guy who said that date was 100% confirmed.
GTA 6 is 100% confirmed for May 26th, which is great.
Sorry about that, but hey, I'm not Nostradamus, and they said it was 100% confirmed. But here's what nobody's talking about. The real reason has nothing to do with any of that. Well, kinda, you'll see what I'm talking about. So today, or tonight, we're explaining what's actually happening at Rockstar Games. Grand Theft Auto 6 has been in development since 2018, and really even before that, but let's just say 2018. That's almost 8 years. The franchise has made $9.7 billion since Grand Theft Auto 5 launched. Take-Two has bet everything on this release. Absolutely everything. With some reports saying there's a $2 billion budget. In May of 2025, Rockstar delayed it from fall of 2025 to May of 2026. Last week, they announced another delay to November 2026. And I know nobody wanted to hear that. People have already been taking time off of work like way in advance. And yeah, that sucks. I know some of you were saying you couldn't wait to play the game because it was going to line up with your paternity leave, stuff like that. Well, yeah. Take-Two's stock dropped roughly 10% in a single day, and yeah, it's recovering, but it is still down at the time of recording. And it's complicated because around the time of that announcement, we learned about Rockstar firing the people for leaking information. And what followed were accusations of union busting from labor organizations in the UK. And yes, I have covered this extensively in a previous video. I'll put that up here. You can watch it if you haven't already. And then an anonymous Rockstar employee posted a detailed account of the firings, describing HR meetings that lasted under 5 minutes and people on sick leave being terminated via phone calls. And so the obvious question here is, are the delays connected to the labor problems? And in the previous video, I hinted that if there were going to be a delay, it would most likely be because of that. But that is not the direct reason. You see, the answer is more complicated than you think. Rockstar says Grand Theft Auto 6 needs more time to deliver at the quality level players expect. That's it. That's the official reason. But that's not surprising. They say something to that effect every single delay. Now, on the surface, that sounds like corporate speak, but to some extent, it is probably true. Think about the scope. Grand Theft Auto 6 is set in Vice City, essentially a recreation of Florida, Leonida, whatever. I mean, it's a huge game. And they've got two protagonists that they're going to really try and flesh out, especially more than Grand Theft Auto 5. And it's a modern day narrative, and you know how complicated that can be to kind of dance around with their jokes and political commentary and stuff. Also, this is going to be the biggest entertainment release of all time, so they have to get it just right. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5 came out in 2013. Yes, that's 12 years ago. The gap between 5 and 6 is literally the longest in franchise history. Rockstar has had more time to develop this than any other Grand Theft Auto game ever made. And now they're telling us, hey, we need more time. That's a little concerning. CEO Strauss Zelnick told investors he's highly confident in the November 2026 release date. But again, he was also confident in the May 2026 release date. He also said this, quote, "When our competitors go to market before something was ready, bad things happen," end quote there. And he could be referring to Cyberpunk 2077 or Mind's Eye, which was a complete disaster. So the official line is, ambition requires more time. And based on what we know about game development, that is accurate. But let's talk about the labor complication here, because this is where it gets kind of messy. So on October 30th, Rockstar fired between 30 and 40 employees. The company said they were fired for distributing confidential information in a Discord channel. The UK-based Independent Workers Union called it the most blatant act of union busting in the history of the games industry. And man, that's a pretty big claim right there. So these employees were part of a private Discord channel organizing around working conditions, pay, and mandatory return to office policies. According to union leadership, they were close to reaching the 10% threshold needed for formal union recognition, which would have forced Rockstar Games to negotiate. And we know how much Rockstar Games likes to negotiate. On November 6th, the IWGB, which is the labor group I just spoke of, that's their acronym, IWGB, they organized protests outside of Rockstar's office in Edinburgh and London. And then that anonymous Rockstar employee that I was talking about posted the detailed account describing HR meetings, like I said, lasting under 5 minutes, coworkers on sick leave and paternity leave being fired via brief phone calls. They said, quote, "When we should be excited about what's to come over the next year, we are now totally deflated," end quote. So there is a legitimate labor dispute here. Whether you agree with the workers or not, it's happening. It's what's going on over there, and it's worth paying attention to. Jason Schreier from Bloomberg reported that the November delay did not happen because 30 developers were fired a week before. He wrote, "While the fallout from those firings could lead to more missed deadlines in the future, the game did not slip 6 months because 34 people were fired a week ago." So he's saying the firings didn't cause the delay. But even if that were true, we know that these firings will most likely cause problems down the line. So to understand what's really happening here, go back to March of 2024. That's when Kotaku reported Grand Theft Auto 6 was falling behind schedule. Sources said Rockstar was nervous about meeting the 2025 release window. Leadership was concerned production was dragging. This wasn't a secret. Rockstar knew it. Investors knew it. The May 2025 delay confirmed it. In 2024, Rockstar ended hybrid work and mandated all employees return to the office 5 days a week. The company said that this was for security and productivity. They cited the 2022 hack when someone leaked 90 clips of Grand Theft Auto 6 footage. But the timing is revealing here. The return to office mandate came in response to production falling behind. This is a classic management move in game development, or really any corporate environment. When a project struggles, studios tighten control, increase oversight, and demand in-office attendance. It's an attempt to squeeze more productivity out of the team. Now, Rockstar expanded from 2,000 employees across all studios in 2018 to approximately 6,000 today. That's tripling the workforce. But despite that expansion, the game is still being pushed back. Why? Well, we know how Rockstar likes to do it. Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't going to be some minor little update. The game's probably going to freaking rock when it drops. It's huge. And after receiving lukewarm reactions to like their HD titles or whatever, the remakes basically of the original trilogy, and losing key creative leaders like Dan Houser in 2020, Rockstar is determined to recapture your attention and have a slam dunk win and again blow everyone away in the gaming industry. That is just how they roll. CEO Strauss Zelnick literally said that they want this to be the biggest entertainment product of all time. And honestly, it already is. And it's not even out yet. To achieve that requires extraordinary levels of detail, optimization, and polish. When you're pushing that hard, timelines slip, especially when the scale takes 8 years just to get a playable game. This anonymous employee I keep bringing up also mentions something telling. They said, these people were not easily replaced and will certainly affect making our project deadlines. The loss of 30 to 40 developers apparently at this stage is damaging. The remaining team is already stretched thin. And I think that's interesting because that is in direct contrast to what Mr. Schreier said. But I think it's pretty obvious. How could you not? When you have 30 to 40 people who are so close to this game, who have all of this knowledge, been there for years, it's gonna hurt game development to lose them. Sure, you can replace any employee that you want, but just because you can replace them doesn't mean they're going to be right up to speed like the previous one was. We're talking years of not only training, but getting the corporate culture and everything embedded in them. Also, they just aren't going to be as close to the project as the previous employees were because they lived and breathed it for years. So will Grand Theft Auto 6 actually come out on November 19th, 2026? Honestly, nobody knows. But here's what I can say. First, Rockstar has a credibility problem. They said May 2026 was locked in. That's why you had me saying 100% confirmed. 6 months later, they announced a 6-month delay. You could see the cynicism on Reddit and YouTube and all over social media. Fans are joking that the real release date is 2027 or 2028. Second, losing 30 to 40 developers right now is damaging. Even if they aren't all on a critical path, the team lost institutional knowledge. They lost people who understood the code, the pipeline, the narrative structure. That's not something you recover from quickly. Third, morale is reportedly at a rock bottom. The anonymous employee said staff are working in fear and are totally deflated about the project. And let's be real, bad morale kills productivity. I've seen it time and time again. Fourth, there's legal exposure. The union busting allegations are going to result in protracted legal battles in UK employment tribunals. Even if Rockstar wins, and they might, but even if they win, the distraction is real. Every media cycle around these allegations is another reminder to consumers that something is wrong. It is bad press, and not the cool bad boy kind of press, just straight up bad press. Take-Two's stock dropped 8 to 10% the day of that announcement. Nervous investors push for risk mitigation. That pressure filters down to Rockstar's management, who pressure the development team, so on and so forth. So you can see that the pressure is real for these people who are creating this game. So, will we see Grand Theft Auto 6 in November 2026? You want my honest opinion? Honestly, at this point, I'm going to keep it real. I say maybe 60% chance. 70 if I'm being generous. I could see the game being pushed back another month or two, maybe not 6 months, but maybe just a little bit longer. And I want to tell you, yeah, it's 100% confirmed, but I can't because this isn't the Rockstar that they previously were. And it shows you that speculation based off of their previous actions, you really just can't do it. Rockstar has a history of delays, sure, and Grand Theft Auto 4 was delayed multiple times. Grand Theft Auto 5 was delayed. Red Dead Redemption 2 was delayed. The company doesn't ship games until they are ready. But the whole thing of me saying, oh, they just push back release windows, not actual concrete dates, well, obviously, I've been proven wrong. I was wrong. I'll fully admit that. The gaming industry is watching this very closely. When Rockstar fires employees organizing a union, other studios take notes. When a company triples its workforce and still struggles to meet deadlines, executives ask uncomfortable questions about their own operations. Rockstar gambled on delaying again rather than shipping an unfinished product. Whether that gamble pays off and whether they can rebuild trust while managing labor disputes and delivering something truly extraordinary, well, that remains to be seen. For more of the union busting allegations specifically though, I do have a video that I put out previously and I highly recommend you check it out and you'll really understand what's going on behind the scenes. But there you go guys, there's some internal struggles going on at Rockstar right now and it's rough and it sucks, you know? But what can you do? It is what it is. There's plenty of great games out there right now, so go play.
All right, in this next video, let's talk about how Rockstar used to be rebels and how that might affect Grand Theft Auto 6. So yeah, we are kind of in the doom and gloom part of this long 8-hour mega video, but you know what? It's important, I think. Let's look briefly at the past at Rockstar and see how they've developed over the years and kind of what they've become now, because that'll kind of help us get an idea of what Grand Theft Auto 6 will be like. Let's roll it.
Rockstar used to be rebels, so what happened? If you can't tell, that question is definitely influenced by the recent delay. I'm on kind of my Rockstar angst arc this week, is what it is. But this is a company that shut down Times Square to shoot a video game box cover. Times freaking Square. And yeah, they had the permits and everything, but that was big. And I think it speaks volumes about the kind of company they used to be. They hired PR firms to spark outrage. Then there was the whole hot coffee debacle, a blockbuster game tied to something like that. And then the ratings board had a field day with it. For 2 decades, Rockstar Games was the most fearless, rebellious studio in gaming. At least that's what they projected. The company that didn't just push boundaries, but they just straight up obliterated them. And really, I mean, they are kind of trailblazers for what is allowed in video games. Almost kind of the way South Park is for, some of the stuff you can do on TV, but that would be an entirely different video. But something has obviously changed over the years. The co-founder who wrote every major Grand Theft Auto story, well, he's gone. The producer who built Grand Theft Auto into what it is, locked out of his own office and sued for $150 million. The writers and radio personalities who created the satirical soul of the series all left within 4 years. So today, or tonight, we're investigating what really happened to Rockstar Games. And this goes a little deeper than you might think. Probably not though. To understand what Rockstar lost, you need to understand what they were. If you're like me, you remember. In the early 2000s, Rockstar wasn't just making games. They were building a reputation as kind of punk rock outlaws of the gaming world, and they really lived up to that Rockstar name. According to employees interviewed by Bloomberg, the company culture was built around drinking, brawling, and excursions to strip clubs. And as Kotaku called it, a frat boy culture. The Hauser brothers, Sam and Dan, they were absolutely relentless. In 2000, like I said, Rockstar literally shut down Times Square in New York City to photograph real street racing cars for midnight clubs box art. I mean, can you imagine just how brutal that was? Especially for them being a company of that size. Nowadays, you're like, sure, well, Call of Duty could do something like that. That was huge back in 2000. Huge. When Grand Theft Auto 3 launched in 2001, it revolutionized gaming. But it also made Rockstar a target. Anti-gaming attorney Jack Thompson went on a crusade against them, and Rockstar didn't back down. According to the book Jacked by David Kushner, they actually hired PR firms in the 1990s, like I said, to deliberately provoke right-wing newspapers and ensure moral backlash. They wanted the controversy, and that controversy wasn't a problem. It was the marketing strategy. It was a bad boy approach way to selling their games, and they were incredibly smart to do it because that's what sold music back in the day. If you can get that parental advisory stamp on your record, it was going to sell. And that seems to kind of be how they sold themselves. And Dan Houser was the mastermind behind Grand Theft Auto's voice. As vice president of the creative department, he wrote or co-wrote virtually every major story in Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5, and both Red Dead Redemption games. His writing style was sharp, cynical, and unapologetically offensive. Then came the hot coffee scandal in 2005. When modders unlocked it, well, all hell broke loose. Hillary Clinton launched an investigation. The game was re-rated adults only, and Walmart, which had accounted for 20% of Rockstar's sales, pulled it from the shelves. Australia banned it completely. The cost? Well, it was $25 million to recall, fix, and re-release the game. And that should have destroyed them, right? No, Rockstar survived, of course, and for years they kept that rebel mentality alive. That was great PR for them. But the thing about being big and successful and gaining a lot of money and notoriety and fame and all that kind of stuff is eventually it catches up to you and you grow too big for the foundation to support you. It's kind of like maybe you have a rock band that you grew up with and you absolutely love their first couple of albums, but eventually you're like, oh, they sold out, they got corporate. Same thing goes with the gaming industry here. Let's talk about Leslie Benzies. If you don't know the name, you should. I mean, he's behind Mind's Eye, unfortunately, but Benzies was the president of Rockstar North, the studio that has always actually made Grand Theft Auto. He was one of only 3 people in a profit-sharing agreement alongside Sam and Dan Houser. In September of 2014, Benzies was encouraged to take a sabbatical. And while he was gone, Rockstar allegedly fired his son and several of his friends, suspended his email access, and when he tried to return to work in April of 2015, his keycard didn't work. He was locked out of his own office. In January 2016, Rockstar announced Benzies had left the company. In April 2016, Benzies sued Take-Two, Rockstar, and Sam and Dan Houser for $150 million in unpaid royalties. Rockstar's response? Well, they issued a statement saying Benzies' departure stemmed from significant performance and conduct issues, and that his claims were entirely without merit and in many instances downright bizarre. In February 2019, the lawsuit was settled confidentially. We'll never know the full truth here, but one of the 3 architects of Grand Theft Auto's golden era was gone, and the bleeding didn't stop there. In 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2 launched to universal acclaim, but behind the scenes, Rockstar was facing a reckoning. In an interview with New York Magazine, Dan Houser said, "We were working 100-hour weeks, several times in 2018. And with that out in the air, journalist Jason Schreier published a devastating expose titled Inside Rockstar Games Culture of Crunch. He interviewed dozens of employees who described a company where crunch culture wasn't just expected, it was part of the identity. One former employee told Kotaku, "I was pushed further into depression and anxiety than I ever have been before. My body was exhausted. I felt like I was going insane, and I started drinking heavily." Dan Houser tried to clarify, saying he was only referring to the 4-person writing team, but the damage was done. Rockstar's work culture was under global scrutiny. And then, in the spring of 2019, Dan Houser took an extended break, and unfortunately for us, he never came back. But good on him. I sincerely hope whatever he's doing next is awesome. Maybe that's where Rockstar really went. Maybe we just need to follow Dan, see what he's up to. But on February 4th, 2020, Take-Two Interactive made an announcement. Dan Houser was leaving Rockstar Games effective March 11th, 2020. And man, let that sink in. The man who wrote the soul of Grand Theft Auto, the vice president of creative, one of the 2 co-founders, man, gone. That was the biggest blow, I think. And of course, the official statement was corporate and vague, saying, after an extended break beginning in the spring of 2019, Dan Houser will be leaving the company. No explanation, not any sort of farewell tour, nothing really big. He's just kind of gone out of the picture. And here's what we know. Grand Theft Auto 6 started development around 2014. Dan Houser left in 2020. According to recent reports, Dan's story pitches for Grand Theft Auto 6 were reportedly rejected 3 times by Take-Two before his departure. The first pitch was a dark, noir detective story with 3 protagonists. It was rejected because they said it was too dark. The second pitch featured a policewoman and a drug smuggler and was in development for 18 months before being canned. A third version was canceled in March of 2019. After that third rejection, Dan Houser took his extended break and left. In a 2025 interview, Dan Houser himself said that Grand Theft Auto 6, it's not going to be the game that he worked on. The man who defined Grand Theft Auto's narrative voice is not involved in Grand Theft Auto 6. But the exodus didn't stop with Dan. In May of 2019, Imran Sarwar, the design director who worked on every Grand Theft Auto from Vice City to Red Dead Redemption 2, left Rockstar after nearly 2 decades. In April 2020, just 1 month after Dan's departure, Laszlo Jones left Rockstar after 19 years. Laszlo was the voice on the radio stations, or he was Laszlo. He was Laszlo in the games. He was a straight-up character in Grand Theft Auto 5, a satirical DJ persona, man. The sharp cultural commentary, it came from him. He was interesting in every single Grand Theft Auto he was in. He was funny, he was hysterical. Well, it was later revealed he left because his sister was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer. But it wasn't just that. He also said he was excited to work on new projects. And Dan Houser reached out to him shortly after and asked him to join a new studio, Absurd Ventures. And Laszlo said yes. So it's kind of like a band grew too big and then they ran into creative differences and are kind of now splintering. In 2023, Michael Unsworth, the vice president of writing and one of the only 3 writers credited on both Red Dead Redemption games, left after 16 years. Think about that. The lead writer, the radio personality, the design director, the co-founder, all gone within 4 freaking years. The Rockstar that made Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto 4, and Grand Theft Auto 5, that team doesn't exist anymore. So if that doesn't exist anymore, what replaced it? Well, starting in 2018, Rockstar began a massive internal overhaul. According to Bloomberg's Jason Schreier, the company made sweeping changes to become a more progressive company rather than a boys club, end quote there. They restructured the design department. They ousted the managers accused of abusive behavior. They added mental health and leave benefits. They converted contractors to full-time employees. And then multiple employees told Bloomberg that morale across the company is higher than it's ever been. And look, better working conditions are objectively good. Crunch culture is brutal. It's not healthy. Again, I work 100-hour work weeks. That's my choice. I choose to do that. If you're forced to do that by your company and it's something you're not personally invested in, it can just absolutely tear you apart, especially because, they're working in an office away from their families and stuff. It was rough. So better working conditions, we should all be cheering for that. But here's where it gets complicated. In May of 2020, during the George Floyd protests, Rockstar was developing a game mode for Grand Theft Auto Online called Cops and Crooks. Senior executives felt the mode was especially tone-deaf during the global reckoning over police violence. So they shelved it. Then in 2022, Bloomberg reported that Rockstar removed transphobic jokes from the new-gen remaster of Grand Theft Auto 5. The report also revealed that for Grand Theft Auto 6, Rockstar is asking its writers to be less crude towards transgenders and other minorities. Developers are being cautious not to punch down by making jokes about marginalized groups. And those are all quotes there. Now, let's be clear. Punching down a marginalized group, community, whatever, it is just lazy writing. But Grand Theft Auto's entire satirical identity was built on having a no-holds-barred against any group approach. The whole point was that everyone, rich, poor, left, right, cops, criminals, everyone is a target. The question isn't whether Rockstar should be made more thoughtful, it's whether Grand Theft Auto can still be Grand Theft Auto without that unfiltered voice. And I don't care how dumb I think you are, I don't believe in censorship at all. People should be able to express themselves, as long as you're not physically physically hurting someone or driving them to do something, you know, I don't know. It sucks. And it's no secret now that culture wars have, to some degree, gotten inside of the biggest video game franchise of all time. I mean, how could it not, though? That's just keeping with the times. And the workers, employees, people working on the games, they're going to be a reflection of the modern times. So yes, things are just naturally going to change over time. Now, quick side note here, just because I'm saying that they're going to dial things back a bit, and they probably are, I'm not saying that it's going to be some preachy mess. If you want my thoughts on that, you can watch this video. What I am saying is we're probably going to see a game much more similar to Red Dead Redemption 2 in the way that it handles its subject matter. So yes, there's still going to be funny dark humor and all that kind of stuff, but it's also probably going to have a more grounded approach. And it's not like they haven't done that before. I mean, think back to Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City, even San Andreas, and compare that to Grand Theft Auto 4. No one complained then. Actually, they did. Never mind. They did complain then, but a lot of people liked it. So I would expect that. I don't think the game's going to be a preachy mess, but the game does take place in modern times. You're going to see a reflection of things in Miami and Florida. You're going to see those things because they exist in our modern world, but you're also going to see everything else too. That's what they do. They basically take the culture of a region and a given time and put it on full display and make fun of everything. Even if that is toned down a bit, I do expect there to be a good amount of satire, just not so in your face, less Trevor-esque, oh, look at this, bro, kind of humor. You know, it's just going to be toned down. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. And if that turns you off to playing the game, then I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, there's a lot of other things to enjoy in Grand Theft Auto games. So who's in charge now? Well, you already know. It's not Dan Houser, Leslie Benzies, Laszlo, Imran Sarwar, Michael Unsworth. You know, they're all gone. Who's running it? Sam Houser, Dan's brother, of course. He's still the president of Rockstar Games. At Rockstar North, the leadership is now Aaron Garbett and Rob Nelson. Garbett has been the art director since Grand Theft Auto 3. Nelson directed Red Dead Redemption 2. According to former Rockstar developer oUtErSpAcE, about 80% of the team from Grand Theft Auto 4 is still at Rockstar North. They're still veteran talent, but the creative voice, the writers, the satirists, the people who crafted the tone, they're gone, and it shows in how the company operates now. So the new Rockstar. In March 2024, Rockstar mandated that all employees return to the office, now have 5-day work weeks in office. Leadership cited productivity and security concerns, especially after the massive Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks in 2022. Sources told Kotaku that development on Grand Theft Auto 6 had started falling behind. Then on October 30th, Rockstar fired between 30 and 40 employees. Rockstar claimed that they were fired for distributing and discussing confidential information in a public forum, but here's the twist. According to the Independent Workers Union of Great Britain, all of the fired employees were members of a private union Discord channel. The union accused Rockstar of the most blatant and ruthless act of union busting in the history of the games industry. An anonymous Rockstar employee posted on GTA forums claiming the union was close to having enough members for legal recognition, and management found out about the Discord server and fired everyone in it. Rockstar denies this. Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick defended the company's culture, saying, "We're so proud of our culture." But, you know, the optics were damning. Workers trying to organize mass firings, protests outside Rockstar offices on November 6, 2025. This is not the image of a rebel company that once thumbed its nose at authority. It literally looks like the opposite. And then there's the delays. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 6 is now delayed until November. Take-Two stock dropped 6%. I mean, 10% at one point. No, I think it's roughly 6%. And the community's reaction has just been memes, frustration, and depression. So where do we go from here? Here's what we have to understand. Take-Two Interactive is a publicly traded company. They answer to shareholders. There's nothing really Rockstar-ish about answering to shareholders. Shareholders care about one thing: profit. Grand Theft Auto Online generates billions of dollars. Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold over 220 million copies. The franchise has reportedly earned billions since Grand Theft Auto 5's release in 2013. When you have that kind of financial success, everything changes. Risk becomes the enemy. Brand safety becomes paramount. Social media scrutiny is constant. So, in the 2000s, Rockstar could afford to be reckless because they were smaller. Now, they're a multi-billion-dollar entity under the microscope of investors, activists, media, and governments. So, what does this mean for Grand Theft Auto 6? What does it all mean? We know from leaks and official trailers that Grand Theft Auto 6, is going to have Lucia, a Latina woman, and is one of 2 protagonists, and this is the first for the series, and that is a cool new direction. So that is interesting and new. We know the game is set in Vice City, and it looks incredible. We know Rockstar has spent years improving work conditions and reducing crunch, and that's genuinely positive. But we also know that Dan Houser, the man who wrote every major Grand Theft Auto story, is not involved. We know the writers who crafted the satirical voice are gone. We know Rockstar is deliberately trying to be less offensive and avoid punching down. And we know the game has been delayed twice, with development reportedly falling behind. Former Rockstar developer oUtErSpAcE is optimistic. He says that the veteran talent is still there. Aaron Garbett, Rob Nelson, Sam Houser are more than capable. And let's be real, he's probably right. But talent isn't the question. The question is, can you make a Rockstar game without the Rockstar mentality? So, what do you think? How do you think it's going to go? I'm not going to lie, I've had nothing but super high hopes for this game, but after seeing how things are starting to go on internally, starting to get some inklings of what's happening, it's starting to paint a picture I'm a little uncomfortable with about what we could potentially be seeing. I don't know. I could just be down because the game got delayed. All right, so at this point, we have covered almost everything. Not quite everything, but we've covered quite a bit. Now, something we haven't really talked about, though, is the writing. The writing of the game. Who's handling it? Can we trust that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be as good as previous titles, or nearly as good as like Grand Theft Auto 4's Dark Story, or Red Dead Redemption 2, or even 1, or San Andreas? Can we trust that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to deliver the same narrative awesomeness, for lack of a better word, that those games delivered? Well, after listening / watching this, I think you're going to have a pretty good idea. And there's a particular commenter I shout him out in this who put me onto this and got me going down the rabbit hole and learning about who's writing Grand Theft Auto 6. And now I must say, I feel a lot better. Just give this a watch.
The Dandy Andy Experience.
Welcome to the Dandy Andy Experience. Tonight, I've got kind of an interesting episode for you. I've put kind of a lot into preparing this episode, so I think that we're going to have some fun. We're going to be talking about basically the writing of Grand Theft Auto 6 and really just kind of covering the history of the writers throughout the years at Rockstar and just kind of see if we can predict what to really expect narratively with this game. And this comment inspired this entire podcast. So thank you so much to Red Misfit, who said, so Rupert Humphreys, if I'm not mistaken, is the senior lead narrative writer at Rockstar, which effectively took over from Dan Houser's duties after he left. He's one of the OGs at the company and worked alongside Dan and Michael Unsworth in shaping and crafting many stories for their open world behemoths since 2008. That goes to say he's been very instrumental in the narrative process and design and wasn't just a one-man show. I'm highly convinced that not only will the story be good and maybe even better than it ever was previously. This gives Rupert time to shine and see what he's capable of as a writer. And he's keenly aware, based on his experience, of how to pen a Rockstar game. I think we'll be fine in that department. Smiley face. Red Misfit, that's an amazing comment. Thank you so much for sharing that on the first episode of this podcast. I really appreciate you doing that. Yeah, man, this whole episode is because of that comment. It really got me thinking about the writing. I was like, you know what? Let's dig into it, because I talked a little bit about Rupert Humphreys a while back. And so I thought it would be pretty interesting to go ahead and take a look, see what's going on at Rockstar Games, seeing how they're handling the writing and all that stuff. So let's do that. But before that, you could see here, we've got a little set, which is pretty cool. So some of you were like, hey, the audio is cool. The audio only is fine, but give us some visuals of Grand Theft Auto 6 or something. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm in the studio. I've got a camera running in here. My uncle is graciously letting me use the studio. And I'm also going to have some B-roll up occasionally. So it should feel more like a video if you're watching this at home. But to those of you who are listening, don't worry, you're not missing out on much visually. But all right, let's get into it. Also, Ventus, aka Vince, if you're out there listening, homie, I love you. Okay, on with the show. So, why does Grand Theft Auto 6's story matter more than ever? Well, we're talking about a game that went from like a simple top-down crime game. Just think about the first original Grand Theft Auto game. A lot of you out there have probably not even played it, and if you haven't, you should, at least, I'm not saying you got to beat it, but you should try to give it a shot just to see where we've gone. It's insane. I've played every single Grand Theft Auto game, and I grew up with those top-down shooters. I grew up with those top-down, Grand Theft Autos, and that's all we knew. And I remember, when we were passing around the controller, me and all the kids that were sharing the console, we were talking to each other and being like, man, one day, what if this is like, the camera is down there behind the guy? Or like, what if we could, talking like that? Because I think around the time we were also playing the first Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy VII, all that kind of stuff. So we were talking about, what if it could be like that? What if the graphics could be as good as Metal Gear Solid? And it's just blown me away, because since the first Grand Theft Auto game, Grand Theft Auto was never really known for having good graphics, ever, back then. The first two Grand Theft Autos for certain, Grand Theft Auto London, and then Grand Theft Auto 3, even, when that came out, yeah, it was like, whoa, it's 3D now, but, when that came out, the graphics weren't really considered incredible by any means. You got to remember, in 2001, the same year it came out, Metal Gear Solid 2 came out, and that game looks freaking incredible. So the graphics have always left a lot to be desired. And I remember thinking that too when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas came out. I know we're going on kind of a graphics tangent here, but it just blows me away. And you'll see how we're going to tie this in. But the graphics, just over the years have gotten better and better and better. I think the first Grand Theft Auto, and I mean, it's pretty obvious which one is the first one that really blew everything out of the water, was Grand Theft Auto 4. I remember seeing the trailers and everything for it and was just so stunned. Oh man, I could not wait for that game to release. I watched all the ads. I watched all of the, little trailers they were putting out. They had a website and you could kind of explore Liberty City a little bit. They had a police recruitment video that you could watch. And I watched that and banging on trash can lids for an hour, just all these things. And I thought they were going to be big instrumental parts of the world and the game. And they weren't, they're just in the background. But they did a very good job of really building a world that we were about to experience, about to really drink in. And really what sold me on Grand Theft Auto 4 wasn't really just the graphics. I mean, yeah, the graphics were stunning and beautiful, but it was watching bullet holes go through glass in one of the trailers and also seeing how there was a glow around the muzzle flash when shooting. The shooting looked so much better. It was leaps and bounds ahead of anything we'd ever experienced before in the Grand Theft Auto world. And also, of course, those sweet, sexy Euphoria physics. But all of that aside, graphics and all that aside, the number one thing that stood out to me the most was where the tone was going, what was shifting. The story seemed like it was going to get dark. And you see, so there we go, segue. There's a parallel for you. As the graphics and all that has gotten better, as Grand Theft Auto has just gotten better and better, they have taken the story more and more seriously. I mean, think about it. In Grand Theft Auto 3, he plays Claude again. You plays him, I think, in 2. I think he plays him in 1 and 2. I could be wrong about that. And I think in 1, you choose which character you're going to play as, and in 2, you're Claude. In Grand Theft Auto 3, he's a silent protagonist. It's Skyrim without the text options or anything like that. He's kind of just a crazy sociopath, which makes sense given that there had been no one before who had ever made a game like this. You're going to have a silent sociopath dude go and just do all this crazy, horrible stuff. But also, that aside, it really just kind of allowed the player to kind of paint themselves into the shoes of Claude. Claude was never really supposed to be some well thought out, figured out, realized character ever. That came later. And the first game that did that was Vice City with, Ray Liotta voicing Tommy Vercetti. And then Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, with CJ, that they went for a whole 90s gangland crime opera with that one. And it was spectacular. San Andreas is a great game, but Grand Theft Auto 4, that's when they were like, you know what? Let's get dead serious. Let's start to bring the tone, make it dark. I mean, think about that scene when Niko's sitting there at Mikhail Faustin's house talking to his wife while he's waiting on him, talking about there was all these kids in a village, each with their throats cut and their hands cut off, all against a church wall. And the lady, she had just previously asked him about, don't you worry about your soul? And he's like, when you see something like that, you realize the creature who could do that doesn't have a soul. And it's like, wow. So Grand Theft Auto 4 was filled with a bunch of stuff like that, and then a bunch of drunken Roman hijinks. It was a really good blend. And I loved it. Grand Theft Auto 5, I mean, I've not really made it a mystery. It's not my favorite Grand Theft Auto game. I recently got a Steam Deck. I am going to go through it and give it my all and just play it all the way through to the very end. If I said I've beaten every Grand Theft Auto, I need to start over. I've played every single Grand Theft Auto game, but I have not beaten 5. So I know how it ends. I've seen it. I know the story, but I haven't personally gone through it and done it myself. Every time I start it, I get to a certain point and just kind of stop. But maybe I can mod it. But I'm thinking about modding it and enjoying it the way that I want to. So Grand Theft Auto 5, it did something really cool. Grand Theft Auto 5 wanted to be some big, awesome crime cinematic experience, but it had more of a Michael Bay flair, but also the movie Heat. If you haven't seen Heat, go watch Heat. You'll see so many Grand Theft Auto 5 heists inspiration in that movie. There's a lot of Grand Theft Auto 5 that was taken out of Heat and other movies. In Rockstar, they do this with all of their games. So it's not really a big surprise, right? So anyways, go and watch Heat. Heat's great. It's got Al Pacino and Robert De Niro going head to head. What more could you want, man? So anyways, Grand Theft Auto 5, it was great. And I feel like we also kind of have to talk about Red Dead 1 and 2. I feel like that's just kind of part of the whole package. I mean, sure, we could bring up Bully and Manhunt and all that, but Red Dead 2, man. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 1, that came out in 2010, 2 years after Grand Theft Auto 4. And good Lord, that story, it was so good. It was so freaking awesome. I'd said it was my favorite game until I played Red Dead Redemption 2. And I was like, you know what? I can't even choose anymore. They're both the same game. It's just, they are, it's just a continuation. So that just Red Dead Redemption, all of it is just my favorite. Second only to the Metal Gear Solid series, but that's a whole nother topic. But anyways, after the writing of all of that, Grand Theft Auto 6 has big shoes to fill because, they've innovated each and every time. I'd say even with 5, while it's not my personal favorite, and I feel like some things maybe went a little bit backwards with the plot and everything, I realize that that's just my opinion. Not everyone agrees with me. A lot of you out there probably love Grand Theft Auto 5 way more than 4, and that's totally fine. Art is subjective, and I recognize Grand Theft Auto 5 as art because I believe video games are an art form. The stuff Rockstar puts out is art as well as a product, but movies, music, all that, it's products as well. But Grand Theft Auto 5, it did expand and go bolder by introducing the 3 protagonist system. Now, whether you think that worked out or not narratively, hey, that's for you to decide. And I've got my own personal opinions about that. But I think that was a really unique and interesting challenge that Rockstar tried to tackle. And again, whether or not they succeeded, it's up to you. All right, so we've kind of covered the history here. The Grand Theft Auto games we've kind of looked at it. And something that all of those games have in common is Dan Houser being there. That's the big elephant in the room with Grand Theft Auto 6 as far as writing is concerned, right? I mean, it is. Grand Theft Auto 6 is the first mainline entry without Dan Houser as lead writer. It's been over 20 years. That dude has shaped the series. I mean, his DNA is all over it. That sounds weird, but you know what I mean. And it's really cool. I mean, him and Sam, they go way back, right? Sam and Dan Houser. Of course, they go way back, right? The Housers. But they grew up in London, heavily influenced by crime cinema and, of course, our culture here in the United States, American pop culture. It's kind of everywhere. You can't really escape it, right? When the first Grand Theft Auto came out, before they were even Rockstar, I think it was DMA Design, there was a Cops and Robbers game that they were in the process of making, and Sam pushed it towards playing as a criminal instead. He said, you know what? It's more fun when we're testing this game to be the one who's being chased. It's much more fun. So let's flip this on its head, and boom, you got the original Grand Theft Auto out of that. And so Dan Houser, he got his first writing credit actually on Grand Theft Auto London in 1969. And obviously those games were hits. The media absolutely hated them. The conservative, American media, it sold the game. And they knew that. They knew that it would sell the game. And they acted very much like rock stars. And I talk a bit about that in my video on like what happened to the old rock star, that kind of thing. Whatever clickbaity BS title I made. But, it talked about, did Rockstar lose their identity, all that kind of stuff. And back then, they had kind of a rock star vibe to them and approach to their games. But, it could have just been they were younger. I don't know. And all good things ultimately come to an end, right? And I'm hoping that's not the case now with Grand Theft Auto 6. But, Dan Houser leaving the company, all good things come to an end, right? And so the first Grand Theft Auto released November 28th, 1997. But in 1998, Rockstar Games is officially founded. So no longer are they DMA Design or whatever. And the Housers, they've got full total creative control. So then we get Grand Theft Auto 2, the London expansions, and everything else since. But at the time, like we were kind of talking about earlier, there wasn't really a lot of writing to go off of in those early Grand Theft Autos. You got to remember, their teams were a lot smaller back then. So they weren't really writing these games. I mean, they were writing and they had characters and stuff, but it felt more like they were like, what if we could throw this character in and he's based off of this guy from this movie? And they were having fun with it, which is why I think those are still worth going back and experiencing, even if they do feel archaic by today's standards, because they've just blown them out of the water, which would be really funny if, if we go to Grand Theft Auto 6 and they've been fooling us the whole time and ends up being a 2D top-down game, the same as 1 and 2, but just with terrible writing. Not terrible, but the OG writing to where there's not really any. But anyways, it wasn't really about the writing back in the 90s. It was about the vibe. It was about the tone. And I think a lot of the late 90s games on the PlayStation, especially, even Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, even all of it, they were very much inspired by the vibe, the tone. Metal Gear Solid 1, you look at that, it's dark. Think of Shadow Moses. If you've never played Metal Gear Solid, oh my gosh, I envy you. You get to experience it for the first time and all of its weirdness. Metal Gear Solid 1 is incredible, and it is a moody, perfect, tight action masterpiece. Yeah, action. I know the goal is to sneak around. There's a lot of action and stuff. Think about Dino Crisis. Any of you played Dino Crisis? Think about Resident Evil. Think about that, what was it? There's this 2D platformer game. You're this kid with a laser gun. His dog gets stolen at the beginning. You have to go looking for him. And it was a kid's game, but this kid would die brutal deaths. I think it was called Heart of Darkness or something like that. It was hard. I could not beat it. I just kept getting eaten and watching that kid get his bones broken and he was getting ripped in half. It was a brutal game for a kid's game. Absolutely brutal and creepy, but a really good game. So there's, it was about the vibe back then. Not really so much the plot. I mean, Final Fantasy VII, I'm sure, has an incredible plot. I don't think I beat that back in the day. I haven't played many of the Final Fantasies. So sure, there was a lot of games is what I'm saying that were prioritizing story. And from me just saying this out loud, it seems like that was mainly the Japanese game development stuff with Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy and stuff like that. But in America, it's about the vibe. And then, early 2000s, 3D. Finally, we can run around in 3D worlds with the PlayStation 2. And man, if you weren't there for that, the leap from the first PlayStation to the PlayStation 2 was just absolutely outstanding. Like, it just blew everybody away. It's funny now because I have this vivid memory of being in a GameStop when the PS3 came out, and this dude in a gray hoodie, he was playing whatever basketball game they were showing off in the GameStop there, and he's like, man, this looks like real life, man. And I looked over and I was like, yeah, it does. As more and more time went on, I remember going into GameStop to play on those little test consoles that they would have in there because I didn't own the console yet. And then one day I overheard a guy saying to his girlfriend, like, man, this doesn't look real. And I was just like, dude, come on. Obviously it looks real. It's funny how far graphics have come. This is a memory within a memory thing, right? Because I'm remembering these things because before that, I remember having that. You ever get something like that to where you hear someone say something and it reminds you of another time, and then you remember that person saying that? Okay, anyways, I'm sorry. We're getting like Inception levels with this. The reason I'm saying that is because I remember there was a time when the PS2 came out and kids at school were like, bro, it looks like real life, dog. Play the Spider-Man game. And to be honest, the Spider-Man game, I think the graphics are still good to this day. But Grand Theft Auto 3, not so much. It was cool being able to go anywhere, do anything. That's how we kind of all looked at it back then. You can't really go anywhere and do everything, but you could do a lot more than you could in pretty much any other game before that. And of course, it all grew from there. And the key people who worked on Grand Theft Auto 3 were Dan Houser, James Worrell, Leslie Benzies, the genius behind Mind's Eye. So, and Leslie Benzies, he was the producer. The Dan Houser and James Worrell were the writers of Grand Theft Auto 3, the key writers. Like I said earlier, they were a small team at DMA or Rockstar North. That's officially what they became, was Rockstar North. So Rockstar North is the OG studio. Some of you might not know that, which is weird to think about, but you don't know what you don't know. And Grand Theft Auto 3, so the first two Grand Theft Autos and the London expansions, whatever, they did well. Maybe not the London stuff, but the first two Grand Theft Autos, they did pretty dang well, but not like well as you think of it today, right? So Grand Theft Auto 3, they were not expecting it to do what it did. And that was the big slam dunk. Grand Theft Auto 3 blew everything out of the water. And it wasn't because of the writing. It was because of the freedom and the crime and everything you associate Grand Theft Auto getting all of the bad press for. It started with Grand Theft Auto 3 until, eventually the hot coffee mod with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Around that time, it sucked because I remember Metal Gear Solid 2 and Grand Theft Auto 3, they both had to be delayed, or at least changed. I don't know if 2 was delayed, but Grand Theft Auto 3 did have to be delayed because of certain missions in it. And I know it sounds like stupid and insensitive to be like, unfortunately, this game was delayed because this horrible thing happened, but I shouldn't have said it like that. Unfortunately, this just happened. It was 2001, 9/11, right? There was a lot of stuff that happened in Grand Theft Auto 3, or there was like a mission or two. I think there was like a guy who was like a insurgent kind of guy who you worked for and did like bombing missions and stuff like that with. So they stripped that out. There was also going to be planes, but they clipped the wings of the plane, literally, and you had the dodo. So that way they knew players were going to be doing some evil stuff. And so they probably figured players were going to be flying planes into buildings. So thank God, I guess, for them that they didn't leave that stuff in and then just get murdered in the press for being tasteless. And, so that, I think that also shows that, while, Rockstar's always been a commentary, making fun of stuff, mocking American culture, all that kind of stuff, and good fun and all that, they still have taste and aren't completely tone deaf. You know what I'm saying? There's really not much else to say about Grand Theft Auto 3, other than I think some of the DNA is seen in Grand Theft Auto 6 with Claude and was it Catalina? Here I go again, getting her name mixed up. It looks like the whole Jason and Lucia thing is, some of the roots from Grand Theft Auto 3 are in that relationship, where I'm speculating that Lucia is going to be kind of trying to drag Jason back into this life of crime. And he's going to be kind of like, I'm not sure, you got an ankle bracelet, but you're hot. And you know how it goes. And Katarina, whatever, was a really bad influence on Claude, obviously. But again, Claude wasn't the greatest guy ever. I'm not saying Jason is. We don't really know too much about him yet. So anyways, I digress. That's pretty much Grand Theft Auto 3 in a nutshell as far as covering that. Then we got to Vice City. And man, Vice City. You know, there was a time where a game could come out in 2001 and you could get another game in 2002. Think about that. Those days are over. And then after 2002, you wait 2 years, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Not crazy? 4 years, Grand Theft Auto 4. 5 years, Grand Theft Auto 5. You can see the gap getting bigger and bigger. Grand Theft Auto 4 will be old enough to enlist by the time Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. That just blows me away, man. Wow. Some of you might be the same age as the game. That's crazy to think about. Some of you may have just turned 18 and maybe you're serving the country yourself. Well, Grand Theft Auto 4 is going to be right there with you sooner or later. Tangent. Okay. Sorry about that. But Vice City. That's what we're talking about here is Vice City. It was super fast production, super fast turnaround. Like I said, they did it in a year. Of course, there was heavy inspiration from Scarface, Miami Vice, crime cinema. So Vice City is when we really start seeing them try to kind of be like, you know what, let's make a crime game. Let's like a crime movie drama game. We did Grand Theft Auto 3. We have all the tools and assets. Let's just change them up a bit. I mean, they did more than that, but they had the tools for a 3D Grand Theft Auto. They're like, let's just take that, work within that engine, work within that, and make a story in there, because Grand Theft Auto 3 didn't really have much of a story. Let's make something like a rags to riches crime lord story. And they freaking did it. It's great. Vice City is still fun. Vice City is still worth playing. The voice acting's great. You know, it's not the most gripping, compelling story ever, but as far as a rags to riches story, it's outstanding. You have Laszlo in there on V-Rock. Then you have Ken Rosenberg, who's Tommy Vercetti's lawyer. You have, of course, Tommy Vercetti, Ray Liotta. I mean, so many memorable characters on top of that, especially with Lance Vance, and just all sorts of outstanding performances from everyone. Even Danny Trejo, he was in it. You could tell that they kind of had to cut some of his lines and stuff just by how he's talking to you later in the game. You know what I'm talking about if you played the game. If you haven't, it's still worth playing. The gameplay is clunky, but it is really fun. I think all of the Grand Theft Autos are worth playing. I'm going to be honest. I think every single one is worth playing once. Maybe not worth beating once, but worth at least starting it until you get bored. You know, just go check it out. This was kind of their big turning point where they're like, you know what? Let's see if what we can do. And this is still kind of in their hunger years, right? Like, yeah, they're making so much money and they're blowing up, but they're not at their peak yet, right? I think it's going to be hard for them to get further than they are already, you know, especially with something like Grand Theft Auto 6. I would say that we're probably at the peak. So they're still coming up here. They're still hungry. They still got a lot to do, a lot of stories to tell. And this is the first time they're actually telling one. And Vice City, you know, I talked a little bit earlier about how in the late 90s, and especially in Grand Theft Auto 3, it was all about tone. It was all about the vibe, right? Vice City came out swinging and hit you in the face with a baseball bat with that vibe and tone. It just oozes that 80s tone. I think that's probably the most memorable thing about the game for most people is the vibe of Vice City. There's a vibe to it that not many games could touch. And on top of that, it had some writing, you know? It's a pretty straightforward plot. I mean, you know, Tommy Vercetti, he gets sent out to Vice City and there's a deal gone wrong. And I think basically, Sonny, kind of the mafia boss guy who Tommy Vercetti works for, you know, he just got out of prison and they're going to send him down there, cut him loose, you know, see what he can do. And then we go down there, we pay him a visit. So let's go down there, see what he can kind of set up. And we'll go down there and get our interests in the city vested. Basically, the wells run dry up here in Liberty City. It's time to start expanding into, you know, Miami, Vice City, which was kind of a cool setup. And they do it real quick. And then there's a deal gone wrong. Sonny's like, where's my money? And all of a sudden, Tommy Vercetti, now he's got to do a bunch of favors basically for people to make the money. And then eventually the game just stops doing that. And you just have to start making businesses. And by make businesses, I mean, do a bunch of like side quest kind of stuff. You know, the game does get very stagnant there at the end. I think that's when you can kind of tell it's rushed. But the intro and I think the whole first third of the game is absolutely incredible. They knocked it out of the park. And the ending, you know, it's great. You end up with the big Scarface mansion. Everything's okay. Tommy Vercetti's walking around with Ken Rosenberg, and it's like, we've got a big, bright future ahead of us, you know, that kind of whole thing. Of course, Lance Vance betrays him, and yeah, it was great. The vibes were great. And then Vice City Stories was good too. I don't remember too much of it because I haven't played it since it came out, and that was it. I played it, beat it, was done with it. Don't remember anything about it other than Lance Vance, you play as his brother, and his brother is not in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and that Vice City Stories takes place in 1984. But I do remember that people praised it for its writing, open world stuff. And what I do remember about it is the business system. And I remember that was really freaking cool. They knocked it out of the park with that. Anyways, Vice City, it was huge. It not only had the vibe and the tone, but it had it more than it ever had before for a Grand Theft Auto game. And it also had a story for once. It actually had something worth listening to, worth watching, worth engaging in. A cool world. But then you know what's coming next. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the big one. The one to this day, people are still like, oh, it's mid, bro. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas did it better. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas did a lot of things better. It did. Obviously, there's been improvements since. There have been. But that's just when they went, you know what? We got the graphics. Let's figure out, let's make it feel like you're going through a state. And I think people are the most creative when they're limited. And they were limited with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And they gave us 3 cities. And it still feels bigger than any Grand Theft Auto that's ever come out, ever. You feel like you are going through an entire state. You feel like you are traversing an entire state, the entire game. And that's because cleverly, you know how they do it, where you're moving around the map in a clockwise manner. Not only that, but they're doing it to where, okay, you're here for this part of the story. Now this big dramatic event happens. You wake up in the woods and I got to do stuff in the woods. You could go back to Los Santos. I didn't know that you could as a kid. I think unless you have to for some, I don't remember you having to, but I thought like, oh, I can't go back there. The police are after me or something like that. It was something dumb, but I thought like, oh, you can go back there. And so I just naturally moved with the story. And I kept thinking that every place I moved to, well, there's no going back. There's no way back. The only way is forward. Little did I know, but it felt that way. And it was the first time that they went for a story as big as they did, because now you want to talk about a game that oozes tone. I think Vice City is still, the peak with that. But if you wanted to take the early 90s, like gang culture kind of stuff out of LA and make a video game out of it, there's no other game like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I think it perfectly captures people's romanticized and cinematic interpretation of that time period. And it's really freaking cool. And it blew me away. The biggest complaint that kids had at school were, well, I'm not going to say it, but I think you could guess. Kids were... I grew up in Texas, so I didn't have a problem with that. But you know how kids are. So they want to spend too much time talking about that. I think that was a stupid reason. I'm like, dude, you're an idiot. Well, they can't tell the kind of story you're telling. I might cut this part out. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm on about. But CJ, okay, so Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was the first game that gave us a story that starts kind of pulling on the heartstrings a bit. San Andreas starts off, and was it like 5 years on the East Coast? It was time to come home. CJ immediately get that line. He's got such a vibe, man. He's cool. CJ's cool. He's a really cool guy. I like Tommy Vercetti. I thought he was really cool, but CJ I thought was even cooler. Even though he's like all skinny and stuff at the beginning, he does, I can't really talk, but he does eventually get swole if you do it, which is something I love about San Andreas. I love all the RPG features of San Andreas, and I want to see them back. That was the first Grand Theft Auto where I felt like I could wake up, go out, do something in the world. No one has to die. No one has to get shot. Nothing has to blow up. I could go out, do these things, but the threat was there. We're in Los Santos. So it was like, you got to stay strapped or get clapped, but then, maybe a little bit of violence at the end of the day. Go bust up the guys that stand with their hands down by their groin and have their legs out, because they were the drug dealers. So I think they carried about $2,000 on them. So I go hit them, and then I would go do the robbery missions at night. But I don't know. It was the first like day in the life kind of Grand Theft Auto, and Grand Theft Auto 4 did that even better. And I love that so much about it. 5 kind of went back, and that's why, I am the way I am. But in San Andreas, we go to CJ's house, and his mama's gone. Mom's dead. Big Smoke's there. We're going to find the fools who did this. We're going to find them. And I don't remember if there was kind of like a spoilery thing that kind of gave some backstory to all this before the game out, or if that came later on some bonus disc. To those of you out there who know what I'm talking about, well, you obviously know what I'm talking about. But now we have a character we care about, and a family we care about, and we have betrayal with Big Smoke and everything like that. And, Dan Houser, James Worrell, and DJ Pooh were kind of like the key people for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And DJ Pooh, he's a former gang member, producer, and co-writer of Friday, which I think is important. A lot of that, if you've seen the Friday films, a lot of that vibe is in there, and I think they needed that, because these are a bunch of blokes from, the UK. You're going to tell this story about California, especially with kind of, I feel like this is a little bit more of a sensitive topic than maybe anything they'd touched before. I think that it was smart of them to do that. Bring someone who's there, add some authenticity to it. And DJ Pooh actually helped ground that depiction of 90s gang culture a lot. He had a lot of influence on casting choices as well, like Young Melee, MC, I'm so sorry, Ite, and then, Ite. I've been spelling it wrong this whole time. And then Julio G, So if I pronounce those names wrong, I'm so sorry. But, San Andreas, it was, of course, scaled up massively. Like I said, 3 cities, a huge story, satire, and then surprisingly serious stuff.
There was family. It just had it all. And it had the highs, it had the lows. It's going to make you laugh. And same things that make us laugh, make us cry. You know, it had all of it, man. And Grand Theft Auto 4, I feel like while they had to cut back a lot gameplay wise, they did narratively swing harder, taking that inspiration from how they did San Andreas, you know, but going more grounded. But man, if you didn't play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas when it came out in 2004, I'm so sorry. You just had to have been there for it, man. It was, there's a lot of things like that. And I'm sure when you play Grand Theft Auto 6 that you're going to be saying that to whoever else, or if you played Red Dead Redemption 2, you've got your own story to say that to somebody else about. But really, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas blew us out of the freaking water. And it was a massive cultural hit. Not only that, but after just those 3 hits back to back to back, Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and then Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, there was really no stopping Rockstar at that point. They were basically just a money printing machine. So you can see here that it's been the same people up to this point, writing all these games, and we're still on the come up here. But, you know, they did bring DJ Pooh in, and DJ Pooh kind of brought the writing from like a British parody of America to something that felt more lived in and like a tale from that world. And I think that's why Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was such a massive cultural impact in the United States, is because it had that authenticity to it. It wasn't some guys across the pond poking fun at that. I feel like that would have been kind of cheap for the subject matter it was handling. I feel like if you're going to talk about, you know, gang stuff, you're going to talk about black culture, you're going to talk about all that, you needed someone from the source, someone who's lived it. And they did a good job, because they weren't really, there was some movies they were basing it off of, sure, but a lot of what that culture is based on is the culture itself, where Grand Theft Auto Vice City is based heavily off like films that are a reflection of the 80s and stuff like that, and the vibe of the 80s. Grand Theft Auto 3 is just like, you know, New York, dark, grimy, crimey. Let's make a game set in the 2000s that feels like it takes place in 1970s New York. San Andreas, they had to kind of go to the source, so to speak. So I'm gonna stop lingering on it there. But yeah, I think they knocked it out of the park with San Andreas. I think pretty much everyone would agree with that, unless any of you want to speak up and who hated San Andreas, you can leave it down in the comments. But yeah, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, it's been the same peeps writing up until now. We had DJ Pooh. Let's move on to a game I haven't really talked about that much, Grand Theft Auto 4. So Grand Theft Auto 4 is when they officially, and yeah, I'm not covering like the Grand Theft Auto stories and all that stuff. Obviously, they had their hands in all of that and writing all of that. I'm talking about the main entries in the series, mainline entries. We're done with the 3D era of Rockstar. And if you didn't know, Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2 and London, they're in their own universe. And in those games, you can even go to Liberty City, Vice City, and San Andreas. You can go to all 3 of these places. But in the 3D universe, that's when that was started with Grand Theft Auto 3. You had Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, San Andreas, Liberty City stories, and Vice City stories. Also in that universe that a lot of people don't know about, you have Bully, you have Manhunt, and you have Manhunt 2. And some other games as well. And it's pretty interesting because in Bully, there's mentions of, Carcer City, Mercer City? I forget. But the city in Manhunt. But yeah, all of those, I think it's Carcer, but all of them are in the same universe, which is really cool. So while you're running around as Jimmy Hopkins, someone's getting got in a Grand Theft Auto universe, because they're in the same world. But anyways, that's all gone now with Grand Theft Auto 4. Now we are into the HD era, and that's where we've been since. And so far we've gotten 2 games. So yeah, the 3D era, man, a lot of games in a short amount of time, and it felt like its own complete package. It was absolutely incredible. Grand Theft Auto 4, I love it. I mean, it's a dark immigrant story. You got Niko. I'm not sure what he is. I know he's not Russian. He says that in the game. Obviously, he's not Russian, but he fought in like the Yugoslav wars. He comes to the United States, and you got Roman. Man, the intro music alone. Okay, all of them. I know people, this is controversial. I know a lot of people are like, San Andreas has the best music. No, man, Grand Theft Auto 4, hands down. That intro with the music, come on. And again, the game oozes tone. There is a vibe to Grand Theft Auto 4 that is still in my soul. It is this dark, gloomy vibe, and I love it. And I existed in that world for so long, in a very moody part in my life, which if you're tracking how I'm talking about these things, you could probably guess my age. I had a very emotional experience with Grand Theft Auto 4, and I loved it. And yeah, you get off the boat
And it is, I mean, the game hits you in the face the second you turn it on with comedy. You know, daddy's back again, bitches. The captain's trapped doing some BDSM stuff, getting beat or whipped or whatever. And you find out later that he actually died there, which is it's creepy, right? You don't know that unless I think you hear it on the news or someone tells you about it. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But the game starts out, it's funny. And then immediately you got your buddy being like, yo, Niko, welcome to Liberty City, man. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a good time. You get there, your drunk cousin shows up. It's like, hey, all right, to the mansion, right? And Roman's like, oh, man, I just said all that crap to get you here. You know, it's a dingy apartment. The mansion's coming, cousin. You know, so now we have our rags to riches story set up. And, man, Grand Theft Auto 4, dude. I love it because, like, you know, one of the first missions has you literally just taking cousin Roman to clean up as the janitor and playing a card game and just sit there and call him if the loan sharks show up. And they do. And they pop some shots at you, but they're not trying to kill you because they want you to pay them, those Albanians. So, like I said earlier, there's that mission bull in a china shop, and they had edited and changed it for some reason. Originally, you're supposed to go in there with a baseball bat, but instead use a brick, just break a window. But, you know, you're doing all these small, realistic, grimy crime things at the beginning. And I remember one of the guys at GameStop before the game came out, he was telling me and my pops about the game. And he was saying, oh man, yeah, there's going to be like 3-4 different ways to like steal a car. You can smash the window and hotwire it. You can do this, you can do that. You can even use a crowbar. And I was like, whoa, really? No, you can't do that. But he was saying you could. He seemed to kind of be bitter about the game. He's like, they might as well just call it How to Be a Criminal. And I'm like, dude, shut up. It's a great game though. You know, you look at Claude and then compare him to like Niko, night and day difference. You know, you have like this sociopath crazy guy. And then you have Niko, and yeah, he's doing bad things. He doesn't want to do those bad things. He has a heavy conscience. He's a soldier, PTSD, was in the merchant navy, did a bunch of stuff, been in crime. He's trying to escape that past, start over. You know, he's not a perfect person, but he has a conscience and he has a soul, and he's trying to get out of that life and live a better life and be a better person. And that's something I feel like many people can root for. So when you have to do the bad things in the game, it feels bad. When you have to get revenge in the game and he's angry, you feel angry with him. And tragedy strikes and happens to Niko. It hurts. It hurts bad. And there's a lot of highs and lows in Grand Theft Auto 4, but it's really a lot of lows. And the highs are just kind of like, not even really highs, but more like finding the good stuff, like the good times while you're going through a hopeless experience. And I think they executed it perfectly. Maybe it did drag in some areas here and there. It does feel like it's going on a little bit here and there. But overall, I think it's my favorite Grand Theft Auto game. Masterpiece. So who wrote it this time, right? The same people. We got, so for Grand Theft Auto 4, we had Dan Houser. But this time, I should say there's a key person here, Rupert Humphreys. So finally, we're starting to kind of tap into Red Misfit's comment here. Rupert Humphreys and Michael Unsworth. So Dan Houser, Rupert Humphreys, Michael Unsworth. That's awesome. This trio is kind of like, well, not to make a terrible pun, but the Rockstar trio. Because they did that, and they are about to make some incredible games, or write some incredible games from this point forward. And Niko Bellic's story leans heavy, of course, into post 9/11 America, the immigrant trauma, war crimes, moral choices. It was a dark game, like I've said. I mean, I can't recommend it enough. And the world design was incredible. I mean, it feels like New York. It was the first game they really went that deep on recreating a world with. And you've seen that in every Rockstar game since, like all of these big ones, at least. They did it with Grand Theft Auto 5. They did it with Red Dead Redemption 2, or even the first Red Dead Redemption. And it's looking like they're definitely doing that with GTA 6, to where they're trying to be like really faithful to the location and make you feel like, hey, I'm actually going there, just in this alternate reality version of it. And also, I'll say this to kind of close up here about Grand Theft Auto 4. It was the first time that they kind of went for this TV show-esque approach. I remember thinking that when I played it for the first time. Every mission felt like an episode of a TV show, and I would play it episodically. In fact, you know, they even created episodes from Liberty City, and you had Lost in the Dam, Ballad of Gay Tony, which I think is interesting because you have Grand Theft Auto 4, which is like this bleak kind of game, and then Lost in the Dam's like, let's go into that bleakness a little bit more. And then you have the Ballad of Gay Tony, and it's like, let's go into those highs a little bit more. So you get, between all of those games, you get really the full spectrum of your experience in Liberty City. And it really is kind of tied together as one game in a way, which, you know, kind of foreshadows what they were going to be doing with Grand Theft Auto 5, which if you ever want to go through all of the Grand Theft Auto 4 and the episodes from Liberty City, if you ever want to go through all those chronologically, there is a list out there on the internet. You can find it. And it's a really, really cool way to go through the games. But in doing so, I've done it. And I found that it it didn't really take away from the tone the way that I feel like they did with Grand Theft Auto 5 by doing the 3 protagonist thing. And that could be because now it's some super mega game, and it's mainly centered around Niko with these other 2 characters getting some prime time here. And it's really a Niko focused game, but it's cool watching their stories and stuff intersect. So I could talk all night about Grand Theft Auto 4, but yeah, you get it. It rocked. I loved it. Dandy Andy won't shut up about it. It was incredible. We had our 3 head honchos. We got our Dan Houser, Rupert Humphreys, Michael Unsworth. Let's move on to Red Dead Redemption. So Red Dead Redemption also, this time with Dan Houser, Michael Unsworth, and Christian Cantamesa as kind of like the main key peeps. Cantamesa was kind of like the key designer writer, but was gone pretty much after Red Dead Redemption 1. But now, Grand Theft Auto 4 kind of established that episodic feel and everything. They did do that for Red Dead Redemption. Every single mission still feels like an episode. And I guess you could say that for all of the games, but with how they really started to structure it, it really did start to feel like everything was an episode because of just kind of how the pacing would go. Like in Red Dead Redemption, there's a mission to where like you go out to do some tutorial kind of stuff and it's a slow burn. There's a lot of talking and stuff like that. And eventually, I think lightning strikes a barn. You got to go put out a fire. All that kind of stuff. Or maybe that is its own thing, but you could maybe group a couple of the missions together, but there was kind of like little sections to where it felt like parts of a TV show, or an episode. And then these episodes are broken into chapters. So, which is something that's going to be more important in Red Dead Redemption 2. That just straight up says chapter 1, chapter 2, Red Dead Redemption 1 didn't do that, but it was the first time they went for that approach. And the characters in Red Dead Redemption, I mean, this game, oh man, coming out of Grand Theft Auto 4, I was so spoiled because I went right into this, and I was playing a lot of Oblivion back then, Halo 3, the first few Modern Warfares, Call of Duty 4, which I think, is it still called that? Or we'll just call it Modern Warfare 1 or 2, which even now that there needs to be some distinction made because I think they redid them. They did redo them. Anyways, in Mass Effect, there's just so many good games. It was a good time to be alive for games. 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11, and yeah, that was it. Those were... it was peak, man. It was incredible. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4, just so many good games. But Red Dead Redemption was absolutely outstanding because it doesn't try to pretend to be anything else other than like, hey, the government, they got me. I'm a gang member. I got to go track down my former gang, kill them, or I won't be able to be with my family. That's it. And it sets you loose. And you're like, okay, I get it. That's, I would want to be with my family too. Yeah, it hurts, but whatever. We're on John's side here. And John, man, it's weird in like Red Dead Redemption 2 when you're watching John get drunk with like Bill, or just like his interactions. And John is just a total like douchebag in Red Dead Redemption 2, but he's in his early 20s, I think, or he's in his 20s. So, and he's a drunk and he's no good. And you're like, wow, this is the guy who I really loved in Red Dead Redemption 1. I still love him, but he feels like an idiot, a fool, making a lot of bad decisions. And then you play him in Red Dead Redemption 1, you're like, oh, he matured. He definitely matured. And Red Dead Redemption 2 is amazing because, yeah, it's about Arthur, but it's really also mainly about John, just seen through Arthur's eyes and watching John grow, helping him make the right decisions, the impact that he put on that character. So Red Dead Redemption 2 really fleshes out John's character in a massive way and just makes him just so much more of a better character, I think. And the fact that we're even talking like this now about these games should just show you how far we've come from the first Grand Theft Auto to this. We're talking literally not about like, oh, the writing was okay, it was good enough for the time. No, it's still great. Grand Theft Auto 4 is still great. Go back. If you haven't played the first Red Dead Redemption, it is awesome and is worth it. And oh my gosh, it is finally on PC. And it's also on Nintendo Switch. It runs surprisingly well. It runs amazing on Nintendo Switch and actually looks better than the PS3 version of the game. I was lucky. I got to play the Xbox 360 version when it came out, which was like the amazing version or whatever. And recently, I did a video about Undead Nightmare. You know how much I love Red Dead Redemption if you follow me on the channel, but it's an incredible game. Long, cinematic, slow burn, lots of film influences like The Wild Bunch, obviously Unforgiven, all sorts of stuff. The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars, and a few dollars more. So the Man with No Name trilogy. Forgive me if I butchered that. I know the trilogy is like sacred, but that spaghetti Western trilogy, it was spectacular. And Rockstar really proved with Red Dead Redemption that they could tell a straight, emotionally resonant story with a lot of parody. Yeah, it still, had a lot of parody and stuff like the Grand Theft Auto games and all that kind of stuff, but it felt so much more realistic, even though the characters were larger than life, like the charlatan and Seth, with the dead bodies and everything, and the guys in Mexico. But it just felt so real and brutal. And Red Dead Redemption ultimately was a tragedy, if you've played it all the way through to the end. And it hurt. I thought I did something wrong. I tried so hard to save John. I tried. And man, I still feel bitter. It's the perfect ending to the Red Dead series, the Red Dead Redemption story. It's the perfect ending. And then, going off as Jack and Jack continuing the cycle. We don't need another game. It's complete and it's perfect. And this is where you could put that gif of the superhero guy down to the last detail, whatever. It is. It's perfect. So Red Dead is tragedy. Grand Theft Auto seems to be primarily satire with some drama in there. Which way do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to lean more towards? I'm going to ask you. Just chew on that. Okay? Just based off, some of the writers' names we've thrown around. I know that other people have worked on, writing and stuff like that and all that too. And I've been kind of going for more of like the top 3. You'll see why as we go on here, but just kind of be chewing on that. Which way are we going with Grand Theft Auto 6 and Grand Theft Auto 5? So let's move on. Grand Theft Auto 5. Bam. Grand Theft Auto 5 was what Grand Theft Auto 4 was to me, but to I feel like the rest of the world. Because when that game came out, it just exploded. This is after Skyrim. What was it? I thought it came out in 2012, but I guess it came out in 2013. And the satire was through the roof. So they're like, you know what? We were Debbie Downers in Grand Theft Auto 4 and Red Dead Redemption. It's time to go back to being funny. Because a lot of people back in the day were like, they're going too far, too serious. And Saints Row was kind of filling that need for people, that need that people had for like a funny satirical take on these universes, which is, now it's dead. It's gone. Back then it was printing money. So now Grand Theft Auto 5 comes out, basically mutilated Saints Row. I think Saints Row continued for a little while longer until it kind of petered out, but man. And so the key writers on Grand Theft Auto 5 here, we've got Dan Houser, Rupert Humphreys again, Michael Unsworth. So Grand Theft Auto 4 peeps back in the house. Imran Sarwar, you've heard me talk about him. Previous video, lead designer, co-producer, and of course, Laszlo is back. He was in Grand Theft Auto 4 as well. He did the podcast thing on the streets, which was hysterical. It was an Integrity. Yeah, I remember just turning that on and listening to it. And anything with Laszlo, I've always just listened to him. Also in Vice City, to go back, VCPR, just listen to it. It's one of the best radio stations ever in the Grand Theft Auto series. Just listen to all of it on YouTube. If you haven't listened to it, if you've never even played it, just listen to VCPR. And if you have never played Grand Theft Auto 4, just listen to Integrity with Laszlo. Absolutely amazing. He's going around interviewing people in the streets. It's so funny, man. I don't want to spoil anything, but and he's back at 5, but this time, you could see him in person. We had the 3 protagonists, Michael, Franklin, Trevor, and the story, I felt like they dialed up the satire a little too much. A lot of you, who love the game could disagree with me, but it had the satire up, yes, but it was also like dark in a lot of ways. So it had like this kind of nihilistic feel that felt kind of juvenile to me. And in the story, there's the tension between the characters. So there's a lot of character drama. There's the big over the top heists and stuff like that. They're supposed to be high stakes. They're really cool. Big LA satire stuff, of celebrities and all that, of tech, the Mark Zuckerberg stuff and all of that, like with Life Invader. And there was, the more I'm talking about it, the more I'm starting to see all the stuff I liked about it. It's great. It is, it's not my favorite. But remember when I said, which one do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to lean more toward? Tragedy or satire? Well, Grand Theft Auto 5 definitely leaned more into the satire stuff, but it then tried to do some cheap things here. I felt like to kind of tug on the emotions a little bit when it wasn't really earned. Like at the very end, where you're basically deciding, hey, which protagonist lives or dies, and you're like, why am I doing any of this? They can all live. Why would I decide? So I don't know. I feel like the stakes felt forced because they went too satirical, if that makes any sense. And again, I haven't beaten it, so I can't critique it as well as you, but I am going to remedy that this next year. It's going to be my New Year's resolution. How about that? I promise you. There's not really much else I can say about it because I haven't beaten it. So I can't really sit here and tell you oh man, that ending, it was so beautiful and poetic, and the flowers, on the Tuesday afternoon. I can't tell you any of that because I didn't have that experience with it. Unfortunately, I got incredibly bored. Also, there was a time in my life where I was traveling a lot more, doing music stuff. So wasn't really at the house, but it was cool for what it was. I liked it. I thought I was outgrowing games at the time. Little did I know that how far back I was going to get into them. But that was a point in my life where I was like, okay, I'm kind of moving away from video games. No, dude. If I can go back in time and tell myself, I'm like, nah, you're going to play way more when you get a little older. I don't know. Funny how things work like that. Man, I had some wild times back then, man. But, you know, I better move on before I tell you my whole life story because I've been prone to do that. So let's move on to Red Dead Redemption 2. And this is the peak of the three head honchos, you know. Now at this point, they've had Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5 with these three, you know, Red Dead Redemption kind of being Dan Houser's baby. And then now Red Dead Redemption 2. So this time we got Dan Houser, Michael Hunsworth, Rupert Humphreys, and Laszlo even contributing to some of the flavor of Red Dead Redemption 2. So, of course, there was 100-hour weeks for staff to get it right. Rockstar was doing their thing, pushing them to the limit. But when you see the detail in that game, I don't really know how else he could have done it. It sucks because it's like, you know, at the end of the day, how much are we willing to enjoy off the sweat and tears of others? I'm just kidding. I mean, you could say that about any product, right? Let me virtue signal you about Red Dead Redemption 2, make you feel bad for playing it. The iPhone in your pocket has blood diamonds in it. You know, I'm sorry. I'm on a tangent here. I'm tired. It's really, really late or early, depending on, you know, how you look at it. I'm glad they put in those 100-hour weeks. I know it sucks, but dude, you did it. All y'all who did it, thank you, because you gave us a masterpiece. And arguably the greatest video game ever created. I think that it could be argued. Didn't God of War steal the thunder that year? I think here's what happened. Red Dead Redemption 2 was so obviously clearly the winner that for Game of the Year to be competitive, they just had to just be like, nah, it's not going to be Red Dead 2. Let's give it to God of War. That's just what I think. I don't know. I've only played the original God of Wars. I haven't played the reboot. So I can't give my honest opinion on that. Like, not qualified to give an honest opinion on that. Because, I mean, you play it and the episodic story structure is back this time in full swing. A lot of people, if they've never played the first Red Dead Redemption, but they've played Red Dead Redemption 2, and they're like, you know, hey, should I play Red Dead Redemption 1? I tell them this. I tell them Red Dead Redemption 2 is a big, epic TV show, right? It's a big, epic TV show. It's the best Western, not the hotel. It's the best Western HBO show you are ever going to experience. Red Dead Redemption 1 is the best Western movie you're ever going to experience. And they're both great. They both are good at different times. One is shorter than the other. I think one leaves a little bit more of an immediate impact than the other. And the other one leaves you thinking about it a lot longer, if that makes sense. They both have very heavy impacts on the people who engage with them and play them, just in different ways. And they're both worth playing. And they both build each other up because it's the same story. So just, you know, you're going to want to see how the story concludes, right? Go play Red Dead Redemption 1. Duh. Anyways, that's peak. They did it. They made Red Dead Redemption 2. There's not really much else to say. I mean, you haven't played it. I envy you. Because, dude, it's incredible. Greg, I know you're out there. If you're listening, I know you just finished it not too long ago. Or that, or you're still really milking it with John. I told you, man. Told you it was good. It's a great game. Spectacular. Again, arguably the best of all time. And so Red Dead Redemption 2 is really the narrative peak of kind of like the Houser era. It's the slow burn character studies, the camp dynamics, the whole, wow, man, just how the camp interacted with each other. The parties, the first time a party popped up, it was like, whoa, is this happening? It's like, yeah, it is. Grab a beer, Arthur. You know, it was amazing watching Dutch's, downfall, or the downfall of the whole gang, which really starts from the beginning of the game to the end. Wow. And this is really, I think, narratively the bar that people are setting for Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't think they're going to be judging Grand Theft Auto 6 based off of a previous Grand Theft Auto game because of how long it's been. I feel like people are only going to judge it compared to another Grand Theft Auto game if this game's story isn't up to snuff with Red Dead Redemption 2. You know, then they'll be like, oh, okay, well, it's not as good as Red Dead 2, but, you know, this Grand Theft Auto, it's better than that. But no, people narratively and even gameplay features wise, Red Dead 2 is what they have to base it off of. It's the last open world epic that they've put out. And it blew everything that every previous Grand Theft Auto did out of the water. So, and the previous Red Dead did. It's their magnum opus. So that's what we're all comparing Grand Theft Auto 6 to. In Grand Theft Auto 5, they went really, really hard into the silly, into the playful. And now in Grand Theft Horse, and which was what we called it when Red Dead Redemption came out. But when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, Now we're getting, there's a lot of humor and stuff, but now we're getting serious. There's a lot of humor, but it's serious. There's some playful times. I feel like it has it all, where Grand Theft Auto 5 might focus a little too much on one thing. What do you prefer? I'm curious. You can tell me. If nobody else is around you could tell me. You could talk back to me here. I wish I could hear you. If I did, then you've unlocked time travel somehow and broken the space-time continuum or something. I don't know. But there you go. And that's that. That's all she wrote, right? Because after that, we've just been waiting on Grand Theft Auto 6. And so let's move on and talk about the people who have left. So who all did we lose? Well, we lost Leslie Benzies, lost Dan Houser. That's a huge one. We lost Laszlo, and we lost Unsworth. Okay? So a lot of people are like, man, the game's going to suck, or it's going to be woke, or it's going to be trash because all these people left. It's going to be corporate slop. I forget how young some of these people are sometimes, but there's a lot of 13 and 14-year-olds, putting their take on the internet. There is some truth to that. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of the founding peeps. That's a lot of the creative juice that went into it. We're talking about the leaders here, the people moving this thing. But the fact that we have people at all who are there from when these heavy hitting games came out and have worked in the company and stuff, and one of the OG peeps, Sam Houser, well, we're talking writing, and Dan Houser's the writer. I think we're probably going to be in good hands. And that was reinforced by Red Misfit's comment and me going down the rabbit hole here. So the longtime producer, president of Rockstar North, central to all of Grand Theft Auto 3 to 5's development was Leslie Benzies. He went on a sabbatical, then was according to reports and all that, not really allowed to return, like saying he was locked out of his office and there was unpaid royalties and all this kind of stuff. But look at Mind's Eye. That's all I'm going to say about Leslie Benzies. I don't think we're missing out on anything. But, he wasn't really that big into the writer, but he was really more about getting the projects through to the finish line. I forget who said this, but it was someone else on YouTube, but they were saying maybe, these projects succeeded despite him rather than because of him. I don't know. Now let's talk about the big one. Dan Houser, man, the co-founder and lead writer on Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, left in 2020 after a sabbatical. And, later he explicitly says he didn't want to write any of Grand Theft Auto 6, or not that he didn't want to, that he didn't write any of Grand Theft Auto 6. And he felt the world had enough GTA from him, and he was burning out with the size of Grand Theft Auto 5 and RDR2. And you got to think, these games are taking years. The guy's getting older. Let's go on, do some other creative stuff. He wants to do other stuff. And that's cool. We're not entitled to him, to his work, but we're thankful he did it. He's gifted us some of the best games of all time. He has had his fingers in it with the writing. So good luck to him. And yeah, it sucks he's gone, but I would much rather him leave than stay there, burn out. And I think that would have been deadlier to Grand Theft Auto 6 if he had stayed and just not wanted to do it. So he did us a favor. Now, there is some speculation about him having some early Grand Theft Auto 6 things, like the whole Project America's thing about going through the 70s, 80s up till now, kind of having this crime lord thing going on, but bouncing between South America and Vice City. This is all speculation and stuff like that, but none of that's confirmed. So maybe he put out some big ideas and maybe there's too much red tape for some reason. I really think the dude just got burnt out. I'm not going to lie. I think he's tired, just ready to move on. But really, it was Dan that has kind of been the central anxiety for everyone. Everyone's like, whoa, can Grand Theft Auto work without Dan Houser? It's Dan Houser. And from kind of what he said, it seems like he kind of believes that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be good. It's just not going to be his story. And of course, the other guys we got Laszlo, he left, and it sucks. And he left in 2020 after 20 years. Lots of 20s there. And it was for personal reasons, apparently. I think his sister had cancer, but also the desire to do other stuff. And I don't know how you're going to do a Grand Theft Auto without Laszlo, man, because his humor is essential. He's a personality in the world, larger than life. I think they kind of finished him by making him like an actual character in Grand Theft Auto 5 that you can interact with, or at least in the story. So maybe they'll do something funny and kill him off or something like that. I don't know what they'll do. Laszlo has to die eventually in the world. Hopefully not in real life. You live forever, man. And thanks for everything. But in the games, he's got to go eventually. Then you got Michael Unsworth. He moved from being senior writer to VP of writing, and then he left in 2023. He was co-writer on Grand Theft Auto 4, Red Dead Redemption 1, Grand Theft Auto 5, Red Dead Redemption 2. And yeah, so what did Dan Houser leave us to do? Well, Absurd Ventures. And so that's his new studio, and Laszlo and Unsworth are with him. So, hey, if Rockstar's new writing and all that ends up being good, if they're still great and amazing, we got some really cool stuff to look forward to from Absurd Ventures if they can get some stuff out. I don't really know much about what Absurd Ventures is up to. Maybe I'll cover it or talk about it in another podcast episode. Let me know if that's something you'd like to discuss or whatever. Maybe you know something about it and you can comment. That's kind of a cool place to be though, because like the Hauser, brain trust, they're going to be competing, right? So that's going to be pretty freaking sweet to see. Like, are they going to out video game each other? How's this going to go down? I'm really excited to see what they do. Okay, so we talked about the peeps who left. Who's still there? Well, of course, Sam Hauser. He's still president of Rockstar. He's still the overall creative guy, guardian, whatever. So he's still there. Thank God. Now, if he and Dan left, I think we might be in some trouble. But Sam is there. But also, again, thanks to Red Misfit for bringing this up, Rupert Humphreys, who is at Rockstar and is now the senior narrative leader. He was a co-writer on Grand Theft Auto 4, Red Dead Redemption 1, Grand Theft Auto 5, and Red Dead Redemption 2. And it seems like he's going to have the most input on Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm interested to see what flavors he brought to those 4 games and what he'll bring to this one. And if I'm going to be able to be like, that's him. I can detect him in the other games now. I know where that influence came from. It's Rupert Humphreys. So I'm very excited to see how that goes. And then, of course, we got Aaron Garbett and Rob Nelson. Garbett is like a longtime art director, and now he's a co-studio lead. Nelson is a producer on later titles. He's heavily involved in Grand Theft Auto 6 production. And also, the former technical director claims 80% of the Grand Theft Auto 4 dev team is still at Rockstar North. So that's good. Was that before the Discord fiasco? I don't know. Let's talk about some newer writers. So we got people like James Horton, and then, well, there's not really much else there. So we got James Horton, that's what I got here, and unpublicized staff stepping into larger roles. So we don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. So with all of that said, do you feel a little bit better? Because yeah, it's true. We lost a lot of the creative peeps, but we still have Sam Hauser, who's the overall creative guardian, as we said earlier. We still have Rupert Humphreys, and we have Aaron Garbett, who has, been longtime art directors. Now, a lot of it is going to fall on Rupert Humphreys. So I think the odds are in our favor that we'll be okay, but I could be totally wrong. Okay. I can't predict the future here. So with all of that said, we're going to be in Grand Theft Auto 6 as Jason and Lucia. We're going to be in Leonida, Florida, whatever. There's going to be a buttload of locations, I'm sure. It's going to be modern day setting, social media stuff. So there's going to be a lot of modern day things that they're going to be kind of critiquing, as they've always done, right? Not even really critiquing, but tearing apart. This game has been pushed back a lot. It's had a long development cycle, but I don't think it's in development hell. It's got a pretty much fixed date now. It is led by veteran producers and a narrative team that co-wrote Red Dead Redemption 2. Just, without Dan and Unsworth. There's a cool like Bonnie and Clyde looking thing that we got going on with this. Seems like we're going to have corrupt cops, a cartel, some sort of Russian involvement. It's going to have a multi-chapter structure. It's looking like it's going to be like San Andreas, where we're moving around and opening up new locations. And Grand Theft Auto 4 did that too. And Red Dead Redemption 2, Red Dead Redemption 1, all the games that felt like big were because of that. And Grand Theft Auto 5 moved away from that and felt janky because of it. So the story's probably going to be massive, huge, longest story they've ever done. Ex-devs have commented saying Grand Theft Auto 6 won't be wildly different from Grand Theft Auto 5. It'll be a big open world, familiar crime sandbox structure, but it will probably be closer to Red Dead Redemption 2 than we realize. So earlier, I asked you, do you think it'll be more parody or, the darker, kind of stuff? It's probably going to be both. We're going to have that humor from Grand Theft Auto 5. It's going to be big, loud. I mean, you can see it in the trailers. You get the vibe of the game in the trailers. You get it right there. It's going to be big, but it's going to be dangerous. It's going to be funny, but there's going to be high stakes. It's going to make us laugh, but it's also going to make us worry about Jason and Lucia. And I think the game might even make us cry. I'm hoping so. I'm not going to lie. I shed a tear, at the end of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Several tears, a lot of tears, ugly cry. Just come on, bring it home. They can do it. I'm confident, more confident now. Thank you to Red Misfit. And just really remembering the fact that it's Rupert Humphreys. Well, a lot is really riding on him. And Red Misfit's right about that. And so we'll see. We will see if they still got the sauce. But so many things have changed over the years. So I don't know. What do you think? It's just, they're not the old frat boy kind of peeps that they used to be, I think someone's critiqued them as being like the frat boy humor, whatever. But I don't say that in, some politicized way. I say that in They're not as young as they were in the 90s, obviously. Much time has passed. So they're different people now. The goals are different. The game makes too much money now. There's more staff. There's more studios. There's higher stakes if the game fails or not. There's a bigger emphasis on making sure the online works out when they launch that. It's a different beast. I feel like Grand Theft Auto 6, I made a video about it being the last Rockstar game as we know it or whatever. I think that it's probably going to hit, and it's going to hit hard. It's going to be great. And then I think we're going to start to see the decline after that if we do see one. I could be wrong, but I think if the decline doesn't happen with Grand Theft Auto 6, we're going to see it after. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. But I just don't know how you can sustain a beast like this, man. I mean, they're so big. They're the biggest in the world, as far as entertainment stuff, other than like sports, football and all that. Like as far as video games, the biggest. Movies, I think, even the biggest. Man, I don't know. It's going to be insane. I think they can do it. I'm glad Dan Houser left because I don't want someone who is creatively exhausted working on something like this. I want people firing at all cylinders to give us nothing but their absolute best. So I'm really, really starting to see that. In the past, I've said I was worried. I said it last episode that I was worried. I'm feeling a little bit better. I do think it's still up in the air, but I am feeling better and I am a little bit more confident in the game being great. Thank you again to Red Misfit. How long has this been going? I don't even know. This is a lot longer, I think, than the first episode. But let's move on to your questions from the last episode. So we got Jazzman R3J. Hey, what's up, dude? I've given you a shout out before. So he said, you're doing a good job with the videos, bro. Here's a question. How would you check to see if you can damage the environment and buildings? In Grand Theft Auto 6, I'm assuming you're asking me if I'm going to test the destructible environment claims. Well, obviously, I'm going to get in the first car I see and run it right into a wall, and then a half wall, and then people. I don't know, but probably with vehicles and just running it into things, I imagine. That's normally one of the first things I like to do in any Rockstar game after Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, or really just any Rockstar game ever since the dawn of time is if there's a vehicle I get in it and start running into stuff just to see what happens. So yeah, probably that. But I'm curious, your comment back on this, man. Tell me if you're watching or listening or whatever. Tell me what do you think's the way you're going to test the damage, the proposed destructible environment claims for Grand Theft Auto 6. And then we have Hawks fan Matt Man, and he said, "This is a really cool idea, and I enjoy listening quite a bit. Hope you keep it going." Well, here I am, dude. I'm doing it, and I feel like, honestly, dude, when I'm recording these. As I'm recording this, I feel like there's no way in hell anyone's going to find this interesting. They're going to find it incredibly boring, and I'm freaking myself out. And y'all might, not tooting my own horn, y'all might, but it blew me away that you guys didn't absolutely hate the last one. So thank you so much to all of you. But anyways, he says, questions for this podcast, or a question, if there is one, here it is. Do you find it at all difficult to reconcile your love and fandom of Rockstar with some of their less than savory elements over the years, such as the reported harsh working conditions for their employees and the current bubbling scandal with the 30 plus fired staff? I'll say this. I know that Take-Two, well, I'll just answer your question directly. I feel like I can neither confirm nor deny because I want to make everyone happy. They're a company, man. There's always going to be bad done with every company, whatever. I don't support companies. I support people, And I've worked in companies, I've worked in creative groups, and I'm aware that the inner machinations are much, people are people. People going to people. And, I've grown up at the Bible Belt. So I've gone to a lot of churches. There's a lot of bad things that happen in environments where they shouldn't happen in. And there's also a lot of people who are at these places when these things happen, and it's not their fault. It's not unexpected. I've always known that Rockstar could be a little dickish with how they handled Michael Hollick and how much they paid him and stuff, even though it was a agreed upon thing. I don't know. It just seems like they've always kind of skimped out on their voice acting talent with how much they've paid them. So that's always kind of been like, but at the same time, the worlds they put out are just incredible and so huge. I mean, I love the product, and it's not going to take away from that because I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I reported on it I've talked about it, but I wasn't there. I don't really know what's going on with all that, like down to an emotional level. I don't work with these people. I don't know them. I don't see them face to face. I do think it's pretty crappy if, that they did the union busting stuff. I think that Rockstar does crappy things from time to time. They do. They're a big company. They're not what they used to be. So yeah, it does leave a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah, it does. But, at the end of the day, it's going to happen And this might be the terrible thinking that leads the world to a darker and darker place, even though humanity is doing better than it's ever done before. But I think, this line of thinking is probably not the best, but it's going to happen whether or not I choose to play the game or not. And that's just the truth. Because, it's only powerful if everyone like boycotts the game together or something like that. I'm not saying that's what you're suggesting, but I feel like, I don't know, I'm kind of a hypocrite because I also believe in voting. So, and I don't go around preaching everyone to vote. At least not anymore. But people who don't vote, I'm like, why wouldn't you? It's one of the very few things you can do as an American citizen. It's like the thing. It's the freedom that people literally die in other countries for. I'm not trying to preach to any of you. And if you don't vote, that's fine. That's your own reason. If you're an American citizen, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, I don't understand why you wouldn't. So I feel like we're kind of voting with our dollars for Grand Theft Auto and stuff like that. And I'm kind of taking and I'm saying I don't understand you if you don't vote, but I'm taking that whole thing of I don't vote because it doesn't even really matter. My vote doesn't matter in the scheme of things. It's all rigged anyways, and I feel like by saying, oh, I'm going to buy it anyway, regardless of what Rockstar does, because it's going to make billions anyways, is that same approach. So maybe I'm a hypocrite, but yeah, I really spent a lot of time on this because, I guess I'm conflicted because I'm over here trying to justify it to myself, right? But I don't know. Companies are going to do bad things. They're always going to do bad things. Every product I own in this place has done something terrible, I'm sure. That's not to justify what Rockstar's done. What they did was bad. So I don't know, man. That's a good question, though. I want to know if it has for you. Does this leave a bad taste in your mouth? That's what she said. I'm sorry. All right. Now we have Daniel WNE. He said, this is just the perfect thing for listening to you at work without missing something. Great idea. Well, thanks, man. I hope you're at work right now. No, I don't. I hope you're not at work. Or at least if you're at work, I'm hoping I'm making your shift go by faster. He said, do you think they might have delayed Grand Theft Auto 6 also because of Grand Theft Auto Online, because I'm sure they are planning and doing big stuff for online from the beginning, since it has gotten their new money-making machine. Thank you for your service. Yes, sir. Yes, I do think that is a big reason they delayed it. I think there's other reasons too. But Grand Theft Auto Online, I think, is a big portion of it. And I was talking to my buddy about it. He's like, yeah, dude, but Grand Theft Auto Online is not coming out the day it comes out. I'm like, well, no shit. But it's like, that's not what it's about. I think, they're going to have a release window from a time that obviously they dropped the single player game to where they're going to then release online, and they're going to want it to be perfect and dialed into the max, especially with the investment that they're going to be putting into it. So 100%, I think Grand Theft Auto Online did play into it, at least partially, but I think it was more than likely a majority reason they did kind of push it back. I could be wrong. That's what I think. If that's what you think, you and I agree. Then we have Jamie Golden Seal, 3826. Made it to the end, bro. Was just playing chess and zoning out. Oh, dude, you play chess? Me too. I think I'm bad at it. I play a lot of it, though. My buddy beats my butt, though. He said, do you think we will actually be able to play as more characters than just the two? If I'm just answering your question logically, I'm going to say probably not. Now, if I'm answering solely based on vibes, yeah. Like, dude, there's that one clip and it's, Jason, Lucia, and Raul, and they're all doing a heist together. And I just got a feeling, man, Raul. Also, he just looks so freaking cool. Like, come on, give us Raul. Wouldn't it be neat to have a character that's, removed from the relationship of Jason and Lucia? Maybe. It would be cool. But also it would kind of, I think, take away from the whole dynamic of their relationship. I don't know. If they do, if there is a third playable protagonist, it's probably going to be Raul. But I think it's more than likely just going to be the two. We'll see. We have the Jim D. Says, this is great. Keep them coming. Well, here you go, bro. We all know that GTA 6 is going to crush it in every way. But what's the worst fan theory you've heard about the game, story, mechanics, etc.? I won't lie. Probably that it's going to be like woke and, that kind of thing. And that the developers are going to have like some big heavy emphasis on the game and all of a sudden take over writing or something. Like there's this whole thing now, like Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to feature pride parades and everyone's like, oh my God. It's like, y'all, it takes place in Vice City. That's Miami. You know where the pride parade goes down, right? Like the pride parade. It's a reflection of the culture there. What, you're not going to put the Statue of Liberty in New York because it offends people? Like, come on. So yeah, I think that is probably the stupidest fan theory I've heard as far as like story, because I think it's just going to be a reflection of what's out there. I think Rockstar is going to still be Rockstar. The culture war is so boring. Let's be done with them, right? Even though I'm the one bringing them up now, but I don't think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be woke or anything like that. I think it's going to be a reflection of the times, not taking any form of extreme ideology as they always have been. They've always been kind of grounded. So I don't think they're going to go too far right. I don't think they're going to go too far left. And that's what we say in the States. I don't know how it is everywhere else. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent with your question on the whole culture wars stuff. That's extremely probably boring to a lot of people. But but also relevant. But yeah, as far as like stories, maybe mechanics, the stupidest one is probably from myself, and that's the whole space thing. Because as soon as I put out the video about Grand Theft Auto 6 and I saw the traction it got, I was like, oh my God, I need to make another Grand Theft Auto 6 video. And I didn't take the time to think like, what's the best value I can provide other people and something I really care to make. I literally was like, you know what, let me come up with a title because some dude said that in a video about Mr. Beast one time. And then let me like work backwards and reverse engineer it. So it was like GTA 6 in space. And then I tried to do everything I could to support the claim that you would be in space. And I realized that's a very clickbaity and crappy way of making videos. So it's my horse armor DLC of the channel. And that's why I keep that video up. It's a little pinata. It's funny too, because I just came off of like a video where I was like giving it to you straight, like how I think and everything, and then made that. But immediately learned my lesson and corrected. But yeah, probably that we're going to space. We're not going to space. We're going to see some space elements. And I say this in the video too. We're going to see some space elements, like probably Republican Space Rangers making a return. I'm not going to be surprised. People saying, oh my gosh, they're making fun of Republicans. It's woke, DEI propaganda, all that kind of bullshit. And it's like, no, dude, it's just, they've always been there, So we'll see. But yeah, probably the whole space thing, which I heard and got from someone else, by the way. I'd heard or probably read that on Reddit or something. It was like, oh, space, I don't know. But yeah, we're not going to space. I could be wrong. Maybe it'll be in Grand Theft Auto Online. I guess, in that space video I made, I do still kind of feel that there is a chance. I don't know. Don't let the flame die out. Keep on believing. But now we got Rosh Fragger. Hey, what's up, homie? I've given you a shout out before. And this is a long question here, or just a long comment. I'm going to read it though, because you're Rosh Fragger. I have a question regarding horses. Oh, okay. Since they already have Red Dead Redemption 2 horse mechanics and Grand Theft Auto 6 engine is like a refinement of Red Dead Redemption 2's engine, do you think they will at the very least, include some horses to some extent? Like imagine finding a couple of them in the countryside, maybe inside some ranches if they do exist, or a few running around in the wild, which is quite rare. Of course, they need to be rare and uncommon since it's not in Red Dead Redemption anymore. The game series, yeah. But it would be extremely cool to be able to play and ride as a horse. Even riding them around the city would be spectacular. Would love it. You want your horses. I feel you, dude. I want them too. You said, I would love to see this topic being discussed in a detailed video of yours. I'm just so excited and hyped for horses in Grand Theft Auto 6. Man, I hope they don't let you down. There's probably going to be some horses. Why not? I mean, you're right. The stuff is already there. And you're saying, I know that many people dislike this idea coming from Reddit. Even Far Cry 6 had horses. You could ride around the small towns. What are your thoughts, Mr. Andy? Another question is regarding bears. Oh, okay, so horses and bears. We have not seen a single bear-related sighting throughout the trailers or screenshots, even on Reddit. Most people don't think there will be bears in the game. I mean, how uncool would it be to not have a single apex predator lurking around in the woods? Bear hunting as something many people adored in the past time in Red Dead Redemption 2. Imagine kiting a bear into Vice City. Please advise what you think on the possibility. Thanks. I think, God damn it, this man needs a bear in Vice City. All right, homie, I hate to break it to you, but in Florida, there's only one bear species, and it's the Florida black bear, otherwise known as the Ursus americanus floridinus. I probably butchered that. Anyways, it's a subspecies of the American black bear. So the bears that you're thinking of in Red Dead Redemption 2 would be like a brown bear, and they're generally like bigger, they're meaner. That's what you think of when you think of like a big old bear, The black bears, they're smaller. So yeah, there's probably going to be some bears, but not in the way that you think from like Red Dead Redemption 2, the big menacing ones. But hey man, you're going to get your alligators, you're going to get your cats sneaking up on you, trying to kill you. There's probably going to be some other wild stuff out there. Who knows? In Red Dead Redemption 2, there was a bunch of animals. There was a lion in Red Dead Redemption 2. So you never know what's out there. Also, there's probably a zoo. Just saying. There could apex predators. You can go let them out. Maybe there will be a zoo. Go there, let the lion out. You can, and let the big brown bear out from the zoo. I wouldn't worry about it, man. I think there's going to be lots of animals to wreak havoc on the NPCs with. Fight for the animals. And then, as far as horses, I mean, I don't see why not. It seems like there's going to be a lot of time out in the sticks. I think it would be cool if there's a time where we're off the grid for a little bit, like trying to lay low, and maybe we're riding a horse and it's kind of like The Last of Us or something for a little bit. I don't know. I don't see why not. I can't give you an honest answer. I could say I think so. I don't. I think we'll see horses, but I don't think, it's going to be anything like you're used to with Red Dead Redemption 2. I hope I'm wrong. The mechanics are there. People love the horses. But I wouldn't worry too much about the apex predator, stuff like that. There's going to be a lot of animals you're going to be able to mess with NPCs with, I'm sure. All right, now I know that's a long one because that actually comes from the Dandy Andy Experience podcast. At this point, however, I kind of imagined either you've tuned out and this is going on in the background or you're sound asleep. And if I just woke you up, I'm so sorry. Now let's look at something kind of interesting before I close out the video, and something I can't help but compare, because when I play Cyberpunk, I can't help but feel like, even though this is an RPG and it's not trying to be Grand Theft Auto, it feels like Grand Theft Auto set in the future. And to those of you who are fans of the game, you might resonate with what I just said. So we've looked at some of the things that are coming from Red Dead Redemption 2 and going into Grand Theft Auto 6, and Rockstar, while they're very quiet, they do keep their ears out and look at what works in the gaming industry, take those things, improve on it, and release it in their style and make it, Rockstarified. They make it a lot better. So let's look at things that Grand Theft Auto 6 or just Rockstar in general could generally learn from Cyberpunk. And let's also look at things that the next Cyberpunk game, which is slated to be in the early 2030s, could learn from Grand Theft Auto games. So give this a listen. And then after this, we're getting into the last bit of features. So we're getting close here. If you've made it this far, man, pat yourself on the back. Congratulations. I love you. Cyberpunk 2, it's on the horizon, after Witcher 4, of course. And it's going to be big. It's going to be pretty crazy. I've got a video coming up covering everything we know about Cyberpunk 2. And you might love Cyberpunk. You might hate it. I seem to find that people lean one way or the other when it comes to it. But Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be coming out before it. And I can't help but feel like when I played Cyberpunk originally that it was basically a futuristic version of Grand Theft Auto. It just went kind of a different direction. And I feel like these two games have so much that they could learn from each other. And not only that, but I think in Grand Theft Auto 6, we are going to see some things that they have potentially taken creative inspiration from Cyberpunk, for example, and maybe even vice versa with Cyberpunk 2, now that they're expanding their team to be a few hundred people, which I know sounds ridiculously small compared to Grand Theft Auto's, what is it? It's a few thousand, I believe now. Rockstar India alone is over 1,000. So it's crazy. So if Cyberpunk's not your thing, I still think this is worth listening to just because we're talking about a lot of Grand Theft Auto 6. So I'll probably have some Cyberpunk footage pop up here and there. Also, if I disappear and only my mouth is visible, I'm sorry. It's just a weird thing that happens in the studio from time to time. I think it's the lighting, okay? I'm not sure what else it could be. Anyways, let's get into this here. So let's start off and talk about what Cyberpunk could learn from Grand Theft Auto. And there's so many things, honestly, especially after the botched release, if you remember, of Cyberpunk 2077. And I know every YouTuber that you probably listen to or anyone you've listened to talk about Cyberpunk always brings up the botched launch. And there are a few people out there who got the game and played it on PS4 before they updated the skill trees and everything and all that. And they're like, it was great. I loved it. Good for you. A lot of people didn't. I waited years to touch that game because of it. But when I did, good Lord, I was absolutely blown away. There was still a lot of hate for Cyberpunk when I got back into it. And there's still the people who don't like it really don't like it. But man, it just swept me off my feet with its immersive world and all of that stuff. So still, there are things that I found to be lacking in it compared to Grand Theft Auto. But you got to remember that was going for something totally different than what Grand Theft Auto is going for, even though there's some overlap. So emergent gameplay. That's the big one with Cyberpunk. So in Grand Theft Auto, why is it fun to just mess around? Right? Well, because crazy stuff happens. When you touch the world, when you interact with the world, things happen. You could go up and maybe have a baseball bat or something. You could hit a street pole. Maybe it falls over, like in San Andreas, all the street poles, everything falling over. And there's consequences for your actions, the police and all of that. Sure, there's some of that in Cyberpunk, like with the police and everything, but you know what I'm talking about. In Grand Theft Auto, it feels like there is a direct cause and effect for the stuff that with the things that you do. And then not only that, but sometimes it can kind of spiral out of control and turn into kind of a story of its own. Not even just talking about Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption 2 is an excellent example of this. I've talked about this in a previous video where I had Arthur, and I may have had mods running that just made this 10 times worse, like survival mods and stuff. But towards the beginning of the game, I bumped into like a horse or did something, and it resulted in an animal cruelty thing, charge or whatever. And I was like, what in the world? I didn't mean to do anything. I'm sure you've had that experience if you played Red Dead Redemption 2 to be like, whoa, hold on. I didn't mean to do that, And then all of a sudden the police or the lawmen, all of them, they're on you. So that happened to me, but I think I was playing with mods to where you could die in like 1 or 2 shots, and I was very low on ammo. I was playing with like low ammo mods. Like I turned it into a survival sim basically, because I just love to torture myself when I play games. And I ended up running away, and it became this long manhunt for like an in-game week. And Arthur was dirty. He couldn't go into any towns. He was hiding out in the wilderness. He had to hunt for his food to survive. It was so immersive. And I was trying to make my way back to camp. And just things kept happening over and over again, setback after setback. I actually accidentally ended up in a treasure hunt cave that I believe I also had the map for. And it was like, whoa. I don't know, it felt like a story, like it was meant to happen. And then, of course, I got the gold, was able to get into town, and before being noticed, was able to sell that gold and then pay off my bounty. And that was not scripted. That just happened. Emergent gameplay. When I went back to camp, Dutch even commented, he was like, "Where the hell have you been, Arthur?" And I just was like, whoa, that's so cool, man. Like, it feels like whatever I do in this world, there's a real reaction to it. And I still to this day think Red Dead Redemption 2 is probably the best game on the planet when it comes to that. But, you know, Grand Theft Auto has it to some extent. Cyberpunk, on the other hand, when you're walking around, it really is all set dressing. Like the other day, I started playing it again for the first time now that I have a little handheld system. And I went and talked to Misty. And if you're not familiar with the game, Misty is Jackie's girlfriend. And she does like tarot card readings and stuff like that. So I went up to her and I just asked her, "Hey, how's business?" She starts talking, just walked out the door. Because I was testing the graphics settings of the game to see, you know, how I could get it to run on this little handheld, and also messing with language packs and stuff like that. There's a cool mod, by the way, for Cyberpunk, little side note here, where you can have everyone speak their native tongue, which is really immersive because if you play the game, yeah, everyone's speaking English, but if you look at the subtitles that are happening down there, you'll see that there's a language that's being transformed from their native tongue. You'll see whatever that is turn into English. So there's some module or something that V has that does that. But you can, you know, so you can have Jackie speaking Spanish, stuff like that. And I think Misty was speaking French or maybe Russian. I don't know, but she was speaking something else. Anyways, she just started talking. I dip. That was that, you know. So it's just small things like that in Cyberpunk that feel totally unimmersive. And there's not really much room for emergent storytelling kind of stuff. In Cyberpunk, the story is strong. The side quests, everything that is there to do in the game is incredibly strong and very well thought out and well written. It's amazing. It's an incredible game. I love it. But if you try to deviate from that, you're not going to be able to very much. So there's that. So let's move on here to, I could keep going on and on and on about that. Well, okay, so what's the lesson from that, right? A true open world needs systems that interact with each other and not just with the player. You know, in Cyberpunk, the NPCs, they don't have schedules. They're not interacting with each other. They're all set dressing. Everything is set dressing. The world is centered around you. Even though it doesn't feel quite as bad as a Bethesda game about it, it is still the case. So there's that. Now let's move on to the police and wanted systems being more content and not punishment. So running from cops in Grand Theft Auto is a game in and of itself, like a mini game. In Cyberpunk, though, it kind of feels like a chore. In Cyberpunk, you're trying to get away from the cops so that you can get back to the story and stuff. And if you hear a dog barking, I'm sorry, there's a couple of stray dogs that have been roaming around this building. So I'm not sure what it's about. We've been getting a lot of stray dogs in the area lately, and they just they like to eat the dumpster and stuff and fight each other out back. So that's making its way through. I'm so sorry. So anyways, in this game, Cyberpunk, the police do feel like a chore. I am just trying to brush them off as quickly as possible to get back to doing whatever it is I was doing as V, because I'm following the story. I'm not really doing anything else. I mean, sure, I'll stop to like live in the world. I do play with mods to where you can like smoke, drink, and you have to eat. You know, I told you, every game, I'm a masochist. Every single game I play, I make it to where it's a survival sim to some extent, you know. And I like to sit down, like I have the sit down mods, the lean on the rail mods, all of that stuff to where I can feel like I'm living in the world. So there is a bunch of emergent stuff that I wish was in the game. But the police, man, I don't like them in the game. And, you know, in Grand Theft Auto, it is kind of annoying, like in Grand Theft Auto 5. I think 4 did it the best. I'm very biased to Grand Theft Auto 4. In Cyberpunk, the cops used to just spawn behind you. There's enough gangs and stuff trying to kill you, so when you get the heat on you, it's bad. But then again, the world doesn't react to you so much, so sometimes it's a little hard to get the police on you. But I think if you played Cyberpunk, you know what I mean. There's a little bit of a difference there. In Grand Theft Auto, a 5-star chase is a core gameplay loop. Grand Theft Auto was built around that from day one when they first created Grand Theft Auto. It's designed to be fun, survivable if you have the skill. And Cyberpunk, mainly before the 2.0 update, police, like I said, would spawn out of thin air and just punish you. Even post-update, Grand Theft Auto's like escalation logic here with going from like police to noose to FIB is awesome. It's good pacing, even compared to Cyberpunk, I think. Grand Theft Auto 5's pacing with the law enforcement stuff is a little whack, and it's not even necessarily the pacing, but just how many police officers there. But excuse me, see, I'm leaving that in. I'm not cutting that. It's how many police officers they throw at you at once. It's just too many, I feel like, and they're all falling over each other and stuff. It's absolutely ludicrous. But in Grand Theft Auto 4, I thought it had kind of a good balance. Again, incredibly balanced to Grand Theft Auto 4. In Cyberpunk, it's just, I don't know. It wasn't a really good gameplay loop. Maybe you do enjoy it. I just felt like it was a system that was kind of tacked on and then not really fleshed out, but fixed. And the game it didn't reach its full potential. But you got to remember, we're talking about 2 different companies with 2 different goals, with 2 wildly different budgets, 2 wildly different sizes when it comes to development teams, philosophies, to philosophy to gameplay and storytelling, all of that. So, it's different. But I think the law enforcement systems should be kind of a player or a playground for player tools, and not a, like a stop having fun moment where it's like, no, you can't play the game until you deal with this and then you can get back to it. In Grand Theft Auto, you're like, oh yeah, you ready? Let's go. In Cyberpunk, not so much. So I don't know. That's what I think about that, but I'm curious what you think about that. Another thing that I think Cyberpunk could learn from Grand Theft Auto is the physics, the world interactivity, the poke test. So if I shoot a tire, will it spin out? Like the car, in Grand Theft Auto, you could shoot the tires and watch the car's tires deflate. And it was awesome. If you bump into an NPC, it's like, hey, what the hell, pal? Watch where you're going. And it could escalate, especially in Red Dead Redemption 2. You could diffuse the situation. You could escalate it. You could do whatever you wanted. And the Euphoria physics engine makes every impact feel heavy, unique. NPCs stumble, they grab their wounds or get knocked over realistically. Cyberpunk doesn't have any of that. It's all canned animations, and there is some level of interactivity, especially with mods. Like you can get the food vendor mods and stuff and go up. There's things that make the world feel more fleshed out on the modding front, for sure. But vanilla, not so much. In Cyberpunk, without mods, I don't feel like I can reach out and touch the world. Once I get those mods, though, it is truly a next level experience. And that's why I recommend to you, if you are playing on PC, definitely, if you didn't like the game, go back, look at different mods, see what you might like for the game, and then go through it. Okay, just try it out. I'm telling you, the mods, they make a huge difference. And it really removes that gameplay barrier that you may have had initially with like, this gameplay sucks, Now, some people have that. Personally, I think the gameplay in vanilla is really good. It just needed to be fleshed out a little bit more as far as how you can interact with the world, because they built such an immersive, deep world, rich. Cyberpunk, I will say one thing in its favor is Night City feels like a world that you can sink into, if that makes any sense. So if I'm playing Grand Theft Auto, everything just feels very two-dimensional, flat. Grand Theft Auto 5 specifically, I don't feel like I can, there's not a lot of verticality. We'll get back to that though. We'll get back to that. But in Cyberpunk, I don't feel like I can touch the world. I feel like the only thing that touches you is the story, So, but I can't interact. I can't touch with the world and have chaos happen around me and stuff like that. It's very scripted. Again, without mods. If you get mods for the game, you can get some of that back, and it's pretty amazing what some of the modders have done. Pretty cool. Let's talk about vehicle handling and variety. So this is kind of the last thing I have here for basically something Grand Theft Auto does better than Cyberpunk. The number one thing that turned me off when I first played Cyberpunk, it was the first thing, not the number one thing, is hopping in V's car and driving it. And I felt like there was a delayed response with the analog stick. I was like, what's going on? Why is there a lag to the turning and stuff? The vehicle handling in Cyberpunk, some people like it. It's not the best. It doesn't feel very responsive. And this is coming from someone who really likes the very weighty, boat-like feeling of Grand Theft Auto Force driving. I love Grand Theft Auto Force driving. I think getting good with the handbrake, R1 or RB, whatever it is, RA, I'm not sure what the controls are for the Xbox, like what you call those, but I love it. You hold it and then you swing around a corner. It's awesome. You have to really get good at fine-tuning or deciding like how fast can I go before I can take this turn, and then predicting. It's just great. If you like the Grand Theft Auto 4 driving more than any other Grand Theft Auto, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because once you master it, nothing makes you feel that good as far as driving in any other driving game, maybe except for like a racing game. And then Grand Theft Auto 5, it felt like they stripped all that away, even though it did make it a lot easier, more accessible to a lot of players who couldn't do what Grand Theft Auto 4 needed them to do to drive, which sucks. If you spent the time to get good at it, it was really cool. And Grand Theft Auto 6 is looking like it's going to basically take a blend of those elements from 4 and 5 and find kind of a happy middle ground. And that's great. If they can make all of us happy, that's great. I do understand the criticism for Grand Theft Auto Force driving, but I personally love it. In Cyberpunk, driving, it's just okay. It's serviceable. It tries to be kind of like Grand Theft Auto 5's driving, but also tries also to be like Grand Theft Auto 4's driving, but it didn't do it the way how I imagine Grand Theft Auto 6 will pull it off. I don't know. It just felt like there was a delayed response to everything I was doing. If I was turning, felt like I was turning after, I'd turn the wheel. Stuff like that. It just wasn't very good. In Grand Theft Auto's driving, I think it finds a perfect balance between arcade fun and simulated weight in Grand Theft Auto 4. In 5, they went a little too far with the arcadey. Before 4, I didn't have that criticism because I'd never experienced anything like 4. But honestly, I do prefer the driving of like San Andreas to 5. And I know that might be a hot take, but I just do. Maybe that's probably just nostalgia. It just feels more natural to me, the physics of it. Cyberpunk's cars, they were floaty, sensitive, and like I said, they had that delayed response. And the map was huge, and traversing it needs to be a joy. It needs to be fun. And honestly, the best way to enjoy traveling in Cyberpunk is the metro, which they originally didn't even have in the base game. A modder did it, and then they added it later. So it's really immersive, really cool. Walking around, I'm telling you, that's the best way to explore it, is to be a pedestrian on the street and using the rail system to get around in Cyberpunk, especially if you are an idiot like me and you play with mods that disable fast traveling because you hate yourself. But yeah. All right, so I've kind of beat up on Cyberpunk a bit. Now, what could Grand Theft Auto learn from Cyberpunk? Well, this is what I said I would talk a little bit about in a little bit. Does that make any sense? Verticality and density. So you remember the first time you went, if you like Cyberpunk, the first time you go into the mega building, V's apartments in there, it's a city within a building, and it's just so amazing. I mean, it's Blade Runner come to life. There's this droning background soundtrack that plays, and you're just looking at the sheer scale of it and just seeing how humanity is living. And you're both like in awe, and you're also deeply depressed. Like, it opens up some big existential crisis about the future. And you just feel as a character so small and insignificant. And it was perfect. It was bleak, and I loved it. It felt so freaking immersive. That's where I think Cyberpunk really hits, is when you're doing what the game wants you to do, it feels more immersive than any game out there. Maybe even Red Dead 2 to some degree, where Red Dead 2 is just always that amazing and immersive, no matter what you do. So anyways, let's talk about this verticality and density though. Los Santos, like I said, it's wide. In Grand Theft Auto, it feels wide in Grand Theft Auto 5. Night City feels tall. It feels dense. I didn't really find myself complaining too much about the lack of interiors or anything like that in Cyberpunk, because there's so freaking many. And because the city itself has interiors. You have to go through all these little nooks and crannies to get everywhere you're going. Tunnels go up and down and over. In fact, at times it would get kind of infuriating trying to figure out, wait, the waypoint says here, but then there's like 5 different planes of highway, over you. So you're like, wait, which one is it? So it could be very difficult. It's a big web of buildings and roads, and it just eats you. It takes you and eats the character, and you are just lost in it. And it should feel like that. Like Welcome to the Jungle from Guns N' Roses should be playing when you're walking around. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know where you're going. It's awesome. You get lost in this dangerous, dangerous dystopian future. Absolutely love it. And, Los Santos, you just hop in a car and follow the roads, your waypoint, you're going to get where you're going. But Cyberpunk really just nailed that feeling of that crushing, suffocating metropolis. Like I said, multi-layered highways, elevators, mega buildings. It just created a sense of scale Grand Theft Auto has never achieved, ever. Even San Andreas. San Andreas was like an amazing adventure, but there's just, what I'm talking about. Maybe the map's not that big, but I wouldn't know it, which is what San Andreas basically did with the Grand Theft Auto series being so small. And they were just very smart with how they paced the player through it. And that's what Cyberpunk did, just by being vertical, So Grand Theft Auto cities are largely flat theme parks by comparison. And I hate to say that because I love the series. I love Grand Theft Auto. I love it so much. But compared to Cyberpunk, that's kind of what it is. It's mainly Grand Theft Auto 5 compared. I think in 4, there was some of that. It was still mainly just flat stuff. You couldn't go up in a lot of the buildings and stuff. And they didn't have the technology at the time. But if they ever do revisit Liberty City, man, they need to give it that Cyberpunk treatment, or even the treatment that Red Dead Redemption 2 had, where you can go in a lot of the interiors. Saint Denis, it's a small city, but man, it feels huge. And when you first get there, you're like, holy crap, there's a whole city in this game. I remember playing Red Dead Redemption 1, going to Blackwater, going, man, I wish there was just 1 or 2 more blocks so I could feel like I was like in a city, And then Red Dead Redemption 2 said, hold my beer, and then just backhanded me and did it. So blew me away. But I think the lesson here is future open worlds need to move away from the whole square mileage thing and focus on cubic density. Just have layers upon layers of explorable space in the space that you have. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 found the perfect balance of that, minus New Austin. New Austin was like a cool little tagged on thing, and we're spoiled. We didn't even deserve it. We didn't even need it, That's extra. I don't even count that as part of the map. But the actual map where the story goes down is huge, but also packed and filled to the brim with depth. And of course, they didn't have mega buildings and like 100-foot, they didn't have skyscrapers and stuff in those times. So that wouldn't make sense for Red Dead Redemption 2. But even if your setting doesn't take place in a place where that kind of verticality makes sense, have enough depth in those areas to where it feels like there is that verticality. If that makes any sense, I think Cyberpunk executed that well. I think Red Dead Redemption 2, in the weird way that I'm comparing it, did also excel. I think Grand Theft Auto 5 fell flat. I think Grand Theft Auto 4, which, how much of a fanboy I am of 4, I think it even kind of fell flat in that department. So it is what it is. So yeah. So let's move on. What else could Grand Theft Auto learn from Cyberpunk? Well, narrative stakes and emotional sincerity. So can Grand Theft Auto ever stop being a joke? 4 got close, which is why it's my favorite. Even parts of San Andreas, in some parts of 5. But 5 was so much of a joke that when it asked you to take it seriously, it was just like, no way, bro. You've been laughing this whole time. You've been acting like it's Grand Theft Auto 5 is like that drunk friend that's really obnoxious, maybe if you're of drinking age. And you're just like, dude, stop, And then all of a sudden they want to get real political, or they just want to start talking about something really deep, like how their uncle overdosed 3 years ago or something. You're like, whoa, where did that come from, man? Calm down, So getting off my rocker here, man. But you know what I'm saying? So can Grand Theft Auto ever stop being a joke? Grand Theft Auto is deeply cynical. It's a cynical satire. Everyone's a caricature. Cyberpunk is cynical about the world, but sincere about its characters. You genuinely care about Judy, hopefully, Pan Am, definitely Pan Am, right? But mainly Jackie. Good God. If you haven't played the game, I ain't going to spoil it, but I think I just did by saying it the way I did. Man, that broke my heart. I shed a tear. Not going to lie. I shed a tear. Maybe more. Maybe like 10 or 15. That game broke my freaking heart. managed to show death and despair in a way that I've not seen a lot of games do, especially when it came to, well, if you haven't played the game, you'll probably forget the name by the time you do. Dex, how he goes out. I mean, he's like this big, tough dude that you're working for, and he ends up just dying on his knees, begging for his life right in front of you. And you're like, holy crap. But the guy that ends up offing him ends up becoming your homie. And that was a weird turn of events. And it's just stuff like that. It dealt with themes of like adult themes, shades of gray, like morally great characters, but everyone felt so human and fleshed out. Good God, the characters of Cyberpunk are amazing. And truly, if the gameplay itself has turned you off from it, you're doing yourself a massive, massive disservice from an incredible story. And if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. If it's not your scene, you know, the whole future dystopian thing, like Blade Runner-esque stuff, if that's not your vibe, well, I'm sorry, because that's a really cool vibe. But if it's not your thing, even still, I think there's a lot that you could get out of it. I don't know, but the people who hate the game seem to really hate it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me why. Just don't be too negative. Don't beat me up. But, you know, I guess I'm not judging. Everyone likes their own thing. Art's subjective. But man, the characters in Cyberpunk are just so good. The story is incredible. Again, I get right up to the end and haven't beaten it. So I know the ending, but I still haven't done it myself. So that's what I'm hoping to do on this new handheld system I got. But it's hard to cry over any Grand Theft Auto 5 character because the game is just too busy making fun of them the whole time. You know, everyone's a freaking joke. Even the stupid decision it puts you in. And I know I'm a hypocrite because I haven't beaten it, but I've watched all the endings. I've seen it. I've seen my buddies play it, beat it. I might as well have beaten the game myself. And I am going to go through it on this handheld system after I mod it. Now that script extender has been updated, and I'm going to actually play it through and give you guys another opinion or take on it and see if I'm wrong. But I don't think so. I really don't. I've been trying it since 2013, which is ridiculous. That's 12 years, man. 12 years. I do remember the loading screens of Grand Theft Auto 5 giving me an existential crisis for whatever reason, just something about the soundtrack. But, you know, at the very end of the game, it puts you in a position to where you either have to choose one character to live or die, that kind of thing, or all three of you could survive, and there was no point in making that decision to begin with, which also cheapens it. But also, it's like, I don't really care who lives or dies here. I mean, you have a freaking psychopath, and then you have a dude who's well past his prime and who's a selfish prick and has done nothing but focus on himself. He's been horrible to his wife. I mean, he's human, right? Everyone's a shade of gray, you know, especially in the Grand Theft Auto universe. But I just didn't give a crap. And then Franklin was just so bland to me, man. Like, a lot of people like Franklin. I don't know. He seems like a cool dude, but compared to the other Grand Theft Auto characters, like, come on, Niko freaking Bellic. All right, I'll stop talking about Grand Theft Auto 4. Let's go to San Andreas. CJ, man. Big Smoke. Sweet Rider. I almost said Easy. Well, he is Easy, but you know what I'm saying. Those characters were so much more thought out. Well, not really, but they felt like it. I don't know. They just hit harder. They're just better characters. And really, sincerity hits harder than satire, like every time, right? Think about Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar can do it. They can do it. They did it in 4. They didn't. And I think in 4, they found a good balance. I said I would stop talking about 4. I'm sorry. Red Dead Redemption 2, though, had a lot of jokes and had a lot of horrible, dark jokes, right? Like just really dark stuff, like the electric chair side quest with Arthur. It's just the most messed up stuff ever. But it had a heart. And I think 5 got lost in the sauce and didn't have that heart. And that sucked. I really wish it did because it looks like an incredible game. There are some scenes, like I remember there's that scene where Michael's like, all you do is sit on your ass and eat. And eat. And he's yelling at his son. He's like, can't you go outside and like do something? And then he's really genuinely worried about him. The way his voice breaks, he sees that this big successful life that he's created. And now he's in, of course, witness protection. And now his son is just sitting there living off the riches of the heist, right? And just eating and getting fat. And it's just like, dude, who you're really yelling at in the situation, and this is who Michael's really yelling at in the situation. He's not yelling at his son. He's yelling at himself for allowing his son to become that and for being selfish and not focusing on his son and focusing more on his own ambitions. And for a split second, we get a little bit of that vulnerability with Michael. And that's that. There could be more. Tell me if there is, but man, there was a direction they could have gone with 5. And I think that's what breaks my heart the most. There was a direction. the characters were there. They really could have done something big with it as far as narrative stuff, emotional sincerity. And they didn't. I mean, it's like Trevor murders a bunch of people. Ha, really funny. Human life doesn't matter. Like, what? I don't know. I didn't buy it. I don't like that. I like other human beings. I like other human beings being alive. And I know that sounds ridiculous, critiquing a Grand Theft Auto game about that, but I'm talking about the story here. I'm not, I like to play the games immersively when I'm doing the story. I don't care what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want the story to be grounded in some sort of reality. And 5 is just barely hanging on, even though it tries to frame itself as taking place in a realistic world. Okay, enough about that. I think I have beaten that into the ground. So let's move on to interior design and seamless exploration. So why are all the doors in Los Santos locked? Like, every single door. I can't go in a Burger Shot. In Grand Theft Auto 4, I could go in Burger Shot, damn it. What's up? Why can't I go in the Burger Shots in Grand Theft Auto 5? Well, we know why. The hardware limitation came on multiple discs for the Xbox 360 at initial release. It sucks. They went too big for their britches. They should have waited for the next console generation. And they pretty much did with the re-release of it and another re-release. And I think now is there 4 re-releases? 3? 2 officially. And then like a remaster. I don't even know anymore. Now we're left with Legacy Edition and whatever, Enhanced. I don't even know. The one I'm going to be going through is, of course, Legacy Edition. I'm going to be going through that and modding it because I think that one has the most mods. I could be wrong. If you have experience modding Grand Theft Auto 5, hook us up, man. Tell us about it. We had a guy who said he had, what was it, like 18,000 hours in 5M? Dude, share some stories about that in the comments. I want to hear what you think about the Grand Theft Auto modding community and how does that work between Legacy and Enhanced? Tell us. I'll read it. I'm very interested to know because that is something I'm looking at playing through after I finish Cyberpunk. But anyways, Cyberpunk, yeah, you can't go in every building, obviously. But in Phantom Liberty specifically has an incredibly detailed environment, interiors that you can walk into seamlessly without loading screens. And I mean, man, some of these environments are just absolutely insane. There's clubs, people just losing their minds, and markets. The market in Phantom Liberty, when you go there, first time, I know Phantom Liberty is not like the place I'm trying to say. The name doesn't come to mind, but you know what I'm talking about. The place that unlocks, the stadium. And you go into that massive market. It's so cool. And there's a bunch of things to talk to. And oh man, they just nailed it on that. Nailed it right on the head. It's perfect down to the last detail. It's again, that meme. It's perfect. And it feels integrated into the geometry of the world. You feel like you were in that stadium. In Grand Theft Auto 5, you could go anywhere and do nothing. You could go everywhere except inside. And an open world stops feeling open the moment you hit it with a loading screen or a painted on door texture and you can't go through it. And I mean, shoot, I would rather you put the yellow, the yellow cone from San Andreas and then we could load into an interior than not have anything at all. That was much better. So I digress. There's really not much else to say about that. The interior design of Cyberpunk is immaculate. And if you haven't played it, you don't know what I'm talking about. You got to play it to see what I'm talking about. You can get lost in these buildings, especially with how moody and dark the lighting is. You can just sink into them. And the characters are so well written and stuff. You feel there. It's incredible. Even on handheld, you feel there, which is great. And if you're wondering what I've been playing it on, I've been playing it on a ROG Ally X, the 2024 one, not this new Xbox one, but it runs immaculate. It's so cool. I did have a Steam Deck. No more, because modding is a pain in the butt, and I like to mod all of my games to death. Also, the ROG Ally X has much better performance than the Steam Deck. So if you're in the market for a handheld, highly recommend ROG Ally X, especially these new Xbox ones, because they're slightly more powerful and they're going to fine tune, they're going to get more optimization out of it. And the control looks much better with the handles and stuff. So that's a little side note there. But the handhelds, man, when I was a kid, I remember talking about, dude, what if I can play Metal Gear Solid, the first one, handheld one day. And then I remember PSP did the, some sort of Metal Gear game, Portable Ops. And it kind of sucked. But then eventually, so I didn't play Peace Walker when it came out. I'm going on a huge tangent here. But what I'm saying is the games I'm sure you remember if you grew up in the 90s and stuff like that, you remember being like, oh man, one day we're going to be able to sit down and play this in our hands. And then some guy's like, nuh-uh, and then threw his juice box at your head or something. So it's pretty crazy how far we've come, because now games have kind of become like books that you can pick up, open, and engage with, and then put them back down. I love it. I love the whole handheld thing, and it suits my lifestyle very well. So anyways, enough about handhelds. I should put an affiliate link. So if you guys buy one, I'll get like $40 or something. I don't know. Sales ideas. Maybe I could cut down on some of the ads. All right, so let's get into these RPG elements. Basically, build variety, playstyle, expression, all that kind of stuff. So in Grand Theft Auto, you're a guy with a gun. In Grand Theft Auto 6, you're going to be a guy and a girl with a gun. In Grand Theft Auto 5, you're 3 guys with a gun. And now, sure, in Cyberpunk, you're a guy or a girl with a gun. I get it. But you're also, a net runner, a ninja, a tank. You're all of these things that there's just so much more to the combat gameplay and RPG elements inside of Cyberpunk. Like I remember the first time I played Cyberpunk and I saw like the cool skill, and no pun intended, I thought that was cool. Just the idea that your guy could be cool, in the city, and just upgrading the stats and everything. And also all the speech options that open up to you depending on what you do. Also, Mass Effect is the only other game I can think that did this right, even though Commander Shepard is extremely boring to listen to, but there's just something, we love him, my brand. But Fallout 4, I think, did it terribly with the voice protagonist. That's just my personal opinion. I felt like the guy didn't give a crap that his son had been taken from him. I don't know. It was weird. It was just Nate and Nora, whatever their names were. It was weird. But V, man, V feels real. I know what V looks like, not because I created the character. I created the character the second time around based off the voice. And, maybe it's just because I created V that way and the first time and I associated with the voice, but I did start the second playthrough or third playthrough or whatever on this handheld system. And I was just like, wait a minute, hold on. This doesn't look right. This doesn't look like V. So I had to go and I loaded the other save on the PC, took pictures of everything and got all the sliders right. I'm like, okay, good. Thank God. That's V. That's the V I know and love, because that's how fleshed out this character feels, even though it's you, the player, playing out V, because V feels real. It feels like a real character. Like, you're limited to some extent, but especially with the kind of person V is to some extent. But it's very interesting the directions that you can take V's choices and what V decides to do. I love that character. I love V, and I love all the characters around V. They're really interesting. And I know I'm getting completely off topic, but you can basically build V however you want within the confines of the game. And, it's so cool because the beginning, I didn't really understand the combat. You just shoot stuff and like hack a camera here and there. By the end of it, I had a build where I was running around with the samurai sword, and that was it. And I was just like, whoa, a game with guns, and the preferred weapon is a freaking katana. And I'm running around, zipping around everywhere, just cutting people, like just insane. The power fantasy that you get with Cyberpunk, going from a nobody to just an absolute legend, which is a theme of the game, or like a core thing about the game. Going out in a blaze of glory instead of being a nobody. It's better to die at the peak of being well known and, all of that kind of stuff and doing something big. It's better to die like that than it is to live a quiet life. And it explores the themes and, that picks apart the thinking behind that. And if that's BS or not, So it's really interesting. But yeah, in Grand Theft Auto, there's not really any RPG elements. There's just not. You play as a person and you do the things. Now, San Andreas had those RPG elements, like going from skinny to fat CJ. If you ran as fat CJ, I think if you sprinted long enough, you'd have a heart attack and die, stuff like that. And then being able to bulk up and different fighting styles. And man, I don't know what they were doing after that, man. You guys had it. San Andreas, man. That was it. That was the system. Just implement on it from there. I just don't think they had the technology for Grand Theft Auto 4, honestly, and it got scrapped. Now, we did see a return of some of this in Red Dead Redemption 2, mainly with the weight mechanic and stuff, and some other things. But I would expect to see more of that in Grand Theft Auto 6, but man, we got nil in Grand Theft Auto 5. I do think we're going to see a weight system, all that. Now, I'm not sure about different fighting styles and stuff like that in Grand Theft Auto 6. I really hope so. I loved it. Please bring all that back. Make it feel like, I can make Jason and Lucia feel like how I relate to them. Make them feel like my Jason and Lucia. And, the Jason and Lucia that I have should feel different than yours. And then that way we could all have discussions about, whoa, which way did you take these characters? Stuff like that, man. It really opens up. I remember some dude in school telling me like, oh, my CJ's buffer than your CJ, just stupid stuff like that, man. And that was as kids, but it's just fun. It's just fun. So bring back those RPG elements, please. Because Cyberpunk, it allows you to solve the game in different ways, like through hacking, stealth, conversations, brute force even. Grand Theft Auto missions are very strictly linear. Go here, shoot this guy, drive to this other place, leave the mission area, and if you try and flank them, mission failure for going too far outside the mission zone, stuff like that. And the older Grand Theft Autos, they didn't have that kind of restriction. So, I don't know. So the lesson here, allow players to break the mission design. Please give them the tools, cyberware, gadgets, for example, from Cyberpunk, and let us, the players, solve the problems creatively, rather than forcing us to follow a script. And I know they're trying. And after looking at the leaks of Grand Theft Auto 6, that appears to be exactly what they are about to do. More than any other game maybe has ever done. So I'm feeling pretty good about Grand Theft Auto 6. The coolest thing about starting this channel is I knew just as much as y'all, and still do. That sounded so pretentious and stupid. But what I'm trying to say is I didn't know too much about everything when it came to Grand Theft Auto 6. Now I feel like I live and breathe this stuff, man, because it's pretty much all I do when I'm not working, right? Is learn this stuff and repeat it back to you and connect the dots between all of these different leaks and things and try and find out what's credible, all that kind of stuff. So before though, I remember I was searching on YouTube. I was looking for credible Grand Theft Auto info and I couldn't find it. And unfortunately, it took starting a YouTube channel to find those creators who make good stuff about it, like Sav and GTA Infinity and all of them. They make good videos. But there's a lot of AI crap out there. But in this journey, I started to feel much better about Grand Theft Auto 6 and its future, which is funny. And you've been watching me ride the highs and lows if you've been keeping up with the channel on how I feel about that. But right now I'm feeling pretty good. We're in a good spot. So, yeah. Anyways, let's move on here. Those are the lessons that I think Grand Theft Auto could learn from Cyberpunk. But let's have some debates here. Or you're not really debates. Just listen. Just listen to me. Cyberpunk locked players. It locked us into a first-person view, and they did it to force immersion. That was their reasoning. I think it's because they couldn't figure out the third-person camera, if we're being real. But that's a nice way of being like, no, we chose to intentionally remove it. Sure, whatever. Why? I'm gonna probably play first-person anyways. You give me all these customization options with what V's wearing. Why? And of course, there's mods that add third person and stuff like that. Grand Theft Auto, though, is traditionally third person, and you're a puppeteer of the character. And they added first person later, and thank God, because I remember playing Grand Theft Auto 4 and being like, wouldn't this game be so cool if it was first person? I remember playing the first Red Dead Redemption, said the same thing. And, Rockstar has spoiled me, has absolutely spoiled me. Red Dead Redemption 2 was the game that spoiled me the most because it gave me almost every single feature I've ever wanted a game to have. And they, to some degree, they took those directions a little too far, I think, for what is widely considered palatable, but it was right up my alley, like with some of the survival mechanics and stuff and having to bathe and eat. I'm telling you, I don't know, that game is like a love letter to me. And also, Red Dead Redemption was tied with my favorite video game series of all time, Metal Gear Solid 3, or game of all time, Metal Gear Solid 3, the first Red Dead Redemption. So the fact that it was a continuation, like prequel kind of thing, and I got to see John through the eyes of it was just the perfect game. So that meme again, down to the last detail, perfect. So should Grand Theft Auto 6 force a perspective for narrative moments, or do you think player choice is always king? Do you want to see your character's fashion? Do you think it matters? Obviously we're going to have first person and third person. Basically what I'm getting at is, do you think Cyberpunk should go the way Grand Theft Auto did, or just do the forced first person again? I think the popular response to that is obviously just throw in third person. Why not? It ain't going to break anything. And I think so too. But maybe, if it really is a creative choice, maybe. But there's so many options to trick out V in Cyberpunk. I just don't get it. So, okay. And these aren't really debates as much as they are just debates in my own head. So let's talk about the gig economy versus strangers and freaks. I absolutely love the gigs in Cyberpunk. When I first saw that the map was flooded with them, I thought it was going to be another Ubisoft game. I was so wrong. Every gig in Cyberpunk is worth doing. They are all completely different. They have some repetitive elements to them, but they are very different. Different enough to where everything has its own little story. Everything has its own little, thing you're supposed to do. Different approach. The way they handled it is truly next level in game design. I've never seen a game handle that many side bonus mission things like that. They did such an immaculate job. But this is also the studio that did The Witcher 3, which I know is heavily praised for the side quests and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it's semi-repetitive contracts. I think there's a little over 100 of them, but they're only semi-repetitive. I'm telling you, some of them, they go off the deep end. Like you think it's going to be something, it turns into something wildly different. Strange, and it's definitely worth doing. I'm not even talking about the side missions. Okay. I'm talking about the gigs. That's how good they are. Now, Strangers and Freaks has been kind of a very cool, unique thing to Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption. Unique, scripted, personality-driven side quests. And they're really cool. There's not that many of them, but the ones you do find are really cool, and you can go off and, it's a scripted event. And I don't know, is it better to have 100 diverse missions the way Cyberpunk had it, but maybe they're not as in-depth, or 20 deep, memorable narrative side plots? I don't know. I think the answer sounds obvious, but if you played those 100 quests, side things, I don't know. I think they knocked it out of the park. Why not both? How about that? Why not both? Let's talk about the soundscape a little bit. Grand Theft Auto's radio is legendary for its satire and obviously the music choices, right? For me, Lee Porcelain's, I just drew a blank there, but there's a song from Lee Porcelain I found in Grand Theft Auto 5 and I absolutely love it. Cyberpunk's soundscape, whatever. Yeah, they had a lot of cool stuff on the radio. I mean, not really. I didn't really find anything memorable. That was the number one thing I added into the game, was a bunch of post-punk and just stare at your shoes, shoegaze, all that kind of stuff. And synthwave, dark wave, a lot of that kind of stuff, because it really, really works with the game, right? I mean, that's the whole aesthetic of the whole dark wave kind of thing. So anyways, a lot of it, though, wasn't really the radio as much as it was the sounds around you. All the advertisements screaming at you, telling you to buy this, buy that. And, the sound worked in a way to just really make you feel swallowed by the world. And I think they excelled at that. I do. The ads are repetitive in Cyberpunk to some extent, but ads are repetitive. So it worked. It was great. So I don't know. I feel like Cyberpunk in the future should maybe, I don't know even where I'm going with that. They had a really badass metal station. I'll say that. I don't know. What do you think? Did you like the music in Cyberpunk? Or, obviously Grand Theft Autos have always had just an incredible soundtrack. Always. It sucks that nowadays they're having to remove some of the tracks due to licensing issues. Vice City soundtrack, man. Oh my God. So good. And losing Michael Jackson in it was just come on. Can't have Vice City without Michael Jackson. What are we doing here? So that's really everything in my notes. So now we're on our own. It's just you and me. What do you think? I'll listen to you. I wish, man. I wish. It would be so cool. Maybe with how technology's going, one day there's going to be a way to do this. I'm stupid. There is live streaming. Maybe I should start doing that. I don't know. I'm going to have to wait until I could get to use the studio a little bit more. I'll see what Uncle Jeff says, but I'm curious if that's something I could potentially start doing with you guys. I think that would be a lot of fun. But I don't know. What do you think about all this? Do you like Cyberpunk? Do you obviously you like Grand Theft Auto if you've been listening to any of this, but I don't know. What are your thoughts? Do you think Cyberpunk should even try to be more like Grand Theft Auto, or should it stick to being just what it is and do it even better, do it more? And I think a lot of people, they're like that, always that, but not necessarily. I don't know. Not necessarily. Don't always do that. Sometimes it is good to borrow from another game series and add that stuff that made it work to yours, because your game series will still have its core identity and feel great, but it'll add a lot of quality of life features that that other game had, because it was great for the game. Think about Iron Sights. from Call of Duty. And there wasn't a lot of games doing iron sights. Call of Duty kind of pioneered that. I remember playing, I don't know if any of you've played the original Medal of Honor games, Medal of Honor, and then on PS2, Medal of Honor Frontline, and then Rising Sun, European Assault, and all that kind of stuff, but needed some iron sights. Eventually they added it, I think with Airborne, they may have even added it sooner on the PC, but man, I could talk about any game. Not any game, but I could talk about a lot of games. So if there's a game you want me to talk about on here that is not Grand Theft Auto 6, let me know. Some people have been asking me to kind of steer away from it, so this is kind of my half-assed way of doing that. Comparing it to another game series I really like, game I really like. But let me know what you think. Oh snap, I almost forgot the most important part of this entire podcast, and that is answering your questions. So let's do it. So we have a question from CRV8808. He said, question, I know a lot of people talking about how a lot of games don't look like how the trailers put out with like the movement and everything like that, and how the graphics are set out, how the faces look a lot more genuine than how they actually do, I guess, during the gameplay. Do you feel like Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be able to project what they show in the actual trailers as gameplay as far as engine work? Yes. Yeah, I do. You look at Red Dead Redemption 2's trailers, and I think we pretty much got that. I mean, maybe a little bit degraded from that, but basically what you're looking at, man, yeah. I mean, the first time you play the game, it should blow you away. I think Grand Theft Auto 5 was the one that kind of had the tallest order and didn't quite deliver. But all the other Rockstar games, yeah, it's been pretty much 100% spot on. So, yeah, I think that's what we're going to see, man. So, that's a good question, though. And something I understand the distrust with how other game developers go about doing that, kind of showing you a little bit and then it's nothing like that at all. Many, many, many games have done that. Almost all of them pretty much except for Rockstar. So, good question. All right, then we have Agent Nacho 2029. Absolutely loving your format and presentation. Thanks, man. I pay for YouTube Premium so I can shut off my screen and listen to you in the background. But for most people, Spotify would, okay. Yeah, I am considering doing Spotify. And I think I can do it. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be something I start doing almost next year immediately. But let's see. You have a question here. Since we're all foaming at the mouth for any new info on Grand Theft Auto 6, about another discussion on previous game delays and compare and contrast why they happen. Red Dead Redemption 2 was delayed twice and Grand Theft Auto 5 and 4, but both just once. Hold on, I'm not sure I understand your question. Since we're all foaming at the mouth for any new info on Grand Theft Auto 6, about another discussion on a previous game's delay and compare and contrast why they happen. Okay, so I think I kind of understand what you're asking me here. Are you asking me basically why I think Grand Theft Auto 6 was delayed versus Red Dead Redemption 2, dude, or 5 and 4? Dude, the games have gotten bigger, so the delays are going to get bigger. That's just how it is. There's more people. There's so many people working on this game now, more than any previous Rockstar game ever. It's the biggest entertainment thing ever will be this. This is big. Even if it fails, it's going to be a big failure. The largest. So it's going to be the est, no matter what it is. So yeah, there's going to be a bunch of delays and stuff with this game. Or at least it's understandable that there were, because they're trying to make sure it is in tip-top shape. You got to remember the budget that's behind this game, and they are going to want to see a return on that investment. So this thing is not going to ship until they have everything meticulously planned, and it's going to hit just right. They don't want a broken mess. They want to exceed your wildest expectations because they know that is how they will get your money. So that's probably why. I don't think it really has so much to do with stuff going on internally at Rockstar. I really do think it is them just trying to shape the game up to be the best it could possibly be. So I think that's what you asked. I'm sorry if I misunderstood your question, but yeah. So anyways, let's move on to Cold X Productions here. Question. First of all, keep up the good content. Man, thank you. You're doing great on covering Grand Theft Auto 6, and it's very entertaining compared to the rest of the GTA 6 content creators. I really appreciate you saying that. I hope this episode was that. Let me know. You let me know, man. If you want me to go back to chopping everything up with the audio, it's a lot more work. It is. And I kind of like not having to do that. But if it's better for the listener, if it's better for y'all, just tell me and I'll do it, because that's what matters, is if it's good for you. So hope you are well and continue to grow. I really appreciate that, man. It's looking like I'm going to hit 20K subs this year. And my goal was a ludicrous 10K. And here we are approaching 20, man. It's freaking nuts. But your question, what do you expect to see in trailer 3? And what would you want to see specifically if you could ask for anything in trailer 3? Basically, what do you expect Rockstar to show us? And then what would your dream trailer 3 look like, if that makes sense? Also, when do you think trailer 3 will be released? Thanks, homie. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you asking me that. Okay, I'll go in order. What I expect to see in trailer 3 is going to be stuff like, I think we're going to see more Raul. And if there is some sort of secret reveal third protagonist, I think that's when we're going to get it. Also, I think we're going to get more. Basically, every character that you've seen is kind of a background character, mainly maybe like Cal and Brian. I think they're going to be a little bit more fleshed out. You're going to see new characters, possibly more like side characters and stuff like that. Maybe a new gameplay feature, something that's really big. So a lot of these speculated features that we have been throwing out there that, GTA 6 community, like being able to pull weapons out of your trunk and stuff like that, all the leaks and stuff, that's when we're going to start getting confirmations on stuff like that, I think. I really do. I don't think it's going to be a very narrative trailer, given their past and how they go about doing things. I think they're going to start answering questions in every shot. So what those answers are, I don't know, because there's so many questions, but we'll see. And yeah, anyways, when trailer 3 drops, it's going to be exciting as hell, because you're going to start getting answers to stuff. Okay. The other ones were basically, the first one was, hey, Grand Theft Auto 6 exists. Here's the vibe. Here's where we're at. And here's everything you have to go off of. 2 was, here's Easter eggs and hints. 3 is going to be confirmations on gameplay features and certain things. Not everything, but to some extent, I think. And bring some clarity to some of the tinfoil hat conspiracies that us GTA 6 content creators have. All right. And then what do I want to see in it? Man, if they're doing a third protagonist, I want to see Raul, man. I just like Raul. He's so cool. Just, I don't know. There's that little video clip of him with Jason and Lucy in the background. I want to know more about this man. He's the most interesting man in the world to me. I'm just kidding. I mean, he looks really cool. Really though, I would want to see pretty much what I said. I want answers. So my dream trailer would be them showing us basically what that combat's going to look like. Show us some more small features that aren't so action-packed. Show us, Jason, we see him fixing up his house and all that kind of stuff. Show more of that. Show if it's going to be a feature. If it's something we're actively going to be doing in the game, show that and nothing else. Show us what we're going to be doing in the game. Show us the gameplay loops. That's what I want to see. And then you also said, and when do we think, I can't talk. And then you said, and when do I think trailer 3 will be released? Dude, no telling. I was so certain that it was going to come out in November that I basically I might as well bet money on it. I was doubling down. I put out like this super mega video of all my videos covering it. It was like everything before trailer 3, because I thought for certain it was coming out. At this point, man, it could drop tomorrow. It could drop 5 minutes from now. I don't know. To answer your question a little bit more directly and not say just, I don't know. What I kind of think is, if we aren't going to see it now in December, which would be kind of an interesting time to drop it, I think maybe the second month, February, second month of the year, March even, or even closer, unfortunately, to around its original release time. Hopefully not. Hopefully sooner than that, but I don't know. We'll see. They're really making us wait for this damn game. But anyways, great questions. And I really appreciate you asking them, man. So hope you're doing all right. Then we have RobJ2830. Question: do you think Georgia could be unlocked at the end of the game and opens up to our character as it did similarly in Red Dead Redemption 2? I don't think so. Not initially. If it is going to be in the game, you got to remember, New Austin was already pretty much made. And I think they had some ideas about what they were going to do with Red Dead Online with it. So, and that's why Mexico is being worked on. I think they had some big plans for that. And that's why it was in there. They decided to cut a lot of that and we're just like, screw it, throw it in. So I don't think if there is Georgia, it's probably not going to be super fleshed out. Now, I could be wrong. It could be this and Georgia. I don't think so. I think that the main focus is going to just be Leonida. That's where the entire game takes place. Now, what I will say is I think in future updates, we'll probably get Georgia. I think in future updates, like in Grand Theft Auto Online, stuff like that, I think we'll get places to go to. So we'll see. Maybe bits and pieces, maybe a Guarma kind of thing. I'm not so sure about a New Austin kind of situation with Georgia opening up. But that's a good question, man. And honestly, there's no telling at all. I could be totally wrong. So I just don't think so. Then we have Reezy. Dude, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. One of my questions I've been thinking about for a minute is, do you think as far as in the free roam aspect within the story mode, we would be able to build a drug empire similar to Grand Theft Auto Online, but probably closer to the drug mini game and the Scarface The World Is Yours game? Dude, that is a great game. Wow, someone brought that up. Man, that was one of the best blockbuster rentals of all time for me. You remember, and also the first Godfather and the second one too had a drug. Well, the second one primarily is the one that had the drug empire building. Given that this is a Bonnie and Clyde on the run kind of story from what it would seem, I don't think so. Unfortunately, at least it doesn't. We've got nothing that suggests that that's what we're going to be doing. But I could no, there is. There's the stuff where Brian's basically given them drugs to smuggle. There's the screenshots. There's Brian, and there's also the bit with Cal sitting in a boat and you see the package from the plane. They're moving drugs. So I don't know how far we're going to go into that. There's also that shot of the plane and it's raining outside and they're moving stuff. They're moving drugs. That's what they're doing. You're smuggling drugs with Cal and Lucia, from Jason's perspective. There could be, I imagine that's more going to be a Grand Theft Auto Online thing. But if there is a secret third protagonist, it's possible that that is where you get to do all of that stuff through. There's no telling. I will tell you that Rockstar has always blown us away with secrets and just like big reveals and stuff like that. So there could be something big that opens up to where it's like, hey, your dream is true. I hope you're right, because one of my favorite things is empire building in the crime games. And this is going to be the biggest crime game of all time. So, and it's in Miami, right? Vice City. They got to, right? I don't know. That's a great question, man. You got me thinking. I don't do a lot of that. Just kidding. I hope so. Yeah. The more I think about it, I'm changing my mind on the spot. I think that does make a lot of sense, actually. We'll see. I can't give you a straightforward answer there. Then we have Hawks fan, Matt Man. Question for the Dandy Man. Hey, I believe you've said in previous videos that you never got big into Grand Theft Auto Online. Do you think that might change with the Grand Theft Auto 6 iteration? Well, I didn't personally by myself get big into Grand Theft Auto Online. I got into it because of a friend. And the friend that got me into it, it was such a cool immersive experience. I think the first thing I remember about it is I was like at an airport or something. I don't know if we all spawned there. I don't know how the initial spawn works, but I remember he came and he was like, wait there. And he came and picked me up in his car and I got there and he took me to his apartment. He introduced me to the world and I slowly built my way up. I fell in love with Grand Theft Auto Online for months because of that. But then the grind became too real. I was like, there's never, like, it became kind of janky because I was like, okay, the one real passive income thing is like a safe at a nightclub, which is weird. None of these other businesses are like generating revenue without me doing a bunch of sweaty work, which was strange. I felt like it shouldn't have been that. So to some extent, I love Grand Theft Auto Online. I think that it's held together with duct tape and bubblegum because of how it started and, the direction they were taking things. I don't think they ever could have anticipated what they were going to do with it. So given the fact that they didn't have a foundation for something bigger than what they initially set out to do, it's impressive that they've done what they've done. I think now that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have a very strong foundation and an identity of what it's going to start off as, I think it's going to be a much better online experience. That's what I think. So yeah, I do think I will be a huge fan of the Grand Theft Auto 6 iteration. Whether or not I have time to play it, who knows? I hope so. I really do, because I bet you it's going to be really big and exciting. Okay, now we have almost covered every single thing there is to cover about Grand Theft Auto 6, but there were a couple of videos that I just couldn't get to before the year was out, mainly because of stuff going on in my personal life. But now let's go ahead and look at stuff like Grand Theft Auto 6's driving physics. Let's also talk about how big is Grand Theft Auto 6 really. This has been a very popular topic amongst Grand Theft Auto 6 content creators lately, and so I've kind of tried to steer away from that, but let's talk about it a little bit. So these are all things I'm going to lightly touch on for this next segment that's going to officially close out this 8-hour crazy video. And again, if you've made it this far, I appreciate you so freaking much. Thank you. All right, so let's start off with those driving physics. Grand Theft Auto 5 had like kind of an arcadey feel when it came to the driving. It felt like it was very much toned down from Grand Theft Auto 4. It was. Okay, Grand Theft Auto 4's driving was, you know, to me realistic, but a lot of people said it felt like driving a boat around. And I understand that criticism. Okay, I do. It was kind of hard to master, but maybe because I played it so much, it started to feel easy to me. And now I like it. It's a challenge and it feels really good when you're able to pull off some crazy stuff in Grand Theft Auto 4. In 5, they wanted everyone at the jump to be able to pull off some crazy stuff. And I know there's that mission with like Franklin and Lamar pretty early on where you get in the sports cars and it's like, hey, check out the driving in the game now, and I hated it. That's just me though. A lot of you do like it, but Grand Theft Auto 5 did have a problem, and I think even people who like the driving in that game can also admit this. Like you could hop in a minivan, and it felt like you were also driving a sports car. So Grand Theft Auto 6, based off all the leaks and stuff like that, again, I'll probably dive deeper into this in a future video, but it's looking like Grand Theft Auto 6's driving is going to have much better... let's say a compromise. It's going to be a compromise between Grand Theft Auto 4 and Grand Theft Auto 5. That's Grand Theft Auto 6's answer. So while it's not necessarily an upgrade, I mean, it is going to be an upgrade. They are going to completely overhaul the simulation of driving, or make it feel more like a simulation, just not too much. We know they're doubling down on like the immersion and stuff like that based off of, just what they're doing with stuff like 5M and all that kind of stuff. And Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to, spare no expense. A lot of the stuff you've already seen is going to be in the driving. And of course, there's going to be new stuff as well. There's going to be like independent suspension systems, of course, simulated fluid leaks, which you could see in the trailers. There's going to be towing physics, stuff like that. So it's going to be pretty cool to see what they can pull off, especially in this new Rage 9 engine with all the upgrades, especially with the physics. The cars are going to feel different. And so what do I mean by that? How are they going to feel different? Well, the core of this new system is the evolution of what we just talked about, the Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, Rage. In Red Dead Redemption 2, Rockstar kind of perfected the euphoria physics, at least a little bit, but it was, humans and horses. There's a lot of weight, muscle tension, and momentum, all that kind of stuff. But really imagine that for a minute. Imagine what it was like in Red Dead Redemption 2, where you got like thrown off the horse, or where you ran into someone, that weight, that impact. Take that and put it in a car. Now, and some of the crashes in Grand Theft Auto 5, a lot of them, they don't really feel like they have that impact, that 4 had. Well, Red Dead Redemption 2 had a bunch of impact with just horses and stuff like that and carriages. It was absolutely nuts. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that we're going to be seeing that in Grand Theft Auto 6 when you're in cars. In Grand Theft Auto 5, cars, they kind of often felt like boxes, just kind of floating on a central pivot point. When you turn, the whole car would instantly turn. And in the Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks, specifically the clips showing Jason driving various sedans and stuff like that, we see things move around the car. It has weight. It's pivoting on top of the wheels and everything. So it's cool. And when the car accelerates, the rear suspension visibly squats under the torque. And when it brakes, the nose dives heavily. And this confirms that weight transfer is not just a cosmetic effect like it was in Grand Theft Auto 5, but actually a physics calculation. And this kind of aligns with the industry-wide shift in the Rage engine towards physically simulated materials. The car isn't just going to be a single object anymore. It's going to be a collection of parts. And you can see that in the leak footage. And I can't tell you on YouTube where to go and find that, but I can tell you it's still out there if you want to go and see for yourself. And there's over, I think, an hour and a half. It's roughly 90 minutes. It's out there. You can go find it, but I just can't tell you where it is. So it's going to be really freaking cool, especially the crashes. And I remember a while back towards the beginning of making this channel, someone's like, bro, they didn't show any crashes in the leaks. No, they did. Yes, they did. You can see specific parts come off the vehicle, and it's really freaking cool. So vehicles are going to be more like how they are in our world. They're crumple zones and such like that. And like bits and pieces and fragments of the car will come off rather than just kind of getting dented up and stuff a little bit like in 5 with very few minor parts breaking off. More parts are going to be able to fall off your car, and there's going to be more morphing and damage and warping, like in Grand Theft Auto 4, and even more, to where you can probably completely obliterate your car. Maybe not as much as a game like BeamNG, but you'll see. In the 2022 footage, there is that specific clip of a vehicle driving over a curb, and in Grand Theft Auto 5, driving over a curb usually just bumps the whole car up. Or it's not even in the leak footage, that's in the trailer. You could see it when he's swinging around the side. And, there was some stuff in the leaks too, and again, you can go find that. And a lot of you have responded with, well, all this stuff was in Grand Theft Auto 5 and stuff like that. This isn't anything new. A lot of that stuff was cosmetic. Like, yes, the wheel would come up when going over a curb. But if you look at the footage and you look at the leaks, you could see the way the rubber on the tire moves over it. There's a lot more going on there physics-wise. And it's frankly really impressive to me that this is even going to run on something like a PlayStation 5. But as we've talked about extensively by now, especially if you've watched this entire video, there is a lot of AI stuff going on under the hood in the Rage 9 engine that's going to help with these kinds of calculations and allow the game to be more optimized and run on modern hardware. So you can thank AI for that, even if the AI bubble is about to burst or whatever. I digress. So, independent suspension compression, all that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to lie. When I look up this kind of stuff, I'm going to clear my throat. I'm leaving that in. I'm leaving in all the mistakes. Screw it. This is the new year. I'll get back into the hyper edited stuff later. And you're at the end of this. So we're both tired here because believe me, making these videos was a lot of work. But we saw independent suspension compression. You can clearly see the wheel push up into the wheel well while the chassis remains relatively stable before the weight of the car settles back down. So there is going to be multi-link suspension simulation. Jesus, I cannot talk. And yes, we have seen that to some extent in previous Grand Theft Autos, but not like this. And you could test that out yourself, guys. Go play a Grand Theft Auto game, any of them. One of the most recent ones, 5 and 4. Drive over curves and stuff, and then go watch the footage for Grand Theft Auto 6. That's supposed to be gameplay footage. And then go watch the leaks. Well, maybe I can't condone that you do that, but just go find them if you want. They're out there, and you'll see what I mean. So I think off-roading is going to be a nightmare in something like a sports car because of stuff like this. There was a little bit of that in San Andreas when it would rain. Driving in a car like that off-road was just an absolute nightmare. So now you're going to need off-road vehicles, and Leonida is going to have a lot of off-road area. And we've seen kind of like these swamp crafts and all sorts of stuff like that, and ways to navigate the surrounding terrain and all that. So I'm really curious to see what they do. And are we going to have like a Mud Runner kind of simulation? If any of you played Mud Runner, let me know in the comments if you played Mud Runner. I got a buddy, or Snow Runner is what he's playing now, but he plays Snow Runner, loves it. And it would be kind of interesting to see, maybe not go that hard with it, but I don't know, how crazy can we get with it? In 5, you can take a car up like Mount Chiliad and stuff like that, which is just absolutely bonkers. We're not going to be seeing that so much this time around, at least I hope not. But I don't think we're also going to see stuff like SnowRunner and it be so freaking over the top immersive as far as retrieving vehicles, because that is what that whole gameplay loop is designed around. But basically you can expect, and there's that cool screenshot where you got the truck going through like the swamp area. You can expect like puddles and mud and stuff like that to really slow down your vehicle or just alter the way you drive, which should make it more fun, especially if you're doing police getaways and stuff like that and you go off-road. It's going to be a lot of fun. And seeing the car get all dirty, all that kind of stuff. Now, damage and deformation, it's coming. Okay. And I talked about that a little bit already, but I've got this written down here. Damage and deformation is back. We did see a super crashed vehicle. Super crashed, you know what I mean. We saw a vehicle that was crashed with a bent axle, and the wheel wasn't just popped, it was physically angled inward, and the car was crabbing, so driving sideways because the alignment was destroyed. So this reminds me a lot of BeamNG, and I would expect not for the game to be quite as insane as BeamNG as far as the physics go. Otherwise, everywhere you drive, you're going to completely obliterate your car, because I know how a lot of you drive in these games. You don't drive realistically, which, you shouldn't. It's a Grand Theft Auto game, right? But expect like BeamNG light. So maybe in the game, when the car passes like a certain health threshold, the game says, you know what, screw it. Let's go full BeamNG, and then your car can completely obliterate and stuff like that. We know that there's also going to be fluid leaks as far as, you could shoot fuel tanks and stuff like that. And I believe that was in 5. So just expect that to be up to speed a little bit, for lack of a better word, or just upgraded a little bit more immersive, being able to, dump some gasoline or shoot out the tank, have gas pour out, shoot it, light the car on fire, you know, all the usual fun stuff. Also, and I'm just going to say this, it's looking like there's going to be towing and trailers in the game. And if you've watched the leaks, you know. That's it. So that's all I'm going to talk about as far as car systems and stuff like that, because I am planning to do a much deeper video on this. So I've got some features and stuff like that I really want to cover in this longer video. But again, these are just notes and just a little extra here for you guys who are really freaking awesome champions and watch this whole thing or have already seen everything and just want to say hi, basically, and listen for a little bit. So now let's talk about how big is Grand Theft Auto 6 really, the true map size of Grand Theft Auto 6. Well, let me tell you, nobody knows for certain, right? Nobody knows 100% for certain. Everyone thinks they know how big the map is going to be though, right? And yeah, we've had all of these fan art continents and stuff like that have gone viral, but we've also have the Grand Theft Auto 6 map making community. And I have a video that you've watched about that. And it's absolutely incredible the work that these guys do. I mean, they do stuff that my brain can't even comprehend to get this stuff down. They are very smart and very, they predicted Grand Theft Auto 5's map with almost complete and total certainty, just based off of the stuff you have. And it shouldn't be too much of a shocker to you guys, because you got to remember, people in the real world operate off of information like this with photos and stuff like that to kind of create maps themselves. You know, think about work that, you know, government work, military work, stuff like that, to go on ahead and predict what a location is going to look like and then make plans based off of that information. So this isn't technology or something that's, or just, these aren't necessarily things that have never been done before is what I'm trying to say. So this isn't magic. There's an actual method to the madness. And I think they're right. Now, of course, they don't know what they don't know, which means if they haven't been given a glimpse of something from the trailers or from some sort of leak or something like that, or one of the screenshots, then they're not going to be able to know, like the northern section of the map potentially not being there. Now, there has been speculation that this game will also have another city, or maybe you'll also be able to go to Georgia. None of that is confirmed. We'll see. I think basically what they're going to do is in Grand Theft Auto Online, they're eventually going to add another location that you can travel to from Leonida. So we'll see. Or they're going to expand the map. Maybe not that as much. I think Leonida is going to be Leonida, but there's going to be other places you can go and hopefully use the damn airport for it, because it feels like such a waste when you play a Grand Theft Auto game and you can't use the freaking airports, right? Like San Andreas being able to fly between cities was so freaking cool, right? So let's look a little bit of the official geography. Trailer 1, Trailer 2, and Rockstar's official site descriptions. We have a confirmed list of major biomes that outline the map's borders. We know that the heart of the map is Vice City, right? Rockstar's fictional Miami. But unlike the 2002 game, this isn't just going to be a city on an island, duh. This is the whole state of Leonida, or at least a lot of it. So official screenshots have confirmed the grass rivers, and it's basically the in-game version of the Everglades, which acts as a massive wetland barrier to the south and the west. We have confirmed the existence of Port Gellhorn, a second major industrial hub located far from Vice City. And you can tell that I've written this one out a little bit more than the previous. Maybe I was originally planning on just ending with this, but anyways, likely based on Panama City or similar Gulf Coast towns. So that being Port Gellhorn, And we also have the Leonida Keys, which is the Gator Keys or whatever. And that looks so freaking awesome. It's so beautiful. It's so cool. Jason starts out there and, is doing his drug smuggling operation with Brian. And so in Grand Theft Auto 5, the map pretty much ended at the airport. In Grand Theft Auto 6, we clearly see a massive overseas highway stretching south into the archipelago. So, where the game's going to probably start out, or is starting out, with Jason. Rockstar's own press release calls this the biggest, most immersive evolution of the Grand Theft Auto series yet. But evolution doesn't always mean bigger. It also means denser. So here's where we leave kind of the marketing stuff and look more at the, quote unquote science. So in September 2022, 90 videos of early developmental footage leaked. Rockstar and Take-Two legally confirmed this footage was real. This is important because that footage contains something more valuable than gameplay, the coordinate grid. And that, again, I was telling you earlier, that this is how, it's not magic, okay? This is how these guys do this. In game development, every object exists on an X, Y, and Z axis. In the debug menus visible in the leaks, we could see the player's exact position in the world. The 0 point thing. You know what I'm talking about. 0 being the center of the world. And it appears to be somewhere south of the main Grass Rivers area. Clips showed the player as far north as coordinates 3000. Which would be north, and far south as negative 3,000. Specific clips of the Port Gellhorn police chase placed that city thousands of units away from Vice City. So why does this matter? because we know the scale of the Rage engine. 1 unit typically equals 1 meter. By plotting these coordinates on a graph, we don't just think the map is big, we can mathematically prove the distance between confirmed locations. For example, the distance from the Hank's Waffles diner robbery and the location of the center of Vice City was calculated to be several kilometers of open road, confirming a massive gap between the rural and urban zones. Okay? Rockstar builds their worlds using selective compression, so they shrink the boring stuff down and they keep the landmarks, make them big. In Grand Theft Auto 6, this compression ratio seems to be changing. Look at the 7 Mile Bridge equivalent shown in the trailer. In real life, the Florida Keys stretches over 100 freaking miles. In Grand Theft Auto 6, it's not going to be that long, but the scale of the bridge model looks, it's long, and it means that the driving time is going to be a little bit, enough to feel it, right? To feel immersive. In Grand Theft Auto 6, it's not going to be 100 miles, but, maybe what would take a very, very long time in real life is going to be about 3 to 5 minutes of drive time just across the archipelago. And in Grand Theft Auto 5, you could drive from Los Santos Airport to Paleto Bay, the entire map length, in about 6 to 7 minutes in a fast car because of those highways on the left and right of the map, or the highway that covers the entire Ninja Turtle of the map. So the presence of the grass rivers, the Everglades or whatever, is the biggest factor here because you cannot simulate the Everglades without, making it big. To make airboats functional and immersive, the swamp alone needs to be the size of roughly 30 to 40% of the entire Grand Theft Auto 5 map. If the swamp is that big, it's just one biome, the scale surrounding landmass has to increase to accommodate it. So, the mapping project, let's talk a little bit about that. So this section is speculation, but it is highly educated, quote unquote, speculation from the Grand Theft Auto 6 mapping project. This is a community of math wizards who have spent 3 years placing every single leak tree, road sign, and building onto a 2D grid based on these verified coordinates. So what is their consensus? Well, the map is not infinite, of course. It is not the entire United States. The estimated landmass is currently projected to be roughly 1.5 to 2 times the size of Grand Theft Auto 5. So wait, did I say only 2 times? Yes, and that's freaking massive. I don't think you need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Grand Theft Auto 5's map was huge, but it was mostly just like dead mountains and nothing really going on. And the mapping project suggests that Grand Theft Auto 6's map is flatter but significantly wider, filled with usable space rather than unclimbable geometry and a bunch of empty nothingness, like the moon, which is that was my big criticism of Grand Theft Auto 5 is it felt like being on the freaking moon. So their grid suggests a map that combines the density of Los Santos with the sprawling multi-town distribution of Red Dead Redemption 2. You aren't just getting one city and a desert, you're going to be getting 2 distinct urban centers, Vice City and Port Gellhorn, and a massive swamp and an island chain, all separated by actual highway travel time, which is going to be cool. And it makes sense for the story because we're supposed to be on the run in this Bonnie and Clyde kind of story, right? So travel time should take a bit. And when we get to a new location, it should feel like we've earned it. We've earned getting to that new location. We're here now. Our missions are here. We're not ping-ponging around the map. We're here now. We're going to do our thing here, part of our adventure, and move forward as an adventure should go. Not like Grand Theft Auto 5, to where the map markers could be like, okay, go to the complete northern side of the map for this side quest and then come back. Just stupid stuff like that. I don't like that about Grand Theft Auto 5. Even massive fans of Grand Theft Auto 5 don't like that about Grand Theft Auto 5. So what can we expect from all this? Because I'm going to go ahead and end it here because I'm not going to lie. I'm liking how the script is going, and I'm probably going to use this, re-record it, and make a big video out of it. And I've got some more here, but you're going to have to wait on that. So what do we got here? Well, we don't have the Project Americas that we originally were promised. Not even promised, but was speculated, right? We don't have that. But we do have Leonida. We got Florida. We've got 2 cities for sure. I mean, one huge one, Vice City, and Port Gellhorn, and all that kind of stuff. And there's going to be towns and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's safe to say that this will be a map much closer to Red Dead Redemption 2 than probably a previous Grand Theft Auto game that you've played. Because Red Dead Redemption 2 is kind of masterclass when it comes to creating different vibes for each region, different biomes, so to speak, because every time you travel in Red Dead Redemption 2, everywhere you travel, it feels like you're entering a new season, right? You come down from the mountains, it feels like winter, and then it feels like, spring or fall or whatever. It feels like, well, it does feel like spring, because all everything thaws, and then you go into the summertime and it gets all hot and stuff when you're in the south, and then we kind of go into the fall there for those final few chapters. And there's no seasons in the game. It's just presented to you based on the biomes you're in at a given time as you travel with the story. So expect stuff like that in Grand Theft Auto 6, because it's looking like you're going to also, like Red Dead Redemption 2, be outlaws on the run. So that's what I got for you tonight, guys, on that. So I hope this little bit of extra was something cool. If not, I'm sorry. I'm trying my best here. I've been extremely busy outside of this, and I've been trying to pull together what I can to give you guys some high quality stuff. And I like these mega videos. I personally just like having mega videos up on the channel because it feels like a milestone or an accomplishment for me. And I thought ending the year by doing one would be really cool. But I think it's no surprise after my Cyberpunk 2 video that I am starting to cover some other stuff. So expect more stuff like that, but do not expect me to leave Grand Theft Auto 6. I will be covering it extensively. I am so excited to see what this next year brings. So if you made it this far, pat yourself on the back. If you just woke up and you hear this guy rambling on your TV, dude, you just made it through the whole video. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. You're freaking incredible. So there you have it, guys. That is the 8-hour super mega video. I don't know how many of these I'm going to do, but it's going to be it for Grand Theft Auto 6 for a while, maybe until I have another 8 hours of information to go off of. And I'm not going to lie, at this point, I don't think I have another 8 hours of information in me to create a video like this. But this video, I mean, all the combined effort with all the different videos probably took 1,000 hours to make. Just something absurd. So really, thank you for listening. Really appreciate it. If you're awake or if you're still here, please leave this video a like, man. It would help me out a lot. And I'm trying to get crazy this next year and really start putting out a lot more stuff. So we'll see how that goes. Leave the video a like, and if you're interested in more stuff from me, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I would love to have you join us here on the channel. I'm not going to do shout outs this time because people typically have their shout outs at the end of the video, but I'm not going to do it this time because I don't want people's shout outs to be at the end of some 8-hour video and then them have to dig through it to get to. So if you're waiting on a shout out, don't worry. I got you down on a list. I will have you next year. Anyways, guys, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day, night, week, year. Much love and peace. Happy New Year.